Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. My divine kingdom is a bit strong. 1DK. Chapter 1 Time Travel, Kingdom of God System. East Daxia Sea, edge of Marine 16 Branch Jurisdiction, Paparoko Island. Young ones. Did you patrol the territory well today? A black-haired boy stood proudly on a boulder with a majestic tone, like a king. However, the voice that responded to him was extremely childish. Report to Lord Spirit King that the territory inspection has been completed and no hidden dangers were found. In front of the young man, there were a dozen little boys about 7 or 8 years old, with crudely made wooden swords on their waists. They raised one hand and saluted the boy in a nondescript manner. The scene was awkward and funny. The young man was accustomed to this and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Today's inspection mission was successfully completed. As the young man finished speaking, a clear sound sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the daily patrol mission of the territory and earning 5 achievement points. The current total achievement points are 1,000 points. Finally got enough 1,000 points. The young man almost cried with joy. Sid Oguro, an ordinary 16-year-old boy on Paparoko Island. But in fact, he is a time traveler. A month ago, he woke up from a mess and saw the pirates plundering the town where his predecessor lived. The surrenderers cowered and knelt aside, praying that the pirates would spare their lives. All those who resisted were brutally killed. My predecessor's parents were killed during the resistance. Everything bloody happened right in front of his eyes. At this moment, Oguro realized it deeply. The stories of passion and heroism in the One Piece anime in the past life are just a golden edge in this bloody sea. The real reality is that a thief is a thief. People like Luffy who aim for pure adventure are one of the very few among the very few. They cannot represent the huge group of pirates at all. Seeing the pirates killing and plundering at will, Oguro felt boundless resentment in his heart, but he was helpless. An ordinary boy who was no more than 16 years old has no power to restrain a chicken. All he could do was to carefully hide in the ruins and hope that these demons would leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, the purpose of this group of pirates was just to make money. After stealing all kinds of property and food, they left proudly. And the whole town fell into endless grief. More than a dozen families were destroyed in this disaster, and at least 70% of the entire town's wealth was robbed. A-hole. Oguro punched the ground. Why can such scum act recklessly on the sea? Can't there be a place of true peace in this world? Ding! The host's strong desire is detected and the matching system starts. Loading. Loading completed. The Supreme Divine Kingdom system is at your service. Oguro was shocked. Coming. I had read so many anime and novels in my previous life, how could I not know the standard system for time travelers? In this world where there are many strong people and 8 gates of devil fruits with various abilities, it is simply impossible to gain a foothold with the weak body of the original owner. This system is his only chance. Soon, the introduction of the system was introduced into Oguro's mind. The so-called Supreme Kingdom system is to help Oguro build a kingdom with him as a god. Everything in this country is decided by him. Peace or war, it all depends on his thoughts. Ding! The system is turned on. Please host extract the bound Kingdom of God template. Extract. Oguro said in his mind without hesitation. The system will select a certain force from all over the world as a template for the Kingdom of God. After that, Oguro can exchange the characters and resources of this force to build his own Kingdom of God. But you must let me draw a good template. Oguro prayed secretly in his heart. The major forces in the heavens and worlds are also divided into superior and inferior ones. For example, no matter how great the development of the winery in Conan world is, it is impossible to compare with our heavenly court in Great Daxia. Bite. At the end of the extraction, a brilliant purple light lit up in front of Oguro's eyes. Congratulations to host for drawing the purple epic Divine Kingdom template, Soul Society. From the comic, Shinigami. Oguro's eyes lit up. Good guy, it's actually Shinigami, one of the 3 major migrant manga. The famous Gotei 13 were so handsome back then that they were so handsome. Moreover, in his previous life, Oguro has always felt that Shinigami's combat power system is the highest among the 3 major migrant workers. After all, Every boss inside will either kill the gods or destroy the world. Who can do the other two? After binding the Kingdom of God template, the system interface appeared in front of Oguro. Host. Site Oguro. Identity. Spirit King. Divine Kingdom template. Soul Society. Divine Kingdom level. Oh, no territory yet. Ability. None. Subordinates. None. Achievement points. 0 inches. The bare panel made Oguro scratch his head. Apart from his status as a spiritual king, he has nothing. System, is there any gift package for newbies or something like that? The system interface suddenly jumped. Host has a Spirit King set, do you want to get it? Receive. The next second, a Zanpakuto appeared in Oguro's hand. His body was even covered with an extremely gorgeous white robe, embroidered with gold thread patterns, which was extremely noble and elegant. The system was introduced thoughtfully. Zanpakuto. General. The Soul King's exclusive sword, the source of power for all Zanpakuto. Whenever the host summons a new Shinigami subordinate, the ability of that Shinigami Zanpakuto can be awakened. Hiss. Oguro gasped when he saw this. So awesome. Having this Zanpakuto is equivalent to having all Zanpakuto. It's simply too convenient. As for that piece of clothing, it is just a piece of clothing that shows the identity of the Spirit King. It has no effect except that it will not get dirty. After the excitement, Oguro reacted. Even though he has a Zanpakuto, he is still a helpless little kid, unable to exert any power at all. System. How do I improve my strength? Host can extract Soul Society's subordinates by consuming achievement points. Every time a subordinate is extracted, a part of his abilities will be fed back to Host. In addition, as the level of the Kingdom of God increases, Host will also be given high rewards. In short, as long as Host has more people, the Kingdom of God will be more prosperous, and Host will be stronger. Oguro looked at the card pool from which his subordinates were drawn. Divided into white common, blue rare, purple epic and golden legendary. The required achievement points are 100 points, 1,000 points, 10,000 points and 100,000 points respectively. It's a pity that I have no achievements at all. According to the system, when the Kingdom of God is established, certain achievement points will be provided every day based on the level of the Kingdom of God. And depending on the prosperity of the Kingdom of God, this achievement point will fluctuate up and down. In addition, you can complete various tasks to earn achievement points. Currently, Oguro has only one mission. Mission name. The beginning of the Kingdom of God. Mission requirements. Establish a level 1 divine kingdom with a territory of more than 1 square kilometers and more than 3 subordinates. Completion reward. 100 achievement points. Quote, only 100 points. Oguro rolled his eyes speechlessly. Such a small reward is only enough to draw the most rubbish white card pool. Oguro even suspected that there were no serious Shinigami drawn from the white card pool, but just a group of students studying at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Ding. Since Host has just bound to the system and is in urgent need of entrepreneurial capital, we will give you a 10% discount in a lottery. Hearing the sound of the system, Oguro suddenly showed a look of joy. 10% off discount. In other words, these 100 achievement points can be used to draw a blue card pool once. Chapter 2 Level 1 Divine Kingdom, starting daily tasks. After a moment of excitement, Oguro calmed down. No matter how tempting the blue card pool is, the most important thing now is how to establish the Kingdom of God. 1 square kilometer of territory and 3 subordinates. That doesn't sound like much. But he is only a 16-year-old kid now. Who would be willing to be his subordinate? At this time, when he saw the crying children kneeling beside the bodies of their relatives on the street, his heart suddenly moved. Who says subordinates have to be adults? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Oguro took his subordinate into the system space and walked out of his house. This thing looks very expensive, and it is too conspicuous for a child like him to wear. On this day, Oguro collected the bodies of his parents with the help of neighbors. Although I am not your son, I have borrowed your son's body after all, so let me do the last thing I can. In front of the tomb, Oguro bowed earnestly and ended his kindness. Then, he began his great cause of establishing the Kingdom of God, deceiving children. The main targets are children who have lost loved ones in the disaster. He promised to give these children a place to live and food, and in return they had to obey his orders. His original family background was very good. Although he was robbed by pirates, he still left behind a house and a little money, enough to support 7 or 8 people. As for food, there isn't much else in the world of One Piece, with fish and beasts everywhere. It is easy to use the knowledge from previous lives to make small traps to catch rabbits, birds, etc. In less than a day, Oguro gathered 5 loyal brothers. Ages range from 6 to 10 years old. The main reason is that the older ones are harder to fool. Sure enough, when he checked the mission again, the mission requirements for his subordinates disappeared. But the second claimed territory is a big problem. Paparoko Island has a lord. That's right, not the mayor or village chief, but a real noble lord. So every inch of land on this island is owned. If he wants territory, he has to find a way from this lord. Although the nobles in this world are more or less seriously ill, they cannot give up their territory casually. Oguro thought it would be a big trouble, but I didn't expect that the opportunity would come soon. 2 days after the pirates left, Marine's warship arrived belatedly. A marine officer with a wretched face, 6 beards on his face, and a rat hat stepped off the warship. Oguro immediately recognized the other person as the base commander of the Marine 16 branch, Colonel Mouse. That marine scum who teamed up with the fishman Aaron to trap the protagonist group Nami. Paparoko Island happens to be in his jurisdiction. Master Marine, we were robbed by pirates. You must make the decision for us. An old man threw himself in front of Colonel Mouse and cried bitterly. Oguro secretly shook his head when he saw this. How could this marine scum, who was in cahoots with the fishman Aaron in the original book, make decisions for little people like them? In fact, he came so late, most likely on purpose. Sure enough, a trace of impatience flashed across Colonel Mouse's face. Without even looking at the old man, he shouted loudly, "Where is the Lord? I remember there is a Lord on this island, right? Oh, Colonel Mouse, I'm here." A guy in luxurious clothes and as fat as a ball trotted all the way to Colonel Mouse. Oguro clearly saw that the fat lord used a flexible technique that was completely inappropriate for his body shape and instantly stuffed a thick pile of Baileys into Colonel Mouse's hand. Good guy. Without 2.5 years of training, it is absolutely impossible to be so skilled. Colonel Mouse pinched his beard and smiled happily. "Your Excellency, where did the pirates go? Point it out to me quickly. As a Marine Colonel, I have to chase him quickly." "Of course, Mr. Colonel, they ran in that direction." The Lord immediately pointed in a direction, and Colonel Mouse immediately left with a boatload of Marines in a hurry, staying on the island for less than 5 minutes. Oguro touched his chin, and his heart suddenly moved when he thought of this guy colluding with Aaron to harm the residents of Orange Town. As this guy colluding with the Lord and pretending to be a pirate to steal money? The more Oguro thought about it, the more likely it became. Logically speaking, the Lord is the richest person on this island. But these pirates did not go to find the Lord, but instead plundered the wealth of poor civilians. This is unreasonable. Don't say anything that won't offend the Lord. You have become a pirate, but you are still afraid of a der Lord. After sending Marine away, the fat Lord changed his flattering expression and spoke to everyone arrogantly. "You have to pay me this year's taxes as soon as possible." As soon as these words came out, the residents immediately exploded. "Lord, we were just plundered by pirates. Can we reduce the tax?" The fat Lord's eyes widened. "Hey, are you going to blame me for being robbed? Do you know how much First paid for Marine to help us catch the pirates? I'm telling you, no tax can be reduced. If anyone dares to do less, I will expel him from the island." Seeing the ferocious look of the fat Lord, all the residents dared not speak out in anger. If they really were to be expelled, ordinary people like them would not survive 3 days at sea. Seeing this scene, an idea suddenly came to Oguro's mind and he stepped forward and said, "Lord, I want to ask you something." The fat Lord said impatiently, "If you want to reduce taxes, you don't have to ask anymore." "No, no, no." Oguro shook his head repeatedly. "The Lord has paid so much for us, how could I be so ignorant of appreciation? I want to say that if you don't mind it, you might as well give me the mountain forest outside the town. I will take my friends to catch wild beasts and subsidize the town with animal meat and furs. I can be considered a contribution to you." Quote, you are a very sensible boy. The fat lord was very happy when he heard this and pointed at the adults and said, look at you. You are not even as enlightened as a child, so I will do as you say. Thank you, sir, Oguro said loudly. After the fat lord left, several adults walked up to Oguro and said distressedly, Oguro, you are just children. We adults are responsible for taxation. How can we let you catch wild beasts? Oguro smiled and said, you have taken such good care of us children who have lost our parents, of course we have to repay you. Don't worry, we won't do anything random. Several people lamented Oguro's sensibleness. In this case, adults like them can't let go. The crowd dispersed, and Oguro returned home, his heart pounding. Just now, the system prompt he had been thinking about finally came. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully creating the Kingdom of God. Earned 100 achievement points. The current level of Kingdom of God is 1, and you get 2 achievement points every day. Done. The Kingdom of God has been established. Do others think that what he just said was to pay taxes? How is that possible? He set a trap for the fat lord with his words. Giving the mountains and forests to himself may seem to the fat lord only to give them the right to hunt. But in fact, the land was handed over, because he is the Lord and has the power to dispose of these lands. Humans will always interpret other people's words in a direction that is beneficial to them, but the system will not. Interpreted from a purely literal meaning, Oguro is a small lord who has been infected by a big lord. Of course, there is a premise for this. That mountain forest was not under the actual control of the fat lord, but was left idle by him. Otherwise, a formal transfer of power will be required. Ding! Start the Kingdom of God mission. Daily Task 1. Patrol the Kingdom of God, maintain order in the Kingdom of God, and be rewarded with 1 achievement point. Daily Task 2. Recruit subordinates, reward achievement points according to subordinates' abilities. Daily Task 3. Expand the territory of God-tier country, reward achievement points will fluctuate according to the value of the territory. Chapter 3 Extraction. Purple Epic. Seeing these channels for steadily obtaining achievement points, Oguro's eyes moved slightly, and his original intention of extracting his subordinates was suddenly extinguished. The 10% discount is only available once. Just drawing a blue card always feels like a bit of a loss. Even if the golden legend is discounted, it still costs 10,000 achievement points, so there is no need to consider it at all. But the purple epic only costs 1,000 points, so it seems that it's not impossible to save up. According to the system, the daily achievement points obtained by the first level Kingdom of God will fluctuate from 1 to 10 points according to the prosperity. The so-called prosperity is based on territory and population. It is difficult to grow the territory, but he can continue to recruit subordinates. The more people there are, the greater the prosperity will be. In the following days, Oguro spared no effort to recruit subordinates everywhere, and finally the number of subordinates exceeded the 20 mark. Now, he is guaranteed to get 4 achievement points every day, plus 1 point for patrolling the Kingdom of God. What surprised Oguro even more was that when he decided to sell the prey to people in the village at intervals, the system regarded it as the foreign trade of the Kingdom of God and started another hidden mission. Mission name. The name of the Kingdom of God resounds throughout the world. Task requirement. A powerful divine kingdom must have unparalleled prestige. Continuously improve the prestige of the divine kingdom and issue achievement points according to the level of prestige. Currently you can get 2 extra achievement points every day. Oguro was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. What a miss! According to the system introduction, there is no upper limit to the additional achievement points that can be obtained from this task. Even if it is only a first-level divine kingdom, as long as the prestige is enough, you can get tens of thousands of achievement points in a day. It is very suitable for him to take a small but precise and stable development route in the early stage. Now he can get a total of 7 achievement points every day, and it will only take about 4 months to collect 1,000 points. Done. After that, Oguro asked his younger brothers to patrol the mountains and forests every day in the name of hunting for prey, and they did a good job. Finally, 4 months passed. Today is the day he collects 1,000 achievement points. Come on, have a good draw. Oguro washed his hands carefully, took a big breath of European air toward the sun, and yelled in his mind. System. Draw the Purple Epic card pool. According to the introduction of the card pool, the Purple Epic guarantee is also the official level Shinigami. And every card pool is upward compatible. If the European spirit is full, it is not impossible to draw a golden legend from the white card pool. Clang clang clang. After a burst of special effects sound, a dazzling purple light flashed in front of Oguro's eyes. All right, I really don't have any European spirit, and I didn't draw the golden legend. Soon, the purple light gathered into a card with a portrait on it. Oguro frowned. This is a young Shinigami, with drooped eyebrows, slightly curled up body, and a timid appearance. No matter how you look at it, it seems unreliable. Ding. Congratulations to host for drawing the 7th seat of the Gotei 13th Division 4th Division, Yamada Hanaduro. Do you want to summon him immediately? Oguro immediately thought of this person. Although he looks incompetent in the original work, he is actually a very reliable Shinigami. As the medical team of the 4th Division, Yamada Hanaduru's combat effectiveness is weak, but his treatment ability is top-notch. Even the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, highly recognized his abilities. Later, he became the monitor of the medical class. He is a rare professional talent. Not bad. Summon it. A purple star appeared in front of Oguro, and then turned into a human form. Wearing a black death tyrant outfit, with an exclusive Zanpakuto on his waist, Yamada Hanaduro knelt on one knee in front of Oguro and said respectfully, Yamada Hanaduro, the 7th seat of the 4th Division, see you, Lord Soul King. At this moment, Oguro felt a strange power in his body. My own Zanpakuto element has also become a little different. Oguro glanced at the system interface. Host. Sid Oguro. Identity. Spirit King. Divine Kingdom Template. Soul Society. Kingdom of God Level 1. Territory Scope. Unknown mountains and forests on Paparoko Island. Abilities. Ryutsu Entry Level, Kendo Entry Level, White Hits Entry Level, Shunpo Entry Level, Kido Entry Level. Zanpakuto. Gen Awakened Hisagomaru. Subordinates. Yamada Hanaduro Epic Level, Normal Level 24. Achievement Points. 0 inches. Several more things have been added to the interface, making it more comprehensive. As this Ryutsu, feeling the power in his body, Oguro felt quite strange. At the same time, I also have some related experience in slaying fists and walking ghosts in my mind, which were all given back after drawing Yamada Hanaduro. It's a pity that there aren't many rebates, it's just for entry. But Oguro is still very satisfied, at least he has strength now. Moreover, with the addition of Yamada Hanaduro, the achievement points provided by Kingdom of God every day have increased by 1 point. Congratulations! With Yamada Hanaduro, Oguro can rest assured and leave all the work of managing the Kingdom of God to him. In fact, I took those little kids on a mountain patrol every day. By the way, beat the beast to fill its belly. With this official level Shinigami here, ordinary beasts are no match for him. Oguro went to think about the unique power of this world, domineering. Yes, even with his spiritual pressure, Oguro is still not satisfied. After all, the abilities of many devil fruits in this world are too buggy. If you don't have domineering restraint, you will feel unsure. The problem is, Oguro doesn't know how to practice domineering. As the weakest sea, the East Daxia Sea has few people who can be domineering. The only one who is certain to be domineering is Zoro's master, Kazuki Koshiro. But there is still a large sea between them and me. With his current strength, it's not time to go to sea yet. Well, the only way I know to practice domineering is to Garp the mountain. In the original work, Garp smashed 8 mountains with his fists. The armed domineering spirit was inspired by the day-after-day training. If it were before, Oguro would really not have dared to use this method. With his small physique, he probably would have destroyed himself before his domineering energy could be awakened. But now, with Yamada Hanaduro as his subordinate, this method is feasible. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, Yamada Hanaduro will most likely be cured. It would be a waste if such a good resource is not used. After Yamada Hanaduro came back from his inspection tour, Oguro told him about practicing hockey. Not surprisingly, Yamada Hanaduro immediately expressed his opposition. As a 100% loyal subordinate, he certainly could not agree to Oguro practicing by self-mutilation. Unfortunately, Oguro insisted on his own opinion. Yamada Hanadoro could not disobey his order and could only provide treatment guarantees. Bang! At the foot of the mountain not far from the town, Oguro punched the stone wall. Although a layer of bandages had been put on for protection, the severe pain still made Oguro bared his teeth. After waving down Yamada Hanadoro's offer of treatment, Hanadoro followed the experience of white hits in his mind and fired his fists one after another. He didn't just throw a punch. At the same time, I am also carefully feeling the changes in my body. The so-called domineering. It is a powerful force that is released by deeply grasping the hidden potential of the body through will. If guided properly, the efficiency of awakening Haki can be several times faster. Marine 6 style is one of the best. Although Oguro doesn't know the 6th form of Marine, he has another helper. Ryutsu. As an advanced use of soul power, Oguro, who possesses spiritual pressure, has an innate advantage in willpower. Bang, bang, bang. The boring exercise continued until night, and the bandages on the two hands were stained red with blood. As soon as Oguro stopped, Yamada Hanadoro and Shunpo moved to his side and carefully removed the blood-soaked bandage. Then he cast Kaido, and an emerald green light glowed between his hands, covering Oguro's hands. Oguro felt a cool feeling coming from his hands, and the pain was greatly relieved in an instant. Even the bloody hands were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hee, this subordinate is really good at smoking, Oguro thought proudly. In the time that followed, Oguro repeated the exercise pattern of hammering, treating, and hammering again. Even in order to have more training time, he drew another subordinate from the white card pool to replace Yamada Hanadoro's patrol work. This subordinate is an ordinary member of the 10th Division, named Aura. As a patrol guard team, the 10th Division went to inspect the Kingdom of God and it was considered as returning to their duties. And with Yamada Hanadoro's round-the-clock medical coverage, Oguro's training time has doubled. Chapter 4 Pirates Attack. 2 months later. Lord Soul King. According to my research during this period, Haki is very similar to our Ryutsu, except that one source of power is the soul and the other is the body. In the past 2 months, while Yamada Hanadoro was treating Oguro, he was also exploring the secrets of Haki. Now that he finally had some results, he immediately made suggestions to Oguro. If you want to master your Haki, Lord Soul King, you might as well refer to the method of using Ryutsu to control your Haki. Oguluo's eyes lit up. This is really a solution. He looked at Yamada Hanadoro with admiration in his eyes. Sure enough, he is a technical talent. If he were another subordinate, he would definitely not be able to do this. Afterwards, Oguro improved his exercise regimen based on Yamada Hanadoro's advice. In the process of shaking the mountain day after day, he felt that there was a force in his body that was about to burst out of the cocoon. I can master Haki in half a month at most. Oguro made a fist with his right hand. Although he beat the mountain all afternoon, his palm was still as clean as new. He knows that this is the armed domineering force at work. It's just that he still lacks an opportunity to fully mobilize this power. Lord Soul King. Yamada Hanadoro handed over a towel like a butler. Oguro took the towel to wipe his sweat and asked casually, I remember tomorrow is the day to pay taxes. Are you ready? Yamada Hanadoro nodded. Everything is ready. According to your order, Aura and I hunted the best furs of more than a dozen beasts and sold them all when we took a boat to the Organ Islands last time. With this money, the taxes will be more than enough this time. Oguro nodded and was about to say something else when Aura, who was sent out for inspection, appeared in front of the two of them as Shunpo. Report to Lord Soul King. Aura knelt down on one knee and said in a serious tone, we found a pirate ship approaching the dock. Oguro was stunned. How long has it been? Why are pirates coming again? Don't think that since this is the world of One Piece, you will encounter pirates and plunder every day. There are so many islands in this world. Unless it is on a very busy route, an island may not encounter pirates several times a year. Otherwise, the world of One Piece would have been starved to death. Go and see what's going on. Oguro took the lead and used Shunpo to go to the dock, followed by the other two. On the hillside next to the dock, Oguro glanced at the approaching pirate ship from a distance, and his face instantly darkened. These greedy bastards! Oguro yelled angrily. He remembered clearly that the pirate flag on this pirate ship was exactly the same as that of the pirates a few months ago. Needless to say, it must be the Fat Lord's fault. Seeing that the town had collected all the taxes and even had a small surplus, the Fat Lord planned to rob it again. If the residents of the town cannot pay their taxes tomorrow, they will have no choice but to work for the Lord to pay off their debts. Not a slave but better than a slave. What a one-piece world version of forcing farmers into tenant farming. Lord Soul King, do you want to stop them? Yamada Hanadoro asked. After all, they are just a group of fake pirates in disguise. With his strength, he can kill them all at the dock. No, however, Oguro shook his head. Let them pass. Lord Soul King, aren't the residents of the town in danger? Yamada Hanadoro reminded. A cold light flashed in Oguro's eyes. Even if we kill them here, the Fat Lord will still send others in the future. That piece of fat, that BD will never give up. We must solve this matter once and for all. The three people returned to the town quietly. The residents already knew that the pirates were coming again, and many people wanted to hide in the mountains and forests with their belongings. Unfortunately, before they could run out of the town, they were blocked by this group of pirates. You're looking for death, and you still dare to run away. The leader of the pirates kicked down the fleeing resident and stabbed him in the arm with a broadsword. The residents suddenly let out ferocious screams, and everyone else's faces turned pale when they saw this, and they stood there without daring to move. The pirates did not kill the resident. After all, these are the workers who will work for the Lord in the future. If you kill a Fat Lord, you will earn less money. Okay, hand over all the money to me quickly. Otherwise, don't blame Lousy for being cruel. The pirate leader roared with a fierce look on his face. The old mayor tremblingly stepped forward and begged, Master Pirate, we just paid the money not long ago, but now we really don't have any more. Please be generous and let us go. Huh, you're a guy who refuses to drink wine as a penalty. It seems like Lousy is still too kind to you. The pirate leader's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slashed the old mayor's head with the big knife in his hand. Such an old guy wouldn't be able to do much work if he were left here, so he could just be used to scare the monkeys. Although they are not real pirates, they have done so many things that they are no different from real pirates. The residents screamed one after another, as if they had seen the old mayor about to stain the town with blood. The old mayor subconsciously closed his eyes. I thought sadly in my heart, why are there such hateful existences as pirates in the world? Clang. The expected slashing never came. The old mayor opened his eyes and saw Aura, dressed in a black death tyrant outfit, holding a zanpakuto and firmly blocking the pirate leader's long sword. I said, you pirates, if you don't go to rob the real rich people, why do you insist on embarrassing these poor residents here? Oguro walked slowly, followed closely by Yamada Hanadoro. Although he was still young, everyone saw a hint of majesty in Oguro. The pirate leader was stunned, stepped back and sneered at Oguro. Boy, these are your men, right? Do you know what will happen if you resist us? Not just you, none of these residents will survive. As he finished speaking, more than 30 pirates pointed their weapons at everyone present. Hearing this, Oguro just said lightly, I'm just giving you a better choice. The lord of our island lives not far behind. If you rob him, you will gain more than if you robbed us 10 times. The pirate leader's lips twitched when he heard this. Of course he knew that the Fat Lord had a lot of money. But that's his boss. How could he possibly rob his own boss? Just as the pirate leader was thinking about how to fool him, Oguro didn't give him any chance to make excuses. Why, as a pirate, you don't dare to rob rich people? No, right, or, do you actually have some ulterior relationship with the Fat Lord? As soon as these words came out, the pirate leader's face became visibly panicked. He immediately covered it up and said, of course Lousy will rob. But now Lousy's target is you. Hand over the money to me quickly. Otherwise, Lousy doesn't mind killing you all and taking it for himself. After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist with his left hand and shot into the sky. Chapter 5 Overthrow the Lord. Bang! The huge gunshot startled all the residents, and no one noticed what the pirate leader had just done. It's a pity that he couldn't hide it from Oguro, who had been staring at him closely. Immediately afterwards, the pirate leader pointed his gun at Oguro and threatened, Boy, tell your men to put down their knives and surrender obediently. Of course, Such a guy who betrayed his boss cannot be let go. When the time comes, he must break his limbs in front of everyone, chop off his head, and let him die in extreme pain. Only then will others not dare to resist. Regarding the threat from the pirate leader, Oguro just looked at him indifferently. Now that the relationship between these pirates and the Fat Lord has been established, the rest will be easy to handle. Ora, Hanataro, solve it as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate leader felt his left hand go cold. The next second, a severed hand flew past his eyes, holding a pistol tightly in his palm. Blood spurted out from his bare wrists. If it had not been ordered by the Soul King, you would have been punished for offending the Soul King. Yamada Hanataro placed the Zanpakuto Hisagomaru on the neck of the pirate leader, speaking in a very solemn tone. The pirate leader was dumbfounded. The two of them were obviously about 10 meters away just now, so why did they suddenly appear next to him? Feeling the cold blade on his neck, the pirate leader did not dare to move and could only place his hope on his group of men. There are only 2 people on the other side. As long as we can catch that kid, I will win. The pirate leader thought to himself, quietly tilting his head and glancing at his men behind him. Just this one glance almost scared him to the point of peeing. Ora stepped on Shunpo, and his figure flickered in and out of the pirate group, like a ghost. One pirate after another fell to his Zanpakuto before they could see what was going on. Someone raised a gun and fired back in fear, but Kakuzu didn't even touch Ora's clothes, but instead injured his companion. Blood flowers bloomed under the light of the sword. In less than 2 breaths, Ora stood in the middle of the street and slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto. Around him lay the corpses of pirates. "You, who are you?" the pirate leader asked tremblingly. The skills of these 2 people are not even comparable to those in the Marine branch. Oguro smiled coldly. Although he was drawn from the white card pool, Ora is still an official member of the 10th Division. His combat prowess is comparable to that of a lieutenant in the Marine headquarters. Not to mention Yamada Hanataro, he is a serious official. Even if he is the chief officer of Division 4, his combat prowess is at least that of Brigadier General of Marine headquarters. "We are under the command of the Soul King, our name is Shinigami." Yamada Hanataro proudly told his origin. Shinigami. The pirate leader didn't expect that the other party would dare to use such a name. But I think of Ora's relaxed and indifferent look when harvesting human lives. There seems to be nothing wrong with this name. At this time, Oguro slowly approached and looked down at him coldly. "Please tell me everything about you and the Fat Lord." The pirate leader trembled. He couldn't figure it out. Isn't this Oguro just an ordinary kid in the town? Why did he suddenly become some kind of spiritual king, with 2 such powerful swordsmen under his command? Unfortunately, he will never know the truth. With the Dr. Yamada Hanataro here, he just used some tricks on the pirate leader, but this guy couldn't bear the full explanation. All of them were ordered by Lord Chigurat. "Please give me a happy life." The pirate leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes protruding, and his body was shaking violently as if he had been electrocuted. "You also know the truth. It's up to you to decide how to deal with this guy." Oguro handed the people over directly to the residents. The residents who learned the truth were furious. How could they let go of the murderer who had massacred their relatives? In less than a minute, the pirate leader disappeared amid the shouts of killing. It's okay not to mention the miserable appearance of the corpse. When everyone's anger was almost vented, Oguro suddenly announced, "Everyone, Lord Chigurat collaborated with pirates to rob us, and he is not worthy of the position of Lord at all. I have decided to overthrow his rule on Papaloco Island today. Who is willing to join me?" Everyone was frightened by Oguro's sudden declaration. Overthrow the Lord's rule. For ordinary people like them, let alone do it, they just don't dare to think about it. The old mayor took the initiative to persuade and said, "Well, Oguro, the pirates have been eliminated and we are safe. There is no need to take such a big risk." Everyone also agreed. Obviously they don't dare to do such a big job of rebellion. Didn't you see that the dragons of the Revolutionary Army were all labeled as the most vicious criminals in the world and had no choice but to flee everywhere? When Oguro heard this, he sneered disdainfully. "Do you really think it will be safe just by destroying these pirates? The pirates are gone, of course we are safe." Someone whispered. "Ha ha." Oguro sneered disdainfully. Without this batch of pirates, can't Chigurot find another batch? Anyway, he doesn't have to spend money, he can just get it from your house. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed instantly. I have to say that what Oguro said is very likely to become reality. Without giving them time to react, Oguro immediately added another blow and said, moreover, you have killed the pirate leader he selected. Without this money tree, do you think that petty lord will pretend that nothing happened? At this moment, everyone's heart felt cold. Many people are regretting why they wanted to take action just now. Let's go. At this time, a group of childish voices sounded. It's the children supported by Oguro. That is, his cheap subordinates. Brother Oguro, let's go with you. That guy Chigurot killed our parents, why can he continue to dominate on this island? I don't accept it. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Children's thoughts are the simplest. Listening to their voices full of hatred, and thinking of their relatives and friends who had died in silence not long ago, the bloody passion in the hearts of all the adults was finally aroused. FK, you did it. A dead fat pig. If he doesn't want us to live, why should we let him live? You're right. We're just trying to survive. We're right. Done. Finally, a torrent gradually formed and rushed towards Chiguro's manor. In a huge manor, Chigurot was counting happily with his account book. With the harvest this time, it's almost enough to buy a higher-level noble title. I really have to thank these untouchables. Chigurot imagined in his mind. The territory and residents are just tools for him to make money, and he doesn't care about life or death. Boom. Suddenly there was a huge roar outside the gate. The startled Chigurot fell from his chair and said in panic, "What's wrong? What happened?" A bodyguard hurriedly ran in. Lord, those small town residents rushed in, shouting to avenge their relatives. There are hundreds of them. What? How dare those untouchables? Chigurot was shocked and angry. Kill them all. Obviously, the matter of arranging pirate plunder has been exposed. Then these untouchables can no longer stay. Chigurot is full of confidence in his bodyguard. Because he was afraid of death, he paid a high price to equip all his members with muskets. It's not easy to deal with a group of ordinary civilians. Bang! Sure enough, a gunshot was heard in the yard. I think this farce will be over soon. Chigurot thought proudly. However, the next second, a panicked shout sounded from the yard. After about a few seconds, the entire courtyard became completely quiet. And the gunshot never sounded again. Boom. The next moment, the door to Chiguro's study was forcibly opened. Chapter 6 Grand Prize. Kuchiki Rukia. Ora walked into the study with his Zanpakuto, glanced at Chigurot and asked, "Are you Chigurot?" Chigurot directly took out a pistol encrusted with gems and shouted at Ora fiercely. "How dare you untouchables break into my mansion? Lousy is the lord of the entire Papaloco Island. Believe it or not, Lousy will kill your whole family." Ora didn't react at all to Chiguro's threat. He just nodded to himself, "As long as it's you." Chigurot felt something bad in his heart and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a burst of smoke from the muzzle of the gun, but the bullet shot into the wall, and Ora's figure disappeared from his eyes. The next second, he was grabbed by the back of the neck like a cat and lifted up. Ora had already appeared behind him. Before Chigurot could react, Ora swung his right hand fiercely. Snap! Chiguro's fat body directly smashed the window and fell heavily from the second floor into the courtyard. Ahem! Chigurot got up in disgrace and saw a group of residents holding kitchen knives, hose and other things, surrounding him with fierce looks on their faces. "What do you untouchables want to do? Murdering the Lord is a serious crime. If the kingdom finds out, you will all die." The pistol flew away to nowhere. Without the weapon, Chigurot lost his confidence and tried to scare away the residents with words. "HMPH. Chigurot, you colluded with pirates and killed so many people. If I keep you, I don't know how many more people will die in the future. For our own safety, you must die today." Oguro was keenly aware that some residents were frightened and wanted to retreat, so he immediately took the initiative to speak. When everyone heard this, they immediately reacted. Yes. They were lucky enough not to die this time, but what about next time? What about next time? Keeping Chigurot is keeping a time bomb. Seeing the murderous intent in the residents' eyes getting stronger and stronger, Chigurot panicked completely. He shouted, I am a serious nobleman. I have to go to the kingdom every year to report on my duties. You can't hide it. Before he finished speaking, Chigurote was picked up by Aura, and then Oguro slashed him with a knife. Chiguro's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to attack him. Oguro stared into his eyes coldly and said solemnly, "Don't worry, the kingdom will receive a report that Paparoko Island was plundered by pirates, and Lord Chigurote resisted bravely, but unfortunately died in battle. You will become a hero spread throughout the kingdom." After saying that, Oguro threw away the long knife in his hand. This is not his Zanpakuto, but a long sword picked up from those fake pirates. If Chigurote died on this knife, then his words will become true. Hearing Oguro's sarcastic words, Chigurote was completely desperate. These untouchables even thought of excuses in advance. Immediately, Chigurote opened his eyes angrily and was overwhelmed by the angry residents. After dealing with this lord who was seeking wealth and murder, Oguro dusted his hands and said, "Chigurote reminded me of something he said. After all, he is the lord of Paparoko Island. Now that he is dead, someone needs to fill his vacancy." Before everyone could react, they saw Yamada Hanadoro step forward and said loudly, "Lord Oguro personally killed the old lord who did evil things, and he was also the pirate he ordered to eliminate. I think it is most appropriate for Lord Oguro to take over the position of lord." Aura immediately echoed, "Yes. I think so too. Lord Oguro is a well-deserved candidate." Only then did the town residents realize. What Oguro really wants is to become the lord of Paparoko Island. Some people subconsciously want to object. How old is Oguro after all? How can he be a lord? Buzz. But before they could speak, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly came. It was as if a giant mountain towering over the sky was pressing heavily on their shoulders. Yamada Hanadoro looked at everyone with an indifferent expression and said, "Please consider it carefully and give the most fair answer." Official-level spiritual pressure poured out of him without reservation. Becoming the lord of Paparoko Island is the most important plan of Lord Soul King at this stage. We must not let these mortals interfere with it. Aura stood aside, one hand also resting on his Zanpakuto. There was no movement on Oguro's face, he just watched silently. He never imagined that his path to becoming a king would be approved by everyone. Among New World's 4 emperors, which one gained such a large territory by relying on others' recognition? Strength is the greatest reliance. Regardless of whether these residents agree or not, he will determine the position of lord. He has already demonstrated his power. If there is someone who still doesn't know what to do, he can only ask this person to leave Paparoko Island. Gouda. Everyone swallowed hard. They had just seen clearly how Yamada Hanadoro and Aura cleaned up Chiguro's bodyguards. Just for a moment, everyone fell in a pool of blood. The musket in hand didn't even have time to fire a second shot. If we were to deal with them, it would be easier, right? Everyone can rest assured. At this time, Oguro's voice suddenly sounded. As a lord, not only will there be no such thing as fake pirates, but if real pirates attack in the future, my subordinates will be responsible for destroying the pirates and protecting the safety of all of you. This is what a lord should really do, isn't it? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The strength of Yamada Hanadoro is obvious to all. If they had their protection, ordinary pirates would definitely be no match. Calculating it this way, accepting the rule of a strong man like Oguro is not without benefits. We would like to regard Mr. Oguro as our lord. As one person took the lead to express his position, the others also expressed their agreement. At this moment, a systematic voice came from Oguro's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission and conquering a territory with force. You will be rewarded with an epic lottery ticket. Oguro's face suddenly became happy. The epic lottery ticket allows him to draw a free lottery ticket in the purple card pool. In other words, he can draw another Shinigami who is above the official level. The strength is directly doubled. After getting recognition from the residents, Oguro asked Yamada Hanadoro to do the aftermath work, and he couldn't wait to run home to prepare for the lottery. Oh, Oguro washed his hands carefully, rubbed them vigorously, prayed devoutly to Gotei, and then summoned the system. System, draw the purple epic card pool. Another burst of familiar special effects. A dazzling purple light condensed into a card in front of Oguro's eyes. A beautiful black-haired girl appeared on the card. Name: Kuchiki Rukia. Zanpakuto. Soda no Shirayuki. Ryutsu. Vice Captain level. Position: Deputy Captain of the 13th Division. Quote, "Oh, won the jackpot." Although Kuchiki Rukia is only at the Vice Captain level now, she has the potential to become a Captain-level Shinigami. In the original book, after she learned Bankai, her abilities were as strong as a large natural disaster. Moreover, her Zanpakuto ability is ice, which gives her an inherent advantage in the world of One Piece. In a word, this lottery is very profitable. It is equivalent to drawing a golden legend from the purple epic card pool. Chapter 7 Going to sea for the first time. Call. Oguro shouted impatiently. An extremely bright purple star appeared in front of Oguro, more than twice the size of the one that summoned Yamada Hanadoro. Oguro even saw a flickering golden light from inside. As expected of the vice captain, even the special effects are different. Soon, the light faded away, and Kuchiki appeared in front of Oguro in a Death Tyrant outfit. The deputy captain of the 13th Division, Kuchiki Rukia, pays homage to the Soul King. Rukia, who received a noble education from the Kuchiki family since she was a child, has a certain elegance in her behavior. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. "Yeah. Get up. Go to the mayor and ask him to prepare a boat for me. Then Ora will stay behind and you and Yamada Hanadoro will go to sea with me." Yes. Kuchiki immediately took the order and left. With Kuchiki Rukia, the Shinigami vice captain who is good at fighting, some of Oguro's plans can finally be put into motion ahead of schedule. After Kuchiki left, Oguro brought up the system interface. Host: Sid Oguro. Identity: Spirit King. Divine Kingdom Template. Soul Society. Kingdom of God Level 1. Territory Scope: Paparoko Island. Territory Population: 5,631. Abilities: Ryutsu Normal Level, Kendo Normal Level, White Hits Entry Level, Shunpo Normal Level, Kido Normal Level. Zanpakuto: Gen Awakened Hisagomaru, Soda no Shirayuki. Subordinates: Kuchiki Rukia, Epic Level, Yamada Hanadoro, Epic Level, Aura, Rare Level, Normal Level 24. Achievement Points: 1038. As expected of the Vice Captain's gift, all Zukis, except White Hits, have entered the normal level. Now Oguro is a qualified Shinigami even in Soul Society. Half a day later, Kuchiki Rukia came back. Report to the Soul King, the ship is ready. It can set off at any time. Oguro nodded and came to the town dock. This is a small cargo ship that goes out to buy and sell goods in the town. It is not fast, but it is safer. Sir Oguro, do you need some manpower? The mayor asked awkwardly. It was originally thought that Okuro's only subordinates were Yamada Hanadoro and Aura. Unexpectedly, another Kuchiki appeared right after. The kind of elegance and power that comes naturally makes the mayor who has seen countless people feel frightened. Nobles. Real top nobility. Even these people are under the command of Ogu Luo, and the mayor and others dare not question Ogu Luo's identity as a lord. No need. Oguro waved his hand, rejecting the mayor's kindness. What he went out to do this time was not convenient to be leaked to too many people. Going to sea for the first time, Oguro was a little excited at first. But after a few days of endless sea water, his enthusiasm disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he turned to practice his armed domineering attitude towards a stone on the boat. This was specially brought up by him, because he felt that his armed domination was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. On this day, Oguro was concentrating on hammering rocks. Yamada Hanadoro, who was in charge of driving the boat, suddenly shouted, "Lord Soul King, I saw Koko Nishi village. Is it finally here?" Oguro stopped practicing and let out a sigh of relief. Kuchiki Rukia on the side immediately handed over a clean towel. Oguro looked at the island gradually emerging in the distance, his eyes moving slightly. Koko Nishi village, the hometown of Nami, the protagonist of One Piece. They should now be under the reign of terror of the dragon pirates. This year is 1521 in the Haiyuan calendar. According to the time, Koko West Village will be saved by Luffy next year. But Oguro wasn't going to bother the future One Piece. The reason is simple: he wants to take Nami under his wing. In the world of One Piece, especially the Great Waterway, a place with a weird climate, no outstanding navigator would definitely be blind. If you want to build a supreme kingdom of God, you will have to go to the Great Channel sooner or later, so Nami is a necessary talent. As for One Piece, no matter how bad they are all day long, they are the lucky ones in this world. Even without Nami, he would have no problem going to sea. Didn't you know that he is a green-haired fan who can make a career in the New World just by luck? It's a big departure. Soon, the cargo ship stopped at the pier of Kokoyashi village. A man wearing a police hat walked over and asked, "What do you guys want to do in our Kokoyashi village?" Oguro glanced at him and recognized him as the village policeman of Kokoyashi village, Aegean. To Nami, he is like a father. "Hello, I'm in Lower Oguro. I came to Koko West village to replenish some supplies. Do you have any fruit sellers here? Oranges are the best," Oguro asked elegantly. At this moment, he has changed into the Spirit King's great command given by the system. Although his appearance is a little childish, the noble temperament from the inside out makes Aegean dare not look directly. He stuttered a little, "My name is Aegean, and I am the village policeman of Kokoyashi village. There is an orange seller in our village, but I don't know." Before Aegean could finish speaking, a voice forcibly intervened. "My house sells oranges, and we have the best oranges in the whole village. Go to my house and buy them." I saw a girl with short orange hair running out of nowhere and excitedly selling to Oguro. Seeing the person coming, Oguro raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It is indeed Nami. He just remembered that Nami's family planted a lot of orange trees, so he deliberately asked to buy oranges, hoping that Aegean could take him there. Unexpectedly, Nami delivered it to my door by herself. "In that case, let's go to your house and have a look," Oguro said. Aegean had no objection. He has taken great care of Nami's family, so of course he will not harm their good deeds. Nami led Oguro and others towards his home, occasionally glancing at Oguro secretly along the way. Don't get me wrong, she was not attracted by Oguro's appearance or anything else, but she was eyeing the Spirit King's great uniform. As a system product, it is a dress exclusive to the Soul King. Both materials and workmanship are top-notch. If this dress were sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Nami's eyes were shining and her saliva was almost drooling. Because of her agreement with Eren, she is now running around every day for a ransom of 100 million belly. If you can steal this big weapon, you can collect 100 million belly in no time. Upon noticing Nami's shining eyes, Oguro suddenly smiled in his heart. Taken the bait, he purposely wore this piece of clothing just waiting for Nami to steal it. At that time, he will have reason to intervene in the matter between Koko Nishimura and the Dragon Pirates. When we arrived at Nami's house, a tall woman with blue hair came out. It was Nami's sister Nokigao. "Najigao, this is the customer I found. He's here to buy our oranges," Nami said proactively. Nokigao was very happy and immediately led the three Oguro to the orange orchard to pick the best oranges for them. At this time, Nami, who had ulterior motives, quietly slipped away. No need to guess, she must be planning something. Sure enough, after Nojiko spent an hour or two selecting a sufficient amount of oranges, Nami appeared in the orange orchard again. She smiled at Oguro with a flattering look on her face and said, "Master, it's rare for our family to have such a big customer like you. Please stay for a casual meal." Chapter 8 Thief Cat Nami. Although Nuo Chigao was surprised that his sister was so enthusiastic all of a sudden, he also agreed, "Yes. Guest, the time is just right, you might as well finish your meal before leaving." Oguro pretended to think for a moment, nodded and said, "Then it's better to be respectful than to obey." Several people came to the house. Oguro glanced at the dining table and suddenly understood. The meal is spaghetti bolognese and steak. There's so much sauce inside that it's easy to stain your clothes when you eat it. Oguro raised his lips slightly. Nami really put a lot of thought into it. He cooperated very cooperatively and took off his coat and handed it to Kuchiki to put away. Nami immediately took the initiative with bright eyes. "Guests, please sit down first. I will pack your clothes for you." Because she had been specially told in advance, Kuchiki did not refuse, but politely said, "Thank you." Then Nami carefully folded the Spirit King's great way, wrapped it in a clean cloth, and placed it with the oranges and other goods. During the meal, Oguro pretended to be unintentional and asked about the situation in Koko West Village. Because of the dragon pirates, Nokigao and Nami were vague and perfunctory. During this period, Nami went to the restroom, and actually secretly changed the package containing the Spirit King's subordinate. She thought she was doing everything perfectly, but in fact, the three Oguro people saw it clearly. Kuchiki frowned slightly. If Oguro hadn't secretly stopped her, she would have killed Nami with a knife. Coveting the Spirit King's things is an unforgivable felony. He should be executed on the spot. Oguro happily continued eating. Just by putting the big commando in Nami's hands and turning it around, he can exchange it for a genius navigator. He would like to do this kind of transaction many times. After finishing the meal, Nami put the empty parcels and oranges on the trolley in advance so that Oguro would not have to bother to change the big ones. I'm so smart. Nami, who knew nothing, was secretly proud. Oguro pretended not to know and returned to the ship. Kuchiki couldn't help but said, "Lord Soul King, I'll go get your great subordinate." Oguro waved his hand, "No hurry. Let the boat go first. Watch the boat leave the dock and gradually disappear into the horizon." Nami emerged from the corner of the pier. "Hey. It's good to go. Send the treasure to Eren quickly and let everyone be free." Nami ran home, quietly dug out his buried treasure from the orange orchard, put it on a cart, and rushed towards the dragon pirates' headquarters. But Nami didn't see it. In the sky not far away, two figures stood in the air, looking at him from a distance. Not long after the ship departed, Oguro and Kuchiki flew back to the island using Shunpo. In the world of One Piece, flying is a rare ability. But in the Shinigami world, any qualified Shinigami can condense spiritual seeds into the soles of their feet as a cornerstone and gain the ability to fly freely. I have to say, this is a huge advantage. Oguro looked at Nami's back and thought to himself, it turns out that Eren colluded with Colonel Mouse to destroy Nami's plan to redeem her freedom. But this time there is no preparation. What will Eren do? After about half a day, Nami finally pushed the trolley to its destination, Eren Paradise. Nami, what are you doing here? The fishman at the gate recognized Nami and asked doubtfully. I'm here to redeem everyone's freedom. I've prepared a treasure of 100 million belly. Nami has never been so confident. Obviously, the gatekeeper knew that Eren had no intention of fulfilling the contract. But Nami collected the ransom in advance, which disrupted their plan. He could only ask Nami to wait outside and go in to notify Eren. A shark fishman nearly 3 meters tall with a mouth full of serrated teeth sat on the only chair. As the most ferocious pirate in the East Daxia Sea, Eren's reward is a full 20 million belly. Brother Eren, what should we do? Do we really want to return Coco West Village to Nami? Kruby, the leader of the dragon pirates, asked in a deep voice. Eren tapped his head with his fingers and said with a troubled look, it's really troublesome. Sure enough, I still have to pay it back. Who makes me a trustworthy fish man? Let Nami come in. He said it nicely, but when the other fishmen saw the sinister smile on Eren's face, they knew that he must be holding back some evil. So he sneered and brought Nami in. Eren, this is the promised treasure of 100 million belly. Our Kokoyasi village will be free from today. Nami opened the wooden box, and the various gold, silver, jewelry and Baileys inside immediately blinded the eyes of all the Murlocs. The corners of Eren's mouth rose, as expected of Nami. You collected the money so quickly. Then I'll accept it. Eren waved his left hand, and Shauba, the octopus and fish man, carried away the wooden box. Our Koko Nishi village is free, right? Nami confirmed again excitedly. That's right. You are free now. Eren had a bright smile on his face. Great. Nami clenched her fists and almost cried. After persisting for so long, she finally did it. However, Eren's next words completely stunned her. Kroby, there is a village near us that is not under our rule. Remember to go there tomorrow and let them know who is the ruler of this land. And collect the money by the way. Kroby suddenly showed a cruel smile. I understand, Boss Eren. Nami's face instantly turned pale. She rushed to Eren's side, grabbed him by the collar and roared. A-hole, didn't you promise to give us our freedom as long as we raise 100 million belly? Eren tilted his head and glanced at this weak human girl, with a proud smile on his face. Of course, haven't I already given you your freedom? I just let my men occupy new territory. This does not conflict with our deal. A-hole, you're kidding me. Nami, who fell into madness, punched Eren on the head, but Eren threw him away. The natural wrist strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. Ordinary people without training have no power to fight back in front of fishmen, let alone Nami, a girl in her teens. Boom! Nami fell hard to the ground, and her body seemed to fall apart. Eren laughed proudly and said, "Nami, our deal still stands. As long as you bring 100 million belly, I will give you another day of freedom, ha ha ha." Boom! Nami was thrown out of the gate of Eren Paradise. Inside the door was the fishman's extremely wild laughter. Nami's eyes were dull, and she walked away like a zombie. She didn't know where else she could go. They agreed to give everyone their freedom, but not only did they not get their freedom, but their treasures were also taken away. How can she have the nerve to go back to Cocoa West Village? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, "Miss Nami, can you give me my big subordinate?" Nami looked up and saw the 2 people who had been buying oranges at her house appeared in front of her. She smiled miserably. "Sorry, the thing is no longer in my hands." Clang! Kuchiki Rukia directly pulled out the Soda no Shirayuki and put it on Nami's neck. "I'm warning you, Lord Spirit King is easy to talk to, but I don't have such a good temper." Nami laughed out loud, smiling, tears falling silently from the corners of her eyes. "It doesn't matter. Just kill me. Anyway, everything I have is gone." Chapter 9 Murlocs are actually very weak. At this moment, Nami was completely devastated. The dragon pirates broke their promise, and Koko Nishi village will never be free again. "I had worked hard for so long and almost risked my life, but it all turned out to be a joke." Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Oguro signaled Kuchiki to put Soda no Shirayuki away. He looked at Nami condescendingly and said, "Since you can't take out my great subordinate, then take it back to Cocoa West Village and let everyone discuss how to deal with you." After speaking, he didn't wait for Nami to respond. Kuchiki Rukia grabbed Nami, and the 2 used Shunpo and quickly returned to Cocoa Nishi village. Before Nami could recover, Nochigao, Aegean and a group of villagers from Kokoyashi village were called to the door of Nami's house. "Police Aegean village. I came here to buy oranges with good intentions, but Nami stole my tangerine and refused to return it. What are you going to do?" Oguro looked at Aegean with an unfriendly expression, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on Aegean's face. "If it is an ordinary thief, just let the thief pay compensation. But everyone in Cocoa West Village knows that Nami steals things to redeem everyone's freedom. In this case, they couldn't let Nami take the responsibility alone. Well, we will find a way to get it together for you," Aegean said to Oguro cautiously. Oguro smiled slightly. "Okay, that big hat is not expensive, just 20 million belly." 20 million. Aegean was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of clothes are these? So expensive. In fact, 20 million is already the result of Oguro's discounts and discounts. This is a product produced by the system. It is a unique treasure in the world of One Piece. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. Don't believe it. Oguro patted Nami on the shoulder. "You know the truth, tell them whether what I said is true." The dejected Nami glanced at the villagers and said coldly, "You don't have to chip in. I will figure out how to save the money myself. The people of Kokoyashi village may not even be able to pay the 100,000 Baileys monthly payment to the dragon pirates, let alone the 20 million Baileys in compensation. I have failed to bring freedom to everyone, so how can I add such a huge burden to them?" "Ha, that's not a bad tone. What do you want to pay for 20 million belly?" Kuchiki Rukia sneered and pulled out Soda no Shirayuki fiercely. "I think you'd better die to apologize." "Wait a moment." Feeling Kuchiki Rukia's fierce murderous intent, Takaru plopped and begged in a doge seat posture without hesitation. "Please spare this child. This child had to steal for the sake of our entire village. We will definitely try our best to get you enough compensation." Following Aegean's words, the other villagers also knelt down one after another. "What nonsense are you talking about? What does my matter have to do with you? Don't be so sentimental about me." Nami was anxious and tried hard to break free, but was suppressed firmly by Kuchiki Rukia's hand. Oguro pretended not to know anything and said, "It seems you have a lot of stories here. If you don't mind telling me about it." Taken, who knew everything, began to tell about the dragon pirates. Although Oguro knew these things clearly in his previous life, he could only pretend to have heard about them for the first time at this time. We originally thought that we could use ostracism and discussed to make Nami leave with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, this kid, even if he is insulted by everyone, still has to fulfill the deal with Eren. Aegean looked at Nami, his eyes full of distress. Nami shed tears. She originally thought that the people in the village really hated her, because she joined the dragon pirates who destroyed the village. I didn't expect that they were arranging a way out for me. I'm sorry, everyone. Nami kept crying. I couldn't redeem everyone's freedom. It's okay, Nami. Everyone knows you've tried your best. Jien comforted softly. The villagers also gathered around Nami, with tears in everyone's eyes. At some point, Kuchiki Rukia had put the Soda no Shirayuki back into its scabbard. She cannot easily wield a knife against these suffering people. Do you want to be free? Suddenly, Oguro's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone suddenly raised their heads. Just listen to Ogu Luo calmly saying, "It's just a group of pirates, and destroying them is just a matter of raising my hand. Moreover, I have to get the big subordinate back." Nami shook his head vigorously and said, "Impossible. The natural wrist strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. No one can defeat these fishmen. Eren is the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea, a full 20 million belly. For these people in the East Daxia Sea, the weakest sea, the fishmen are completely invincible." Oguro chuckled. "Nami, the world is very broad. If the fishmen are really invincible, how come there is still a world government? The fishmen would have ruled the world long ago. Along's bunch of losers can only hide in the East Daxia Sea and bully ordinary people like you. But Eren and the others are really scary." Nami mumbled stumblingly. Oguro's words undoubtedly had a huge impact on Nami's worldview. But the shadow left by the dragon pirates on her was too great, and it was difficult for Nami to accept the fact that Eren was weak. On the contrary, Aegean reacted very quickly, and immediately said another Tuxiazao. "Please, sir, destroy the dragon pirates for us." However, Oguro smiled slightly and asked calmly, "Why?" As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became quiet. "Yes, why? You know, someone from his own village stole his great subordinate. Why let others take action?" At this time, Nami came to Oguro and hit his head heavily on the ground with a thud. "As long as you can destroy the dragon pirates, I'll do whatever you want." When Oguro saw this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The plan to recruit Nami is accomplished. But, not enough. Oguro's voice was unusually cold. "You stole my things and you should let me handle it. It's not enough for me to take action in exchange for it. Then what else do you want?" Aegean asked eagerly. Oguro looked around, looked at the expectant eyes of the villagers, and finally said the biggest goal of this trip. "It's very simple. From today on, Kokoyasi village is included in my territory. It is reasonable for me to protect the residents of my territory. Recruiting Nami is very important. But the most important thing is to improve the level of the Kingdom of God." At this time, because the entire Papaloko Island belonged to Oguro, there was also the addition of Kuchiki Rukia, the vice-captain. Now he can get 10 fixed achievement points and 4 additional achievement points every day, doubling the total. But 10 fixed achievement points is already the upper limit of the first-level Kingdom of God. If he wants to get more, he must upgrade the Kingdom of God. Therefore, he focused on Koko West Village. A place like this ruled by evil pirates is undoubtedly the best place to expand territory. The villagers were stunned for a moment. Their first reaction after hearing this was that Oguro wanted to replace the dragon pirates and continue their highly exploitative rule. Oguro saw through their thoughts at a glance and sneered, "Don't worry. I don't care about your little money. When will Kokoyasi village be as prosperous as the capital of Seven Waters? We will discuss the tax issue again. Our goal is to build a country without oppression, equality and friendliness. If you are willing to join, we will protect you. If you are not willing, we will not force you." Oguro wants to establish the Kingdom of God, but he won't rush to ask people to join him. "We do," Aegean shouted without hesitation. No matter what Oguro said is true or false. At least under human rule, they no longer have to worry about being killed by murlocs. Anyway, the result won't be worse. Chapter 10 Suppression of Air in Paradise. Very good. Oguro showed a satisfied smile. Then I will deal with the dragon pirates first. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the figures of Oguro and Kuchiki disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone was sure that the two of them were really not ordinary people. Perhaps, they can really end the dragon pirates' reign of terror. Hope sprouts in everyone's heart. Air in Paradise. The two Oguro suddenly appeared in front of the gate, startling the fishman responsible for guarding the gate. Hey, you two, who let you get close to here? Get out of here, the unknown fish man said fiercely. These Murlocs under Aaron are all loyal believers in Murloc supremacy. In their eyes, human beings are weak and lowly and only worthy of being enslaved by them. Oguro didn't say a word. Kuchiki Rukia's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and she pulled out the Soda no Shirayuki directly. Anyone who offends the Spirit King shall be beheaded. Puff. The fishman didn't see clearly how Kuchiki took action. I just felt a flash of silver light before my eyes, my head flew out, and blood spurted out like a pillar. The vice captain of the Gotei 13 is at least as capable as a lieutenant general of the Marine headquarters. Dealing with these Murlocs is like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. In Aaron's paradise, Aaron's nose twitched a few times, and his face instantly darkened. As a shark fishman, he was very sensitive to the smell of blood and immediately sensed that something was going on outside the gate. Just as I was about to send someone out to check, I heard a loud bang. The huge gate of Aaron Paradise was cut off by Kuchiki Rukia with a knife and smashed into the house next to it. The huge sound alarmed the entire dragon pirates, and within a few seconds, the two of them were surrounded by dozens of fishmen. Humans, you are so courageous. You actually dare to kill our great fishmen. Aaron's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the headless body outside the door. Get them. I will let them taste every torture in this world and die in the deepest pain. Following Aaron's order, all the fishmen rushed towards the two men. Kuchiki looked slightly stern, and a shunpo at her feet disappeared from everyone. The next second, the sword flashed. The fish man who rushed at the front was instantly killed. And Kuchiki Rukia kept moving through the crowd of fish like lightning. Swinging the Soda no Shirayuki rapidly in his hand, he could easily harvest the lives of fishmen like Shinigami's sickle. A-hole, how can humans be so strong? Krubi, the leader of the dragon pirates, roared in a low voice. Seeing Kuchiki Rukia killing everyone in the crowd of fish, Kroabi rolled his eyes and turned his attention to Oguro, who was standing quietly aside. Judging from the performance of the two of them just now, the young man's status is obviously higher than that of the woman. As long as we can capture him, we may be able to force Kuchiki to stop. Compared with the fierce Kuchiki Rukia, this weak boy is obviously easier to deal with. Krubi moved his steps and rushed towards Oguro with murderous intent. Oguro raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Want to capture the thief first? It's a good idea, however, with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Seeing Oguro standing there blankly, Krubi thought he was frightened, with a proud look in his eyes. Got it. Human beings are indeed a group of weak creatures, only worthy to be the slave of the great fish man. However, just when he was just one step away from Oguro, Oguro suddenly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Krub's head. Hado number 4, White Thunder. Bah! Pure spiritual pressure gathered at his fingertips, and a white thunderbolt 2 fingers thick suddenly shot out. What? At such a close distance, Krubi had no time to react. In his horrified gaze, the white thunder instantly pierced Krubi's forehead, leaving a bright blood hole from the front and back. Damn it, are you a person with abilities? Seeing this scene, Aaron was shocked. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, he had also braved the Great Channel, so he naturally knew that there were people with devil fruit abilities in this world. Okuro's Kido is naturally regarded as his devil fruit ability by him. Damn it, how could there be such a strong person in the East Daxia Sea? Aaron already had a hint of retreat in his heart at this moment. It is precisely because of fear of these truly strong men that he retreats to the weakest place in the East Daxia Sea to dominate. Now that he was facing the nightmare of the past again, the fear hidden deep in his heart immediately came out. A-hole, how dare you kill Krubi? A fish man with thick lips and a strange blush on his face roared. The next second, A basketball-sized water bomb suddenly spit out from his mouth and shot towards Oguro like a cannonball. Oguro swayed and used Shunpo to dodge a few meters away. Bang! The water bomb exploded on the ground, leaving a shallow pit. Oguro's face also became ugly. From his perspective, the so-called attack by the fishman was spitting at him. Although it didn't cause any harm, it was very disgusting. I remember your name was Ju, right? Oguro quickly recalled the identity of this fishman. The leader of the dragon pirates, the kissing fishman with a bounty of 5.5 million, chirp. His ability is to spit out water like bullets to attack. Didn't your mother teach you to be civilized and not to spit anywhere? Oguro said with a look of disgust. Go to hell. Ju spat out a water bomb again. This time the volume of the water bomb was more than double that of the previous one. It's not over, right? Oguro was angry, raised his right hand with a gloomy face, and a majestic and solemn chant came from his mouth. O Lord, masks of flesh and blood, all things, flying high, bearing the name of humanity. Heat and chaos, rolling southward across the sea, marching forward. Hado no. 31. Red Cannon. Bear. A giant great fireball with a diameter of more than half a meter quickly formed in front of Oguro's palm, and blasted past the water bombs. Zitsa. The moment it hit the red artillery, the water bomb was burned into nothingness, but the red artillery did not shrink at all. Before Ju could react, the roaring red cannon had already hit him hard. Boom! The blazing flame exploded instantly, and Chu was burned into a pile of coke before he even had time to scream. Eren broke out in cold sweat when he saw this. In one confrontation, he killed 2 of his cadres. None of these 2 people in front of me is easy to mess with. Ah! The screams continued, and Kuchiki Rukia was still harvesting the lives of the dragon pirates wantonly. No fishman can withstand a blow from her. Eren knew he could no longer hesitate. In just such a short time, his pirate group has already been reduced by half. Thinking of this, Eren dove into the pool behind him without hesitation. The next second, the inside of the pool began to tremble gradually. The huge water flow gathered into a ball and suddenly rushed out of the pool, standing like a huge water dragon in the air. Emloculent Jujutsu Big Tide. Eren was suspended in the middle of the water, with a ferocious sneer on his face. As fishmen, the water is their home ground. Therefore, he deliberately built several huge pools in Eren Paradise, which were connected to the sea. It can not only help them fight, but also facilitate their escape at any time. And because it is sea water, this move is even more effective for the ability user in front of Tionk. Human, please remember this. In the sea, fish people are the real kings. Rumble. The huge water flow covered the sky and the sun, crushing towards Oguro. Chapter 11. The Dragon Pirates, destroyed. Glancing at the water flow that was almost as high as the top of the mountain, Oguro raised his right hand. Hado number 4. White Thunder. The same move, but this time Oguro used stronger spiritual pressure. White thunderbolts as thick as the palm of your hand gathered at the fingertips, roaring and shooting towards Eren's head. Bang! The water flow was instantly penetrated, but Eren twisted his body to avoid the thunder. Witnessing Oguro killing 2 of his subordinates with his fruit power, how could Eren be unprepared? In the water, the fishman's flexibility has at least doubled, and he can easily dodge. When the blow missed, Eren took the opportunity to push the water with both hands and roared, "Go to hell." The turbulent water waves fell head-on, like a tsunami that covered the sky and covered the sun. In front of the huge waves, the human figure looks so small. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki. At this moment, a clear female voice came. Kuchiki Rukia stood in front of Oguro with a shunpo, and the Zanpakuto in her hand turned snow-white with the shikai, crystal clear and natural. A long ribbon fluttered from the end, lingering around Kuchiki Rukia. First dance Yubai. Kuchiki Rukia wielded Sota no Shirayuki, and the tip of the sword drew a circle in front of her, including most of Arlong Paradise. The next moment, the biting cold air rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the world within this circle was completely frozen. Most of Eren's paradise, including the water flow controlled by Eren, was reduced to a huge ice sculpture at this moment. Those fishmen who were lucky enough not to be killed completely lost their lives the moment they were frozen. Lord Spirit King, All enemies have been eliminated. Kuchiki put away her knife and knelt on one knee in front of Oguro. With her strength, Shikai was not needed to deal with Eren and the others. But in front of her, the vice-captain of the 13th Division, letting Oguro get even a drop of water on his body would be a serious dereliction of duty. So she decided to solve everyone in the most straightforward way. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. It's great to have strong subordinates. This move feels no weaker than General Aokiji's Ice Age. When he summons all the captains, the 3 marine generals and the 4 emperors are all scum. Take Eren's head off and give it to the people in Koko West Village. Oguro said calmly. Kokoyashi Village, Nami and others are still gathered in the open space. Suddenly, Nami shouted, "Back!" Everyone turned around and saw the 2 of them standing at the intersection at some point. Kuchiki shook her right hand, and Eren's head rolled to everyone's feet. There is no more dragon pirates in this world. Oguro's voice was calm, as if he said he killed a mosquito casually. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, they reacted and burst into tears of joy. Great, we are finally free. Ooh, Mom, finally we won't be killed. Everyone cried and laughed. It was the joy of surviving the disaster. After letting everyone vent for a while, Oguro said slowly, Eren is dead, and our previous agreement should be fulfilled. Only then did the people in Kokoyashi village become quiet. According to the previous agreement, Oguro is now their lord. It was Aegean who reacted the fastest. He took the lead in kneeling down on one knee to salute Oguro. I've met the Lord. Everyone quickly followed suit and saluted Oguro one after another. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Oguro's mind. Congratulations to host for conquering a new territory by force and gaining 100 achievement points. Congratulations to host for raising the level of the Kingdom of God to level 2 and receiving the reward, World Crossing Gate. 10-man guards. When Oguro heard this, he was immediately ecstatic. Originally, he was worried that his 2 territories were separated by a sea, making it inconvenient to travel between them. Now with the World Crossing Gate, everything is solved. The World Traveling Gate in the original work is a device that travels between the real world and the Soul Society. This system reward has been improved and can travel back and forth between any 2 anchored coordinates in the One Piece world. And these 10 guards are 10 Shinigami whose strength has not reached the standard of the Gotei 13th team. Although there are Zanpakutos, they are all shallow attacks without a real name, and cannot be Shikai. Their strength is about the same as the Petty Officer First Class of the Marine Headquarters. Now that my territory has increased, it can be used to maintain security in the territory. Both rewards are timely. Oguro asked everyone to stand up and said to Nami, Nami, we agreed, now you are at my disposal. I understand. Since you have given us our freedom, I will not complain if you want to kill or cut into pieces. At this moment, Nami was completely relieved. Others wanted to plead for mercy, but they had just been granted freedom by Oguro and now they were not qualified to speak. Amid everyone's uneasiness, Oguro said with a smile, from today on, Nami, you are my chief navigator. Nami's eyes widened. Just, that's it. Looking at Nami's dull look, Oguro frowned slightly. Why, you don't want to? It doesn't make sense. Luffy can subdue Nami even when he beats Arlong, so why can't he do it himself? Does it have to be the halo of the protagonist? Only then did Nami react and said quickly, yes, I am willing to serve the Lord. This is not disposal, it is simply reuse. The shrewd Nami knows very well that becoming a confidant of a big man like Oguro will be of great benefit to both her and Koko Nishimura. How could she refuse? Oguro nodded with satisfaction and said, I haven't touched the treasure of the dragon pirates. You can take someone to get it back. This money is enough for you to improve your life. Nami didn't expect that Oguro would actually be willing to return the treasure to them. According to the rules of the sea, those are all Oguro's trophies. At this moment, Nami thought in her mind, maybe, this person will really be a good lord. Congratulations to host, for gaining the allegiance of the golden legendary potential talent Nami. Get the reward. Epic lottery ticket. With Nami's sincere dedication, the system thoughtfully rewarded her. However, after hearing this, Oguro's face fell. System, get out of here. Oguro roared in his head. Explain to me why a golden legendary talent is rewarded with an epic lottery ticket. It stands to reason that if he recruits golden legendary talents, the rewards he receives must at least be legendary lottery tickets. The system said helplessly, "Host, please note that although Nami has the potential to become a golden legendary talent, she is only an epic talent now. So there's nothing wrong with the reward." The corner of Oguro's mouth twitched. According to the system, he will be considered a golden legendary talent only if he recruits Nami from the New World period 2 years later. But at that time, he was already a die-hard fan of Luffy, so what a waste of time to recruit. "I don't care, the system. I finally recruited a golden legend, but the reward you gave me doesn't match at all. You have to make up for it. It's not like you don't know that I am so weak now and there is a shortage of manpower in this world. I might be slaughtered at some point." Bala, nagging for 10 minutes. The system seemed to be annoyed by the noise, and said impatiently, "Okay. The reward cannot be changed. But I can send you a new task and give you some achievement points as a reward." Bite. New tasks arrived. Task name: Improve the management of the Kingdom of God. Task content: The powerful Kingdom of God needs a reasonable management system. Please establish a basic management organization within the existing territory. Task reward: 2,000 achievement points. Oguro was immediately overjoyed. "Although I couldn't exchange for a reward, it would be nice to have some compensation. These 2,000 achievement points are no different than giving them away for free." While everyone in Cocoa West Village went to move the treasure, Oguro hid in Nami's house and prepared for a lottery. Chapter 12: The New Vice Captain. After closing the doors and windows, Oguro called up the system. "System, draw a purple epic prize pool." A purple lottery ticket turned into a stream of light and rushed into the prize pool. But it's a pity that this time the purple stars don't have a little bit of golden light like Kuchiki Rukia. Well, people should not be too greedy. There are not many people with captain potential like Kuchiki Rukia. Oguro explained to himself. Buzz. There was a violent tremor in the void. The next second, a bright purple star appeared in front of Oguro's eyes, and then turned into a card. A gorgeous and charming face appeared in front of Oguro. Name: Matsumoto Rangaku. Strength: Vice Captain level. Position: Deputy Captain of the 10th Division. Ability: Zanpakuto Hineka. Oguro's eyes suddenly lit up. He's actually a Vice Captain. What an unexpected surprise. And now that his territory has increased significantly, he needs people to maintain order. As the Deputy Captain of the 10th Division Patrol Guards, Matsumoto Rangaku just solves the urgent need. Call. The purple cards exploded and finally gathered into human form. Her long wavy orange hair and a little beauty mark on her lips are unforgettable. The lapel of the death-defying outfit was half open, revealing the bottomless majesty. Oguro couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it with his own eyes. It has to be said that in this one-piece world with extremely exaggerated body proportions, Matsumoto Rangaku's capital is still top-notch. Matsumoto Rangaku, Vice Captain of the 10th Division, please see the Soul King. Matsumoto Rangaku knelt down on one knee, and a wonderful wave trembled in front of Okuro's eyes. Good guy, she's not wearing any clothes, is she? Lord Spirit King. He seemed to notice Oguro's strange gaze. Matsumoto Rangaku not only did not avoid him angrily, but instead winked at Okuro playfully. Oguro looked away awkwardly. Ahem. Get up. The system interface will then be brought up. Host: Sid Oguro. Identity: Spirit King. Divine Kingdom Template. Soul Society. Kingdom of God Level 2. Territory Scope: Paparoko Island, Cocoa West Village. Territory Population: 6,271. Abilities: Ryutsu Normal Level, Kendo Normal Level, White Hits Normal Level, Shunpo Normal Level, Kido Elite Level. Zanpakuto. Yuan Awakened Hisagomaru, Soda no Shirayuki, Hineka. Subordinates: Matsumoto Rangaku, Epic Level, Kuchiki Rukia, Epic Level, Yamada Hanaduro, Epic Level, Nami, Epic Level, Aura, Rare Level. Normal Level 36 people. Achievement points: 1275. Although they are both vice captains, the rewards Matsumoto Rangaku brings to Okuro are weaker. However, although judging from the ability column, only White Hits and Kido have been upgraded by 1 level. But in fact, Oguro knew that his strength was more than twice as strong as before. If he had just reached the threshold of an ordinary Shinigami before, now he is only one step away from an elite Shinigami. Oguro estimated that with his current strength, even if he were placed at Marine headquarters, he would be at least a captain. Even with the special ability of Zanpakuto, it is not impossible to defeat the school officer. However, as his strength increases, Oguro will only be able to get rewards from his subordinates who are stronger than him in the future. Afterwards, Oguro summoned the 10-man guard and anchored the coordinates of Koko West Village with the boundary crossing gate. As for the body of the boundary piercing gate, he plans to place it at his base camp, Paparoko Island. At that time, if something happens to Kokoyasi Village, they can quickly provide support. Not long after, Nami and the others returned to Koko West Village with a large sum of treasure. Oguro also came to the open space in the village to join in the fun. After a quick glance, Oguro discovered that the amount of treasure far exceeded 100 million belly. Nami then said, "Lord, these include the treasures Aaron stole from other villages, totaling more than 300 million belly." Oguro also reacted. Although only Koko Nishi village is seen in the original work, in fact there are at least a dozen villages ruled by the dragon pirates. Oguro asked, "How do you want to deal with it?" Nami hesitated for a moment, then said, "We want to return the treasure. After all, they are just like us. It's not easy for them to stay alive." Sure enough, Nami is still the kind-hearted girl in my memory. In the original work, she could not put down her love for Bailey and did not hesitate to spend 200 million Bailey in order to save the mermaid Kemi. That's all the Straw Hat Pirates' savings. No miser would be willing to take it out. But Nami did it. Oguro nodded and said, "Just do it." Seeing that Oguro agreed, Nami immediately happily led people to distribute the treasures. Oguro's heart moved. A village like Koko West Village, isn't that a ready-made territory? "Nami, when you go to return the treasure, let Rukia go with you," Oguro said with some excitement in his heart. "Tell them that as long as they are willing to join me, I will also protect them. Even if only half of the land and population of a dozen villages surrendered, it would be enough to double the size of the kingdom of God." Kuchiki frowned slightly when she heard this. "Lord Soul King, if I leave, no one will protect your safety. You don't have to worry anymore. I am responsible for the safety of Lord Spirit King." Before Kuchiki finished speaking, a playful and charming voice came from the side. The slim and hot Matsumoto Rangaku, together with Yamada Hanadoro, led the 10-man guard and strode over, pretending to be reinforcements who had just arrived. Kuchiki was immediately relieved. It turns out to be Vice Captain Matsumoto. "With your support, I feel relieved. Seeing that there are so many more people under Oguro's command, and the woman in the lead seems to be a cadre who is not weaker than Kuchiki Rukia." Everyone in Koko West Village was immediately more in awe of Oguro. With Matsumoto Rangaku around, Kuchiki Rukia can go to other villages with peace of mind. Ajian volunteered to lead her. Although he is a village policeman, Ajian is actually similar to the village chief. He has been responsible for many interactions with other villages and can avoid unnecessary troubles. Without the oppression of the dragon pirates, in the next few days, Koko Nishi village seemed to take on a new lease of life, with smiles on everyone's faces. Oguro was even more delighted. Because in the past few days, the system's beeps have been ringing continuously. Congratulations to host for conquering a new territory, Robot Village, and earning 200 achievement points. Congratulations to host for conquering a new territory, Poke Town, and earning 400 achievement points. Needless to say, these are the villages and towns that Kuchiki persuaded to join her. By the time Kuchiki Rukia returned to Koko West Village, 9 villages and towns had already joined Oguro's army, earning him nearly 4,000 achievement points. Sure enough, compared to receiving so many fixed achievement points every day, the reward of opening up new territories is greater. Oguro glanced at the system interface, thoughtfully. "Because the level of the Kingdom of God is still low, do you encourage me to keep upgrading?" After greatly expanding his territory, he can now obtain 20 fixed achievement points and 10 additional achievement points every day, for a total of only 30 points. It's not too shabby compared to conquering territory. Lord Spirit King, there are still 3 villages that refuse to surrender, and 2 are still considering it. In the room, Kuchiki knelt down on one knee and respectfully reported the results. Chapter 13 Marine arrives. Well done. You worked hard this time. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. During this lobbying, Kuchiki not only brought Erin's head, but also showed off the power of her Zanpakuto in front of some arrogant guys. A first dance of White Moon instantly froze an entire mountain. In a small place like the East Daxia Sea, this is simply the power of a god. Only in this way can so many villages and towns be persuaded to join us. As for those who still don't want to join, Oguro said it doesn't matter. Wait until your own kingdom of God becomes stronger. They will naturally come and beg to join. Well, it's almost time to set up a committee to complete the system's tasks. Regarding the task of establishing a management system required by the system, Oguro decided not to declare the founding of the country after careful consideration. That is putting yourself in front of the world government. Now he does not have the power to face the world government directly. Tisk. If there was a legendary lottery ticket and a captain was drawn, I wouldn't have to be so cautious. When he thought of recruiting Nami and only gave him epic lottery tickets, Oguro felt that he had missed out on 100 million, no, billions. In order to complete the task, the best way is to unite the territories under his command and form an autonomous committee. Coincidentally, the villages and towns that surrendered all sent representatives. As long as there is consultation, the autonomous committee can be easily established. At this time, Jien ran in hurriedly. Lord, Marine is here. Marine. Oguro guessed at once that the news about the destruction of the dragon pirates had spread. The mouse colonel who colluded with Eren couldn't sit still and was ready to come and see the situation. Open space in the village. Before Oguro could get closer, he heard a sharp voice giving instructions. I heard that the man who defeated the pirate Eren lives here. Why don't you call him over quickly? Colonel Mouse stood arrogantly in the center, with a group of fully armed marine soldiers behind him. You can tell at a glance that the person coming is evil. What do you want from me? Oguro slowly approached, followed by Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku. Colonel Mouse glanced at Oguro, with a trace of contempt and greed on his face. I heard that you defeated Eren and took away his treasures. Those are the stolen money that he has robbed over the years, and they must be handed over to Marine for processing. Oguro was speechless for a moment. I thought the other party was looking for trouble, but it turned out that he was eyeing Eren's money. That's right. In the eyes of Colonel Mouse, the notorious Eren is just scum and garbage on the sea. It's just a tool to make money for yourself. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the Marine 16 branch cannot control the dragon pirates even if they want to. But don't forget, Marine has never been keen on fighting alone. If he really wants to kill Eren, all he needs is a letter asking for help. I believe Colonel Smoker in Rog Town will be happy to help kill this pirate with the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea. This is the confidence of Marine, the strongest force in the sea. Faced with Colonel Mouse's request, Oguro naturally refused without hesitation. Sorry. I have already returned those treasures to the victims, so there is no need to bother Marine anymore. Huh, who allowed you to make your own decisions? Colonel Mouse said angrily. Those are stolen money and need to be reviewed in detail by Marine before being returned to the victim in full. Get the money back to me quickly. We at Marine need to check carefully to ensure that no victim is missed. Oguro sneered and curled his lips. Any careful checking is nothing more than an attempt to falsely report the list and embezzle a large sum of money. With the power of Colonel Mouse, it would be great if 1/3 of the money could be returned to the victim with just a flick of his finger. I said, the money has been returned to the victims, there is no need for you to waste time here. There was already a hint of coldness in Oguro's words. As the head of the branch base, Colonel Mouse had never been so despised before, and his face suddenly darkened. You don't want to hand over the money, do you want to keep the stolen money? It seems that you are also a pirate who steals treasures. Everyone, prepare to fight. After the words fell, the marine soldiers behind Colonel Mouse raised their spears at the same time. Facing the gunpoint, some villagers from Kokoyasi village rushed out to speak for Oguro. Master Marine, Mr. Oguro did return the treasures to the villages and towns that were harmed by Eren. We can all testify. Many people even nodded. However, without getting the money, how could Colonel Mouse let Oguro go? He glanced around coldly and said, You speak for him like this, are you also an accomplice? The villagers were furious when they heard this, and they opened their mouths and cursed angrily. You guy, how can you slander us so casually? That's right, you didn't show up when the pirates were around, but now they show up and ask for money. Why are you so thick-faced? You said you were a marine, but you turned out to be a pirate. Bang! Colonel Mouse raised his pistol high and fired a shot into the air, then pointed at the villagers and said viciously. What? You want to attack Marine? Do you want the whole village to be labeled a pirate? Do you really think our Marine's artillery is just a decoration? As soon as the big hat was pulled off, the villagers did not dare to act rashly. Perhaps in the eyes of those big pirates, the Marine branch is a joke. But to these civilians, they are giants that cannot be offended. A-hole, stop it! Nami rushed out of the crowd, pointed at Colonel Mouse and roared. When we were persecuted by Aaron, you never showed up once. Now that we are finally free, you call us pirates. Are you Marine or Aaron's lackeys? Nami's unintentional words directly pierced Colonel Mouse's fig leaf. Angry and angry, he stared at Nami fiercely, but happened to see the dragon pirate's tattoo on Nami's arm that he had not yet had time to remove. In an instant, a sinister smile appeared on Colonel Mouse's face. HMPH, how dare you say that you are not a pirate? Isn't this the tattoo of the dragon pirates? Marine, listen to the order. Destroy the remnants of the dragon pirates immediately. After saying that, Colonel Mouse pointed his gun at Nami with a ferocious smile. That team of Marine soldiers even targeted the villagers of Cocoa West Village without saying a word. Nami's face turned pale instantly. How could she ignore such a critical loophole? It was obviously hard for everyone to regain their freedom. Unexpectedly, it was because of his own negligence that everyone was in danger again. Is he really a disaster star? In despair, Nami couldn't help but close her eyes and wait for death. Hado number 4, White Thunder. Bah! A dazzling lightning flashed in front of Nami's eyes. Ah! A shrill scream came from Colonel Mouse's mouth. Only half of the right hand that was holding the pistol was left. The dark scorched flesh at the gap was flashing with arcs of electricity. Who gave you the courage to kill me? Oguro stared at Colonel Mouse with cold eyes, and the thunder on his fingertips kept beating like an elf. UBD. Fire. Fire quickly. Kill him. Colonel Mouse roared at the top of his lungs. The group of soldiers did not hesitate at all, and turned their dozen guns towards Oguro instantly. Chapter 14 How Can I Make You Change? Whoosh. However, without Okuro's orders, Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku stepped on Shunpo at the same time and rushed towards the group of soldiers. Clang! 2 sword lights flashed past. More than a dozen muskets were broken into 2 pieces almost at the same time and fell to the ground with a clanging sound. All the soldiers were instantly frightened and backed away. How is it possible? Colonel Mouse was so frightened that he forgot the pain. He cut off more than a dozen muskets in an instant. Not even Colonel Smoker from Rog Town was capable of this. What are you going to do? I am the base commander of the Marine branch. If you dare to touch me, you will be hunted down by the entire Marine. We won't hesitate to dispatch Marine General. Colonel Mouse threatens Oguro with an expression of guilt. Admiral Marine, Oguro sneered and said mockingly. Who do you think you are? A celestial dragon, and General Marine is dispatched. Matsumoto Rangaku said even more contemptuously. Is this the Marine who rules the entire sea? He's actually the base commander. A guy like this is not even worthy of joining our Gotei 13 team as a handyman. Gotei 13. Colonel Mouse was sure that he had never heard of this name in the East Daxia Sea. Kuchiki Rukia asked Oguro, Lord Soul King, how should we deal with these people? Oguro did not reply immediately, but said to Nami, take everyone home first. I want to have a good chat with this Mr. Marine. Nami, who had just escaped from death, felt that Oguro's figure was so tall and glorious. He did not simply take the Kokoyasi village under his command, but truly regarded them as his own people to protect them. Even if the enemy is Marine, don't try to bully them. That complete sense of security is something Nami has never felt in more than 10 years. Yes, Lord. Nami agreed with firm eyes and greeted the villagers to go home. From now on, the Lord will be her, Nami and Koko Nishimura's god. Colonel Mouse and others were carried to the outside of the village by the 10-man guard. You are the Lord, right? My attitude was not very good before. Otherwise, I don't want the money. How about you let me go and we just pretend that nothing happened? On the way, Colonel Mouse saw that something was wrong. These people didn't seem to be letting their guard down, so he immediately begged for mercy. It's a pity that no one from Oguro and others paid attention to him from beginning to end. Soon, a group of Marines were rushed to the berth of the warship. Roll. With a few words, Oguro led everyone away from the warship. Colonel Mouse was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, thinking that the other party was afraid of his identity as a Marine, and immediately called the soldiers to sail away. Looking at Cocoa West Village getting further away, and after making sure that no one was catching up, Colonel Mouse's face suddenly became extremely sinister. Call the branch. There are big pirates in Kokoyasi Village. Ask the branch to send out all the warships and use artillery fire to flatten them. If you let him go, do you think everything will be revealed? What a joke. I am a dignified colonel of the Marine branch, the branch base commander in charge of one side. He was actually threatened by a group of pirates. How can you not avenge such a deep hatred? And those civilians actually saw how ugly they were. If such a stain is left, how will he rule this sea in the future? Therefore, neither the Gotei 13 nor Koko Nishi village can continue to exist. Yes, Colonel Mouse's adjutant immediately took out his phone and started to make a call. But at this moment, a cold voice came from above their heads. Sure enough, Lord Soul King is absolutely right. People like you can never change. If you want to change, you can only die. Colonel Mouse raised his head sharply. He has black hair, is wearing a black death tyrant outfit, and has a zanpakuto at his waist. It is none other than the vice captain of Division 13, Kuchiki Rukia. At this time, she was floating quietly above the warship. Able person. Colonel Mouse's heart trembled and he was completely panicked. Quick, fire quickly, shoot her down. Colonel Mouse roared almost madly. Although more than a dozen muskets were destroyed, there were still a large number of spares on the warship. A group of soldiers hurriedly retrieved their guns and loaded them. But Kuchiki Rukia in the air has already begun her chant. A huge amount of spiritual pressure quickly gathered around her, like a grand storm. O King, mask of flesh and blood, all things, fluttering wings, and bearing the name of man. Carve 2 lotuses on the wall of blue fire, waiting for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Hados 73, 2 lotuses blue fire falls. Bear. 2 entangled huge green fire lotuses fell from the sky. Marine on the warship just raised his gun, but he only had time to see the fire that was more dazzling than the sun. The next second, the fire lotus engulfed the warship, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Huge waves tens of meters high exploded on the sea surface. The fragments of the warship mixed with severed limbs continued to roll in the waves, and finally sank to the bottom of the sea. Kuchiki stayed for a moment to make sure there were no survivors before flying towards the port. At the port, Oguro looked at this scene with envy. When will I have such strength? Number 73 Hado, you must have at least Shiken level Ryutsu and Kido to use it. If he had this strength, New World could even try it himself. Oguro asked the system on a whim. System, is there any way to quickly improve my strength? Host can consume achievement points to directly replicate a certain ability of his subordinates. The system actually gave the answer. Oguro excitedly opened the interface and took a look, but his enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. The amount of achievement points required for each ability is huge. Might as well use it to summon new subordinates. The group returned to the village, and Nami and Takaru came out to greet them. Jien said worriedly, Lord, where are those Marines? Oguro waved his hand. They have left. I have discussed it with them, and they will not harass you again in the future. You do not say. They've already sunk into the sea, how can they still harass me? Aegean stopped talking. Being experienced, he probably guessed what happened to those Marines. Oguro patted him on the shoulder and said, don't think about those scum. You go and notify the representatives of other villages and towns, and we will discuss the establishment of a management committee together. Oguro didn't intend to tell them the truth about Marine. After all, these territories have just been acquired, and the loyalty of the personnel is not yet guaranteed. Who knows if someone might snitch? He asked Kuchiki to sink warships at sea for this reason. After all, There is a difference between guessing and seeing it with your own eyes. As for beating up the mouse colonel like in the original work, then letting him go, and then turning around and carrying a bounty of tens of millions. Oguro prides himself on being unable to do such stupid things. You, Luffy, have Marine's hero's grandfather as a background. Marine is always merciful. He didn't have such a backer, and being targeted by Marine was purely asking for trouble. Only dead enemies are good enemies. Chapter 15 Krieg Pirates. Following Oguro's order, representatives from many villages and towns also gathered together. Without much greeting, Oguro bluntly announced the establishment of a joint management committee. The form is similar to the House of Representatives in previous lives. Each village and town allocates committee members based on population and economic status. Aegean was appointed speaker. Based on the 10-man guard, each village and town joined young people to form a guard. Matsumoto Rangaku temporarily serves as the guard captain. After half a day, a rough framework was finally finalized. The system's beep sounded in Oguro's ears. 2,000 achievement points arrived successfully. With the Joint Management Committee, these 10 villages and towns have integrated their resources together to form a complete industrial chain. Maritime trade mainly focuses on handicrafts, vegetables and fruits. At Oguro's suggestion, all villages and towns jointly established a trading company and implemented institutionalized management. Oguro even explained the rules and regulations and job divisions of the trading company in his previous life. There are even some common marketing strategies. In previous lives, these contents were quite superficial, but to Aegean and the others, they were shocking. Although One Piece has a very high military value in the world, don't lag behind in other aspects. Otherwise, the mainstream of this world would not be absolute monarchy. The systems and strategies Oguro talked about are almost a dimensionality reduction blow to this world. After all, even the world-famous shipyard of the Seven Rivers capital still relies on word-of-mouth reputation to attract customers. After finishing the chores, Oguluo and his party left Kokoyashi village, leaving only the 10-man guard. As a navigator, Nami naturally boarded the ship and left. "Sir Oguro, where are we going now?" Nami took the initiative to ask about the destination. Oguro pondered for a moment. He finally came out. It would be too boring to go back now. "Let's do this. Let's go to Barati, the restaurant on the sea. That's the most famous restaurant in the East Daxia Sea." Oguro also wanted to try it, how delicious the food that was praised to the heavens was. With Nami, a professional navigator, the cargo ship sails accurately on the best route. On this day, Nami found Oguro and reported, "Sir Oguro, according to the itinerary, we will arrive at Barati restaurant tomorrow." "Yeah, well done." Oguro was a little impatient after hearing this. Just then, Yamada Hanataro, who was in charge of the lookout, suddenly shouted, "Lord Soul King, we found a fleet of 50 ships ahead. There is a pirate flag hanging on it. They are pirates." Oguro was stunned. In the East Daxia Sea, there seems to be only one pirate group that can have 50 ships. Oguro came to the deck to take a look. As expected, it is the Krieg Pirates, known as the most powerful force in the East Daxia Sea. The giant ship headed by it is the dreadnought battleship Saber, the flagship of the Krieg Pirates. A huge pirate ship with 3 decks. The bow of the ship is in the shape of a panther, and there are hourglasses on both sides of the skull on the flag. Although the entire fleet looked mighty and domineering, Oguro was not panicked at all. After all, he really couldn't arouse the slightest interest in a future pirate group that was killed by Hawkeye just 7 days after entering the Grand Channel. As long as the other party doesn't mess with him, Oguro doesn't bother to pay attention. It's a pity that the other party is not as indifferent as Oguro. After the lookout saw the cargo ship where Oguro was, he immediately reported the news to Krieg. Krieg smiled cruelly when he heard this. "Since it's a cargo ship, let's just grab it. It's just a good opportunity for those newbies to practice." In order to march into the Grand Waterway, Krieg is recruiting troops every day. What these newcomers lack most is practical experience. Following the order, the Krieg pirates turned collectively and headed towards Oguro's cargo ship. Seeing this scene, Nami was shocked and said quickly, "Lord Oguro, let's leave quickly. I've heard of the Krieg pirate group, which has 5,000 people." She knew that Oguro and others were very strong, but she had never seen them with her own eyes. You must know that it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, let alone face a fleet of 5,000 people this time. Oguro's face was slightly cold, with no intention of avoiding him. Besides, with his small cargo ship, there is no way he can outrun these pirate ships. Soon, the small cargo ship was surrounded by a large group of pirate ships. Gee ha ha ha. On the bridge, Krieg, who had short purple hair and a cloak, laughed proudly. That's right, you're quite sensible and didn't choose to run away. Well, as long as you hand over all your belongings, I will spare your lives. Although that is said, it would be naive if you really thought that Krieg would let them go afterwards. Krieg is a standard pirate, a scumbag who was cunning and despicable. In the original work, he was obviously rescued by Barati's chefs, but he turned around and tried to steal their boat. It is better to believe that he will keep his promise than to believe that the sow can climb the tree. Oguro sneered in his heart. I really thought I was destined. Before Oguro could speak, Rangaku Matsumoto, a subordinate, had a dark face and shouted coldly. Bold BD, how dare you speak rudely to Lord Spirit King? Why don't you kneel down immediately to apologize? However, in the face of Matsumoto Rangaku's fierce shouting, Krieg and others not only did not pay attention, but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? She actually called that kid some kind of spiritual king. Ha ha ha, it really made me laugh to death. If he is some kind of spiritual king, then Lousy and I will be the king of the world. Girl, I see you have a good figure. Otherwise, leave that brat and follow me. I promise to make you ecstasy every day. The words of the pirates were full of ridicule towards Oguro. Many people looked at Matsumoto Rangaku's hot figure with eager evil eyes. As pirates, robbing money, killing people, and playing with women are their daily routine. Bang! Before the pirate could finish speaking, a fist fell on his face, and he flew out instantly. Oguro stood on the deck of the dreadnought battleship Saber, with the Spirit King's great commando blowing in the wind, elegant yet mighty. Cold eyes looked down at each pirate with indifference. You have such a bad mouth. Did your family feed you shit and raise you? Krieg's pupils narrowed sharply. He didn't see clearly how Oguro appeared on the deck. This kid is extraordinary. However, Krieg's minions did not have his vision. Seeing their partner being punched and knocked unconscious, these guys immediately rushed towards Oguro with a roar. If you dare to act wild in our Krieg pirates, watch me chop you into pieces. A brat dares to challenge our Krieg pirates. I really don't know how to write the word, death. Seeing Oguro being overwhelmed by the crowd, Nami shouted anxiously. Miss Kuchiki, Miss Matsumoto, aren't you going to help? Kuchiki raised her lips slightly. Don't worry. These scum are no match for the Soul King. Matsumoto Rangaku said in an even more respectful tone, that is the Spirit King who rules all Shinigami and is at the top of the world. How could he be defeated by these dirty guys? It seemed to confirm what the two people said. With a bang, Oguro punched the pirate at the front. The pirate opened his mouth and spit out a large ball of blood, which was even mixed with large pieces of internal organs. On Oguro's fist, an invisible energy is slowly overflowing. Chapter 16 Crush the Krieg Pirates. Armed and domineering, Oguro glanced at his fist. That is a completely different power from Ryutsu. If Ryutsu comes from the soul, armament hockey is the sublimation of physical power. Sure enough, only actual combat is the best teacher. Oguro sighed. In fact, his armed hockey reached the threshold of awakening early, but he just couldn't get over it. The reason is simple. The determination and training required to actually throw a killing punch at the enemy are absolutely different. Only by breaking through the most important psychological barrier can the armed domineering energy be truly used to one's own advantage. It's a pity that I have just awakened, and even the most basic entanglement is a bit difficult. Oguro's armed domineering energy was like threads, loosely wrapped around the surface of his fist, as if it would break at any time. But, it's more than enough to deal with you little Karami. Oguro raised his head and looked at the pirates who were still attacking him with all their teeth and claws. A bloodthirsty sneer appeared on his face. The next second, Oguro disappeared from the spot. With Shunpo's super speed, these pirates can't even see Oguro's shadow. On the contrary, Oguro relied on the destructive power of armed hockey to defeat a pirate with one punch. Bang bang bang. In less than a few seconds, more than 30 people were lying next to Oguro. For these weak pirates in the East Daxia Sea, armed color domineering is definitely a weapon to torture them. Just stop it a little bit. There was a sudden roar. A black shadow fell from the sky, and a pair of crutches with an iron ball attached to it slammed into Oguro's head. Oguro withdrew his left foot and slid back a few meters. Boom! A large crater was made on the deck by the iron ball, and wood chips were scattered everywhere. A middle-aged man wearing a gray and blue turban, with the vicissitudes of life and a slovenly face, stood in front of Oguro, and pulled out his crutches from the deck with a gloomy expression. Oguro recognized him at a glance as a well-known passerby character in the original work. The battle captain of the Krieg pirates, Akin. Although there is no bounty, the strength is quite impressive. In his first attack, he suppressed Sanji, one of the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, the captain has taken action, that guy is dead. The captain is a man known as the Ghost Man. Even if the captain wants to defeat him, it will take a lot of effort. It's not easy to deal with this guy. The pirates who had been brutalized cheered as if victory was close at hand. Ah Jin waved his crutches, and the iron ball began to circle around. This is Akin's original Ghost Man fighting method. With the help of inertia and centrifugal force, combined with his own physical skills, he can exert the power of the iron ball several times. My subordinates are really taken care of by you, I have to repay them properly. Ah Jin's eyes were sinister and his tone was extremely sinister. I hope your fists are harder than your mouth. Oguro mocked unceremoniously. Don't look at the popularity of Ah Jin in his previous life among readers. Oguro didn't have any good feelings towards him. As he said, a thief is a thief. The Krieg pirates have been doing evil in the East Daxia Sea for who knows how many years. The lives of Ah Jin's men ranged from 1,000 to 800. In the original book, Akin couldn't bear to kill Sanji because Sanji was kind to him, not because he was kind-hearted. Only a heartless guy like Luffy would let these bloody thieves go because of his so-called loyalty. Oguro has personally experienced pirates plundering Papaloco Island. That's still a fake pirate. It is conceivable that the methods of real pirates will only be more cruel. If there is no conflict, forget it. Now that the fight has started, Oguro, the so-called overlord of the East Daxia Sea, the Krieg pirates, no longer intends to let them continue to exist. Spinning fist. Akin rushed towards Oguro, and the speed of the crutches in his hands suddenly exploded. After reaching the limit, Ah Jin's waist and abdomen suddenly twisted, and the hammers on his crutches drew a huge arc and hit Oguro's head. A powerful and heavy blow, even the air made bursts of tearing sounds. However, in Oguro's eyes, Akin's triumphant blow was as slow as a snail. I have to say, in front of Shinigami who has mastered Shunpo, unless he learns one of the 6 types of shaving, there is no way he can compete. Otherwise, you will only be played to death by Oguro. However, Oguro has no intention of relying on speed to win. He wanted to try out how powerful his armed color domineering power was. Armed color entangle. After breaking through the psychological barrier, Oguro's accumulation of armed domineering suddenly burst out, and his proficiency was greatly improved after a short period of actual practice. The invisible armed domineering energy was wrapped around Oguro's fist like a ribbon. The hammer fell with the force of cracking mountains and cracking rocks. Oguro stood firm and faced him with a punch. Court death. This thought came to the minds of everyone in the Krieg pirates at the same time. Krieg himself even sneered secretly. With Ah Jin's strength, even if he was wearing a suit of armor, he would be injured if he received this blow head-on. Not to mention the bare-handed guy in front of me. Amid everyone's mocking gazes, Oguro's fist hit the iron ball hard. Bang! However, the expected scene of broken tendons and fractures did not occur. Instead, Ah Jin's iron ball showed a few cracks and then exploded. The confused Ah Jin only felt a pain in his cheek, and the fragments of the explosion were like bullets, leaving several blood marks on his face. Is this guy a monster? Fear surged in Ah Jin's heart. That was the hammer he spent a lot of money to build. Don't even think about leaving a scratch on it with an ordinary sword. Now it was smashed to pieces with fists. This completely subverted his outlook on life. How could the pirates of the weakest sea know the superpower of hockey? Ajin was stunned, but Oguro would not show mercy. Hold your fist. take a step forward, and punch again. Boom. The fist wrapped with armed domineering force fell hard on Ah Jin's stomach like a battering ram. Ah Jin's body folded instantly, like a cooked shrimp, and was blasted into the cabin like a cannonball, completely silent. Kill instantly with one hit. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Krieg pirate group was frightened. Such a strong man is simply not something they can deal with. Many pirates subconsciously began to retreat. Gas bombs. Just when the morale of the Krieg pirates reached its lowest point, Krieg roared and launched a sneak attack. A missile burst out from his wide sleeve. Many pirates were startled by the words, "gas bomb," and dispersed with a huff. However, Oguro knew very well that this was just Krieg's trick. Although they are called poison gas bombs, they are actually missiles with hidden weapons. In the original book, Luffy suffered a little loss because of this. Oguro silently pulled out his Zanpakuto. Yuan. As the Soul King's exclusive Zanpakuto, the sword is engraved with a faceless statue of a god, holding the sun, moon and stars in its hand. Once Oguro fully grasps the power of the Spirit King, that will be his idol. Armed color and tangle. Armed haki quickly wrapped around the blade. Without any fancy moves, Oguro slashed at the tip of the missile. Boom. Like a bomb exploding, the missile was shattered on the spot by Oguro's armed domineering force, and the hidden weapon inside was reduced to pieces. Why didn't this guy hide? Krieg was shocked. In the past, when enemies heard that it was poison gas bombs, their first reaction was to dodge. The result was that he was hit by the hidden weapon hidden inside and died. It seems difficult to deal with. Rolling his eyes, Krieg had a plan in his mind. Chapter 17 Zanpakuto Yuan. You guys, go and catch those people on the cargo ship. Krieg reacted quickly. Knowing that Oguro was a difficult guy to deal with, he immediately started a fight and took hostages. He is a pirate, and his despicable nature is in his blood. A group of pirates reacted and immediately howled and rushed towards the cargo ship. Ha ha. Girls, be obedient and you will avoid physical pain. That's not necessarily the case. This body is so fleshy, and I might have to work really hard in the future. Hey, there are actually 3 women. We can play for a while longer this time. The pirates' eyes were all focused on the 3 women, while Yamada Hanadoro on the side was completely ignored. Also, a thin young man less than 1.7 meters tall. In this One Piece world where characters are often 2 or 3 meters tall, they are almost a symbol of waste. Looking at this group of strange-looking pirates who kept swearing in their mouths, Nami's face instantly turned pale with fright. Kuchiki Rukia looked cold and was about to pull out her Soda no Shirayuki, but was stopped by Matsumoto Rangaku. Matsumoto Rangaku smoothed down her long hair and said calmly, "Vice Captain Kuchiki, give me this opportunity. It's rare to be summoned by the Spirit King, so I have to make some achievements." Kuchiki nodded and released her right hand holding the handle of the knife. "Oh, did you choose to give up? You are so wise." At this time, several pirates had already jumped onto the cargo ship. They stared at Matsumoto Rangaku's hot figure and smiled evilly. "Don't worry. We will take good care of you." Ha ha ha. A sneer appeared at the corner of Matsumoto Rangaku's mouth, and he slowly drew out his Zanpakuto, his cherry lips slightly opened. Croon. Gray cat. As Shikai chanted, the slender blade suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke. A light dust completely shrouded the surroundings of the cargo ship. Although the pirates didn't understand the existence of Zanpakuto, their years of fighting for their lives still made them smell something amiss. He was about to rush over and capture Matsumoto Rangaku and others. Matsumoto Rangaku sneered, "Being looked down upon like this, I have to show some real skills. Otherwise, the Soul King will probably be angry." He gently waved the remaining hilt of the knife in his hand. In an instant, the dust covering the world began to surge crazily like invisible blades. Puff. At the same time, all the pirates in the dust seemed to be cut to pieces. Instantly, there were more than 10 wounds on the body that were deep enough to show the bones. Zanpakuto Hineka. The back blade of the Shikai turns into dust. As long as the dust touches the place, you can cut it by waving down the handle. It's not just these people standing on the cargo ship. The pirates who were still in the air and wanted to jump onto the cargo ship were also attacked one after another, and they all fell into the sea. The sea was instantly dyed red. If he didn't want to make the scene too bloody, Matsumoto Rangaku could even dismember everyone on the spot. Is that woman a capable person? Krieg's eyes twitched as he seemed to have hit an iron plate. Seeing Matsumoto Rangaku take action, Oguro, who had already awakened his armament haki, didn't want to waste any more time. He directly ordered, Rangaku, Rukia, kill them. Yes. Kuchiki Rukia drew her Zanpakuto and started chanting. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki, first dance Yubai. The tip of the knife gently drew a circle, and white light flashed across the sea. In an instant, hundreds of meters of surrounding sea were completely frozen. The 50 pirate ships of the Krieg pirates were immediately unable to move. Cat Rondo. After Kuchiki trapped all the pirate ships, Matsumoto Rangaku immediately picked up. The ash gathered and formed a huge tornado, rushing towards the Krieg pirates with overwhelming force. Everything along the way, whether people or boats, was cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 ships have been completely destroyed. Damn it, he's actually an ability user again. Krieg roared in his heart. The sea was frozen, and he had no way to retreat at this moment. A-hole, tell your men to stop. Seeing that the huge fleet was being destroyed bit by bit, Krieg's eyes were splitting as he raised the shield behind him. MH5 gas bomb. A cannonball ejected from the center of the round shield and hit Oguro. Seeing this scene, all the pirates suddenly became confused. No, go and prepare a gas mask. A group of people ran towards the cabin in a noisy manner. This is not the pretense missile before, it is a real poison gas bomb. The poisonous gas inside can kill someone with just one breath. Bang! The gas bomb exploded, and a thick purple poisonous gas immediately filled the air. Many pirates who had no time to escape just inhaled a trace and instantly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground due to poisoning. Krieg didn't feel guilty at all about this. You can find a lot of subordinates at any time, but the most important thing is the ship. Do you know how hard you worked to save 50 ships? Krieg shouted at Oguro, who was enveloped in poisonous gas. Boy, tell your people to stop immediately, I can give you the antidote. Otherwise, everyone will die together. However, he did not hear a response. Have you been knocked unconscious by poison? Krieg's heart moved, and he put on a gas mask and prepared to go in and take the people out. This is his negotiating capital. You can't just die like this. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the poisonous fog. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki, second dance by Lien. A cloud of snow-white cold air swept past, instantly freezing the entire poisonous mist into ice slag, which shattered onto the deck. After that, the cold air continued unabated and rushed towards Krieg. Krieg hurriedly dodged sideways, but unfortunately he was too late for a moment, and half of his body was swept by the cold air. In just an instant, half of Krieg's body was covered with a layer of ice and he completely lost consciousness. Click, click. Oguro walked slowly over the ice debris on the ground. The Zanpakuto Yuan in his hand also changed its appearance at this moment. The whole body is snow-white, as if made of ice crystals, dazzling in the sun. It is exactly the same as Sota no Shirayuki after Shikai. The only difference is that the shape still maintains its original appearance. It's far behind compared to Lucia, Oguro said with emotion. Using the meta for the first time unleashes the power of Sota no Shirayuki. Although he can also Shikai and perform Kuchiki Rukia's moves, the power is completely different. Kuchiki Rukia can perform a move called First Dance. The white moon freezes an area of the sea. My Second Dance, by Lien, can freeze up to one ship. However, it's enough to deal with you scum. Oguro sneered and walked slowly towards Krieg. The pirates on the side were frightened and retreated crazily, rolling and crawling. You monster, die. Krieg, who was in a desperate situation, used his good left hand to pull back, pulled out his strongest weapon, the gun, and threw it at Oguro. This is a spear weighing 2,000 kilograms. It was filled with highly concentrated explosives. The stronger the impact, the stronger the explosion. Krieg can subdue the entire pirate group because of this extremely powerful weapon. However, when Oguro saw this, he just smiled contemptuously. Boring gimmick. Whoosh. Oguro's figure disappeared from the spot. The aimless battle gun was nailed to the deck, emitting an earth-shaking explosion. The next second, A cold blade was placed on Krieg's neck. The armor on you is good, but I don't know if your neck is as hard as the armor. Chapter 18 Devil Fruit Information. Surrender. Surrender. What people didn't expect was that Krieg directly shouted surrender. This act of coquettishness almost made Oguro stupid. Think about it too. How could a guy who dared to fight others only by wearing heavy armor and relying on various equipment have the courage to risk his own life? With a disdainful sneer, Oguro said coldly, "What makes you think that I will accept the surrender of a scum like you? Do you think the two armies are fighting and giving preferential treatment to the prisoners? You are pirates. Bastards." Seeing that Oguro's knife was about to fall, Krieg hurriedly shouted, "I have an information about the devil fruit. I'll trade it for my life." The blade stopped on Krieg's skin. The icy coldness that continued to emanate from the blade made Krieg's scalp tingle. But fortunately, his life was temporarily saved. Devil fruit. Oguro was a little surprised, more suspicious. After all, Krieg was not an esper in the original work, and he didn't think Krieg would give the precious devil fruit to others. "Why, you also want to be an ability user?" Oguro said coldly. Krieg shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. No one knows what abilities you will get after eating this devil fruit. I plan to sell it. This is a great treasure worth 100 million belly. It is enough for me to refit the ship and explore the Great Channel. Oguro understood. This guy is cautious. Faced with the devil fruit that can make people reach the sky in one step, they all choose to give up because of the risks. If I hadn't been unlucky and met Eagle Eye, I might have been able to make a career in the Grand Waterway. Tell me the location, Oguro ordered. Being systematic, he would naturally not be interested in a devil fruit with obvious shortcomings. But he was curious about what exactly a devil fruit was and why it had such magical power. You can leave it to Division 12 to study in the future. Then you agree to spare my life. Krieg confirmed carefully. Oguro glanced at him coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you now. Krieg's legs trembled, and he didn't dare to fart. He quickly took out a map from the body of the armor, with the location of the devil fruit marked on it. He handed the map to Oguro with a look of pain on his face. That's a devil fruit worth 100 million belly. But compared to money, life is more important. Oguro took the map, and Shunpo returned to his cargo ship. Nami came up to him with a look of reverence. Master Oguro, you are really amazing. Because of Aaron's death, Nami knew that Oguro and the others were very strong, but she didn't expect them to be so strong. Frozen a sea and crushed a fleet. This is a scene Nami has never imagined in her dreams. She once again felt that it was a very wise choice for herself and Koko Nishimura to take refuge in Oguro. Oguro smiled slightly and handed over the map. Nami, see if there is anything wrong with this map. Professional matters should still be left to professionals. With Nami, a professional navigator, there is no need to worry about Krieg tampering with the map. Is this a treasure map? Nami is worthy of being a navigator with golden mythical potential, and he analyzed the map in just a few seconds. No problem. This treasure hiding place is not far from us, we can get there in about a day. Nami said confidently. Oguro nodded. Okay, let's go to this island first. Kuchiki immediately melted the ice to create a passage, and the cargo ship swaggered away from the Krieg pirates. Just when Krieg thought he had escaped, Oguro said to Matsumoto Rangaku. Rangaku, destroy all pirate ships. Yes. Matsumoto Rangaku immediately executed the order, and the tornado formed by the ashes swept across again, sweeping all the pirate ships with a devastating force. Seeing the tornado attacking his dreadnought battleship Saber, Krieg jumped off the pirate ship with one leg and angrily shouted in the direction of Oguro, "A-hole. You lied to me." Oguro smiled coldly. I am not lying. As a spiritual king, he must do what he says. If you say spare Krieg's life, spare his life. But, I never promised to keep these pirate ships. Let you drive these ships to continue to plunder civilians. It's a pretty idea. Without the pirate ship, it would be impossible for Krieg, the defeated general, to survive on the sea. If he can survive like this, then Oguro will admit it. One day later, Oguro landed on the island marked on the map. According to Krieg's explanation, this island is the treasure trove of an old pirate. He also hid the devil fruit here, planning to sell it in the future to live a better life. Unexpectedly, Oguro was cheaper in the end. Because it is a treasure trove, there is no human habitation on the island, but a primitive jungle. The devil fruit is hidden in a cave deep in the jungle. There are many ferocious beasts nearby, which can be used as guards. But unfortunately, facing the two deputy captains Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku, these terrifying beasts became paper tigers. Soon, a group of people came to the cave on the map. But what I didn't expect was that the cave was in a mess. Gold and silver treasures were scattered everywhere, but the devil fruit was nowhere to be seen. So much treasure. Only Nami, who is obsessed with money, has eyes shining brightly and pounces on the gold and silver. As this, someone got there first. Oguro's face was ugly. It was rare for him to encounter a devil fruit, but he actually lost it. Lord Spirit King, it seems that he is not a human being. Kuchiki checked it carefully and came to a different conclusion. There are claw marks here. It seems that a wild beast came and destroyed everything. Beast. Oguro was stunned for a moment, and then thought of a possibility. Could it be that this devil fruit was eaten by a wild beast? There are quite a few animals that have eaten devil fruit in the original novel, and some even gained extremely powerful powers. Oh, it's a waste of time, let's go. When he learned that the devil fruit was gone, Oguro suddenly lost interest. He was just curious about devil fruits, not interested in those with fruit abilities. But at this moment, Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku suddenly turned their heads and said in a deep voice, "Lord Soul King, something is approaching." Beast. No, more than 10 times more powerful than those beasts just now. Before he finished speaking, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, almost blocking the entire entrance. Oguro turned around and looked in shock. Is this a lion? At the entrance of the cave, a huge lion nearly 5 meters high stared at Oguro and the others with angry eyes. Even Ogu Luo's half-experienced perception was able to detect the incredibly strong vitality in this giant lion. Is this the giant lion that ate the devil fruit? Oguro murmured to himself. At this time, seeing that his nest was invaded by several small insects, the giant lion roared angrily. I just happened to be not full yet, so I used these little bugs to supplement my meal. Chapter 19 The Secret of the Devil Fruit. The giant lion kicked its limbs fiercely, its strong body as fast as the wind, and pounced on Kuchiki Rukia, who was nearest to it. Nami turned pale with fright at this scene. But thinking of the strong strength of Kuchiki, Lucia and others, my fear instantly relaxed. The sea can be frozen, let alone a mere beast. Kuchiki Rukia looked motionless and slowly held Soda no Shirayuki in her right hand. Whoosh! Kuchiki's figure flashed and passed under the claws of the giant lion. Even the Shikai was useless. The Soda no Shirayuki in his hand slashed hard through the giant lion's abdomen. Puff! In an instant, blood surged from the giant lion's abdomen, and the violent internal organs inside could even be seen from the wound. The giant lion howled and looked at Kuchiki Rukia with a pair of eyes filled with horror. I thought it was a snack to add to my meal. Unexpectedly, it was highly toxic wrapped in honey. After eating the devil fruit, this giant lion has become as intelligent as humans. After being severely damaged by Kuchiki in one move, it became cautious and did not attack rashly again. Seeing that the giant lion made no further moves, Kuchiki was not in a hurry to kill him. Oguro even discovered that the amount of bleeding from the wound cut by Kuchiki Rukia was rapidly decreasing. Even the wounds are slowly healing. It's true that animal fruits can strengthen physical fitness, but it shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Oguro was a little confused, and then his expression changed. Isn't this lion eating ordinary animal fruits? As soon as this thought came up, the giant lion roared and its whole body expanded again. The two sharp teeth at the top and bottom of the mouth grow rapidly, which are as long as a human arm. The cold light flashing on it is frightening, and its sharpness is no less than that of a famous sword. Good guy, he is still an ancient species. If you guessed correctly, this should be the cat fruit, ancient species, and lion-like form. Tisk. The pirates who hide the treasure are really lucky. If this thing is sold in the Great Channel, it will cost at least 500 million belly. Oguro said with emotion. Unfortunately, this pirate was not lucky enough and died in the hands of Krieg before he could sell the devil fruit. After activating the fruit's ability, the giant lion's physical ability was further strengthened. Although the wound failed to heal, it at least stopped bleeding. Feeling the powerful power constantly gushing out of his body, the giant lion instantly felt that he was able to do it again. Its eyes were fixed on Kuchiki Rukia. It was this little bug that caused him such serious injuries. It's really hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart without chewing her up and eating her into my stomach. Roar. The whole cave was trembling slightly, and the giant lion actually straightened its upper body and stood on its 2 feet. Oguro knows that this is the human animal form of the animal-type fruit, and it is also the form with the strongest comprehensive ability. Tang. The giant lion stamped its feet on the ground and rushed towards Kuchiki Rukia again at twice the speed. The tough claws swung towards Kuchiki Rukia's head with the force of splitting mountains and rocks. However, Kuchiki tiptoed and used Shunpo to reach the back of the giant lion's neck in an instant, and Sota no Shirayuki immediately slashed out. Phew! A large ball of blood spattered on the back of the giant lion's neck, and it didn't even see why Kuchiki Rukia was missing. Under the severe pain, the giant lion jumped violently and hit the top of the cave, immediately falling a large amount of rubble. Oguro frowned. The battle between giant lions is too noisy and the cave can easily collapse. Rukia, solve it as soon as possible. Oguro doesn't want to be buried here. Hearing Oguro's words, Kuchiki Rukia also became serious and chanted Shikai language directly. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki. Then she tapped the tip of the knife 4 times on the ground, and a terrifying cold air suddenly condensed on the blade. The giant lion's keen beast instinct immediately sensed something was wrong, turned around and ran towards the entrance of the cave. Kuchiki Rukia still stood still, just raised Sota no Shirayuki and pointed the tip of the knife at the giant lion. Second dance by Lien. Call. A streak of snow-white cold air passed by like a strong wind, sweeping across the entire cave in an instant. Wherever it passed, a thick layer of frost formed. The giant lion stood at the entrance of the cave. The moment the cold air hit, his whole body froze into a huge piece of ice. His body still maintained an escape posture, standing on 2 feet, like a lifelike ice sculpture. Sure enough, the strength is still far from the original one. Oguro thought to himself, if he had this power and speed, Krieg wouldn't have been half frozen. After confirming that the devil fruit was gone, Oguro planned to leave directly. Nami, on the other hand, was reluctant to part with the treasures and encouraged Kuchiki and Matsumoto to help her move a lot of gold, silver and Baileys. It's also a beautiful name. After spending so much time and energy, you definitely can't return empty-handed. Oguro shook his head helplessly and could only let it go. Bite. Unexpectedly, the system sounded a prompt tone at this time. A powerful ownerless soul has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Oguro was stunned. A powerful ownerless soul. What is that? Immediately, with the help of the system, Oguro saw a black mist-like thing slowly floating out from the top of the giant lion's head. Is this the soul? At first, Oguro thought it was the soul of a giant lion. But then he realized something was wrong. This black soul exudes an evil and cursed smell, not like a normal soul at all. Suddenly, Oguro's eyes lit up. Could it be that this is the soul of the devil in the devil fruit? There have always been rumors that the soul of the devil resides in the devil fruit, so those who eat it will gain various magical powers. Now it seems that this rumor is actually true. System, how do we absorb this thing? Oguro asked impatiently. There are 2 options. The first one is directly absorbed into the system and can be exchanged for different levels of rewards according to the quality of the soul. The second one is to absorb it into an item selected by the host. The item gains corresponding special abilities. Oguro's eyes lit up. Isn't this the ability to plunder the devil fruit? Originally, when a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit will be reborn in a random location. But the system can directly intercept who. Soon, Oguro came up with another idea. System, if you find a fruit to absorb this soul, will the fruit turn into a devil fruit? The system was silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing. Soon after, the system responded, yes. And host can consume devil fruit at any time to redeem system rewards. Pretty. Oguro clenched his fists excitedly. This way you not only retain the right to redeem rewards, but you can also give the devil fruit to others when needed. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Oguro immediately picked a random fruit from the woods. System, absorb the soul into the fruit. Under the guidance of the system, all the demon souls were poured into the fruit. Soon, the surface of the fruit became distorted, eventually forming the devil fruit shape that Oguro was familiar with. Not only did I solve the secret of the devil fruit, but I also got an unexpected reward. Hehe, this is really not a loss. From now on, every time he kills an ability user, he will get a devil fruit. By the way, what rewards can this devil fruit be exchanged for? Oguro asked curiously. Ding. Cat fruit ancient species lion-like form detected. Can be exchanged for an epic lottery ticket. Chapter 20 Goal, the Great Channel. It is indeed an ancient species. Oguro nodded. To be honest, he was very greedy for this epic lottery ticket. But the combat power around him is enough for the time being, so Oguro doesn't plan to redeem it now. Ancient species can be exchanged for epic lottery tickets, so can phantom beast species and Logia fruits be exchanged for mythical lottery tickets. Thinking of this, Oguro's first reaction was to kill the smoker in Rog Town. That guy is a Logia smoke fruit user. And he is not very strong at the moment, either Kuchiki Rukia or Matsumoto Rangaku is enough to defeat him. If you kill him, you can change the captain. This idea was quickly suppressed by Oguro. The rewards are tempting, but the trouble is not small. Even among Marines, Logia fruit users are extremely rare talents. As long as Oguro dares to kill Smoker, he will definitely attract the most brutal revenge from Marine. And Smoker belongs to the Aokiji faction. With that guy's character, he will definitely find trouble for himself. In addition, the East Daxia Sea is Garp's territory, and he has a good relationship with Aokiji. There is a high probability that they will also get involved. When the time comes, I will face two legendary powerhouses at the same time, and I will definitely not be able to please him. Of course, the most important thing is that Smoker did not provoke himself. What he wants to establish is a supreme divine kingdom, not a tyrant's kingdom. Naturally, one cannot commit random killings. Are there no other targets besides Smoker? Oguro muttered to himself. There are not many people with Logia fruit ability, and they are basically all first-rate experts. No, there is really a good goal. Oguro's eyes suddenly lit up, and an arrogant and nagging image appeared in front of him. Especially the pair of big earlobes are particularly eye-catching. The user with Thunder Fruit ability, Enel. Although the Thunder Fruit is known as the strongest Logia fruit. But Enel has not received systematic training, and he doesn't know that there is such a thing as armed hockey in the world that can restrain him. If you plan well, you can win this most powerful Logia fruit in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Oguro trembled with excitement. He seemed to have seen the golden mythical lottery ticket appear in front of him. We need to go to the Grand Waterway as soon as possible. With the goal in mind, Oguro suddenly became motivated. First we must prepare a reliable ship. The climate of the Great Channel is so weird that ordinary ships cannot handle it. Along's bounty plus the treasure here should be almost enough. The treasure on the island is probably worth 20 million belly. Aaron and his team's total bounty amounted to more than 30 million. No problem scraping together and buying a smaller boat. After finalizing the general itinerary, Oguro continued to go to Barati restaurant with satisfaction. It's a fruitful day, and of course it has to be paired with delicious food. Barati Sea Restaurant. As the most famous restaurant in Donghai, the chefs look fierce. Nami was shocked at first. Are these people really chefs? Oguro was also helpless. The chefs at Barati restaurant were once pirates. Although I have been washing my hands in a golden basin for many years, the gangster spirit cannot be eliminated. Most people don't really dare to eat here. Ah, what a wonderful day. There are 3 beautiful ladies coming to this simple restaurant. A burst of ups and downs of emotion sounded. Oguro didn't even need to look back to know that it must be Sanji, the sexy cook. Sure enough, in the next second, Sanji slid 40 meters to kneel down next to Oguro's table. With loving eyes, he said to Kuchiki Rukia, 3 beautiful ladies, I am Sanji, the sous chef of this shabby restaurant. Is there anything you want to eat? Hey, BD Sanji, who do you think is a shabby restaurant? The boss Zapu roared angrily. Smelly old man, I'm talking about you. Sanji yelled back at Zapu with a fierce look on his face, and instantly changed his loving eyes to stare at Kuchiki and Rukia 3 times. Ah, beautiful lady, no matter what dish it is, I will make it the most delicious dish. Kuchiki, Lucia and the other three couldn't help but twitching at the corners of their eyes. No one would feel comfortable being stared at like this. Fortunately, although Sanji is lustful, he won't do anything too out of line. Otherwise, Kuchiki will definitely chop him with a knife. Lord Soul King, what would you like to eat? Kuchiki asked Oguro respectfully. Only then did Sanji notice Oguro surrounded by 3 women. To be surrounded by 3 beauties, this BD is so happy. Sanji's face looked full of envy and jealousy, and he really wanted to take his place. Yamada Hanadoro sat at the edge and was ignored by Sanji. Oguro looked at Sanji's nymphomaniac look and sighed helplessly. Not only did he come to Barati restaurant to eat, he also had the idea of recruiting Sanji. After all, he is a member of the protagonist group. Nami has contributed an epic lottery ticket, and Sanji is definitely not bad either. But looking at him like this, I might as well forget it. This lecherous and chivalrous character in anime looks interesting. But in the real world, it would be troublesome to use such people as your subordinates. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman, and he often sticks to the chivalry. Even if he is an enemy, he will not hit a woman. What he wants is absolutely reliable subordinates, not unstable factors. Then, let's go to the chef's recommendation. With no thought of solicitation, Oguro focused on eating. A set meal of seafood and red wine was quickly served. Sanji very kindly wants to give a rose to each of Kuchiki and Rukia. I don't know where he found it. Unfortunately, they were rejected by all 3. The heartbroken Sanji stood in the corner and slowly turned gray, while Oguro and the others began to enjoy the food. After eating, Oguro wiped his mouth with satisfaction. I have to say that Sanji is indeed the exclusive chef of the protagonist group, and his cooking skills are truly unique. Kuchiki, Lucia and others are also very satisfied, and their impression of Sanji has also improved a lot. If only it could be more reliable. After dinner, the group set off back to Paparoko Island. Sanji waved goodbye on the deck with a reluctant look on his face, which made Nami feel bad. Is there something wrong with this person? Have you never seen a woman? Nami couldn't help but complain. When Oguro heard this, he only found it very interesting. After all, in the original work, Nami and Sanji are almost like official couples. Unexpectedly, when I saw him now, he had a look of disgust on his face. How unexpected. Maybe it's because he hasn't been assimilated by a bunch of funny guys. The group returned to Paparoko Island successfully. Oro reported that everything was fine on the island, and Oguro placed the body of the boundary gate in his yard. The system improved world crossing gate is like an altar. The door leaf is hidden and will only appear when it is activated, so it is almost impossible for anyone to notice any abnormalities. After getting through the boundary gate, Oguro asked the mayor to contact the shipyard and order a ship that could go to the Great Channel. Chapter 21 The Town That Begins and Ends. With his return to Papaloko Island, Oguro resumed his life of beating mountains. He is becoming more and more proficient in using his armed domineering power, and his amount of domineering power is also growing steadily. During this period, Oguro also thought about cultivating the haki of knowledge and color. But to practice the haki of knowledge, you need to cover your eyes to avoid attacks from others. Neither Kuchiki Rukia nor Matsumoto Rangaku dared to be cruel to Oguro, the Soul King. Even if he forcibly ordered them to take action, in the end they would unconsciously withdraw their strength, and in the end Oguro had no choice but to give up. Finally, after a month, the sailboat ordered by Oguro has arrived. It's a pretty decent ship, about 1/5 smaller than Luffy's and his team's Mary. On the bow of the ship is a statue of the goddess of the sea, which is intended to pray for the protection of the goddess of the sea and ensure safe navigation. Let's go to the Grand Waterway, Nami shouted excitedly on the deck. Although she did not join the Straw Hat Pirates in this life, her goal of drawing a world map has never changed. Going to the Great Channel is the first step to realize her dream. Go to Rog Town first. See if you can buy the record pointer of the Great Waterway. Oguro, who was well aware of the special nature of the Grand Line, did not go directly to the Grand Line recklessly. Without a record pointer, 99% of the time you will be lost. As the gateway to the Great Waterway, Rog Town will most likely have a record pointer. Oguro's goal is Sky Island. To do this, he needs to go to Gaia Island first, so it is best to buy a permanent pointer to Gaia Island. It's just that the East Daxia Sea is the weakest sea, and there is a high probability that there is no such high-end product as a permanent pointer. Rogue Town. As the town where it begins and ends, it is also the place where Roger One Piece was executed, which is famous all over the world. Every year, there are not 10,000 but 8,000 pirates who want to go to the Grand Line from here. However, since Smoker was stationed here, the number of pirates has decreased significantly. At least, he wouldn't just rush in with a pirate flag hanging. For those with Logia fruit abilities, in Donghai without domineering power, it would definitely be a dimension-reducing blow. Nami went to buy a record pointer. Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku also wanted to go shopping. Yamada Hanadura was taken away by them as a coolie, leaving only Augusto to visit the execution platform alone. In the world of One Piece, this is a must-visit place for everyone. Regarding Roger, Oguro only recognized his strength and did not think he was a hero. Those who wanted to change the world in their previous lives, no matter how absurd the methods were, at least tried their best. But this guy, after creating such a big mess, immediately gave up and reincarnated. He didn't even leave any backup plan, which really took unreliability to the extreme. Sometimes Oguro even made malicious guesses, but Roger actually didn't think about anything major that would change the world. After Chun Chun learned the truth about the 100 Years Blank, she tried every means to create obstacles for the world government. As for the civilians who suffered in the era of great pirates, they are not even within his scope of consideration. An hour passed without realizing it while thinking wildly. Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku both arrived at the meeting point, followed by Yamada Hanadura, who was covered in bags and bags. The two girls were in high spirits, which was in sharp contrast to Yamada Hanadura, who looked like he had lost half his life. However, Nami never showed up. Oguro couldn't help but frown. I just bought a record pointer. Isn't this a little too long? Hey, boy, do you want to go to the Grand Waterway? Just as Oguro was thinking, a rough voice interrupted him. Oguro turned his head and looked. White hair, big cigar, marine cape. The fierce look on his face is more terrifying than a pirate. Isn't he the White Hunter Smoker? Behind him, Nami followed with an uneasy look on his face. Oguro said solemnly, I'm right, it shouldn't be illegal to go to the Grand Channel. Smoker exhaled a large cloud of smoke and said calmly, it is certainly not illegal to go to the Grand Line, but in order to prevent pirates from entering the Grand Line, everyone who buys a record pointer needs to carefully review it. Oguro said, we are all ordinary civilians, is there any problem? Smoker held the cigar between his fingers and chuckled, well, it's still a bit of a problem. He pointed at Kuchiki, Rukia and the others and said, just like these three people. I have used all of Marine's intelligence networks, but I still can't find out their origins. Before Oguro could speak, Smoker continued quietly, along as a pirate who is suspected of having ice fruit abilities and can easily kill a 20 million bounty. His origin is a mystery, so I have to be more cautious. And it just so happened that during that time, a whole boatload of people from the nearby No. 16 branch, Colonel Mouse, disappeared, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Do you think I should be more careful? Oguro's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank. He is worthy of being the most powerful force in the sea. Even though he tried to cover it up, they still discovered the clues. But alas, they have no evidence. Oguro said calmly, for ordinary civilians, whose hometown was destroyed by a shipwreck, it shouldn't be illegal to take refuge under my command, right? As for the Colonel Rat you mentioned, we met once, but they left not long after they stayed, and we don't know anything about their disappearance. Smoker's eyes suddenly turned cold. It's really a pushover. Oguro's guess was correct. He had no evidence and could not arrest Oguro directly. But it is absolutely impossible for him to watch Oguro and others leave. In that case, you can leave. But, Smoker pointed at Nami with his right hand and said, this woman must stay and assist us in our investigation. We have found out clearly that she was once a member of the Dragon Pirates. We must check if there is any life in her hands. As soon as these words came out, Oguro's face instantly turned cold. Who says Smoker is a fool? Isn't this a set of methods? He said that he only wanted to keep Nami, but in fact, he just wanted to use Nami as a hostage and let himself and the others stay. As time passes, we may be able to find evidence of the attack on Colonel Rat. What if I don't agree? Oguro's cold voice sounded. You're just a smoker, and you want to put us all under house arrest in Rogue Town. Who do you think you are? A guy chasing Luffy chased the entire Grand Channel, only to watch helplessly as the opponent grew from a supernova to a loser in the Four Emperors. Stop being funny, okay. Smoker's eyes also turned cold, and a wisp of smoke slowly lingered beside him. I'm afraid it's not up to you. Smoker waved his right hand, and his arm instantly turned into a stream of milky white smoke, which condensed into a huge spiral and flew towards Oguro and others. Bye man. The next second, all the smoke turned into reality, like a long chain blocking all directions, trying to capture the 4 Oguro people in one fell swoop. Chapter 22 Beat Up Smoker. Whoosh. The 4 people used Shunpo at the same time and easily escaped from the smoke. Even the bag in Yamada Hanadoru's hand is still firmly held. So fast. Is it shaving? It feels a bit different. Smoker was shocked. Such high-speed movement skills can only be learned by the elite of the Marine Corps. I didn't expect to meet 4 of them in this East Daxia Sea. Now Smoker doesn't dare to let them into the Grand Channel. Don't try to escape. Smoker stepped on the ground quickly and shot out like an arrow. Shave. At the same time, Smoker's upper body turned into a cloud of smoke, increasing his speed to another level. Follow me to the branch and accept the investigation. In the blink of an eye, Smoker came to Oguro and grabbed his shoulder with his right hand. Presumptuous. In an instant, Kuchiki and Matsumoto were furious. This BD actually dares to attack Lord Spirit King. It is truly an unforgivable sin. The 2 of them drew their knives at the same time and slashed at Smoker's wrist with great force. However, Smoker refused to dodge, as if he didn't see the blades of the 2 men, and still grabbed Oguro on his own. Call. The 2 Zanpakutos went straight through Smoker's wrist, as if they had cut into the air. Is this what the Spirit King calls elementalization? It's indeed a bit tricky. This thought flashed through both of their minds at the same time. Hado 1. Rush. Oguro's fingertips suddenly shot out a shock wave, scattering Smoker's elemental body. Taking advantage of his chance to recover, Oguro opened the distance between the 2 with a Shunpo. Is this a physical skill? Or a fruit ability? Smoker did not rush to pursue, but the old god was analyzing Okuro's Kido. As a Logia fruit user, he is almost invincible in the East Daxia Sea. He didn't even take Oguro and the others to heart. With the ability of elementalization, let alone defeat him, I have never met anyone who can hurt him. Although the woman named Kuchiki Rukia in the intelligence could control ice and snow, Smoker was not worried at all. Because the Logia Bingbing fruit has been eaten. And this happens to be his immediate boss. Since it's not Logia, of course he doesn't have to be afraid. Give up. In front of my elementalization, all your attacks are meaningless. Smoker's tone revealed a strong sense of confidence and pride. I'm afraid it's too early to say this. Kuchiki looked coldly, raised her Zanpakuto horizontally, and whispered. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki. The crystal clear and gorgeous Sota no Shirayuki appeared in front of Smoker, and he was stunned when he saw it. So, the person with the fruit ability is not herself, but this sword. Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt in his heart. Whether the devil fruit is powerful or not, the most important thing is how the ability user develops it. Feeding the sword like this seems to avoid the shortcoming of being afraid of seawater, but it also loses the possibility of developing devil fruits in depth. As a result, this woman's strength can't be much stronger. Kuchiki doesn't know yet that Smoker has labeled her a weakling. She waved Sota no Shirayuki gently, Hatsuma Tsukibai. In an instant, a white light flashed under Smoker's feet, and a layer of ice quickly spread upward from his feet. Smoker immediately transformed into elements and flew into the air, avoiding the frozen ground. Haha, the intelligence said that you can freeze a mountain, which is really amazing. But in the air, your ability is useless. Smoker shook his head with regret. If you eat the devil fruit yourself, you may be able to develop and make up for this shortcoming. But given the sword, I'm afraid it will only be at this level. However, Kuchiki showed a sneer. Who told you that I can only freeze things on the ground? As soon as Kuchiki finished speaking, a biting chill suddenly rose from the ground. Within the range of the white moon, Everything on the ground and in the air froze, forming an icicle that penetrated the sky in the blink of an eye. Smoker in the air didn't expect that Kuchiki could actually hit the air with this move. In a hurry, the elements all over his body dispersed and flew out of the circle with all his strength. Call. Smoker, who was still frightened, breathed a long sigh of relief, and half of his body was slowly repairing like smoke. If he had moved any slower just now, he might have been frozen. There's something wrong with this guy's attack. Suddenly, Smoker looked down and saw that half of his recondensed body was covered with frost, and a slight chill penetrated his bones. Seeing this scene, Oguro also had a smile on his face. He originally guessed that Shinigami's power could deal with Logia fruit users. The strongest power in this world is Conqueror's entanglement. Conqueror's haki belongs to the power of the soul, and to some extent it is the same as spiritual pressure. It is not surprising to have such an effect. Oguro is very pleased with the result. This means that after he summons the captain-level Shinigami in the future, he will not have to worry about being restrained by the three generals. At this time, Smoker's eyes flashed with solemnity. The opponent's ability far exceeds his imagination. If it is put into the Grand Channel, it will become a serious problem for Marine in a few years. All the troops, arrest the thieves. Smoker gave the order, and a large group of Marine soldiers immediately poured out of the street. They have completely surrounded the neighborhood. What a troublesome thing. I just wanted to buy a record pointer, but it made such a big fuss. Oguro came to Nami's side in a flash, picked her up by the waist, and ordered at the same time. Rangaku, you open the way. Hanataro follows. Rukia, take the rear. Yes. Matsumoto Rangaku immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and shouted softly, give it a low hum. Hineka. The slender blade instantly turned into gray smoke, whipping up a huge tornado and rushing towards Marine, blocking the intersection. Damn it, is that also a person with abilities? Smoker was shocked. Those ordinary sailors couldn't stop the Esper. He subconsciously wanted to rush over. But he heard a cold voice in his ear. Second dance by Lien. A ball of snow-white cold air came through the sky, as if it was about to freeze the entire void. Danger. The strong sense of crisis was like a steel needle piercing Smoker's head. How could he dare to force a breakthrough and hurriedly ducked sideways? With this slight delay, Matsumoto Rangaku's attack had already landed in the crowd. Careful. Just hearing a scream, dozens of sailors were thrown out by the strong wind like fallen leaves, hitting the roofs or the streets. The blockade was suddenly torn open. Stop. At this time, a thin figure stopped in front of several people. He has short hair, wears rustic square glasses, and holds a saber in his hand. It's Smoker's Lieutenant Dusky. Although he knew that there was a huge difference in strength, he still stood up with determination. Chapter 23 Upside Down Mountain. Oguro had a very good impression of this brave girl. In the original book, whether she faced Luffy's gang or the big pirates of the New World, she was weak and never flinched. In his previous life, Oguro always believed that this character was created to make up for Gu Yuina's regrets. The only pity is that as a swordsman, he has been under the command of Smoker, a person with abilities, and he has not received the best training at all. Really, Dusky, Oguro said with a smile, you, a swordsman, can't follow a person with fruit abilities. Do you want to join my army? I guarantee that you will become a great swordsman in the future. When it comes to swordsmanship, many of the Gotei 13 are swordsmen or even great swordsmen, and it is definitely more than enough to teach one Tassy-chi. Marine will never surrender to pirates. Dushi roared with wide eyes. I'm not a pirate. Oguro smiled. He didn't think he had to recruit anyone, so just say no. He gave Matsumoto Rangaku a look. Matsumoto Rangaku understood. A shunpo appeared behind Tashi and tapped her on the back of the neck with the handle of the knife. Dusky rolled his eyes and passed out on the spot. Before she completely lost consciousness, she heard Oguro speaking earnestly. Bravery without strength is more stupidity. Not every enemy is as kind as us, don't lose your life in vain. The group of people quickly evacuated from the gap opened by Matsumoto Rangaku. At Shunpo's speed, the nearby Marine had no time to stop him. Seeing that Oguro and the others had broken through the encirclement, Smoker could only turn his attention back to Kuchiki. He stared at Kuchiki Rukia with his eyes and said fiercely, "At the very least, one must stay." Hearing this, a disdainful sneer appeared on Kuchiki's beautiful face. She opened her red lips slightly and said slowly, "What gave you the illusion that you can keep me?" The moment the last word was spoken, Smoker felt as if he was in a trance. Kuchiki Rukia's figure has disappeared. The next moment, a sharp sound broke through the air from behind him. "That's the sound of swords dancing." Smoker suddenly turned his head and saw the white Soda no Shirayuki flashing with cold light, slashing it from his shoulder. Brush. Soda no Shirayuki's blade passed right through Smoker's body. The elemental form of the Logia fruit cannot be hit by ordinary physical attacks. Smoker just breathed a sigh of relief, but only heard a click. At the track where Soda no Shirayuki passed, crystal clear ice suddenly appeared, quickly grew and spread, and soon covered Smoker's chest. Smoker felt as if his soul had been frozen and he could no longer control his body. His whole body became stiff and he fell from the air. Kuchiki glanced at the incapacitated Smoker lightly, turned around and flew towards the dock. Only then did Smoker realize that the other party could actually fly. A knife that can control ice and smoke, and even has the ability to fly. What kind of people are these? Although he wanted to rush up to find out what was going on, the constant coldness in his body prevented him from standing up at all. Even if it turns into smoke, it will not help. In the end, he could only watch Oguro's boat sail out of the dock. It took several hours for the ice on Smoker's body to dissipate on its own. Dasky. As soon as he recovered, Smoker immediately ordered, "Report everything that happened here to the headquarters as soon as possible. Those people are not weak and must be dealt with quickly." 20 minutes later, Marine Headquarters Marine Fando. In the Fleet Admiral office, Sengoku, with a seagull on his head, was eating senbei in a rare leisurely manner. "Damn Garp, you know how to steal my limited edition senbei." "Fortunately, I was prepared and hid the limited edition and regular edition separately." Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the office door. "Report Fleet Admiral, urgent information." Sengoku had no choice but to put down his beloved senbei, put on a serious expression and said, "Come in." A sailor came in and respectfully handed over a report. Warring States looked at it carefully, and his face became more serious the more he looked at it. "The fruit power is given to the sword, and its strength is comparable to that of a general in the headquarters. It even has the ability to fly. This is a monster that came out of nowhere." Warring States looked very bad. Since the era of great pirates, new monsters on the sea have emerged one after another, and they are even called supernovas by those who do evil things. On the contrary, Marine has never had any outstanding newcomers, which has put Sengoku under increasing pressure. He defeated Smoker and was also suspected of killing the base commander of the branch. Such a guy must not be left alone. With the decision made, Warring States gave a serious order. "Send the order. Issue a wanted order." In the East Daxia Sea, Oguro and his party are heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Fortunately, they replenished supplies before buying the record pointer, otherwise they would be in trouble now. "Sir Oguro, there is no record pointer. What should we do when we reach the Grand Channel?" Nami asked worriedly. Oguro smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know there is a record pointer somewhere, and we won't let us get lost in the Great Channel." After hearing this, Nami immediately looked at Oguro with admiration on his face. Hee. "As expected of you, Lord Oguro. You really have thought carefully." Kuchiki, Rukia and Matsumoto frowned when they saw this. Ever since she was carried back to the ship by her Soul King, this Nami seems to be clinging to his Soul King. Nami doesn't care what these two people think of her. Now she only remembers the overwhelming sense of security when Oguro hugged her and evacuated. For this, she can give everything. However, it was precisely because of her performance that the other two people also made some determination. In order to prevent Smoker from catching up, Oguro ordered to move forward at full speed. Although this guy's strength is average, his head is not of ordinary iron. In order to chase Luffy all the way from the East Daxia Sea to the New World, if I delay a little bit, he will definitely catch up with me. 2 days later, Oguluo and his party finally arrived at Upside Down Mountain. Just as Nami was about to sail the boat into the channel, he was stopped by Oguro. "Is there any problem, Oguro-sama?" Nami asked confused. Oguro didn't speak, just waited quietly for a while. Sure enough, soon a huge thing rose from the sea. The huge figure was like a moving mountain peak, and Nami and the others were stunned to see it. This is an island whale, which belongs to the large Poseidon species. It is said that this is not the largest one. Oguro introduced in time. I didn't expect that someone in the East Daxia Sea actually knows Laboon. It's really rare. At this time, an old voice came from the lighthouse next to the channel. Several people turned around to look, and saw an old man with a hairstyle like a Tibetan flower standing on the lighthouse. Although he is old, his strong body still contains great strength. A pink shirt with yellow and green patterns looks chic and wanton. Others don't know it, but Oguro knows that this is One Piece Roger's ship's doctor, Kuroka's. Chapter 24 Seeing and Hearing Domineering. Before Oguro and the others could speak, Kuroka said directly, Laboon is about to hit the Red Earth continent. Be careful not to be overturned. After saying that, Kuroka's returned to the lighthouse and began to play with the tranquilizer device he developed. Every time Laboon hits the Red Earth continent, he will use this device to treat Laboon. Oguro immediately shouted, Senior, I have a way to prevent Laboon from hitting the Red Earth continent again. Kuroka's trembled violently and said excitedly, Are you serious? He stayed in the lighthouse for decades, and Laboon also hit the Red Continent for decades. Now its forehead is covered with large and small scars. If the collision continues like this, nothing will happen to the Red Earth continent, but Laboon will not be able to hold on. Oguro smiled confidently, and a shunpo flew above Laboon and shouted. Laboon, stop it, I know the whereabouts of the Lombard pirates. Moo. Sure enough, Laboon let out a long cry, and his body rushing towards the Red Earth continent suddenly stopped. A pair of huge eyes stared at Oguro without blinking, and his voice was full of surprise. Kuroka's was also startled. Immediately a look of confusion appeared on his face. The Lumba Pirates were a pirate group 50 years ago. How could this young man know about something so far back when he was only a teenager at most? Oguro didn't care about this. He said directly to Laboon, First of all, I have to tell you some sad news. The Lumba Pirates were wiped out by other pirate groups decades ago. Upon hearing this, Laboon immediately let out a huge scream. After waiting for a full 50 years, the final result was bad news. Kuroka's also fell silent. In fact, he had already guessed this ending. After all, there has been no news for 50 years, and I can't think of any other reason other than being wiped out. But Oguro then said, But you are lucky. There is still one person in the Lombard Pirates who survives. His name is Brook, and he is a musician. You should still remember it. Laboon, who was drowning in sadness, immediately cheered up when he heard the news. His huge body kept flopping in the sea, splashing countless waves. Brother, even if someone survived, 50 years have passed, and Brook will probably die of old age, right? Kuroka's couldn't help but say. He doesn't want Laboon to experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell again. Oguro nodded, That's true. But that guy didn't know whether it was luck or bad luck, he ate the underworld fruit. This fruit has no effect when a person is alive, but when the person with the ability dies, he can be resurrected once and master the power of the soul. After that, the person with the ability can almost live forever. It's a pity that Brook got lost when his soul returned. When he found his body, he was already a skeleton, so he is now living as a skeleton. Kuroka's was also amazed after hearing this. Resurrection, immortality. This is what many people dream of. It's a pity that Brook lost his way at the critical moment and cannot live as a normal person. No wonder Oguro said he didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Kuroka's asked, Since Brook is still alive, why don't you come back to visit Laboon? Oguro said, He was trapped in the Devil's Triangle by the 7 warlords of the Sea Moonlight Moria using his abilities. Hearing that his master was trapped, Laboon immediately became anxious. Without any explanation, he was about to knock down the Red Earth continent and rush to Brook's side. Oguro quickly comforted him, Don't worry. Although the person is trapped, his life is not in danger. I will rescue him after some time. Originally, Oguro had no intention of taking action himself. But he suddenly remembered the base camp of Moonlight Moria. Thriller bark is a good thing. Wouldn't it be appropriate for a huge pirate ship comparable to an island to be used as a secret base for the Great Waterway? What a waste of such a good resource in the hands of that fat man in Moonlight Moria. Moreover, the quality of Moonlight Moria's shadow fruit is not low, and it was purely because he made the skill tree crooked. At that time, you may be able to exchange for a legendary lottery ticket. With such a huge benefit, Brook can be rescued along the way. Haha, Laboon, you can rest assured now. You can't continue to hit the Red Earth continent in the future. Otherwise, when Brook comes back and you are injured, he will be sad. Kuroka's was delighted. Most people who say they want to steal people from the hands of the 7 warlords of the sea are definitely seeking death. But Kuroka's is extremely domineering. He keenly sensed an unusual sense of oppression from Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku. With such strength, it is really not a big deal to rob someone. It's just that Kuroka's didn't expect that Oguro's real goal was to get rid of Moonlight Moria. Saving Brook was completely incidental. After Kuroka's persuasion, Laboon actually stopped. It touched Oguro lightly with its forehead. Oguro understood it, put his fist on its forehead with his right hand, and promised. I promise to rescue Brook. A promise from the spiritual king is worth more than $1,000. Laboon happily dived back into the sea, and Kolikas warmly entertained Kolikas and his party at the lighthouse. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, that kid Laboon would have continued to crash into the Red Earth, and I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold on in a few years. Kroka raised his glass and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Oguro retorted, Senior, you're welcome. I don't want Laboon to die in vain because he values love and justice so much. Besides, I also have something to ask Senior. Kuroka's took a sip of wine and said boldly, no problem. You helped Laboon. As long as it is within my ability, I will help. Oguro said, I'm going to the Great Channel soon, but I don't have a record pointer. I hope my seniors can give one as a gift. After a pause, Oguro looked at Kuroka's with burning eyes and said, Besides, I also want to ask my senior for some advice on SX and domineering. Kuroka's paused slightly while drinking, then smiled helplessly. Sure enough, you know my origins. That's right, after all, even the unknown Lombard pirates 50 years ago are all treasures, let alone an old guy like me. Haha, One Piece Roger's ship's doctor is not an old guy. As soon as these words came out, Kuchiki, Rukia and the others had no reaction, but Nami was shocked. Hi, One Piece's ship's doctor. How could such a big shot be a lighthouse keeper here? Kuroka's waved his hand, that was all decades ago, so don't mention it. Then he said seriously, I can give you the record pointer right now. But it may take some time to see and hear the domineering power. No problem. Senior just needs to teach me how to get started, and then I will practice on my own. Oguro didn't force Kuroka's to teach Luffy for 2 years like Rayleigh did. After all, it was teacher Kai who made Luffy take off. Chapter 25 Trap. For the next month, Oguro stayed in Twin Gap to receive training from Kuroka's. What surprised Kuroka's was that Oguro mastered the knowledge of Haki very quickly and completed the introduction in just 1 month. Your talent reminds me of Roger. Kuroka's was extremely emotional. His domineering power of knowledge can even allow him to listen to the sounds of all things. With your talent, you might be able to do the same. Oguro smiled modestly. After all, seeing, hearing, color and domineering is a kind of perception. The stronger a person's soul is, the stronger his perception will naturally be. The soul power of Shinigami is definitely more than 1 level higher than the world of One Piece. With his spiritual pressure, he is naturally more comfortable in practicing Haki. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance during this time. It's time for us to say goodbye. Oguro stood up and bowed to Kuroka's very solemnly to thank him. Kuroka's nodded. For a man like you, the Great Channel is your stage. Go. I'm also looking forward to seeing how much shock you can bring to this world. Within this month, a wanted order for Oguro and the others was also issued. As a captain, Oguro's bounty is as high as 100 million belly. Kuchiki Rukia has 80 million berry and Matsumoto Rangaku has 65 million berry. In fact, Oguro didn't take any action during the whole process. Marine didn't know that Okuro's strength was completely inferior to Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku. But since he was the captain, the highest reward was set. The first bounty exceeded 100 million, and Oguro's name quickly spread in the Grand Channel. Farewell to Kuroka's, the group crossed the upside-down mountain and entered the Great Channel. The target is Gaia Island, but since there is no permanent pointer, we can only follow the record pointer to accumulate magnetism on each island on the route and advance slowly. Long sea voyages are quite boring. But Oguro has been feeling differently in recent days. At some point, Matsumoto Rangaku quietly put on a bikini and basked in the sun on the deck every day. That proud figure was clearly displayed in Oguro's eyes as he walked back and forth. Although he knew it was not good, Oguro's eyes were always forced to turn away by some mysterious force, and he could not pull them back. Within 2 days, Kuchiki and Nami both changed into swimsuits as if they were stimulated. It's not as hot a bikini as Matsumoto Rangaku, but it still has its own characteristics. For a time, hundreds of flowers bloomed on the deck, competing for beauty. In this beautiful scenery, the ship sailed to a small island to replenish supplies. In a restaurant in a small town, several people were chatting while eating. Nami suddenly asked, "Mr. Oguro, didn't we promise Mr. Kuroka's to rescue Brook? Why should we go to Gaia Island first?" Oguro smiled and said, "Have you heard of the legend of the Golden Land? Rolando, the king of liars. Isn't that a story?" Nami had obviously heard this story. Oguro smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice, "That's not a story. The Golden Land is real." "What?" Nami was shocked, and then his eyes burst into brilliant golden light. "Isn't there a lot of gold? Lord Oguro, are we going to find gold?" "Well, that's right." Oguro didn't deny it either. "After solving Enel, take the empty island. The Golden Country will definitely be included. So there is nothing wrong with saying he went looking for gold. Then let's finish our food and leave as soon as possible." After learning that there was a large amount of treasure, Nami, a little money fanatic, didn't have time to eat, so she immediately urged everyone to set off. The story of the great liar Rolando was regarded as a lie by everyone, but Nami believed it instantly. Because it was Oguro who said this. Under Nami's repeated urging, the group finished their meal and returned to the boat. At this time, in the corner of the restaurant, 2 people, one fat and one thin, whispered. "Did you see that? Those people." "I saw it. It's the prince," said Oguro, "who has a bounty of 100 million belly. The Ice Queen, Kuchiki Rukia, who has a bounty of 80 million berry. And 65 million berry the Smoke Banshee, Matsumoto Rangaku." The fat man said excitedly, "They just said that the Golden Land is real. This news must be spread back quickly. If such a large amount of money can be obtained by the work company, it will definitely be a great achievement." The thin man nodded vigorously. "With this credit, we can definitely get a level up. We no longer have to work hard outside to get information. Looking at the direction they are sailing, they should be passing by Whiskey Mountain. Then we will catch them all there." If Oguro were still here, he would definitely know after hearing this that these 2 people are members of the Baroque Working Society. Whiskey Hill was their stronghold. It looks like a town that welcomes pirates, but it's actually a trap designed to catch pirates. This time, they thought they had caught a big fish. Alabasta, Yufeng Casino. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was slowly sipping red wine in his room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A beautiful girl with short black hair and a tall figure walked in. Crocodile frowned slightly. "Nicole Robin, what are you doing here?" Robin showed a perfect and fake smile and said, "The peripheral intelligence agents sent back a message that Sid Oguroma is coming to Whiskey Mountain soon. Moreover, they have definite information about the Golden Land." Crocodile's expression changed slightly, and his back straightened subconsciously. "Golden Land, is it really true?" Robin's smile remained unchanged. "According to the intelligence, their trip is to collect treasures from the Golden Land. The intelligence agent wants to capture them alive in Whiskey Mountain and extract information about the Golden Land. But he is worried that he is not strong enough and hopes that the agency can send more manpower. After all, he is a new monster who has a bounty of over 100 million belly for the first time, and he has 2 ability users by his side. Whiskey Hill is really understaffed just by itself. Look at who among the chief commanders is not in a hurry. Send him there. You must ask for information about the Golden Land." Crocodile was slightly excited. In order to steal the Alabasta Kingdom, He has been using dancing fans for 2 years, and he is expected to use it for another year. In addition, people need to be sent across Alabasta to create public opinion, sow discord between the kingdom and its citizens, and at the same time establish a heroic image for oneself, spending money as fast as water. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to let Baroque Company Limited do the work of a bounty hunter, and he would open a casino himself. Really short of money. As long as he can win the Golden Land, he will no longer have to worry about funds. I understand. Send someone over for support now. Robin was not surprised by this result. So, as Oguro continued to approach Whiskey Mountain, a large net was slowly opened. Chapter 26 Whiskey Mountain. Lord Spirit King, eat some fruit. On the boat, Matsumoto Rangaku held a piece of melon with 2 fingers and brought it to Oguro's mouth. A black swimsuit made her skin white and translucent. The movement of bending over creates a perfect wave crest. Just when Oguro was in a daze, a pair of hands pressed on his shoulders. Nami smiled and said, "Mr. Oguro, let me give you a massage." Regardless of whether Oguro accepted it or not, he immediately started kneading it with both hands. Kuchiki looked angrily. Because of the aristocratic education of the Kuchiki family, she could not take such initiative, but she stayed close to Oguro and taught him about Kito's experience. "Lord Soul King, I saw the island." At this time, Yamada Hanadoru's voice freed Oguro from the siege. He came to the bow of the ship. Matsumoto Rangaku behind him said in surprise, "What a strange island. It looks like a cactus. The island in front of me has no mountains, or those huge cactus are just mountains." Cactus Island. Then this is Whiskey Hill Town. Oguro reacted immediately when he saw Kojima's strange appearance. When Matsumoto Rangaku and the others changed back to their daily clothes, countless residents poured out of the towns on both sides of the river. They looked at the slowly approaching ship and cheered loudly. "Dear pirates, welcome to Whiskey Mountain. Heroes of the sea, hello." This scene immediately confused a few people on the side. Nami said with a look of disbelief, "Sir Oguro, is the Great Channel so welcoming to pirates?" Oguro sneered when he heard this. "Nami, remember this sentence. If you show courtesy for nothing, you will be rowed or stolen." Nami nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the ship sailed into the dock. A man with blonde curly hair came up to him with a smile. "Hello fellow sea heroes. I am Ikarim, the mayor of Whiskey Mountain. Welcome to Whiskey Mountain. We have the best wine and the most beautiful music here. Please enjoy it." Kuchiki, Lucia and the others looked at each other and did not refuse. Now that we know that the person coming is not good, there is no need to worry. Ikarim led everyone to the largest tavern in the town and held a grand banquet. Countless wines and delicacies were served on the table, but Yamada Hanadoro knew after just one glance that someone had drugged them. Oguro nodded slightly to several people. A few people pretended not to know, drank the wine in one gulp, and ate happily. The banquet lasted until late into the night, and Oguro was the first to lose control and fell drunk on the table. As if there was a chain reaction, the others fell down one after another, and soon the whole army was wiped out. Ha ha, the great pirate with a bounty of 100 million turned out to be a rookie. The sound of ridicule sounded, and several figures slowly walked out from the backstage of the tavern. Seeing these people, the residents of Whiskey Mountain suddenly showed respect and made way for them. "Send the person to the interrogation room." The president said that the information about Golden Land must be tortured. After that, hand it over to Marine in exchange for the bounty. These people are worth more than 200 million belly, we can't let it go to waste. But at this moment, a chuckle interrupted his thoughts. "It turns out it's for the Golden Land. I'll explain that we didn't even hang the pirate flag, so how could there be such a big battle?" Several people were startled and quickly turned their heads to look. I saw that Oguro and others had stood up, and there was no sign of being stunned. "Did you actually find out? It seems that I did underestimate you." The man spoke slowly, but showed no signs of panic. Oguluo glanced at it and found that the people who came out were all acquaintances. All officers from Baroque Studio stationed at Whiskey Mountain are dispatched. Mr. 8, Mr. 9, Miss Monday and Miss Wednesday. The speaker was Mr. 9, who liked to call himself a prince. But in fact, it is his partner, Miss Wednesday, who is the real princess. Standing behind Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, with long blue hair, pretended to look coldly at Oguro and his party. Nefertari D. Vivi, the first princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, is a descendant of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 original families. If her ancestors hadn't given up and moved to marry Joa, she would be a serious celestial dragon now. In order to find out Crocodile's conspiracy to steal the country, an undercover agent concealed his identity and entered the Baroque studio. She is a strong and responsible girl. It's a pity that the strength is a bit lacking. Even if she did find out the truth, she wouldn't have the strength to stop it. Mr. Nine waved his hands, held 2 bats, and sneered. Originally, I could have suffered less physical pain, but if you insist on waking up, I can only use force to take you down. After saying that, Mr. Nine jumped up hard and hit Oguro's head with the bat in his hand. The stick of perseverance. Clang. However, as soon as Mr. Nine took off, a flash of sword came towards him. The bat in his hand was cut off easily like tofu, and the cold blade was deeply embedded in his chest. Puff! A hideous wound across his chest spurted out bright red blood. Mr. Nine fell to the ground immediately. Kuchiki shook the blood droplets on the knife indifferently and said disdainfully, "You are so weak." This hand shocked the rest of the people present. Although Mr. Nine is not considered the top expert in Baroque studio, the only ones who can kill him instantly with one blow are the president and Mr. One. The strength of these people is completely beyond their imagination. Let's do it together. Miss Monday reacted the fastest and rushed towards Kuchiki with a roar. Mr. 8, the mayor of the town, Ikaram, immediately activated the machine gun hidden in his curly hair and fired wildly at Oguro and his group. Oguro grabbed Nami's waist, stepped on Shunpo's feet, and exited the tavern in a flash. The other 3 are now much stronger than him, and they haven't even caught a speck of dust. Strange power. The moment Oguro stood still, Miss Monday, who was tall and strong, fell from the sky and punched Oguro in the head. Miss was very confident on Monday. Although she is a woman, her physical talent surpasses that of most men. This punch can definitely make the opponent incapacitated. However, facing Miss Monday's attack, Oguro didn't even bother to move. He raised his left fist, and invisible armed domineering energy immediately wrapped around his arm. Armed color and tangle. Faced with Miss Monday's strange punch, Oguro swung out a punch and chose to fight head-on. "Well done. Watch me crush you." Miss roared angrily on Monday, and the power of her fist surged again. Bang! The 2 fists collided together. Nothing fancy, it was a complete showdown of strength. A huge shock wave exploded instantly, rolling up several meters of smoke and dust. In the dispersed smoke and dust, Oguro stood motionless. Miss Monday rolled her eyes and flew away like a kite with its string broken. Chapter 27 Identity Exposed. Boom! Miss fell heavily to the ground on Monday and lost consciousness. How is it possible? He actually defeated Miss Monday. The members of the Baroque working group who were watching were all shocked. You know, Miss Monday is one of the executive commanders, and her combat power is superior to that of hundreds of millions of elders. And billions of elders means a super elite who can only be chosen one among 100 million people. That is to say, Oguro didn't know what they were thinking, otherwise he would definitely laugh at them mercilessly. This is just a slogan used by Crocodile to promote himself. You actually take it seriously. If one were to choose one among 100 million people, Baroque works would be so powerful that even Marine would have no choice but to surrender. Is this possible? Just listen to what the boss says and don't take it too seriously. Peacock Circle. When everyone was intimidated by Oguro, a figure attacked him without hesitation. Miss Wednesday, that is, Vivi controlled the peacock thorn and stabbed Oguro in the back of the head. A series of peacock saws quickly formed a straight line and were about to penetrate the back of Oguro's head. It's done. Everyone onlookers thought that Vivi's move was bound to hit. Because she attacked from Oguro's blind spot, her timing was quite precise. However, Oguro just turned his head slightly, and the peacock thorn passed directly by his ear. Vivi was shocked. Does this guy also have eyes on his back? Oguro smiled secretly. Do you really think that he learned SX and domineering in vain? Although Vivi hides her whereabouts, she cannot hide her aura. In the eyes of Oguro, her sneak attack is no different from a bright one. Peacock Circle Countercurrent. Vivi didn't give up and immediately changed her moves as soon as she missed a hit. With a fierce wave of his arm, the Peacock Thorn instantly turned from thorn to sweep, and struck towards Oguro. Oguro let go of Nami, turned around and drew his Zanpakuto. Armed domineering energy instantly wrapped around it and slashed hard at the Peacock Thorn. Clang! The Peacock Thorn snapped into two pieces. Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a weapon made of fine steel, and it just broke like that. At this stunned moment, Oguro stepped on Shunpo and rushed to Vivi. Without giving any chance to react, Oguro punched Vivi in the stomach, knocking her unconscious on the spot. But it's obvious that Oguro showed mercy. Otherwise, Vivi will at least lose half her life like Miss Monday. At this time, Oguro thought to himself, Alabasta, crocodile, I think it will be of great value. Oguro wants to establish a supreme divine kingdom, and annexing existing countries in the One Piece world is a necessary stage. Because of crocodiles, Operation Utopia, Alabasta is now in a very confusing situation, and he has every opportunity to intervene. And it's not that Oguro despises King Cobra, it's that this guy really doesn't want to be the king. It's okay to be considerate of the people, but as a king, you can't be devoid of thunderous tactics. Alabasta as the Grand Line superpower. It covers an area of nearly 500,000 square kilometers, has a population of over 10 million, and a standing army of 600,000. It's no exaggeration to say he is a hegemon. As a result, Cobra was able to sit back and watch the rebel army grow from 0 to 700,000. It can be said that no king with some means would be able to do such a stupid thing. A king can be kind, but he must not be naive. It's not always possible to have a protagonist group like Luffy come to save you. Vivi. In desperation, Mr. 8 Ikaram subconsciously called out Vivi's real name. He is the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard and accompanies Vivi undercover in the Baroque Working Company. Seeing that his princess was in danger, Ikaram leapt towards Oguro. The saxophone in his hand was quickly disassembled and turned into a powerful shotgun, and he shot Oguro in the head. Upon seeing this, Oguro dodged away, dodged all the bullets, and returned Vivi to Ikaram. Alabasta is a superpower. If it can be brought under its command, the basic base of the Kingdom of God will be ready. For this purpose, he couldn't really do anything to Vivi. Vivi. Neferurit Vivi. It seems that you are really Alabasta's undercover agents. At this moment, a figure appeared on the roof nearby. He has dark skin, afro hair, and is dressed like a rock singer. Seeing this person, Ikaram trembled with fear. Mr. 5, why are you here? Hee. Of course the president is afraid that you won't be able to deal with this noble young master, so he sent us here. A clear female voice fell from the sky, and a tall woman with short blonde hair holding an umbrella, wearing a yellow hat, slowly fell down like a feather. The person with the light and heavy fruit ability, Mr. 5's partner, Miss Valentine's Day. Vivi's identity was exposed in front of the two chief commanders, and Ikaram regretted that his intestines were green. The president's Utopia operation is at a critical moment, and we cannot let you two undercovers ruin it, so please go to hell. Mr. 5 flicked his finger, and a booger flew towards Vivi and Ikaram. Gun. Mr. 5 is a user with the explosive fruit ability. He can turn anything he touches into explosives for attack. Under the influence of the fruit's ability, this booger is as powerful as a grenade. Ikaram is very aware of Mr. 5's ability, but now that Vivi is unconscious, he can't dodge the blow at all. As the captain of the guard, Ikaram held Vivi in his arms without hesitation and tried to block the blow with his back. Boom! Ikaram's back was bloody, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. But Vivi in his arms was unharmed. Vivi was awakened by the violent shock. Looking at the seriously injured Ikaram, Vivi exclaimed, "Ikaram, how are you?" Ikaram lowered his head and no longer had the strength to answer. Upon seeing this, Oguro whispered, "Hanataro, go treat him." Yamada Hanataro stepped in front of Ikaram, saw Vivi's wary eyes, and said patiently, "I am a doctor, leave him to me." As he spoke, he laid Ikaram flat, placed his hands on Ikaram's back, and began to cast Kaido. Interesting. You actually help your enemies. Mr. 5 looked at Oguro, who gave the order, his face full of fun. Oguro sneered, "Since they are not your people, they are not my enemies. Besides, from what you say, your boss seems to have a very important action that cannot be ruined by them. Of course I can't let you get what the enemy wants to do. When Crocodile ordered him to be dealt with, Oguro had already sentenced him to death. A trace of anger flashed across Mr. Five's face. Huh. That's a shameless statement. That's all. It doesn't matter if I deal with you first and then deal with them. Whoosh. Mr. Five flew down from the roof like a bullet and kicked Oguro in the temple. Foot blast. Use the fruit's ability to add explosive power to your feet. The moment you kick the enemy, a terrifying explosion will occur. And he himself is immune to explosion damage. Facing Mr. Five's foot blast, Oguro raised his left hand, blocked it by his side, and shouted softly. Bakudo number 8, Rebuke. Chapter 28 Strengthening Spiritual Pressure. A spiritual shield unfolded from the back of Oguro's hand, blocking Mr. Five's feet. Boom. Mr. Five's foot landed on the spiritual shield, and a violent explosion made a big crater on the ground. However, in the big pit, Oguro stood firmly, and even his jumpsuit Kakuzu was not damaged at all. With a wave of his right hand, the Zanpakuto turned into a beam of silver light and slashed towards Mr. Five's head. Mr. Five kicked off his feet. Hearing a roar, he quickly avoided Oguro's blade with the help of the reaction force of the explosion. Not bad, the response is very fast. Oguro praised with a smile. This condescending attitude immediately angered Mr. Five. Lousy is the chief conductor of the Baroque Working Society, the most powerful person. How dare you, a newcomer to the great channel, dare to underestimate yourself? A-hole, try this trick. Mr. Five took a deep breath and used the fruit's ability to convert all the air into high-energy explosive bombs. Air blast. A large cloud of air-like bombs came towards Oguro. If he were to hit him, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters would be razed to the ground. Go to hell. Mr. Five laughed proudly. With this blow, Oguro's strength should not kill him, but Vivi and Ikaram who are within the explosion range will definitely die. When you find out the information about Golden Township, let's see how I can manipulate you. Mr. Five thought fiercely. Oguro also saw Mr. Five's sinister intentions. If you want to keep Vivi, you have to withstand this wave of explosions. Most people have to be seriously injured. But, Oguro glanced at him coldly and said disdainfully, "Are you looking down on me too much?" Raising his Zanpakuto Gen, Oguro chanted in a low voice, "Lingwu. Soda no Shirayuki." The metal blade was instantly dyed snow white. Oguro pointed the tip of the knife at Mr. Five, and the spiritual pressure in his body surged like a tsunami. Second dance by Lien. Snow white cold air spurted out, coating everything around it with a layer of frost. The next second, Mr. Five's air burst was completely surrounded by cold air, forming a thick layer of ice. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and a big explosion occurred inside the ice, but only half of the ice was broken. Not to mention killing Vivi, the remaining shock wave didn't even move her hair. This guy is actually so strong. Having seen Oguro and his party fall into the trap of Whiskey Mountain so easily, Mr. Five felt that the other party was just in vain. The bounty of 100 million belly was probably obtained through some shady means. But looking at it now, the other party is simply relying on its strength and doesn't pay attention to their trap at all. This 100 million belly is no joke. Ah! At this time, a scream came from the air. Mr. Five quickly looked up. I saw more than a dozen criss-crossing wounds on Miss Valentine's body, and she fell straight from the air. As a user with the light and heavy fruit ability, Miss Valentine is one of the few people with the ability to fly. This once gave her an advantage in the battle. But this time, facing Matsumoto Rangaku's Zanpakuto Haimao, her advantage became a joke. The gray cat can turn into smoke and dust, and everything in the sky and on the earth is within its attack range. Miss Valentine proudly flew into the air and wanted to use her famous move of 10,000 kilograms to attack Matsumoto Rangaku. As a result, he was defeated by Matsumoto Rangaku and Shikai Zanpakuto. Damn it! These guys are much stronger than expected, I have to retreat first. Mr. Five decisively chose to give up his partner, turned around and ran away. Is it too late to run away now? However, as soon as Mr. Five turned around, he saw Oguro standing in front of him, staring at him with a half-smile. A-hole, Don't underestimate our chief commander. Explosive punch. Mr. 5 knew that he could only fight to the death, so he threw a punch at Oguro regardless of his own safety. Too slow. Oguro snorted coldly, and lightly drew a circle with the tip of the knife. First dance Yubai. A white circle of light appeared at Mr. 5's feet. Before he could react, the ground froze instantly, and the ice spread rapidly along his body, freezing him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. The chief conductor of the Baroque Working Society suffered casualties for the first time. Ding! 2 powerful souls without owners have been detected. Do you want to absorb them? Oguro knew that this was Mr. 5 and Mrs. Valentine's devil fruit. Nodding without hesitation, absorb. Soon, the system absorbed the souls of the 2 devil fruits and gave them the option of exchanging them. 2 rare lottery tickets can be redeemed. Do you want to redeem them? The reward is not surprising. After all, it is not a particularly powerful fruit. But Oguro was a little dissatisfied with the rare lottery ticket now. He asked casually, can it be exchanged for other rewards? The system quickly gave an alternative plan. It can slightly enhance certain capabilities of the host. Oguro's eyes lit up. You can actually improve your abilities. This is a rare reward. After all, the price for recreating abilities with achievement points is ridiculously expensive. System, I want to strengthen my spiritual pressure. As the foundation of Shinigami's power, if he has captain-level Ryutsu, even if his other abilities are inferior, his strength will never be weak. The next moment, Oguro felt a cool energy pouring into his head. His spiritual pressure began to grow gradually. Buzz. As the last trace of energy was exhausted, Oguro's spiritual pressure surged sharply, and he was successfully promoted to the elite level. Haha, what an unexpected bonus. In the original timeline, these 2 people should have been defeated by Luffy and the others in the small garden. Afterwards, Jinpen washed his hands and settled in the small garden, and were lucky to save their lives. But unfortunately, Oguro is not a person who likes to show mercy. Since they dare to come with murderous intentions, they must be prepared to be killed. Seeing that even the chief conductor was dead, the ordinary members of the Baroque Working Society dared to stay here. They all ran towards the pier, wanting to leave the island. Oguro was too lazy to pay attention to these little minions. He went straight to Vivi and Ikarim. At this time, Ikarim's injuries have been stabilized and are no longer life-threatening. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and then her expression became extremely sad. Seeing that he had found some clues about Crocodile's rebellion, his identity was now exposed. Without conclusive evidence, it is impossible to punish Crocodile, who is active in Alabasta as a hero. Are you going to deal with Crocodile? Oguro came closer and asked bluntly. Vivi felt uneasy about this enemy who suddenly saved her. Why did you save us? Oguro's face was cold. You should have heard just now, it was Crocodile who made the first move. It's not polite to come back without reciprocating. Since he has some important actions related to you, then I must prevent him from doing it. Chapter 29 Heading to the Royal Capital. Vivi and Ikarim are taken back to the ship. Yamada Hanadoro took care of the wounded, while Vivi told Hanadoro about Alabasta's current situation. Alabasta has been experiencing drought for more than 2 years, and only the royal capital, Arupana, has had normal rainfall. Although no one has done anything yet, suspicions about the royal family are getting deeper and deeper. If the truth cannot be found out, Alabasta may fall into civil strife. Speaking of this, Vivi twitched her shoulders and shed tears. As the princess and heir to the throne of Alabasta, she cannot solve the crisis facing the country. This made her hate her own incompetence countless times. Dancing fans. Oguro suddenly said. Vivi didn't react for a moment and asked, what kind of dancing fan? Oguro explained, according to your description, Alabasta's current situation should be caused by dancing fans. This is a medicinal powder that can forcibly rob water vapor to achieve the purpose of artificial rainfall. However, because it will affect the downwind area, it was banned by the world government a long time ago. As a member of the world government, your country should have records in its database. What has your father been doing in the past 2 years? Speaking of which, Oguro once again had a new understanding of Cobra's low abilities. This guy is really not fit to be a king. Is this true? Excited, Vivi stood up so fast that she knocked over the chair. Is it true? You can find out if you go back and look through the information. Oguro rolled his eyes and continued to complain. Furthermore, it has not rained in the country for 2 years, and only the royal capital is normal. It is obvious that there is something wrong with the royal capital. Alabasta has a standing army of 600,000 people. If we randomly mobilize 30,000 to 50,000 to conduct a blanket search in the capital, we can find some clues, right? In the end, a princess like you was asked to go undercover to investigate. Is Cobra out of his mind? Vivi looked embarrassed, but still forcefully defended her father. My father is considerate of the people and doesn't want to disturb them, so he didn't send troops to search. HMPH. Oguro sneered disdainfully. For this little reputation, the price is that the people will have no water for 2 years, and the country may fall into turmoil at any time. A typical case of greed for small fame at the expense of righteousness. Vivi wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason. After a moment, Vivi's expression became extremely serious and she said in a serious voice, I will ask people from the royal capital to check the information. If it is confirmed that you are a dancing fan, I will personally recruit 50,000 troops to search the royal capital. I have to say that compared to Cobra, Vivi is more courageous and courageous. Moreover, the rebellion has not yet become a phenomenon, so Vivi's actions will not face much resistance. The only thing to watch out for is Crocodile. Once the ruse is exposed, there is no guarantee that this guy will not jump over the wall and flip the table directly. Oguro's eyes moved slightly. If this is the case, it may not be a good thing for you. Vivi had a permanent pointer to Alabasta, so the group headed straight for Alabasta. Alabasta, Yufeng Casino. The door to Crocodile's office was pushed open again. Robin walked in and said, Boss, Mr. 5 and Miss. Valentine's Day life cards have been burned out. When the life card that indicates the location and status of others is burned out, it means that this person is dead. Crocodile's eyes turned cold. It seems that I underestimated this guy. He actually defeated my carefully selected chief commander. Robin continued to add unhurriedly, the survivors present reported that Miss was confirmed on Wednesday to be the first princess of Alabasta, Neferutari Vivi. Now she and Oguro are gathering together and heading towards Alabasta. Hee. Hearing this, Crocodile sneered. There is a road to heaven, why don't you take it? Do you think you can still be safe if you kill my chief commander? Nico Robin, you make the arrangements, I don't want these people to return to the capital. Crocodile's meaning is simple, kill Oguro and Vivi at all costs. Robin nodded. It seemed that this time he had to call all the remaining chief commanders. In the corridor, Robin thought to himself. This Oguro seems to be quite capable. Do you want to get in touch with him in advance and see? As the child of a demon who was offered a bounty of 79 million belly at the age of 8, she has experienced countless frame-ups and betrayals in her life. This developed her habit of being prepared for everything in advance. Oguro was obviously looking for trouble with Crocodile. In order to protect herself, she naturally had to make some preparations in advance. As 7 warlords of the sea, I hope you will not be so vulnerable. After all, the ancient text has not been found yet. The reason why Robin took refuge in Crocodile was because he wanted to find the ancient text. 7 days later, Oguro and his party came to Rapeseed, a port city in Alabasta. It used to be a prosperous city rich in perfumes, but since it stopped raining 2 years ago, the city has declined rapidly, and the scene of the past is no longer the same. As soon as they docked, they saw a strong man wearing a white turban and purple 4-pointed star makeup on his eyes, leading a group of ducks as tall as people, standing at the pier waiting for them. Princess Vivi. When he saw Vivi getting off the boat, the man immediately bowed and saluted, and the duck behind him also followed suit. Vivi happily introduced to Oguro and others, everyone, this is our patron saint of Alabasta, the strongest warrior Bell. He is responsible for escorting us to the royal capital. This is the Karu Duck Force, our fastest attack force in Alabasta. Riding them can save a lot of time. These were all called by Vivi in advance using a phone bug. The group didn't waste any time and immediately got on the Karu Duck and set off. On the way, Bell reported to Vivi, Your Highness, His Majesty the King has personally verified that dancing fans do exist. But he still hesitates about whether to mobilize 50,000 troops to search the royal capital. Vivi felt mixed after hearing this. She recalled what Oguro had said about Cobra on the boat. He is soft-hearted and unfit to be an emperor, especially the emperor of a superpower. Vivi said with a cold face as her lips were bitten with deep tooth marks. Bell, pass on my order to have the nearest 50,000 troops stationed in the royal capital. I will bear all the consequences alone. The royal family of Alabasta is responsible for the lives of tens of millions of people. For this reason, it's worth it even if you get some doubts or infamy. Yes, Bell was shocked. In Vivi, he seemed to see the shadow of Queen Lily, the ancestor of the Neferutari family. The conversation between the two was heard word for word by Oguro, who had mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing. It seems that once Crocodile's matter is resolved, Alabasta will have a new queen. Chapter 30 Ambush. Oguro wanted to take Alabasta under his command, but he did not have the energy to manage such a large country. Then, Vivi, a smart and capable new queen, is a must. Otherwise, Oguro would be really worried if he handed it over to Cobra. Of course, these are all things for later. It is not easy to get such a superpower with a population of over 10 million to join us. Oguro was thinking about what to do next, and the group of people had reached the depths of the desert unknowingly. Suddenly, Obu Luo's insightful Haki noticed something abnormal underground. Careful, Oguro swooped down and knocked Vivi down together with the duck. Bang! A short figure jumped out from the ground, clawing at Vivi with its sharp claws, but it was in vain. TCH. Did you actually find out? Everyone took a closer look and saw that she was an old woman with brown afro hair and a short and fat figure. Merry Christmas, miss. Why are you here? Vivi recognized the person and was immediately shocked. You know, only a few people in the kingdom know about her return. HMPH. A dead man doesn't need to know that much. Miss. Merry Christmas didn't answer at all. Her hands were like claws and she suddenly dug into the ground. Earth Dragon Escape Technique. Earth Dragon Fish. Everyone, be careful. Vivi reminded hurriedly. Miss. Merry Christmas is a mole man who has eaten mole fruit and can dig holes underground at will. It's useless. It's too slow. Miss. Merry Christmas appears again. The target is still Vivi. Earth Dragon Banana Slap. The sharp claws in human animal form clawed at Vivi's neck from behind. Court Death. A flash of red light flashed in Oguro's eyes, and he took in all of this with his aura, and swept out the Zanpakuto in his hand. What a quick response. Miss. Merry Christmas was shocked and quickly retracted her hands, but still left a trace of blood on her palms. Miss. Merry Christmas, who stepped aside, couldn't help but roared, how long do you want to watch the show? Don't forget the president's order. Oh, I just told you not to be so impatient. As Miss. Said Merry Christmas, several figures walked out from the back of the dune. Oguro glanced at him. Good guy, he is the chief conductor of the Baroque Working Society. Except for Mr. 2 and the 2 people who died in the battle, everyone else is here. Why? How could this happen? Vivi's body swayed and her face turned pale. She returned home secretly, only to be ambushed by the enemy's elite. Who betrayed her? Oguro roughly guessed what was going on. Mr. 2 is a person with Paramesh's ability to imitate the fruit, and his best skill is infiltration. Now that he is not at the scene, he is most likely lurking in the capital. Possibly even by Cobra's side. That's why we can know Vivi's route back to the capital. After all, he also disguised himself as Cobra in the original work, which shows that he can get close to Cobra. With such an ability user, Alabasta's information is almost transparent to Crocodile. Sid Oguro, right, Mr. 1, who had dark skin and a serious expression, took the initiative to speak. You were very capable of killing Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. The president said that as long as you truthfully tell the truth about the Golden Land and join the Baroque Working Group, we can let you take Mr. 5's place. Crocodile's idea is very beautiful. He can recruit a capable subordinate and get the treasure of the Golden Land at the same time. It's really the best of both worlds. Ha ha ha. Oguro sneered, asked Vivi to retreat to the back, and said scornfully, then tell Crocodile for me that if he kneels down and apologizes to me, I might be able to spare his life. Arrogant. Mr. 1 was furious. Crocodile has been loyal to him all his life. How dare you, a newcomer to the Great Channel, dare to be so humiliated? Mr. One decided that no matter whether Crocodile wanted to recruit Oguro or not, he must kill him. Anyone who insults my master will be killed. Mastery slash. Mr. One rushed straight towards Oguro. His right hand was in the shape of a tiger's claw, and the inside of his fingers turned into the shape of a blade. Paramesha quick-cut fruit. It can turn the whole body and even the organs into blades, and it has steel-like hardness, with a very high upper limit. Clang. Oguro raised his sword to block, and Mr. One held the blade tightly in his palm. He subconsciously wanted to crush the knife into pieces like before, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the knife would not move at all. Ha, it's a nice famous sword. But this is not enough. Mr. One sneered and stepped back, crossed his hands in front of him, and slashed forward. Mote dust slash. Densely packed slashes enveloped Oguro like a fishing net, trying to chop everything into pieces. Die. Mr. One roared in his heart. He had killed countless pirates with this move. However, facing Mr. One's sharp blow, Oguro stepped lightly on Shunpo, and his figure disappeared like a bubble. The next moment, Mr. One felt chills all over his body, and his entire right arm instantly turned into a long steel knife, slashing wildly behind him. Oguro raised his Zanpakuto, and the invisible armed domineering force tightly wrapped around it. You feel invincible just because your body is as strong as steel. That's why you can only entertain yourselves in the paradise. In the eyes of the truly strong, the first half of the Great Channel is nothing more than a relaxing paradise. Clang. The two collided desperately, and Mr. One found that he did not block the opponent's weapon as usual. An indescribable terrifying force burst out from the opponent's sword, easily shattering the steel sword that he had transformed into pieces with his own abilities. Puff. The blade cut through Mr. One's chest unstoppably. The steel body that had never been broken by anyone was now spurting out blood like rain. What kind of power is this? Mr. One half knelt on the ground and asked with great difficulty. Oguro said in a mocking tone, "Why, Crocodile didn't tell you about Haki. He is also a great pirate who has been in the New World after all." "Oh, I almost forgot. He was beaten back from the New World. It's normal to not want to mention sad things again." Puff. Mr. One was so angry that he spit out another mouthful of blood. Raising his knife to finish off Crocodile's right-hand man, Oguro suddenly fell into a trance. The fighting spirit in my heart began to fade, and I even wanted to lie down and rest on the spot. It's a great time, why not lie down? A cold light flashed in Oguro's eyes when he realized something was wrong, and surging spiritual pressure poured out instantly. Everyone present immediately felt an inexplicable pressure. Under the strong impact of spiritual pressure, the strange feeling disappeared immediately. Under his feet, a green pattern appeared at some point. After seeing and hearing his domineering look, Oguro immediately found the figure who was causing trouble in the dark. Chapter 31 Total Destruction. Little girl, I see you are young and I don't want to do anything to you. But if you continue to be so ungrateful, I won't be polite either. Oguro's Zanpakuto moved horizontally, pointing at the thin figure hiding behind the rock not far away. Miss Golden Week. Looking at the figure holding the paintbrush, Vivi immediately recognized the other person's identity. Mr. Three's partner is a 16-year-old girl. Although he is not a person with fruit abilities, he can control others through paintings of different colors. As if sensing the murderous intent in Oguro's words, Miss Golden Week hesitated for a moment and then put down the brush in her hand. She is only 16 years old and she doesn't want to die yet. Oguro looked up and saw that the other chief commanders had all been eliminated. Mr. Three tried to trap everyone with beeswax, but was directly frozen into ice sculptures by Kuchiki Rukia. Mr. Four relied on his immense strength and wanted to attack with force, but Matsumoto Rangaku's gray cat Shikai became invisible. He had no room to exert his power and was easily defeated. Miss was so conceited that she failed to look down on Yamada Hanadoro, who had no strong demeanor, and was defeated by Hado number 61, which was fully chanted. Miss Merry Christmas was seized by Belle and thrown into the air. She fell down hard and died on the spot. In one battle, the high-end combat power of Baroque works was completely destroyed. Now, the Baroque working society is gone. Vivi was stunned and didn't expect the scene in front of her at all. Oguro shook his head slightly when he heard this and said, "It's not that simple. The most important thing about Baroque Working Group is their president Crocodile. Among these people, Mr. One is the only one who is really valued by Crocodile. He doesn't care whether the rest of them live or die. To put it bluntly, Crocodile alone could kill all of these people. Don't underestimate the status of those with Logia fruit abilities in the first half of the Great Channel. Is Crocodile actually so powerful? So what should we do? Vivi felt even more uneasy. According to Oguro's description, even if Alabasta sends out troops, they may not be able to defeat the opponent. Seeing Vivi's worries, Oguro said bluntly, when the time comes, Crocodile will be left to us. You just need to ensure the stability of Alabasta. Vivi nodded. This is the best way. At this time, Oguro has absorbed the devil fruit souls of all his defeated generals through the system. A total of 4 devil fruits can be exchanged for 4 rare lottery tickets. Oguro chose to strengthen his spiritual pressure without hesitation. The group was ready to continue setting off. Oguro did not forget Miss Golden Week and said to Vivi, take this little girl with you. Her abilities may come in handy later. Although she didn't know what purpose Oguro mentioned, Vivi still trusted him and brought him along. However, in order to prevent Miss Golden Week from being dishonest, all her paints and brushes were taken away. The Karu duck flew away, and Oguro glanced back vaguely. In the shadow of the rock where Miss Golden Week was hiding, a petal-shaped eye slowly disappeared. Because they had been intercepted, the group of people traveled day and night to the royal capital Urupana. Cobra expressed his gratitude to Oguro for escorting Vivi. But then, Cobra had a fierce argument with Vivi. Cobra was very dissatisfied with Vivi's private deployment of troops. I think this will make the people uneasy. At the same time, it will also leave the rebels with something to criticize. Vivi believes that the situation is chaotic and should be resolved quickly with thunderous means. Otherwise, the resentment of the people will grow bigger and bigger, and it will still be out of control in the end. Neither of them could convince the other. Seeing that the quarrel was getting louder and louder, Oguro couldn't help but speak. The country is almost gone, why are you still thinking about it? Watching the people slide into the abyss step by step without doing anything, what qualifications does such a person have to be a king? Cobra was ashamed and angry at this accusation, and his old face turned red instantly. National affairs are nothing but trivial matters. Mr. Oguro, I thank you for saving Vivi, but this does not mean that you can dictate our country's affairs. Oguro sneered, then you can ask these people under you whether they would rather do nothing or cooperate with Vivi's conspiracy to completely dismantle the Baroque Works Society. After Oguro finished speaking, Bell, the patron saint of Alabasta, and his senior officers stood behind Vivi without hesitation. Several civil servants looked at each other. Although they did not side with Vivi, they did not clearly support Cobra. They know in their hearts that continuing to wait is tantamount to slow suicide. But Cobra was kind to them, and it was really embarrassing for them to have them turn against him directly. Oguro took in all this and said to Vivi with a smile. Order, Vivi, your people need you. Leave Crocodile to me. You. Cobra saw that no one was supporting him, and his whole body instantly succumbed. Vivi's heart ached, but she still insisted, Father, you should go back and rest. I will completely solve the conspiracy of Baroque Works. Afterwards, Cobra was sent back to his palace. Bell. At this time, Vivi looked serious and had a faint aura of a king. Immediately lead an army to search the royal capital and its surroundings. I must find the dancing fans within one day. Vivi then looked at the civil servants on the side and said, immediately arrange for manpower to appease the citizens, explain the dangers of dancing fans, and ask everyone to cooperate with the search as much as possible. Just in time, this little girl's ability can help you. Vivi pointed with her left hand to Miss Golden Week in the corner. If the national reaction is violent, Miss Golden Week can also force them to calm down. This was the countermeasure Oguro had planned from the beginning. Yes, everyone immediately took the order and left. Originally, Vivi wanted to disclose Crocodile's conspiracy as well. But now she had no evidence, and Crocodile was a hero in Alabasta, so she simply gave up and focused on dancing fans. As long as the problem of no rain in Alabasta can be solved, Crocodile's plan to steal the country will be empty talk. Haha, sure enough, I still think you are more suitable to be the king than my father. Oguro praised. Vivi waved her hand shyly. I'm just holding on. Then she said with a serious face, Mr. Oguro, the key to the problem still lies with Crocodile. As long as he is still in Alabasta, the danger will not be completely resolved. For the sake of Alabasta, please win. With that said, Vivi bowed deeply to Oguro. The corner of Oguro's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry. Crocodile's good days are almost over. Chapter 32 Meeting Nicole Robin for the first time. In the guest room, Oguro was drinking Alabasta's specialty drink when a BG sound suddenly came from the glass door of the balcony. Oguro turned his head and saw a graceful figure sitting on the railing of the balcony. Nicole Robin, I have long admired your name. Oguro came to the balcony and said with a smile. Robin's eyes flashed with surprise. She is hiding in the Baroque works, and her true identity is known only to Crocodile. But Oguro's behavior clearly means he already knew her identity. It seems that this new monster of the Great Channel is more terrifying than everyone sees. Just for a moment, a perfect but false smile appeared on Robin's face again. During the day, you clearly discovered me, but you didn't expose me. So, now I dare to make a deal with you. Tell me. Oguro was also curious about what Robin wanted to do. Robin neatly trimmed his hair and said slowly, I want to protect myself. With your strength, Chengfu, I think there is a high probability that Crocodile will not be your opponent. So, I want to use the information from the Baroque Working Society in exchange for my own life. And the opportunity to read the historical text of Alabasta. Oguro's expression remained unchanged. If you didn't attack us, I certainly wouldn't kill you. But the historical text is a cultural relic of Alabasta, and I'm not qualified to promise it for them. At most, I can help you pass on a message. Robin was a little surprised by Oguro's words. Who among the strong men on the sea cares about what others think? Those with strength have the right to speak. This is the rule of the sea. It was the first time that Robin saw a strong and reasonable man like Oguro, and Robin became curious. It doesn't matter, I will hand in a substantial certificate of nomination. I believe Princess Vivi will be willing to give me a chance. Robin smiled slightly, looking very calm. Oguro was also interested when he heard it. What is the certificate of nomination? The storage point of dancing fans, and Mr. 2 hidden in the palace. It was he who leaked Princess Vivi's route back to the capital. That say who can disguise herself. Indeed, having such an undercover agent hidden in your own camp is a big problem. Especially now that 50,000 troops have entered the royal capital, if this guy goes to cause destruction, the consequences will be unimaginable. As if to confirm Oguro's concerns, Robin dropped a bombshell. After you wiped out Mr. 1 and the others, Crocodile had to advance his 3-year plan. Mr. 2 will disguise himself as Cobra tomorrow and use dancing powder to detonate himself, completely turning the royal family and the people against each other. When the time comes, he will take action to deal with the evil royal family that doesn't care about the lives of the people, and then he can legitimately occupy Alabasta. Good guy. This was originally a script that was written a year later, but it had to be brought forward because of Oguro's intervention. Moreover, Crocodile's original plan was to provoke a battle between the royal army and the rebels, and he would end it in the end. As a result, the number of rebels is now far less than that of a decisive battle with the royal family, so he can only attack the royal family. As long as the royal family's crime of using dancing powder is nailed, he can still gain the reputation of saving Alabasta. Oguro nodded. It is indeed a very important certificate of nomination. I will convey it to you. Robin told Mr. 2's hiding place and the location of the dancing fans and left. She came secretly to see Oguro, and now she has to go back quickly. Although she handed in the certificate of surrender in Oguro, she did not completely give up on Crocodile. If Crocodile wins by chance, she will continue to follow Crocodile until she finds the historical text. Hedging your bets will make you invincible. This is the survival philosophy that Robin has developed over the years. Oguro then informed Vivi of this important information and made a plan. In the middle of the night, a small group of palace guards walked towards Cobra's palace. Captain Lant, what's the matter? Cobra in the bedroom looked at the captain of the guard in confusion. Lant showed a weird smile. He. Your Majesty the King, could you please come with me? Cobra's expression changed greatly. You are not Rant. Who are you? Lant, gently touched his face with his left hand, and a man's face with Huxia characters, flat bangs, and strange makeup appeared in front of Cobra. Let me introduce myself, my name is Von Clay. Mr. 2 from Baroque Works. By order of the President, please His Majesty the King come with us. For Mr. 2 to frame Cobra, the key point is to control the real Cobra. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to stage a real and fake Monkey King. Come here, there are assassins, Cobra shouted to the guards. Mr. 2 immediately laughed and said, Your Majesty, please don't waste your efforts. I just used this face to transfer everyone away. With that said, Mr. 2 changed his face to Rand again. Hearing this, Cobra knew he had nowhere to escape, so he calmed down. It's useless even if you catch me. Vivi has already mobilized troops into the capital, and your dancing fans won't have any chance to use them again. Crocodile's plan has completely failed. Hehehehe. Mr. 2 laughed proudly after hearing this. Who said we were going to use dancing fans? The President wants to put this matter on your head. Idiot. Mr. 2 touched Cobra's shoulder with his right hand, and his face instantly became the same as Cobra's. Tomorrow, I will use this face to tell everyone that the dancing fan is mine, Cobra. As a king, of course I have to ensure my own life. As for other citizens, you don't have to care about their life or death. Ha ha ha. Mr. 2 laughed and suddenly felt something was wrong. Why didn't Cobra react at all? He turned around and saw Cobra sitting on the chair with a calm face, as if all the previous anger and panic had never appeared. The plan is good, it's a pity that it can't be realized. A joking voice came to my ears, and several figures walked out of the secret room. In addition to Vivi and Oguro, there was a man with dark tea green short hair and a long sword on his back. Rebel leader, Kosha. Before, Vivi's first reaction after hearing the information conveyed by Oguro was to arrest Mr. 2. But it was vetoed by Oguro. This is not enough. If Crocodile's conspiracy cannot be exposed, he will always be Alabasta's hero. Contact the leader of the rebels and let him witness the truth of this matter. Oguro knows that the leader of the rebels, Kosha, is Vivi's disciple, and will most likely agree to Vivi's request. Vivi thought about it, and it was indeed true. Unless Crocodile's true identity is exposed, he will never give up his plan to steal the country. As a result, there was a spectacle of Cobra telling a story while the group of people eavesdropped. Chapter 33 Confronting Crocodile. Mr. 2 is also too proud. Relying on the fruit's ability, almost all of this guy's tasks go smoothly. No, after being tricked by Cobra, he got carried away and confessed everything. It's actually a trap. How did you know my true identity? Mr. 2 looked solemn. This was the first time he was caught doing something. It's none of your business. Oguro drew his Zanpakuto. The goal has been achieved. As long as we capture Mr. 2, we are completely done. HMPH. I am a dignified Mr. 2, how can I be caught by you? While speaking, Mr. 2 suddenly jumped and attacked Oguro. Say boxing technique gorgeous swan dance. He concentrated all his strength on his right leg and kicked Oguro in an explosive blow. Oguro activated his armed domineering force and cut it down with one sword. Bang! The special swan decoration on the shoes shattered on the spot. Mr. 2 turned pale and realized that his tibia was probably broken. Don't underestimate me. Mr. 2 shook off the broken swan decoration with one kick and put the swan head on his shoulder on his feet. Say boxing technique exploding swan. Mr. 2's legs shoot out like bullets. Combined with the elasticity of the swan head itself and the tip as hard as steel, every kick can explode with lethal power. Clang clang clang. Oguro danced his Zanpakuto so tightly that he blocked all of Mr. 2's attacks. Mr. 2 was injured in his tibia, and his speed slowed down unconsciously after a wave of attacks. Oguro moved his steps and came behind Mr. 2 in an instant, swinging out his Zanpakuto fiercely. Swift cut. The blade turned into a stream of light, cut through the void, and hit Mr. 2 on the back. The sword moves created by Oguro have no special skills, they are just fast. Mr. 2 screamed and fell to the ground. The successive injuries left him temporarily incapacitated. As for the two members of the Baroque working group who had followed him earlier, they had been subdued by Vivi and Kosha. Now, all Crocodile's plots have gone bankrupt. A long-lost smile appeared on Vivi's face. Kosha also said with a serious face, I will explain to the rebels. Now the only one left is Crocodile, the mastermind behind it. Their eyes turned to Oguro at the same time. After all, those are the 7 warlords of the sea who are famous for their great waterway. They are definitely no match on their own. Just as Oguro was about to speak, his eyes suddenly moved, and he slashed at the window with the Zanpakuto in his hand. A sword as heavy as a crescent moon slashed out and hit a dark object. Boom! A ball of fire lit up. It was a bomb. Oguro saw a vulture flying by with a sea otter on its back outside the window. It's the Bad Luck Group from Baroque Works. Vivi recognized the attackers. They are responsible for monitoring and executing those who failed in their duties. They probably saw Mr. 2's defeat and wanted to kill him. Crocodile's ruthlessness once again refreshed everyone's understanding of him. What should we do with this person? Cobra asked, pointing to Mr. 2 lying on the ground. Oguro shrugged. Since it's an assassination in your kingdom, then you can handle it yourself. But a reminder, if you don't kill him, you'd better inform Marine to take him away. You have also seen his fruit ability. For any force, this is a terrifying power that can subvert everything. Thinking of Mr. 2's near-perfect transformation ability, several people couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, if used properly, this fruit can easily destroy any country. When it's over, I'll contact Marine. Vivi finally made a decision. After dawn, Crocodile, who was rushing to the royal capital, received a report from the Bad Luck Group. Operation Mr. 2 failed, and the plan to frame the royal family completely went bankrupt. Damn Sid Oguro, he ruined my life. The report was crushed into powder in his hands. After a moment, Crocodile's face was full of anger and he said, at this point, we can only capture the old guy Cobra and force him to ask him about Pluton's whereabouts. Crocodile's primary target for stealing the country is the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. According to legend, it is a super battleship that can destroy a country with one shot. Ever since he was defeated by Whitebeard in the New World, Crocodile has been dreaming of using Pluton to avenge himself and conquer the world. It doesn't matter if Alabasta can't get it, Pluton is determined to get it. At this time, Oguro and others had already rushed to the place where dancing fans were hidden in Baroque Studio. The 50,000-strong army in the royal capital has also been put under martial law to prevent the Baroque cooperative from using dancing powder. Looking at the bags of dancing fans, Vivi's face looked gloomy and scary. Take them all and destroy them. I don't want to see these harmful things again. Following Vivi's order, many sergeants moved the dancing powder into a large pit prepared in advance, poured in chemicals and destroyed it. Zilla zilla. The potions in the pit made a dense sound, and bursts of unpleasant smell wafted out. Boom! At this moment, bursts of roaring sounds were heard in the distance. A soldier hurriedly ran over to report, Your Royal Highness. Crocodile is approaching. The brothers in front can't stop him at all. As he spoke, a huge sandstorm rose in the distance. In the desert environment, Crocodile's Logia Shasha fruit can exert 120% of its power. Oguro said, Let your people retreat immediately. The Logia Devil fruit is not something ordinary people can handle, and it will only make their sacrifices in vain. Vivi did not hesitate and ordered someone to blow the retreat horn. Those at the front heard the horn sound in unspeakable distress and retreated decisively. Crocodile was too lazy to pay attention to these minions and walked straight to where Oguro and others were. Not long after, Crocodile arrived in front of the pit. Looking at the dancing fans being continuously destroyed, Crocodile's eyes trembled slightly. This is all his money, sighed Oguro. Crocodile's scarred face was full of gloom. Very good. You have dared to stand in front of me after you have done me bad things again and again. It seems that the bounty of 100 million Baileys has given you the illusion that you can really do whatever you want. Doing whatever you want doesn't count. I still have this bit of self-knowledge. But, with that said, Oguro looked at Crocodile, with a sarcastic smile on his face, and said leisurely. I still have some confidence in dealing with you, a defeated general from the New World. In an instant, Crocodile felt that a string in his mind was suddenly broken. Don't you know that you should expose someone without exposing their shortcomings, and hit someone without slapping someone in the face? A-hole. Crocodile's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. I will drain the moisture from your body bit by bit and let you experience the most painful death. Chapter 34 Defeat 7 Warlords of the Sea. Shalon. The furious crocodile made his killing move. A sandstorm appeared in his right hand, and when he threw it at Oguro, it turned into a huge desert storm in the blink of an eye. And he himself turned into gravel, merged into the desert storm, and approached Oguro, waiting for the opportunity. Seeing the overwhelming momentum of this desert storm, Oguro raised his Zanpakuto horizontally and chanted the Shikai language. Croon. Gray cat. Smoke and dust filled the sky instantly. Unlike Matsumoto Rangaku's original gray cat, Okuro's smoke is white. Cat Rondo. The smoke and dust quickly gathered into a tornado, facing Crocodile's desert storm head-on. Boom boom boom. For a moment, the earth trembled, and countless dust stirred and collided, covering half of the sky. From a distance, it looked like a natural disaster. Crocodile's body slowly condensed in the air. He looked solemn and thought to himself, what kind of ability is this? It's actually on par with my shasha fruit. This feeling of meeting the same kind made Crocodile very unhappy. Bah! Several blades condensed with white smoke slashed at Crocodile, but passed directly through his body. Elementalization is indeed a troublesome ability. You want to defeat me with this little strength. It's simply a wishful thinking. Crocodile sneered, waved his right hand forcefully, and instantly turned into a huge sand blade falling from the sky. Desert Sword. The huge sand blade cut through the earth, leaving a dark abyss and heading towards Oguro. Oguro's pupils narrowed. This move made him feel quite threatened. Shunpo. Oguro stepped forward and distanced himself without hesitation. Naive guy. Crocodile was well prepared and stepped forward in an instant. The giant sand blade transformed from his right arm turned into a sweeping sweep, completely wrapping Oguro in it. Crescent Dune. The sand blade of this move will only touch the enemy, but will not hurt them. But as long as it is touched by the sand blade, all the water will be sucked out immediately and it will become a mummy. In response to Crocodile's initial declaration, he wanted to suck all the water out of Oguro's body and experience the most painful death. It's a good idea. Unfortunately, it's not enough. He was clearly in crisis, but there was no trace of panic on Oguro's face. I saw him withdrawing the smoke that the Zanpakuto turned into, and softly recited the second Shikai language. Ling Wu. Sota no Shirayuki. First dance Yubai. In an instant, a towering icicle rose up, and the crescent-shaped sand dunes of Crocodile were completely frozen, making it impossible to move forward. Crocodile even had to give up the sand blade and regroup his right arm. First the smoke, then the ice. What fruit did this guy eat? Crocodile's face was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Oguro's ability was completely beyond his imagination. But it doesn't matter. As long as I have elementalization, I will be invincible. As long as I find the flaw in his ability, this battle will be over. The properties of the Logia Devil fruit gave Crocodile endless confidence. You have good strength. But unfortunately, you picked the wrong opponent. Crocodile slapped the ground hard with his right hand, and countless yellow sand began to fill the air. Erosion of Reincarnation. Crocodile's strongest trick. Within the attack range, no matter people, objects, or even rocks, their water will be drained and completely weathered into gravel. With this move, he can turn an oasis into the most desolate desert. You were looking for death. Auguluo's eyes flashed fiercely. It is just a stone's throw away from the royal capital of Arupana. If Crocodile is allowed to activate his abilities, at least 1/3 of the royal capital will suffer a devastating blow. Whoosh! Oguro raised his Zanpakuto and rushed towards Crocodile. Took the bait. Crocodile sneered. Considering the city and people behind you, this is your biggest flaw. Want to stop me? Just try. Palms made of yellow sand grabbed at Oguro. He wants to suck Oguro into a man and FK him. Second dance by Lien. Crocodile was about to catch Oguro, but saw him pointing the tip of his knife at the yellow sand. The surging cold air came raging, and Wangsha's palms were frozen into a ball on the spot, losing control. Oguro stepped on the ice, and a Shunpo disappeared in place. The next second, Oguro's figure appeared beside Crocodile, his Zanpakuto swinging sideways. Cut. Puff. There was a scar on Crocodile's lower back that ran across the left and right sides, and the bones were deeply visible. He looked at this scene in disbelief, and then he realized that Oguro's Zanpakuto was actually wrapped with a faint layer of armed domineering energy. You are hiding your stupidity. He clearly has the armament and haki that can restrain the Logia devil fruit, but he keeps hiding it. Obviously just waiting for this opportunity to decide victory. What's more serious is that the cold air from Oguro's Zanpakuto poured into Crocodile's body along the wound, and the blood turned into ice before it even spilled out of the wound. 18 degrees below zero. Lower your Zanpakuto and your own body temperature to -18 degrees Celsius, and the blood of the enemy you strike will be frozen, and the wound will not even have time to flow out. Although he was clearly in a scorching desert, Crocodile felt like his body was about to freeze and lose consciousness. Crocodile, after leaving New World, your vigilance has also dropped. Oguro shook his head slightly. After all, he was a great pirate who had competed with Whitebeard. If he hadn't been invincible in the first half of the Great Channel for too long and relaxed his vigilance, he would never have succeeded so easily. In order not to be noticed, Oguluo used very little domineering power in this last blow, just to capture Crocodile's entity. The great pirate who traverses the great waterways, the outlaws proclaimed by the world government, the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, I lost to my own arrogance. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It's useless to talk too much. Crocodile wanted to use elements to protect himself, but he could not reverse the frozen blood and the damaged organs. The few gravels that have been successfully elementalized also have a little bit of frost. His face became paler and his body gradually lost its temperature. 7 warlords of the sea, Shaw Crocodile. Die. Oguro looked at this scene with mixed emotions. This is why he still practices haki despite having the power of Shinigami. All kinds of accidents happen one after another on the sea. Without complete preparation, who knows whether you will be the next to capsize. Ding. A powerful unknown soul has been detected. Remind the host to absorb it as soon as possible. The sound of the system made Oguro react. This is the soul of the most powerful Logia devil fruit. The system no longer even asked, but directly urged him to absorb it. Absorb. Oguro saw a huge black soul being absorbed by a portal in the void. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. The absorption is completed. You can redeem it for a legendary lottery ticket. Chapter 35 World Government's Reaction. Seeing the golden lottery ticket on the system interface, Oguro felt that the world had never been so spacious. If it weren't for the wrong location, he would have wanted to draw his first captain-level Shinigami right away. Mr. Oguro, you are really amazing. Vivi led everyone back to the battlefield and praised Oguro. Oguro responded politely, but he knew in his heart that he was mainly lucky. Crocodile was knocked out of half of his spirit by Whitebeard, and lost his vigilance, which allowed him to succeed in mental arithmetic without any intention. If it had been him who founded the Cross Union 2 years later, the 2 Oguros would have died. The group returned to Aruba and immediately received a hero's welcome from the residents. The noise of the battle was so loud that the people in the capital could clearly see the whole process. Coupled with the fact that Vivi and others exposed Crocodile's crimes, Oguro immediately became the hero who defeated Crocodile and saved Alabasta. Smile. You are a hero now. On the parade float, Vivi quietly poked Oguro on the shoulder to remind him to respond to the people. Sorry, it's my first time to be greeted like this, so I'm not used to it. Oguro smiled and waved to the people, his expression slightly stiff. As soon as Oguro responded, the cheers of the people suddenly became louder. The group returned to the palace after circling the city. Cobra looked at Vivi and Oguro, who were loved by the people, and fell into deep thought. Crocodile's body was sealed as evidence, and Cobra informed the world government of his plot to steal the country, raising serious questions about the 7 warlords of the sea system as in the original novel. A violent quarrel ensued between the 2 parties. At the same time, Oguro returned to the guest room prepared for him in the palace. After using his sense of dominance to ensure that no one was around, Oguro rubbed his hands and called up the system. System. Draw the golden card pool. In an instant, Oguro's eyes were filled with countless golden lights, as if he was in the endless bright starry sky. Countless starlights flashed across, and finally condensed into a golden star that radiated endless light in front of Oguro. The stars shattered and finally condensed into a small card. A beautiful woman with short hair appeared on it. Name: Sui Feng. Strength. Captain level. Position. Captain of the 2nd Division and Commander-in-Chief of Covert Mobile. Ability. Zanpakuto Suzumaki. Coming. My first Captain level Shinigami. The first General level combat power. The excited Oguro shouted directly, summon. The golden card exploded, and a figure slowly condensed into shape. She has short hair with bangs and braids, and is slender and petite. No one can imagine the terrifying power contained in this petite body. Captain of the 2nd Division, Sui Feng, please see the Lord Spirit King. Sui Feng knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. Get up. Oguro called up his information interface for the first time in a long time. Host. Sid Oguro. Identity. Spirit King. Divine Kingdom Template. Soul Society. Kingdom of God Level 2. Territory Scope. Paparoko Island, Coco West Village, a total of 11 villages and towns. Territory population. 28,693. Abilities. Ryutsu Elite Kendo Elite White Hits Elite Shunpo Elite Kido Elite. Zanpakuto. Gen Awakened Hisagomaru, Soda no Shirayuki, Hineka, Suzumaki. Subordinates. Sui Feng Legendary Matsumoto Rangaku Epic Kuchiki Rukia Epic Yamada Hanaduro Epic Nami Epic Aura Rare. Ordinary level 100 people. Achievement points. 9,380 inches. All abilities have reached the elite level, and Oguro can feel that his spiritual pressure and Kido are only one step away from the official level. It is indeed a captain level gift, which directly increases his strength by a large margin. Sui Feng, you stay with me first. When the time comes, I need you to rebuild the secret mobile team. Oguro said seriously. This world is too vast, and Oguro needs his own intelligence network. It just so happens that this is Sui Feng's specialty. I will obey the order of the Spirit King. Sui Feng agreed without hesitation. In the evening, a grand banquet was held in the palace to celebrate the end of the rebellion and to thank Oguro for saving Alabasta. News has come from Kosha that without the influence of dancing fans, it has started to rain in many cities. The rebels also disbanded. Kosha was also invited by Vivi to serve as Minister of Environment, just like in the original timeline. There was great joy at the banquet. Abu Luo also introduced the newly arrived Sui Feng to everyone. After hearing that Sui Feng is the serious captain, while Kuchiki and Matsumoto are just deputy captains. Nami and Vivi were both shocked and speechless. They had seen the two men take action with their own eyes, and their strength was rare in the Great Channel. It turns out that this Sui Feng is several times stronger than the two of them. Vivi once again marveled at Oguro's unfathomable depth. In the middle of the banquet, a civil servant hurried in and whispered something in Cobra's ear. Cobra's expression changed, and he called Vivi to leave the banquet hall together. In the study, Cobra held a notice from the world government. His eyes widened, obviously very angry. World government really has no shame at all. Cobra slammed the bulletin and cursed. According to the report, the world government did not admit Crocodile's act of stealing the country because there was no evidence to prove it. Obviously Robin has handed over a series of evidence to Vivi, but the world government only admitted that Baroque Works was trying to subvert Alabasta, but did not admit the relationship between Crocodile and Baroque Works. Therefore, Cobra's doubts about the 7 warlords of the sea system were also dismissed. HMPH. Of course the world government will not admit it. Once it does, the prestige of the world government in the participating countries will be severely damaged. This is absolutely unacceptable to them. Vivi sneered, obviously seeing through the world government's plan. In the original timeline, the world government was willing to admit it because Smoker was also in Alabasta. Forcibly placing the credit for defeating Crocodile's conspiracy on Smoker's head can also preserve the face of the world government. But now, no one is supporting the world government, so of course they will not admit it until they die. That's what I'm worried about now. Cobra turned the bulletin to the end. There were 3 brand new wanted posters sandwiched there. The noble son, Sid Oguro, has a bounty of 200 million belly. Ice Queen, Kuchiki Rukia has a bounty of 120 million belly. Smoke Banshee, Matsumoto Rangaku, bounty of 100 million belly. According to the world government report, Crocodile's death occurred after he was defeated in a fierce battle with the noble pirates. The culprit who used dancing powder in an attempt to subvert Alabasta was directly framed on Oguro. Chapter 36 Cobra's Thoughts. The matter of dancing fans must not be hidden, so the world government decisively chose to pass the blame. Bad things are all done by others, our world government is very wise. With Mr. Oguro's temper, I'm afraid he will be very angry if he bears such a big stigma for nothing. Cobra said helplessly. He was obviously a hero who saved the country, but he was slandered as the biggest mastermind. No one can accept it. Vivi said, you have to tell him about this as soon as possible. Otherwise, people will think that we have joined forces with the world government to throw dirty water, and we will be in trouble. Thinking of Captain Sui Feng who had just arrived, Vivi thought that Alabasta would definitely not be able to withstand Oguro's anger. In the study, Oguro and his party were invited over, and Cobra personally explained what happened. Tisk, Oguro exclaimed, it's really the style of world government. It's obvious that I'm not even a pirate, but the bounty is getting higher and higher. Cobra apologized, I'm really sorry, we can't stop the world government. Oguro waved his hand and said he didn't care. When did world government, or those guys from the Five Elders, ever take other people's thoughts to heart? However, Sui Feng stood up fiercely and said, Lord Spirit King, I'm going to kill these nonsense bastards. As he spoke, the captain-level spiritual pressure was like a dark cloud covering the sun, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. In an instant, Cobra and Vivi's faces turned pale, and their breathing stagnated. Under this extremely heavy spiritual pressure, they were like flying insects facing a storm, completely helpless. Sui Feng, calm down. Oguro shouted softly, and Sui Feng withdrew his spiritual pressure. Cobra and Vivi felt like they were being pardoned, breathing in the fresh air. I'm sorry, my subordinates were a bit rude. Oguro apologized proactively. No, it's okay, it's understandable. Cobra waved his hands repeatedly, looking at Sui Feng with even more awe. As a member of the world government, he met many marine executives during the world conference. This Sui Feng feels no worse to him than those 3 marine generals. With such powerful subordinates, no wonder Oguro doesn't even bother to be a pirate. Your Majesty Cobra, the world government is a leaky ship. Now it is not even willing to protect the interests of its own member countries. Alabasta must be prepared, Oguro reminded meaningfully. In the original timeline, His Majesty the King died at the hands of the 5 elders. Even Vivi was chased all the way. Cobra was considered a mature man, and he immediately asked, I wonder if Mr. Oguro has any suggestions. Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Since the world government is irresponsible, it will naturally find a way out for itself. I believe that the most important responsibility of a country and government is to let people live a good life. Oguro has no outstanding eloquence. He just recounted what he saw and heard in his previous life truthfully. After having close contact with Alabasta, Oguro knew that with his current territory and prestige, it would be too difficult to directly take him under his command. But this ally must be won. Cobra and the others had never heard of such topics as democracy and freedom. They were stunned for a moment. After calming down, Cobra asked in a low voice, could it be that Mr. Oguro is from the Revolutionary Army? There is no way. Oguro's argument is too similar to that of the Revolutionary Army. Oguro sneered disdainfully upon hearing this, I am not the same group as those guys who play house. Play house. Cobra was stunned. That is the Revolutionary Army that has overthrown several countries and is regarded as the #1 enemy by the world government. Why did Oguro say it was so unbearable? Oguro said, it's not that I look down on them. They only have short-term goals but no complete action plan. What kind of country do they want to create? How to guarantee the rights of citizens in a long-term and stable manner? They don't have any of these key things. They just changed the king. What if the new king fails in a few years? Overthrow him again. This is not playing house. Cobra was silent. After Oguro's explanation, what the Revolutionary Army did was really like playing house. Then Oguro also wants to overthrow the world government. Cobra asked seriously, I just want to lead ordinary people to live a peaceful life without oppression and killing. I don't want to be an enemy of the world government. Everyone who joins me, I give them due respect and rights, allowing them full freedom within the rules. But I estimate that the world government will not want to see us succeed, so I'm afraid we will have to fight in the end. Oguro did not hide anything and stated his goal straightforwardly. In the East Daxia Sea, several villages and towns that are willing to follow me have already started trying. If your majesty is interested, you can send someone to take a look. If you think it is feasible, you might as well join us. When they heard that Oguro had even started to achieve such an ambitious goal, both Cobra and Vivi showed expressions of shock and admiration. Cobra rolled his eyes and laughed, "Ah, an old man like me can't do these complicated things. Vivi, it's up to you to ask Mr. Oguro for advice from now on. I believe Alabasta will get better and better under your hands." Vivi was stunned by the sudden words, but after all, it was something that was beneficial to Alabasta, so she nodded and agreed. Oguro also thinks it's pretty good. Compared to Cobra, Vivi, a young man, is of course more likely to accept his theory. Vivi asked Oguro excitedly about some theoretical details. Seeing that the two of them were chatting happily, Cobra simply took the people out of the study. His Majesty. On the way, Bell hesitated for a moment and asked, "You put His Highness Vivi in contact with Mr. Oguro, do you want to get married?" "Ha ha, Bell, do you think Oguro is not worthy of Vivi?" Cobra asked with a smile. Bell shook his head and said with some confusion, "Mr. Oguro is one of the best in terms of strength and knowledge, so he is naturally the best choice. But, he is a pirate now after all. Although Oguro himself does not approve of it, since Marine has issued a wanted order, in everyone's eyes, Oguro is a pirate." Cobra's smile widened when he heard this. "Bell, do you remember what Captain Sui Feng called Oguro?" Bell was stunned for a moment, then recalled it and said, "I remember it was, Soul King." "That's right. Don't you notice anything about this title?" Bell's body trembled slightly and he said in horror, "You mean, he wants to become a king?" "Ha ha ha, how can a man who wants to create a new era be willing to be subordinate to others? It's only a matter of time before he becomes a king." Cobra laughed heartily. "By then, the whole world will be in a completely new situation." Chapter 37 Marine Chase. Bell was still confused and asked, "Your Majesty, is this necessary? Alabasta is also one of the few superpowers in the Grand Waterway, and there is no need for marriage to consolidate its position." Cobra was silent for a long time and said slowly, "Alabasta's situation is more complicated than you think. Although Bell is known as the patron saint of Alabasta. But after all, he is not a royal family, so he cannot know some real secrets. Not to mention it was just yesterday. Oguro suddenly found himself with someone. This person is Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil. He said he wanted to take a look at the historical text collected by Alabasta." Cobra was shocked at the time and refused without hesitation. As a result, Oguro's next words directly caused him to break his defense. "Isn't it the content of Pluton's whereabouts? Is there anything worth hiding? You don't think there's nothing you can do if you hide this world government, do you? They are guarding Pluton's drawings right now." Oguro looked indifferent as if he was talking about something trivial, but in the end he dropped two pieces of news that could shake the whole world. Cobra and Robin were really shocked. Whether it is the whereabouts of Pluton itself or the existence of the blueprint, it is enough to set off huge waves in the Grand Channel. Why does it come into your mouth like trash that can be thrown away? How do you know the content above? Do you also understand ancient texts? Robin asked, very surprised. "I can't read ancient texts. I just know some information. The truth of history may not all be passed down through historical texts." Oguro casually made up a reason. "You can't tell them that you've read the original work, right?" Robin understood the general idea and immediately said, "If it's just Pluton's information, then I don't have to read it. My goal is to find out the truth about history, and I'm not interested in Pluton." However, Cobra shook his head. "No. Since we have reached this point, it's okay to leave the historical text to you for a look. Besides, I also want to know if there are other things recorded in that historical text besides Pluton." Robin is not the only one who is interested in history. Cobra also wants to know some truth about Alabasta's past. Afterwards, Robin returned to the palace once and met with Cobra alone for a while. What was discussed between the two, no one knows. Thoughts returned to reality. Cobra said solemnly, "Although Alabasta can be called a superpower in the Great Channel, you have also seen that facing a strong man like Crocodile, our so-called 600,000 strong army has no effect at all. If he hadn't wanted to legitimately steal the country, Vivi and I would have been dead long ago. It would be best if Vivi can marry Oguro. If not, as long as we have such an ally, if Alabasta encounters changes in the future, Vivi can at least be saved. Cobra remembers that Sui Feng was introduced as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13. In other words, there are 13 such general-level powerful men under Oguro's command. Even taking into account the uneven strength and having the probability, there are still more than 6. Compared to Marine, even including Sengoku and Garp, there are only 5 with combat power above the general level. The strength of Oguro's forces can be seen in Madara. With such thick legs, it's better to hug her early than later. Thinking of the terrifying strength of Sui Feng and others, Bell had no way to refute. After all, this sea is still a world where the weak eat the strong. Whether there is protection from a strong person or not is a completely different situation. Oguro stayed at Alabasta for only 1 day before leaving. After knowing his whereabouts, Marine immediately dispatched a fleet to capture him. At the same time, I also wanted to escort Mr. 2 to Impel Down. As Oguro said, this guy's ability is too dangerous. In order to avoid killing him and causing the devil fruit to regenerate, the world government decided to send him to Impel Down to imprison him until death. Mr. Oguro, this is the permanent pointer of Gaia Island, please keep it. At the dock, Vivi handed a permanent pointer to Oguro. At the same time, a larger and newer ship, named Desert Rose, was prepared for him as a thank you gift. Mr. Oguro, please take good care of Alabasta in the future. Cobra also spoke sincerely. Although Alabasta failed to be brought under his command, the alliance between the two parties was confirmed. Cobra specially found a hidden spot in the palace and asked Oguro to anchor the coordinates of the world crossing gate. Cobra's outlook on life was shattered when he experienced the realm gate for the first time. It can be reached thousands of miles away in an instant. Even the world government does not have such terrifying technology. At that moment, he was more determined to hold Oguro's thigh tightly. Don't worry, you two. If Alabasta is in trouble, we will never stand idly by. Oguro also solemnly made his promise. At this time, a soldier ran over and said breathlessly, Your Majesty. First found a marine warship approaching. Oguro looked over in the distance, and saw a Vice Admiral Marine wearing a double dragon helmet with a ferocious expression standing on the bridge. It's a ghost spider. Oguro recognized the identity of the other party, a representative of the Marine Hawk Generals and a participant in the Buster Call incident on Judiciary Island. He is ruthless and will not hesitate to hurt his subordinates in battle. You two, let's leave first so that this guy can't use this excuse to cause trouble for Alabasta. Oguro and his party boarded the Desert Rose and headed for Gaia Island. On the warship, the lookout reported to the Ghost Spider Way, report to the Lieutenant General that we have found the Noble Master, Sid Oguro and his men who have a bounty of 200 million belly. A violent expression suddenly appeared on the Ghost Spider's face, follow me immediately. We must wipe out these scum on the sea. As the representative of the Hawks, Ghost Spider has only one way to deal with the pirates. Kill them all. Lord Spirit King, that warship is chasing us. Yamada Hanadoro, who was in charge of the lookout, reported promptly. Oguro frowned slightly. Vice Admiral Marine, his strength on the sea is not weak. But relying on him alone, he wants to take down all of us on the ship. Isn't it too arrogant? Soon, Ghost Spider's ship caught up. The artillery began to roar, and dozens of shells rained down. Croon. Gray Cat. The sky filled with smoke and dust quickly surrounded all the artillery shells. As Matsumoto Rangaku waved his arm, all the cannonballs were detonated in the air, like a fireworks show. Lord Spirit King, Sui Feng took the initiative to step forward and ask for a fight. I'll deal with these annoying rats. Oguro nodded. If these Marines are not frightened, they will definitely not retreat. Quick victory. Just use you, Ghost Spider, as a stepping stone for my captain to become famous all over the world. Chapter 38 The Power of Captain-Level Shinigami. As you command. Sui Feng bowed slightly, and then a shunpo disappeared on the Desert Rose. Quick, move over and prepare for a boarding battle. Ghost Spider commanded his men to quickly approach with the help of artillery cover. It seems you are the leader. At this time, A clear voice came from the top of Ghost Spider's head. Looking up, I saw a petite woman standing on the mast of the warship at some point. The beautiful eyes are cold and arrogant, like a tiger looking down at its prey. In this outfit, are you also an accomplice of that thief in Oguro? Although he wears the captain's exclusive howry, his overall style is still the same, making him instantly recognizable. Hearing this, an imperceptible cold light flashed in Sui Feng's eyes. She chuckled lightly, with a hint of murderous intent hidden in her tone. You are so courageous. How dare you call Lord Spirit King a thief in front of me? As the commander-in-chief of covert maneuvers, Sui Feng could have perfectly concealed his murderous intentions. Now she exudes a little murderous intent. That's because her endless anger has caused a flaw in her control. The Ghost Spider had a strong head and continued to sarcastically say, a mere pirate dares to arrogate and claim the title of king. Don't make people laugh like that. When I catch you, you will spend the rest of your life repenting in the great prison under the sea. Boom. Before Ghost Spider finished speaking, Sui Feng's figure disappeared from the mast. The next moment, her figure appeared in front of the Ghost Spider like a ghost, and her right foot was like a bolt of lightning, falling on the Ghost Spider's head very quickly. Boom. The Ghost Spider's body was like a cannonball, flying straight across the deck and slamming into the cabin. The entire warship sank for several seconds. Okay. So strong. All the sailors around him swallowed hard. That's Senior Marine Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. He didn't even have a chance to fight back and was kicked straight away. What a strength this is. All troops. For the sake of justice, we must never give in to evil. Shoot. At this time, Ghost Spider's adjutant was the first to react and took over the command. Upon hearing the order, Marine immediately raised his musket and aimed it at Sui Feng. Seeing this, Sui Feng showed a disdainful sneer on his face. The military morale is pretty good. But with your strength, what can you do? As soon as the words fell, Sui Feng's figure disappeared instantly like a bubble. Bang bang. The next second, countless cries of pain joined together. Nearly 100 sailors on the deck were shot away at the same time and fell to the floor unconscious. Roar. Just when Sui Feng was about to take care of the last few sailors, a roar broke out from the depths of the warship. A-hole. That's it. A blurry figure suddenly jumped out, and 8 rays of silver light surrounded Sui Feng. Every ray of silver light is a long knife. Sui Feng bent her back, and 8 long knives passed in front of her without touching her at all. However, after these 8 long knives missed a single hit, they immediately changed their trajectory and attacked Sui Feng again. Sui Feng tiptoed and immediately distanced himself. Damn pirates, how dare you act evil on my ship? The Ghost Spider's hair was flying at this moment, and it was holding 6 long knives like tentacles. Because of his extremely high attainment in the skill of returning life, he can manipulate these hairs like his hands, and he has the 8-sword style. The uniform was stained with blood, indicating that Ghost Spider was seriously injured. After all, although Sui Feng's kick was not full force, he did not deliberately hold back. With that kick, his head almost exploded, and at least 6 or 7 bones were broken when he hit the cabin. If it weren't for life return, he could control every tissue in his body, help him straighten his bones, and seal his wounds. Now it's a question of whether he can stand up. It was precisely because of this that he remained silent in the cabin for a long time. For the sake of justice, evil people like you must be eradicated. At this time, Ghost Spider still did not forget his persistence. If it had been anyone else, he might have praised Ghost Spider's aura of disregarding death. But unfortunately, Sui Feng comes from another world, and his values are completely different from this world. She looked at the seriously injured Ghost Spider with a contemptuous sneer on her face. It's so boring. When will a mere ant be able to evaluate the goodness and evil of a giant dragon? What you should do is live well in your own territory, and then when the dragon passes by, just kneel down and show your surrender. Arrogant. Ghost Spider felt humiliated like never before. Marine is the strongest force on the sea. He is as powerful as One Piece Roger, but he is still being hunted with no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. The 4 emperors of New World can only dominate in their own territory. Who dares to jump in front of Marine? Challenge Marine's majesty. Kill. The Ghost Spider stamped its feet on the ground, dozens of times in an instant, gaining explosive reaction force. Shave. The ghost spider was like a bullet, launching a fierce attack on Sui Feng. For such a serious injury, the return of life can only be suppressed but not cured. Therefore he must fight quickly. Can we use this method to obtain a short-term speed increase? It's a good idea. Unfortunately, it's still too clumsy for us. Sui Feng commented with interest, and with a slight turn of her feet, the super high speed brought by Shunpo made her instantly behind the ghost spider. At this time, Ghost Spider had just stood up, and his body inevitably showed a trace of stagnation. The biggest problem with this simple and crude way of moving is that it has no flexibility. Compared to Shunpo's gait, which allows him to move at will, shaving is extremely clumsy. Windmill. Taking advantage of the inertia of his fall, Sui Feng flipped around in the air and kicked the ghost spider in the back of the head. Bang! The huge force knocked the ghost spider directly to his knees, and the deck instantly shattered. Damn BD! The ghost spider still wanted to struggle to get up. Boom! A terrifying coercion instantly pressed down on Ghost Spider like a mountain, making him unable to move. What kind of power is this? Conqueror's domineering power? No, it's different. Although there is also a huge sense of oppression, it does not have the impact that breaks people's minds. Ghost Spider was still thinking about what spiritual pressure was when he heard Sui Feng's solemn voice. Lord Spirit King asked me to fight quickly. It has been delayed for so long, and it should be over. At this moment, Sui Feng's aura surged to its peak. Captain-level spiritual pressure poured out without reservation. What's this? The ghost spider felt that all the bones in his body were whining, as if he would be crushed into powder in the next moment. Hasn't this guy been using all his strength? Only then did the ghost spider realize that the other party had been teasing him all along. Pulling out the Suzumaki from the waist, the violent spiritual pressure gathered together crazily, and the small blade was like the center of the eye of a typhoon at this moment. 2DK. Chapter 39 Marine's Ambition. Run away. Ghost Spider shouted frantically to all the sailors, but he was pressed on the deck and could not move. Suzumaki falls. There is not even a Shikai. Sui Feng just condenses the spiritual pressure into sword pressure and releases it. Boom! The huge warship let out a mournful cry, and then began to tilt to both sides. Sui Feng's blow cut Marine's largest warship in half on the spot. Hundreds of sailors fell into the water. The ghost spider was lucky to be alive. One piece the average person in the world has the physique of a blood cow, which saved his life. However, he was hit by the pressure of the sword at close range, and his whole body was extremely miserable at the moment. Almost all the bones were broken, and blood continued to ooze out from large and small wounds. If he hadn't been protected by his adjutant and thrown to a piece of deck debris, he would have been buried in the sea long ago. Watching the warship sink slowly, Sui Feng calmly took back Suzumaki, and Shunpo disappeared. Seeing Sui Feng leave, the surviving sailors finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so scary. The dignified Marine Lieutenant General couldn't even block the opponent's move. Completely crushed. Could it be said that the other party is a strong Marine General? Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. There are more and more strong men on the sea, and this Marine is getting more and more difficult to be a leader. The surviving Marine relied on his well-trained body and a large number of deck debris to carefully swim towards the nearest shore. Vivi and the others at the dock were stunned when they saw Marine defeated and even the warship destroyed. It took them a long time to react and quickly sent people to rescue people. After all, on the surface, it is Alabasta who is contacting the world government and Marine. You definitely can't leave someone alone at your own doorstep. After rescuing all Marines to the shore, Ghost Spider and other injured people were sent for treatment, while Cobra handed over the captured Mr. 2 and other members of the Baroque Work Club to his adjutant. The adjutant tried to get some information out of Mr. 2. In the end, he actually asked that it was Oguro and Cobra who cooperated to catch him. So the adjutant found Cobra and asked him to provide information about Oguro and his party. Those people are extremely vicious pirates. For the sake of peace and justice in the sea, please tell us all the information you know. Cobra rolled his eyes when he heard this and sneered, "Sorry. I have nothing to do with that group of people. After all, they are the real criminals who want to steal the country. What's wrong with me? the king, being so entangled with them that I can't settle the matter. I'll make my own. Opposite. So I have no information to provide. What a joke. How could first betray you Marine when I finally had a golden thigh? Even the 7 warlords of the sea can't control it, and even the world government doesn't recognize crocodile's theft of the country. Marine like this is not trustworthy at all. The adjutant naturally understood the sarcasm in Cobra's words, and his face suddenly turned red. But what can he do? Oguro's intention to steal the country was determined by the world government. Cobra used this as an excuse and he really couldn't refute it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the world government? While Ghost Spider was recovering from his injuries, the adjutant tried various methods to get information about Oguro. In the end, nothing happened. Many people even retreated immediately after learning that they were Marines, and they said they didn't know anything they asked. Joke. Oguro just saved Alabasta, and you Marines want to arrest him. I didn't attack you directly because of Marine's reputation accumulated over hundreds of years. Finally, Marine backup arrived and left Alabasta with a group of defeated soldiers. The fact that Ghost Spider was killed instantly was also reported back to Marine headquarters. Malinvando. Warring States looked at the report in his hand and felt his head hurt more and more. Forget about 2 strong men who are comparable to Marine Major Generals or even ordinary Lieutenant Generals. There are many third-line combat forces in the New World. But Ghost Spider is a veteran elite Lieutenant General. In the New World, he is a strong man who can touch the edge of the second-line combat power. All they faced were enemies at the level of the 7 warlords of the sea in their prime, or the captains of the 4 emperors. Being able to kill him instantly would be terrifying. At least within Marine, except for the 3 powerful generals, no one can do this. General, is he at least a quasi-general? This is really troublesome. Faced with such a threat, the Warring States period's first thought was to concentrate its efforts to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Warring States. At this time, the door was pushed open, and an old woman with gray hair walked in. Marine's Chief Staff Officer, the person with the fruit-washing ability, Lieutenant General Crane. It's Xiaohei. What's the matter? Warring States asked with some confusion. He glanced at the report in Sengoku's hand, sat on the chair and spoke slowly. Regarding Sid Oguro, do you want to send people to encircle and suppress him? Sengoku nodded without hesitation, yes. He defeated the Ghost Spider, which was a great provocation to Marine's Majesty. We must respond. Seeing this, he sighed slightly. Warring States, actually, I think we can treat this person in a different way. Upon hearing this, Warring States knew that his old comrade had a new plan, so he asked. What do you think? He explained slowly. I sent people to investigate Oguro's situation. He is from the East Daxia Sea. Apart from the battle with Smoker, he has not done any other bad things. Although he was the one who most likely killed Colonel Rat, he cannot be convicted without evidence. He even killed many pirates along the way. This time, he defeated Crocodile's conspiracy to steal the country. Looking at it this way, it can be said that his identity as a pirate was forced upon him by us, Marine. After all, as far as I know, he never flies a pirate flag on his ship. Warring States frowned when he heard this and said, Xiaohei, are you trying to persuade me to remove his wanted order? Then where is the prestige of our Marine? He gently waved his hand, of course not. Marine wouldn't do such a shameful thing. What I mean is that this Oguro didn't originally want to be a pirate, but now he has to become a pirate. In addition, he is very powerful, so I don't think we need to kill him like an ordinary pirate. After all, Sengoku is a being called a wise general. Hearing this, he already reacted. Do you want him to be the 7 warlords of the sea? That's right. Crane nodded vigorously. He can defeat Crocodile, and he has a strong general-level man under his command, so he must be strong enough. And as long as he accepts this condition, he won't have to be hunted down anymore. I'm sure he will be very happy. Having said this, he paused for a moment, and a wise light flashed in his eyes. What's more important is that when a person with this kind of conscience becomes the 7 warlords of the sea, when his help is needed, he won't be like those other guys who don't work hard. This is extremely beneficial to us Marine. Chapter 40 Flying to Sky Island. Warring States was deeply moved. 7 Warlords of the Sea is a system proposed by the world government to check and balance pirates. It seems useful. Even in the New World, a tripartite situation of 4 emperors, marines, and 7 warlords of the sea formed. But the warring states period and the others all know that every time they recruit this group of guys, let alone work, it would be good if they don't cause any trouble for you. No one takes world government and marines' orders to heart at all. They are willing to become 7 warlords of the sea, purely for their own benefit. Regarding compulsory recruitment, we can do whatever we can. But Oguro is different. This person will not sit idly by and ignore evil. When you need to recruit him, you don't have to worry about his unwillingness to contribute. In that case, let's make some contact first. If he is willing, we will recommend him to the world government to replace Crocodile. Warring states finally made the decision. If he could have 1 less enemy and 1 more helper, he would naturally be happy. As for whether Ghost Spider would be unhappy, Sengguo wasn't worried at all. Although these hawkish generals are extreme, one thing they are very good at is obeying orders. Moreover, if you, the Ghost Spider, were not knocked down by someone with 1 move, wouldn't Marine have to work so hard to win him over? So no matter from which perspective, he has no qualifications to object. On the sea, Oguro and his party didn't know that Marine changed his attitude towards them because of Sui Feng. At this moment, they were sitting on the deck, staring silently at a door of the cabin. Come out. Do you still plan to hide forever? Oguro was the first to break the calm. Squeak. The hatch was opened, and a graceful figure slowly walked out. Robin smiled and said, I'm so sorry for getting on the boat without saying hello in advance. Oguro felt very strange. This scene feels so familiar. Could it be that the achievement reward for defeating Crocodile is Robin getting on the ship? Oguro shook off the random thoughts in his mind, waved his hand and said, You helped me, this little thing is nothing. I just want to ask, what are you going to do in the future? Do you want to follow us all the time? Unexpectedly, Robin nodded and admitted directly. Yes, I do plan to follow you all the time. Why? Robin smiled lightly, because you know the whereabouts of the historical text. You even know the content is almost exactly the same. I want to find other historical texts, so naturally I have to follow you. Well, I can only say that he is worthy of being an archaeologist in O'Hara. You can do whatever it takes to find the historical text. Of course, I won't take the boat for nothing. Robin said as he pulled out a pile of papers. This is the wealth accumulated by Baroque works in the past 2 years. Although a lot has been spent, there are still 300 to 400 million belly, so this is my payment. This was originally used to buy dancing fans and fight public opinion wars in the next year, but it was all stolen by Robin. Sir Oguro, I think she is quite sincere, otherwise I would just agree. Nami held Oguro's arm with one hand and said with bright eyes. Good guy. The true nature of the money addict was exposed instantly. In addition, I have some experience in making suggestions and overall arrangements, so I can help you. Robin continued to add more leverage to the deal. She has been searching hard for the whereabouts of the historical text for these years. It is rare for her to meet someone with information. She must not give up. Oguro pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. There just happens to be a historical text on the empty island we are going to, so come with us. Robin's eyes suddenly lit up. Another new historical text. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with following this man. After solving Robin's problem, Oguro took a look at the system interface. Sure enough, there are no rewards for recruiting talents like Nami. Come to think of it, in the original work, Robin did not integrate into the Straw Hat Pirates from the beginning. It was only after experiencing the Judiciary Island incident that he truly became one of them. Don't expect your own personality charm to compare with Luffy's halo as the protagonist. When Robin got on the ship, he only temporarily cooperated for his own ideals, and it was not considered a subjugation at all. The group of people began to move towards Gaia Island. Of course, Nami had already taken the property documents worth hundreds of millions of belly and hid them. After several days of sailing, Oguro finally arrived in the waters near Gaia Island. At this time, Nami suddenly shouted, Hey! Look, I saw 2 pointers in Nami's hand. One of the permanent pointers pointing to Gaia Island was normal, but the other ordinary record pointer was raised high, pointing to the empty sky. Mr. Oguro, is this an empty island? Only an island with stronger magnetic force can attract the pointer. Nami asked with bright eyes. After all, you can find gold when you go to Sky Island. Well, the position is almost there. Next, we have to rely on your ability, Rangaku. Oguro turned his head and said solemnly. Originally, going to the Sky Island required lifting the ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters through rising ocean currents. But this process is very dangerous. If you are not careful, the boat may be destroyed and people may die. So Oguro thought of a safer way. Let Matsumoto Rangaku Shikai Zanpakuto lift up the desert rose and fly up. In the middle, Oguro will relay the lift with her to avoid exhaustion of spiritual pressure. Then I'll go first. Matsumoto Rangaku drew out his Zanpakuto and said, Cry. Hineka. In an instant, a cloud of smoke and dust lifted up the desert rose like a tornado and flew high into the sky. I don't know how long it took, but a huge white cloud covered everyone's heads. Matsumoto Rangaku was about to go through directly, but Oguro quickly stopped him. This is not a cloud, but a white sea. It is equivalent to a sea floating in the sky. If you rush in like this, you will be suffocated. Speaking of this, Abu Luo also looked at Robin and said, Moreover, the effect of this white sea is the same as that of the sea, and it can restrain people with abilities. They rushed in just to hold their breath. If Robin also rushed in like this, something would happen on the spot. Robin understood what Oguro meant and smiled gratefully. Then let me find a place to go around. Matsumoto Rangaku was about to change direction. No, Lucia, you come and clear the way. Oguro turned to Kuchiki Lucia and signaled. Kuchiki nodded and drew her Zanpakuto. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki, first dance Yubai. In an instant, a huge icicle erected in the white sea, penetrating both the upper and lower ends. The next moment, Kuchiki waved lightly, and the center of the icicle began to melt rapidly, leaving a channel straight to the sky. Oguro showed a satisfied smile. Let's go. Go straight up from here. Soon, everyone saw the sunlight coming from above the passage. The exit has arrived. Chapter 41 Enel. Bang. The desert rose flew out of the tunnel and landed on the white sea, causing a large splash of water. Oh, is this Sky Island? It's so magical. Nami stood on the bridge and shouted excitedly. In front of everyone's eyes, an island rests on heavy white clouds, like a city in the sky in a fairy tale. About a third of the island is covered with forest and soil. If you look down from a higher place, you will find that this area looks like the upper part of a skeleton, with only the skull and two empty eye sockets. This is Gaia Island, which was washed up into the sky by rising sea currents. The Golden Land is right here. Oguro introduced everyone to the origin of Kongdao. Originally there was no soil on Sky Island, but because Gaia Island was washed up, the natives of Sky Island thought it was a gift from God, so in order to fight for the land, Sky Island people and the Shandia clan of Gaia Island fought. After decades, he finally gained control of Gaia Island. Now this small island is called the Island of Gods by them, and a temple is built for the ruler of Sky Island to live. The golden bell and the historical text are in the temple. After Oguro's brief introduction, the desert rose also stopped at the beach. Immediately, an empty island guard guarding the port came over. He looks no different from ordinary people, but he has two small wings on his back. He was seen holding a spear in one hand, looked at Oguro and the others, and then said, He's from Qinghai. The entry fee is 1 billion ace ancient coins per person. What? A billion? As a money addict, Nami is very sensitive to numbers and yelled on the spot. Are you stealing money? The guard snorted proudly. These are the rules set by the great God. If you are unwilling to abide by them, you will be fined 10 times if you are caught. I advise you to be more honest. God. Hearing the guard's words, Sui Feng on the side showed a disdainful sneer. The ruler of a mere small island dares to call himself a god. She heard what Lord Spirit King said very clearly. On the island of gods lives the ruler of Sky Island. If the other party is a real god, then the Spirit King will definitely make it clear to show respect for the equal being. As expected, Oguro echoed, indeed. He is just a Logia Thunder Fruit user. Because he has no knowledge on the Sky Island, he thinks he is a god. After hearing this, everyone also understood. Dacheng is just a frog in a well and is narcissistic. Robin looked worried and said, I've heard of the thunder fruit. This is said to be the strongest Logia fruit in 800 years. It's stronger than the fruits of the 3 marine generals. If we offend him, I'm afraid we will also be in trouble. Sui Feng's strength is indeed not weak, but it is not a sure win against a general. Oguro had a strange look on his face when he heard this. You are right to say that the thunder fruit is very strong. But if you want to say how strong Enel is, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Robin didn't understand what Oguro meant. On the contrary, the guard said angrily, You impudent Qinghai people. How dare you call God by his name? You have committed the crime of disrespect. Follow me to the temple at once to face trial. As he spoke, he pointed the spear in his hand at Oguro. In an instant, Sui Feng, Kuchiki, Rukia and other Shinigami showed cold murderous intent on their faces. Plop! The terrifying spiritual pressure poured out instantly, knocking the guard to the ground and making him unable to move. How dare you point a weapon at the Spirit King? How dare a false god offend the real God King? Sui Feng spoke coldly, and the heavy spiritual pressure instantly increased a bit. The guard almost sank into the ground. Be bold. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt descended from the sky and hit Sui Feng, like a punishment from heaven. Bang! A charred hole was left on the ground, and Sui Feng's figure had long since disappeared. How dare a mere mortal dare to challenge the majesty of God? In the sky, a man wearing a white scarf, with earlobes above his chest, with taiko drums on his back and a golden stick in his hand, slowly floated down. Are you Enel who claims to be a god? Sui Feng looked Enel up and down, his tone full of disdain. Mortals really can't understand the greatness of gods. I am the incarnation of thunder, and I am a god. Enel's body didn't move at all, but it instantly turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed in front of Sui Feng. In front of God, all your resistance is in vain. Rice wife. Enel's wrist instantly turned into a straight bolt of thunder, shooting towards Sui Feng's forehead. However, this swift blow passed directly through Sui Feng's body. Afterimage. Enel was stunned. Where are you looking? A cold voice sounded from behind Enel's head. Sui Feng held Suzumaki in his hand and slashed it towards the back of Enel's neck. However, Enel stood motionless, watching as the blade sank into the back of his neck. Zila. The back of Enel's neck turned into an arc of electricity, but Suzumbaki's blade failed to cause any damage. You really can't hit it. Then try this. Kill them all. Suzumbaki. The Suzumbaki after Shikai is like the sting of a queen bee, attached to the middle finger of Sui Feng's right hand. Sui Feng then stabbed Enel in the back. When Enel saw this, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. I am the incarnation of thunder, a true god. No mortal attack can even touch me. The facts were just as Enel expected. Sui Feng's stab still didn't feel like it hit an entity. Instead, his arm felt numb due to the elemental current. No, you can't deal with Logia fruit users like this. Robin said with worry on his face. Sui Feng is very powerful. But it doesn't make any sense if you can't hit the enemy. No. However, Oguro shook his head, with a bright smile on his face. It works. On Enel's back, a black butterfly pattern comes into view. Bee flower pattern. Although it failed to cause damage to Enel, the special ability of the Zanpakuto actually took effect. If elementalization deals with physical attacks, Sui Feng's Zanpakuto Shikai is a real soul attack. Huh, what is this? What tricks are you playing? Enel caught a glimpse of the pattern on his back, and his face instantly darkened. Although there was no warning in his heart network, indicating that the pattern was harmless, as a god, it was a huge shame for his body to be soiled by a mortal. I will hang you in front of the temple and let you suffer the punishment of thousands of thunders piercing your heart. Enel roared angrily, and terrifying thunder and lightning erupted from around him. Discharge 20 million volts. The huge thunder pillar attacked Sui Feng, and Sui Feng used Shunpo to avoid it as soon as Enel raised his hand. The figure did not retreat but advanced, directly reaching Enel's side. Be bold. Enel was furious. I am a god, yet I am offended over and over again by a mortal. In an instant, he transformed into thunder and launched a counterattack against Sui Feng. Chapter 42 Absorbing the Thunder Fruit. The golden staff in Enel's hand was now filled with thunder and lightning, like a thunder spear, piercing Sui Feng. Sui Feng kept moving, and Shunpo exploded in an instant, leaving more than 10 clones around at extremely fast speeds. Enel was stunned. Where has he seen this move before? In the moment of distraction, Sui Feng left another B pattern on my shoulder. At this point Oguro also discovered that Enel's speed is no better than Sui Feng. Although the thunder fruit can theoretically reach a speed that is basically the same as the speed of light, it is actually impossible. The reason is also very simple: people have their limits. Elementalization may allow the human body to withstand the pressure brought by the speed of light, but the thinking and reaction cannot freely control the speed of light. Beyond this limit, let alone killing the enemy at the speed of light, it's another matter whether you can guarantee your own safety. From this point of view, even if facing the General Kizaru, Sui Feng should not be at a disadvantage. A-hole, how dare you leave so much dirt on God? You deserve to die. Infinite thunder and lightning surged crazily on Enel's body, and then blasted into the sky. God's sanction. The next second, a huge thunder pillar more than 10 meters thick fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura of destruction made the scalps of the residents of the remote Sky Island numb. Oh my God! God is angry. The Sky Island will not be destroyed, right? Mom, I'm afraid. The entire Sky Island fell into panic. Facing this powerful blow, Sui Feng rushed towards Enel. Enel saw this and sneered, "If you want to die with me, then you have made the wrong calculation. You don't think that the thunder and lightning I release will hurt myself, do you?" Under Enel's control and Xinhuang's aim, Lei Zhu chased Sui Feng down impartially. Seeing that Enel was approaching, you could even see the proud smile on his face. Sui Feng suddenly spoke softly, "Bakudo's 81, Duan Kong." In an instant, a transparent spiritual barrier appeared above Sui Feng. God's sanction directly bombarded the spiritual barrier. Boom boom boom. Electric light raged, and huge sound waves swept in all directions. However, this mighty blow never penetrated the thin barrier. How is this possible? Enel didn't expect that this move would be blocked by Sui Feng. But I never expected that the other party would be so relaxed. No matter what Sui Feng thought, Shunpo's speed at his feet exploded to the limit, and the Suzumaki in his hand stabbed Enel. How many more times are you going to try this useless attack? Enel was furious and felt that Sui Feng acted like a clown. It even lowered my own level. However, this time, Sui Feng targeted the spot on his shoulder where the bee flower pattern originally existed. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged into Enel's heart. Xinhuang told me that if I take this blow, it will be very dangerous. Enel was stunned. He really couldn't figure out what danger this attack could have besides making himself dirty. With such hesitation, Enel completely lost the chance to dodge. The tip of Suzumbaki's knife accurately penetrated the center of the original bee flower pattern. A new bee flower pattern bloomed immediately, overlapping with the original bee flower pattern to form a new octagonal pattern. Kill with 2 hits. Sui Feng made a cold declaration and immediately lifted his fighting stance. The false god who claims to be a god actually dares to scream in front of us, the real Shinigami. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Enel wanted to say something else, but his expression suddenly changed. I saw the 2 intersecting honeycomb patterns lighting up with pink light, gradually enlarging and slowly rotating and overlapping together. At this moment, he realized that his soul was being swallowed up and annihilated by these 2 bee flowers. Enel wanted to stop it, but was unable to do anything. He could only feel that his consciousness was disappearing into nothingness bit by bit. Is this the true power of God? Finally, the 2 bee flower patterns completely overlapped, and Enel's soul was completely obliterated. Even his physical body was crushed into ashes. Only the bee flower pattern was still shining in the air. Oguro sighed secretly. That is Enel, otherwise this battle would never be so easy. He usually relies on the power of the thunder fruit to directly crush and win, and has basically no experience in fighting against strong people. Those 2 key moments of confusion, and the indifference to the bee pattern, no marine officer would be able to make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, you must not be self-righteous on the sea. You have no idea what kind of cards your opponent will pull out. Dead. Robin's eyes widened and he lost his composure in a rare move. What kind of fruit power is this? It can actually kill people with 2 hits. And judging from Kuchiki and Rukia, their abilities are all released through the swords in their hands. Could it be that they discovered a set of fruits with similar abilities? No matter what Robin thought, it was incredible. As for Sui Feng calling herself Shinigami, Robin only thought she was using her own name to intimidate her enemies. After all, according to the research of successive O'Hara scholars, there is no real god in this world. Oguro didn't care what others thought. At this moment, he had heard the system prompts and was ready to absorb the thunder fruit. Ding! The ownerless soul has been absorbed and can be exchanged for a legendary lottery ticket. Oguro chose to exchange without hesitation. Although the thunder fruit can create a general-level combat power, but the shortcomings of being afraid of water and sea-floor stones are too obvious. Not as reliable as the Shinigami summoned by the system. Let's go. Let's go to the temple first. As the place where Enel lives, it is the highest location on the island of gods. In front of the temple steps, Oguro and his party were stopped by Enel's escort. This is the residence of God Enel, no one is allowed to trespass. Your false god has been killed by us. If you don't want to lose your life in vain, surrender immediately. Kuchiki warned coldly. How dare you? God Enel is showing off Kamui on the front line. How dare you talk nonsense here, are you not afraid of death? As he said that, a group of guards raised their muskets, turned their muzzles, and all aimed at Oguro and his party. Then have you ever thought that maybe your false god was fighting us just now? Nami said with a smile. The guard's expression changed, and he shouted, impossible. God Enel is the incarnation of thunder, no one can defeat him. Take down these sinners who have offended the gods. A group of guards is about to open fire. Sui Feng snorted coldly and swayed slightly. The next second, all the guards were knocked away, and no one was left standing. There should be Enel's subordinates ahead, let's deal with them together. Oguro waved his hand. Without Enel, Sky Island has no power to resist him. Yes, Sui Feng and others disappeared immediately. Chapter 43 Golden Bell. Oguro led Nami and Robin slowly up the steps. After Sui Feng and others took care of it, no one jumped out to bother the eyes again. Ogu Luo's arrogance noticed that all the soldiers of the God's Corps were knocked unconscious and thrown into the corner. When the three of them stepped onto the final stairs, apart from Sui Feng and others, there were only 4 Sky Islanders kneeling on the ground with frightened expressions on their faces. Sui Feng said respectfully, Lord Spirit King, they claim to be the priests of Enel, and they surrendered when we came up. Surrender. Oguro looked over in surprise. These people are Enel's confidants. Just surrender like that. The bald man among the 4 kowtowed to Oguro and said in horror. My lord, I am Om, the executor of the Iron Trial. We saw you coming from where Enel fought. Enel's whereabouts are unknown now. He must have been defeated by you. You must be the god of Qinghai. Your Kamui is clear to us. We surrender. Please spare our lives. After speaking, Om kowtowed his head again, and the other 3 priests also followed suit, almost crying and begging Oguro to spare their lives. Looking at their humble appearance, Oguro waved his hand. Okay, I'm not a demon king who kills people for fun. Since you surrendered, take me in to see the temple first. Yes, yes. As soon as the 4 of them heard that they could survive, they immediately ran away, making flattering gestures of invitation to Oguro. As soon as he entered the temple, Nami's eyes burst out with dazzling light. Piles after piles of gold were randomly discarded on the ground like hills. Get rich, get rich. Nami rushed forward and picked up the gold nugget without letting go. Robin asked with some surprise, in the story of the Golden Country, the towns outside should be made of gold. Why are they all piled up here? Om immediately took on the role of the loser and took the initiative to explain. Originally, the gold was indeed outside. But when Enel came, he used thunder and lightning to melt the gold and brought it here. The golden land ceased to exist. As he spoke, Om pointed to a mark on the ground. That's the burn mark left behind when high-temperature liquid flows through it. Oguro knew that Enel was building a spaceship and needed gold as raw material. The thunder fruit can smelt gold. Sure enough, Robin quickly found the blueprints of the spaceship in the temple. Although part of the gold has been used up, there is still a lot left. Oguro has little interest in spaceships for the time being. Not even the ocean can dominate, so there is no need to consider infinite continents. Come on, find the golden bell and the historical text first. Oguro took the lead and walked to the higher part of the temple. The golden bell is at the top of the temple. Soon, the group saw the exquisite golden clock standing in the clouds. It's so spectacular. No wonder it has become a treasure in fairy tales. Even Robin couldn't help but admire him when he saw this scene. Only Nami's head is full of Bailey's shapes. How much would it cost to sell such a big golden clock? Robin's attention was only attracted for a moment, and soon she found the historical text located on the base of the golden clock. Ancient weapon, Poseidon, the whereabouts of Poseidon. As the content was deciphered, Robin showed a look of disappointment. This was not the historical truth she was looking for. Have you finished reading? Oguro appeared behind Robin at some point. Robin nodded. Just when she thought Oguro would ask about the content of the historical text, Oguro said directly. Then let's go down first. I have to meet with the leaders of the major forces on Sky Island. Sky Island is now an unclaimed land, so he will naturally accept it. Robin said in surprise, don't you want to know what is recorded on it? Oguro was stunned, shook his head and said, I'm not very interested in the Void Century. It's all old sesame and rotten millet from 800 years ago. How useful is it to know it? For me, rather than being stuck in the mystery of the past, it's more meaningful to create a future that belongs to me. The thick history is full of lessons, but one paragraph is just a story. The future. Robin looked blank. Since O'Hara was destroyed, her only thought has been to reveal the truth of history for everyone. As for the future, she never seemed to think about it. It turns out that she seems to be carrying the dreams of many O'Hara scholars, but in fact she is just a person trapped in the past. Then what kind of future are you pursuing? Robin asked curiously. A world where everyone is treated fairly, where the elderly are supported and the young are supported. No one is killed for no reason. A tragedy like O'Hara's will never happen again. Oguro's tone was calm, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. But in Robin's ears, it sounded like thunder. A fair world. That means overthrowing the symbol of privilege, those superior celestial dragons. Is this possible? Robin shook his head secretly in his mind. How could the world government that had dominated the sea for 800 years be overthrown so easily? However, Oguro's sonorous and powerful words still caused ripples in Robin's heart. If there really was such a world, how wonderful it would be. In the temple, Oguro sat on the high throne and ordered to the 4 priests. Go wake up the soldiers who were knocked unconscious and tell them that the island has changed hands. Then send people to notify the leaders of each force and ask them to come to the temple to discuss matters. Gaitas, the guardian of the swamp trial, immediately reported, Lord Chi. Gonful and others are easy to talk to, but the Sandians have always been hostile to us, and they may not be willing to obey orders. Oguro said indifferently, tell everyone that this meeting will resolve everyone's territorial issues. If you don't show up, it will be regarded as giving up. They can only accept how the territory will be distributed in the future. Yes, the 4 priests took the order and left. Wait a moment. However, Sui Feng suddenly stopped them. I saw her saying to Oguro, Lord Soul King, I have a better way to let these people know the power of Lord Soul King and come to see him honestly. Oguro's eyes lit up. Okay. I'll leave it to you then. Sui Feng walked to the platform in front of the temple and chanted slowly. The net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, distant thunder, peaks, returning to the ground, nightfall, sea of clouds, blue sequence, full of Taiyuan, heading straight to the sky. Bakudo 77. The sky is clear. A huge net of spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire Sky Island. The next second, a clear voice sounded in the ears of everyone on the island. Chapter 44. God's Means. All residents of Sky Island. I am Shinigami, the leader of the Soul King, and the captain of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13th Division, Sui Feng. In an instant, everyone on the island looked horrified. They subconsciously looked around, trying to find the person who spoke, but found that there was no such person. However, the voice in my ears did not stop. The false god Enel has been executed, and the 4 priests have abandoned their secrets and turned to the bright side. I am now informing everyone on the order of the Spirit King. All forces will immediately send representatives to the temple to discuss matters. Lord Spirit King will resolve all territorial issues. Those who refuse to attend will be deemed to have given up their rights and must follow all arrangements unconditionally. Don't make any mistakes. The spiritual network dispersed and the call ended. When the 4 priests saw this scene, they were so shocked that they were speechless. One person can talk to all the people on Kong Island. If this is not a god, what is it? Oguro praised. Good job Sui Feng. He had forgotten that Bakudo number 77 also had a call function. In other words, the Captain Sui Feng has enough spiritual pressure. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to talk to thousands of people on the entire Kong Island. At this moment, Kongdao fell into an unprecedented shock. Gon 4 said to his former member of the god team with a serious face, "You should have heard what that woman said." "What should we do?" One of them said, "Looking at it now, Enel is definitely defeated. Otherwise, with his character, he would never be able to tolerate others being so domineering. In this case, I think it is necessary to get in touch with this so-called spiritual king. At least, we have to know how this spiritual king wants to rule Sky Island." Similar conversations are taking place among the Sandias. Wappa, the strongest warrior in Sandia, sneered, "Has Enel finally been dethroned? As this new god called the Spirit King? He's so arrogant. He actually said that he wants to solve everyone's territorial issues. Will he return the Isle of Gods to us Sandians?" Chief Sandia said, "Whether he wants to return the Island of Gods to us or not, we must attend this meeting. You also heard it. If you don't go, it will be regarded as giving up the right to fight for territory. No matter how slim the hope is, we can't give up." Wappa stood up with a serious expression, "Then let me do it. No matter what this spiritual king thinks, our Sandia territory must be taken back." Discussions were heated everywhere, but everyone chose to send representatives. A new god who can defeat Enel is not something they can disobey. Not long after, representatives from all parties arrived in front of the temple one after another. At this time, the god core that originally belonged to Enel had been awakened by the 4 priests. After learning about the strength of Oguro and others, he decisively chose to surrender and stood under Oguro's seat honestly. Gon 4 and several old Kong Islanders looked at each other. This new god can even recruit Enel's god core, which shows his strength is moderate. From Qinghai. At this time, Wappa, as a representative of the Shandia people, came over with several warriors. When he saw Oguro, he was obviously stunned. No Qinghai people have set foot on Kongdao for decades. Last time it was One Piece Roger and his entourage. Since everything is here, let's not waste time. Oguro leaned on the throne and looked down at the few people with a calm expression. From today on, Kongdao will be under my rule. Who has any objections? Silence. Neither Gon 4A nor Wappa wisely chose to object. Being brave and good at fighting does not mean being blindly arrogant. They are not even a match for Enel, let alone the new god who defeated Enel. If you dare not surrender, you will only die. Immediately, Oguro heard the system's prompt tone. Ding. Congratulations to host for conquering a new territory by force. Received a reward of 2,000 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to host for reaching level 3 of the Divine Kingdom and receiving the reward. Seraite. Seraite. Oguro's eyes lit up. Isn't this the headquarters of the Gotei 13? The system is really considerate. This empty island is suitable for use as a base camp, and it is the perfect place to house the Seraite. However, the area of Sky Island is somewhat small. Can the Seraite accommodate it? Host, don't worry. The system actively explained. When the Seraite is relocated, it will be renovated and expanded according to the resettlement environment, and it will not occupy the original space of Kongdao. That would be great. Oguro was very satisfied and had a little smile on his face. At this time, Wappa, who couldn't wait, took the initiative to speak. God of Qinghai, I heard your declaration to solve everyone's territorial issues. I wonder how you plan to solve it. Hearing this, Gon 4 and others also became nervous. There are only so many places with soil on the empty island. The more you share, the less I will share. No one wants to give up. Otherwise, the Sandians and Sky Island Aboriginals would not have been fighting a war for 400 years. Oguro glanced at him and said coldly, "First of all, you should call me Spirit King. From now on, I am the ruler of Sky Island, not some god of Qinghai." Stared by Oguro's majestic gaze, Wappa's body couldn't help but tremble. But he still stiffened his neck and said, "Our Sandian people's territory has been occupied by others for 400 years. If we can't get it back, we won't recognize it even if we declare ourselves the rulers of Sky Island." Presumptuous! Sui Feng roared angrily, and the terrifying spiritual pressure hit everyone's minds like a tsunami. How can you, a mere mortal, question the status of Lord Spirit King? The Wappa people were covered in cold sweat. At this moment, they felt like ants facing a giant dragon. The other party only needed to blow a breath, and several of them would die without burial. The few Sky Island natives were also very shocked, but they couldn't help but smile when they saw Wappa's deflated appearance. Let you be self-righteous. If you have angered this Lord Spiritual King, let alone return to the Island of Gods, I am afraid that there will be no place for you in the entire Sky Island. Lord Spirit King, please calm down. We are just emotionally unstable because we have been away from our homeland for a long time. I have no intention of offending you. Next to Wappa, Lackey, a female warrior with long black hair, was trembling all over and begged Oguro with difficulty. This is a brave female warrior. In the original timeline, even though he knew he was defeated by Enel, he still bravely attacked him. Oguro gave Sui Feng a look, and Sui Feng removed his spiritual pressure. As soon as the pressure dissipated, Wappa and others almost collapsed to the ground. This new god and his subordinates are so powerful. After being defeated once, Wappa had a touch of awe on his face. He said respectfully, "May I ask, Lord Spirit King, how do you plan to solve the territorial issue of our Shandia people?" Not being able to see Wappa being sanctioned, a trace of regret flashed in the eyes of several Sky Islanders except Gonfor. But after hearing his question, several people pricked up their ears and looked at Oguro. They don't want to give up the land. Chapter 45 Seraite. Oguro's tone was calm and he didn't seem to care at all. It's very simple. The part of the territory that originally belonged to Gaia Island will be returned to you. The war between you and the aboriginal people of Sky Island will end. Wappa and others were overjoyed. Is it true? Thank you, Lord Spirit King. As soon as these words came out, those Sky Islanders quit. Lord Soul King, the Island of Gods has been ruled by Skylanders for more than 400 years. Is it unfair to us to just hand it over to Sandians like this? When Wappa heard this, he immediately became angry. He pointed at a few people and cursed, "You shameless old guys. The Island of Gods was taken away by you with force. You are just a group of robbers. How can you say anything fair?" Both sides soon started to curse each other. Only Gonfor stood aside and remained silent for a long time. Oguro knocked on the armrest of the throne. Quiet. Both sides immediately stopped fighting, but the man-eating eyes were still staring at the opposite side. Oguro looked at Gonfool and said, "Gonfool, you were once the god of Sky Island. What do you think?" Gonfool bowed first, and then said slowly, "How dare the old man call himself a god in front of Lord Spirit King? Everything will follow your orders." Several Sky Islanders were instantly anxious. Gonfor, you are crazy. That is a land with soil. How can you give it to them? Are you doing this worthy of those who once elected you to be a god? On Sky Island, soil is more valuable than gold. Gonfor shook his head. It has been 400 years. Haven't there been enough people who died for this soil? Now that we can quell the war, why not hand over the soil? After what happened to Enel, Gonfor was already tired of war. If there was no God's Island before, wouldn't the Sky Islanders still be living? Several people angrily argued with Gonfor, but unfortunately Gonfor always seemed to be indifferent. Ha ha ha. At this time, Oguro's hearty laughter interrupted them. He is worthy of being called the Knight of the Sky. His mind is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Gonfool still looked unfazed. Lord Spirit King, you are so complimentary. I just don't want another war to happen. Oguro nodded and said to the Sky Island people who seemed to have lost their biological fathers, "Don't worry, you guys. Sky Island is my important territory, and I will naturally solve the soil problem. Return the Island of Gods to the Sandians, and you won't suffer any loss." The Sky Islanders' eyes widened immediately. Lord Spirit King, are you telling the truth? HMPH. How could Lord Lingwang lie to you with his golden words? When Sui Feng spoke coldly, those people shrank their necks in embarrassment, not daring to speak again. In order to appease these people, Oguro waved his right hand, and a boundary door opened on the platform. Beyond the door is Oguro's first territory, Paparoko Island. Towns, mountains, and of course the most important thing is soil. Oguro said calmly, this gate can connect Kongdao and Qinghai. You can dig as much soil as you need at that time. At this time, several empty islands, including Gon 4, were all trembling with excitement, staring at the boundary-piercing gate in front of them. When Oguro saw this, he said with a smile, you can go over and try to see if I am deceiving you. With Oguro's permission, several people rushed into the boundary gate. In the courtyard of Oguro's house, several people dug out a handful of soil with their hands and said with tears in their eyes, really? It's really soil, it's great. Under Oguro's strict order, several people reluctantly dropped the soil in their hands. After all, Paparoko Island is its own territory, and it is impossible for the Sky Islanders to dig up soil at will. But Oguro promised to find a few uninhabited islands and let them dig the soil to their heart's content. Thank you, Lord Ling King, for your gift. Gon 4 led several people to kneel down and worship Oguro. At this moment, they sincerely surrendered to Oguro. The Sandians were equally shocked. It can actually connect to Qinghai directly across the sky. Is this the power of a real god? Both parties reached an agreement and went back happily. They were going to tell the tribesmen that an omnipotent god had come to Kongdao. After resolving the 400-year territorial war on Sky Island, Oguro took Sui Feng and the others to the center of Sky Island. A good thing like Seraite cannot be left to languish in the system. System, place the Seraite. Immediately, a white ball of light appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground. The next second, the light ball expanded rapidly, and the land on the empty island began to move outward as if it was being squeezed. In a few breaths, the ball of light turned into a complete Seraite and appeared in the center of the Sky Island, completely integrated with the original Sky Island. Yeah, not bad. Oguro was very satisfied. The city that appeared out of thin air was quickly discovered by others on the empty island. Some people who originally doubted Oguro instantly believed that assessment. Omnipotent. It is not unfair for Enel to lose to such a being. In Seraite, Sui Feng and others looked at the familiar scenery with a trace of nostalgia on their faces. The only pity is that the Seraite is now empty except for a few of them. Oguro came to the square and transferred the body of the boundary gate. Compared to Paparoko Island, this is the safest place. Since there was no one else, Oguro asked everyone to find some random mansion to stay. In addition to the team building of the Gotei 13, Seraite also has a special residential area for nobles. Each mansion is extremely luxurious. Nami picked it up excitedly. Robin chose a quiet mansion. Sui Feng and the others prefer to return to their respective team buildings. Oguro sat in a manner and called up the system. The trivial matters are over, it's time to summon new subordinates. System, I want to use legendary lottery tickets. Buzz. Oguro's consciousness came to the bright and charming starry sky again. A huge golden star came before his eyes. The stars exploded, and on the golden card, a handsome man with long hair attracted attention. Name: Byakuya Kuchiki. Strength: Captain level. Position: Captain of the 6th Division. Ability: Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. It's actually this one, the head of the 4 nobles in Soul Society and the 28th generation head of the Kuchiki family. With strong strength and stable personality, he is a role model among all Shinigami. Byakuya Kuchiki meets the Soul King. Byakuya Kuchiki's etiquette is impeccable and there is nothing wrong with it. Get up. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. The Shinigami haven't gained a foothold in this world yet. Byakuya, why don't you bother? Byakuya Kuchiki said meticulously, serving the Soul King is the supreme honor of the Kuchiki family. After sending Byakuya Kuchiki away, Oguro looked at his existing achievement points. 12,470 points. Oguro hesitated. These achievement points are enough to draw a purple epic card pool once. But compared to Shinigami who are above the chief officer level, now I lack enough ordinary manpower. Chapter 46 Let's Scatter. Senbon Sakura. In the dignified Gotei 13, Shinigami who is above the rank of chief officer cannot always do the work. How about drawing 10 blue rare card pools first? Oguro thought secretly. Bite. At this time, the system releases a new task. Task name: The Birth of the Kingdom of God. Task requirements: The foundation of the Kingdom of God is gradually improving. It is time for the real Kingdom of God to come to this world. Announce the founding of the country and name the Kingdom of God. Mission reward: 50 Reserve Shinigami. Reserve Shinigami. Oguro looked at the introduction in surprise. The so-called Reserve Shinigami is set to be an outstanding graduate of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. With shallow play but not yet awakening the true name, it will take a period of training to become a truly qualified Shinigami. It is very similar to the 10-man guard obtained previously, but has higher potential. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. This reward is not bad. After all, the founding of the country is a matter of time, so it would be better to have an extra reward. But since the country is about to be officially established, the area around Kongdao needs to be tidied up. After all, this is equivalent to your own capital. In addition, soil must be sent to the Sky Islanders as soon as possible to appease people's hearts. The next day, Oguro called everyone together. Now that Sky Island has been captured by me, I can almost establish the Kingdom of God. Hearing this, Sui Feng and other Shinigami were all in high spirits. As people summoned by the system, the mission of the Kingdom of God is also rooted deep in their souls. Now Lord Soul King will take the most important step. How can they not be excited? Nami and Robin were very surprised, but only for a moment. Judging from what Oguro has done in the past, this move is not unexpected. Oguro continued, before the Kingdom of God is officially established, there are still some things that need to be dealt with first. The Island of Gods was once part of Gaia Island on the sea. Now the remaining half of the sea is occupied by a large number of pirates, and it has become an out-and-out fallen town. I don't like the existence of a group of scum doing evil things so close to Sky Island. Not everyone is qualified to live in the territory of the Kingdom of God. Lord Spirit King, please leave these scum to your subordinates to deal with them. Byakuya Kuchiki took the initiative to step forward and ask for help. Okay, Byakuya, if you take action, I believe no one will escape. Oguro has 100% trust in the strength of the captain-level Shinigami. Because they were just killing a group of pirates, Nami and Robin did not go together. Oguro flew directly from Sky Island to Gaia Island with only 2 siblings, Byakuya Kuchiki and Kuchiki Rukia. From the air, Oguro overlooks Gaia Island on the sea. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the lower part of the skull. At the port, dozens of marine corpses were hung on pillars, swaying in the wind. It's not like Marine didn't try to destroy this group of pirates. However, Gaia Island is a small island that lacks strategic value, so the Marines who came were not strong enough and were all repelled by the pirates. After too many times, Marine simply ignored it. There are no civilians here anyway. It's exactly what Lord Soul King said, this is a safe and degenerate town. Kuchiki's face was gloomy, and her right hand subconsciously held the handle of Soda no Shirayuki. Byakuya Kuchiki said nothing, but his cold eyes showed that his thoughts were exactly the same as those of his sister. Lord Soul King, to what extent do we need to suppress these madmen? Byakuya Kuchiki asked calmly. Oguro's domineering expression disappeared after hearing this. There are probably 60,000 to 70,000 pirates gathered in Demon Valley Town. Let's do this. Kill everyone who dares to attack. For the rest, pick 1 or 2,000 of the weaker ones to do hard work for the Kingdom of God, and leave no one behind. After receiving the order, Byakuya Kuchiki and Kuchiki Rukia immediately flew towards the port. The two did not cover up their whereabouts at all, and were quickly discovered. 2 ability users are coming. In the world of One Piece, those who can fly are regarded as Devil Fruit users. Out of fear of those with Devil Fruit abilities, these pirates did not speak harshly to the brother and sister as soon as they got up. On the contrary, Byakuya Kuchiki turned to Kuchiki Rukia and said, Rukia, there are too many people here, we must cut off their escape route first. Kuchiki understood the idea and immediately pulled out Soda no Shirayuki. Ling Wu, Soda no Shirayuki. First dance Yubai. Buzz. In an instant, The water surface of the port was covered by a thick layer of ice, and all the pirate ships were completely unable to move. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At this time, the pirates finally understood that the attackers were evil and began to shake people wildly. A few who were not afraid of death even rushed directly to Byakuya Kuchiki, who had just landed. An overestimating fool. A trace of contempt flashed in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. At the moment when several people slashed Byakuya Kuchiki with their long swords, Byakuya Kuchiki's figure suddenly disappeared from the eyes of several people. Puff! The next second, the hearts and throats of several people were pierced at the same time. Several people immediately fell to the ground and made no movement. Sparkle! With the special rotating shunpo, it can come behind the enemy in an instant and pierce the enemy. In the original work, Byakuya Kuchiki's move is used to attack Shinigami and Hollow's unique chain knot and soul sleep. But people in the One Piece world don't have these two things, so they attack the heart and throat instead. This guy is so strong. Quick, go call Boss Rossio. The pirates immediately did not dare to act rashly and could only place their hope on their boss. The executioner with a bounty of 42 million, Rokio. In the bar of Magic Valley Town, Rossio showed the cards in his hand and said, 4 aces. Sorry, I won again. Smiling and pocketing the money on the table, a younger brother ran in a panic. No, it's not good. Boss Rossio, the younger brother shouted, the port is blocked by ice, and there is a strong guy who is killing our people. Huh, Rossio raised his eyebrows. Are there some reckless guys coming to rob Gaia Island again? It's a lawless place that even Marine doesn't care about. Gaia Island has been targeted by many ambitious pirates. But it's a pity that these self-righteous guys had their dreams and backbones shattered by Rossio, and were thrown into the sea to pursue eternal peace. I'm just bored, so go play with this newcomer. Rossio twisted his neck and stood up, making a clicking sound. At the port, Byakuya Kuchiki has begun an encirclement and suppression campaign. He raised his Zanpakuto to his chest and whispered, "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." The blade instantly decomposed into thousands of pink cherry blossoms, which scattered in the harbor. Nani, Sakura. The pirates looked confused, and some of them were even attracted by the gorgeous cherry blossoms and subconsciously reached out to touch them. Puff. However, at the moment when the cherry blossoms flew by, each pirate had more than 10 long wounds on his body. This seemingly beautiful cherry blossom is actually thousands of sharp blades. That gorgeous appearance is just an illusion caused by light refraction. Chapter 47: The Desperate Pirate. Boom, boom, boom. As Senbon Sakura dispersed, hundreds of people had already fallen in just a few breaths. Be careful, don't touch those cherry blossoms. The sharp-eyed pirate shouted a warning to the others. Some brave ones even raised their swords to chop at Sakura. Unfortunately, facing thousands of cherry blossoms, their swords are really not enough. Can you block 1 or 2 pieces, or can you block hundreds of pieces? If you have this ability, you won't be wasting your time in this Demon Valley town. Ah, the pirate's screams basically never stopped. Byakuya Kuchiki's handsome face is now no different from an evil spirit in the eyes of these pirates. A-hole, die. Rossio, who had just arrived at the scene, saw that he had lost so many men, and immediately couldn't restrain his rage and rushed towards Byakuya Kuchiki. As a pirate with a bounty of 42 million, Rokio still has some strength. He cleverly avoided Senbon Sakura, who was encircling the pirates, and jumped from the roof to attack Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki's Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura has one biggest weakness. The Shikai's rear blade decomposes and loses its ability to fight in close combat. Rossio's style of rushing forward, but he accidentally hit and successfully avoided the sharp edge. A newcomer who doesn't even have a bounty dares to act recklessly in the Grand Channel. See how I teach you a lesson. Rossio held a machete, crossed several meters in one step, and chopped off Byakuya Kuchiki's head. It is precisely because he likes to behead his enemies that he has the title of executioner. However, the reason why a giant dragon is because even if its flaws are exposed, it cannot be touched by mere ants. Byakuya Kuchiki glanced at the rushing Rossio indifferently, and raised his left hand slightly. Hado number 4, White Thunder. Boom. A fist-thick white thunder pierced the sky and suddenly appeared in front of Rossio's eyes. Fast. Too fast. Although Rossio's eyes saw the white thunder coming, his body had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Baile completely penetrated Rocio's chest with an unstoppable force. Bang! Rocio's body fell to the ground, slid several meters away due to inertia, and happened to stop at the feet of Byakuya Kuchiki. The largest pirate leader on Gaia Island fell at the feet of the enemy. This scene instantly shattered the confidence of many pirates to continue fighting. Rocio is dead. Run. The enemy is a monster. We can't win at all. The front port has been blocked by ice. Let's go to other small ports. In an instant, a group of pirates chose to flee. There is still hope for them. Although this man who can control Sakura is strong, there is only one person. It is impossible to kill all the tens of thousands of pirates in Magic Valley Town. Although Demon Valley Town only has one front port on the surface, this group of pirates are life-saving guys and have arranged 2 hidden backup ports early on. The purpose is to be able to escape smoothly if you encounter an invincible enemy one day. Madness. Looking at the pirates fleeing in all directions, Byakuya Kuchiki snorted disdainfully. Why did the Soul King bring only himself and Rukia to Demon Valley Town? Naturally, it's because he has the ability to destroy the entire Demon Valley Town on his own. The scattered cherry blossoms floated back to Byakuya Kuchiki's sword hilt. Then he turned over his hand, pointed the tip of the knife to the ground, and gently released his hand. Ripples appeared on the ground like water, and the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura disappeared into the ripples. Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kigen. In an instant, hundreds of huge blades rose up from both sides of Byakuya Kuchiki in 2 rows. The next second, all the blades exploded and turned into cherry blossoms all over the sky, instantly covering the sky. The number of cherry blossoms behind Bankai can reach hundreds of millions times that of Shikai. Call. Massive cherry blossoms poured into Magic Valley Town instantly, covering all the streets. Run quickly. Hurry. A large number of pirates were running desperately as they were chased by the Sakura Sea. Wherever the cherry blossoms passed, all the pirates fell, completely unable to resist. Quick. The backup port is ahead. We can escape. The pirate looked at the coastline getting closer and closer, with a light of hope in his eyes. However, they did not wait for a few seconds to be happy. A figure walked out of their alternate port. Oguro held up his Zanpakuto and raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Sorry. This way is blocked. It's not good, brother. At this time, a pirate pointed into the port and shouted. Our ship is destroyed. The pirates immediately looked around and saw the wreckage of 3 or 4 ships lying scattered in the port. They were completely unusable. When Oguro saw this, the smile on his lips became even stronger. Why didn't he appear at the port in front of Magic Valley Town? In order to prevent these guys from escaping, let the Byakuya Kuchiki brothers and sisters attract everyone's attention from the front, while he sneaks into the back and destroys their escape boat. He also visited another small port, and naturally he didn't miss the ships inside. Now, the trend of closing the door and beating the dog has become. The screams of pirates kept coming from behind, stimulating the nerves of the guys in front. Surrender. We surrender. The next second, this group of pirates decisively chose to surrender. Tisk. They are indeed a bunch of cowards. Oguro was not surprised at all. Those who can stay in Demon Valley Town are a group of cowards who have no courage to move on. Pirates who are truly ambitious are all heading to the New World. I don't expect these guys to have any backbone. They are just daydreaming. Sorry, I don't need so many prisoners. With a cold expression, Oguro watched quietly as the Sakura Sea swallowed up the group of pirates. He only needs to leave 1 or 2,000 people to be sent to Kongdao to do hard labor. This number can be easily suppressed by Kongdao's force. Damn it, if you want to kill me, I will drag you along with you. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, these pirates rushed towards Oguro with blood-red eyes. Oguro gently waved the Zanpakuto in his hand. Whoosh! A sword that was 3 meters long passed through the crowd. The 3 pirates at the front were instantly killed. After summoning the Captain Byakuya Kuchiki, Oguro's strength has reached another level. Ryutsu and Kido have steadily reached the official level, and the remaining Kendo, White Hits and Shunpo are only 1 step away from the official level. Nowadays, Oguro will not be at a disadvantage even if he is facing off against Marine Major General. 3 good heads fell to the ground, causing the pirates, sanity to return instantly. Someone recognized Oguro and exclaimed, "It's him. The noble prince, with a bounty of 200 million belly," said Oguro. In an instant, an atmosphere of despair spread among the pirates. Bounty of 200 million baileys. Nearly 5 times more powerful than Rokio, the strongest among them. This is a shame. No matter what, Lousy must live. At this time, there are still some people who are unwilling to give up. Oguro and the others were no match, and the sea of cherry blossoms behind them was not something they could handle. So these guys finally chose to jump into the sea. Chapter 48 Ape Mountain United Army. A pirate took the lead and rushed towards the cliff. Anyway, staying on the island is a sure thing, so why not give it a try and see if you can float to other islands? The other pirates also reacted instantly and immediately turned around and rushed towards the cliff. Ha! I boasted that I would wipe out all of you in Hiko. If you run away, where will I put my face? With a sneer on his face, Oguro put his Zanpakuto into its sheath and pointed his right hand at the fleeing pirate. 62 of Bakudo, 100 steps to the end. A silver-gray light rod condensed and formed above Oguro. Immediately afterwards, the light rod quickly split into hundreds of rods and shot toward the crowd at high speed. Bang bang bang. Light rods rained down. The pirate who was hit by the light rod was nailed to the ground on the spot and lost the ability to move. Damn it! What kind of fruit power is this? A group of pirates roared in despair, and the Sakura Sea completely covered the entire Demon Valley town. 10 seconds later, Mobu town returned to calm. The massive sea of cherry blossoms also disappeared immediately. This town, which had been ruled by pirates for several years, was now filled with the corpses of pirates. Only about 2,000 people are still alive. These are hard laborers carefully selected by Byakuya Kuchiki based on Oguro's request. The strength is at the bottom of the entire Demon Valley town, and there has been no resistance from the beginning. It is safest to send such people to an empty island. Oguro looked at the survivors gathered in the square and said calmly, "Those who are still alive, congratulations on not having to die. But remember, from today on, you have to do whatever I ask you to do. Otherwise, I will take your lives without fail." The pirates who had just escaped from death dared to speak more. They all nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "Clean up the town for me first." It took a while to clean up the corpses and blood stains of tens of thousands of people. Oguro also anchored the coordinates of the boundary crossing gate in Demon Valley town. He planned to transform Gaia into an outpost and transit point, monitor whether anyone with ulterior motives approaches the island, and provide convenience for your own people to enter and exit. Such a big movement in Magic Valley town naturally alarmed Mont Blanc Couliquet on the other side. When he arrived with the Sarushan United Army, he was stunned when he saw the corpses on the ground and the busy pirates. Enemy. Suddenly, a long knife was placed on Couliquet's neck. Before he knew it, Kuchiki had stood behind him. "No, don't do it. I'm not an enemy." Couliquet raised his hands in a hurry and said. The orangutans on the side wanted to save the people, but they didn't dare to act rashly since the boss was in their hands. "I live on the other side of the island, and I came here to take a look when I heard something going on here. I am not the same group as these pirates." Couliquet kept explaining that he didn't want to be sent to be buried with these pirates for no reason. That would be too unfair. Mont Blanc Couliquet. At this time, Oguro also noticed the commotion here. When he came over, he recognized the descendant of Rolando, the big talker. Couliquet also recognized Oguro. With a bounty of 200 million baileys, the new super monster defeated Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea when he first entered the Grand Line. "Mr. Oguro, we, the Tsuruyama United Army, are not on the same side as these guys. Please be merciful. Facing a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million baileys, you have to be cowardly." Oguro waved his hand and told Kuchiki to put away the Soda no Shirayuki. Although the Tsuruyama United Army is a pirate group in name, it is actually a shipwreck salvage team. Of course, Oguro would not take action against them. Clang! Soda no Shirayuki was sheathed, and Couliquet and the others breathed a long sigh of relief. Oguro looked at Couliquet and suddenly said, "Couliquet, you want to find the Golden Land, right? In order to clear the name of your ancestor Rolando." Couliquet trembled and said dejectedly, "So what? It has been 400 years, and no one has found even the slightest clue about the Golden Land. Because Rolando himself speculated that the Golden Land had sunk to the bottom of the sea, Kuliket had been diving to look for it. He never imagined that the Golden Land would not sink to the bottom of the sea, but fly into the sky. I can help you find the Golden Land. Even ring the golden bell. Oguro's voice hit his head like a hammer. At that moment, Kuliket even thought that he was hallucinating. Are you serious? Kuliket's first reaction was that it was a lie, but then he thought about it. Why would they lie to him? Oguro smiled and said slowly, I have found the Golden Land. If you want, I can let you ring the golden bell in person. Hearing this, Kuliket calmed down and asked, what do you want? There is never pie in the sky in this world, and he doesn't think that Oguro is in a good mood, so he helps him. Oguro nodded. It is easy to talk to people who are self-aware. It's very simple. From now on, the Tsuruyama United Army will become my affiliated force. You will be responsible for garrisoning Gaia Island and providing assistance to my base camp. Transforming Magic Valley Town into an outpost will definitely require people to garrison it. The Skylanders have wings, and their appearance is so eye-catching. As a local snake, the Tsuruyama United Army is just right. Kuliket looked hesitant. Although the Tsuruyama United Army is a pirate group, they never do anything harmful to nature. If they join Oguro's pirate group, do they want them to rob and kill? Oguro instantly understood his worries and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not asking you to do bad things. Just stay here and do your job as a sentry. After a pause, Oguro's tone became much more serious. Besides, we are not a pirate group. When you join us, you will become a regular army. Who dares to say that the troops under the Kingdom of God are pirates? Kuliket understood the deep meaning behind Oguro's words. He nodded and said, if you can really help me find the Golden Land, I can stay and help you. But whether my brothers are willing to stay or not, I have to let them decide for themselves. He can stay to repay the favor, but he will not force others. No problem. Oguro nodded in agreement. He didn't keep it willingly, and he didn't want to use it yet. Later, Oguro took Kuliket, the orangutan, and the orangutan to the coordinates of the World Crossing Gate. Raising his hand, 2 doors appeared in front of several people. Seraite. Kuliket and the 3 of them stared at the Seraite and the empty island outside with their eyes widened in shock. The solemn Seraite is extremely impactful. On the way to the Golden Bell, many Sky Islanders saluted Luo respectfully. Kuliket secretly thought, this Oguro is really not simple. He captured even the empty islands. He asked us to garrison Gaia Island. I'm afraid he is quite ambitious. Chapter 49. Above the temple, looking at the exquisite golden clock, Kuliket burst into tears. It turns out that the Golden Land is on an empty island. No wonder we have been diving for so many years and haven't found any clues about the Golden Township. He couldn't wait to rush forward and hit the golden clock with his fist. Clang! The melodious and long bells resounded throughout the Sky Island and also reached the sea. On Gaia Island, both the 2,000 surviving pirates and the members of the Tsurushan United Army all raised their heads at this moment. As this, the sound of the golden bell, the story of Rolando, the great liar, is actually true. Chapter 49. Establishing the Kingdom of God. Above the temple, looking at the exquisite golden clock, Kuliket burst into tears. It turns out that the Golden Land is on an empty island. No wonder we have been diving for so many years and haven't found any clues about the Golden Township. He couldn't wait to rush forward and hit the golden clock with his fist. Clang! The melodious and long bells resounded throughout the Sky Island and also reached the sea. On Gaia Island, both the 2,000 surviving pirates and the members of the Tsurushan United Army all raised their heads at this moment. As this, the sound of the golden bell, the story of Rolando, the great liar, is actually true. In the touching sound of the golden clock, Kuliket burst into tears. The glory of his ancestors was finally recovered by him. After fulfilling their long-cherished wish, Kuliket and others discussed with Oguro in the temple the matter of the Tsurushan United Army. Of course I am willing to stay, but the apes and orangutans. Before Kuliket could finish speaking, the 2 of them immediately said, where the boss is, we are also there. After fighting side by side for so long, they have become a family. Seeing this, Kulikit did not show any pretense and directly agreed that all members of the Tsuruyama United Army would join Oguro's command. Very good. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. The name of the Tsurushan United Army can continue to be retained. You can continue to salvage the sunken ship if you want to. But as Gaia Island is an outpost, I need you to keep track of the flow of people around you at all times, especially those who want to come to Sky Island. You must report it in time. Understood. Kulikit agreed with a serious face. Just let them serve as security guards, there is no danger. In the next 2 days, Demon Valley Town was cleaned up. Oguro asked the Iruyama allied forces to find several uninhabited islands and use the boundary gate to start moving soil to the empty islands. The main labor force is naturally the 2,000 pirates. These people had to serve at least 10 years of hard labor. Those who committed the most heinous crimes may even have to wait 30 years to start. With this soil, Oguro's prestige on Sky Island has reached an unprecedented height. When all Sky Island people see Oguro, they will respectfully call him Lord Spirit King. A few days later, Byakuya Kuchiki found Oguro and said respectfully, Lord Soul King, the preparations for establishing the Kingdom of God have been completed. Please move over. Inside Central 46, a large group of people have gathered. In addition to the Sky Islanders, representatives from all the territories in the East Daxia Sea such as Paparoko Island and Coco West Village were sent over. As an ally, Alabasta originally wanted Vivi to come over, but Oguro declined. The Kingdom of God is only in its infancy, and it is not appropriate to expose their alliance yet. Click. The door of Central 46 opened, and Oguro, wearing the banner of the spiritual king, slowly walked up to the throne under everyone's gaze. The entire process is hosted by Byakuya Kuchiki. As the head of the 4 nobles, his etiquette will not make anyone find fault with him at all. The world government has been in power for 800 years. The gold in the sky is plundering people's wealth, the celestial dragons are playing tricks on life, the marines are wise in protecting themselves, and pirates are wreaking havoc in the world. Hundreds of people are called citizens, but in fact they are left to fend for themselves. Let the nobles exploit you. Byakuya Kuchiki's majestic and deep voice slowly came out, detailing the sins of the world government over the years. There was a sudden surge of sadness and anger in the hearts of everyone present. These are facts they have experienced personally. Byakuya Kuchiki's short words were, in reality, their family's disaster. If the country does not protect its people, it will be difficult for the family to be safe. Lord Spirit King feels pity for the suffering of the world, and now he has established the Kingdom of God to open up a pure land for the world and grant health to all living beings. World government hides filth and brings disaster to the world, and the Kingdom of God will be destroyed. Immediately, there was a roar of cheers from the audience. Long live Lord Soul King! The founding ceremony was not lengthy, and it came to an end as Oguro announced that the Kingdom of God was destined to be the Holy Spirit Empire. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the mission, the birth of the Kingdom of God. Reward: 50 reserve Shinigami. Oguro in the room stretched his stiff back, summoned the 50 people, and gave them to Byakuya Kuchiki and Sui Feng to distribute among themselves. The Kingdom of God has been built, now it's time to fulfill our promise. After making an agreement with Laboon to rescue Brook, it's time to set off. The Sky Island side will be taken care of by Byakuya Kuchiki. As the head of the Kuchiki family, managing an empty island is naturally more than enough. According to Oguro's plan, Kongdao brought out shellfish and other special products for trade with Qinghai, gradually expanding the reputation of the God-tier country. The foundation in the East Daxia Sea is too weak, and autonomy is still the main focus for the time being. Through the boundary crossing gate, the Desert Rose was sent directly from Sky Island to the port of Gaia Island. The staffing on the ship is the same as before. Still Sui Feng, Kuchiki, Matsumoto, Yamada Hanaduro, Nami and Robin. Originally, Oguro wanted to keep Kuchiki Rukia to help his brother. As a result, he was rejected by Byakuya Kuchiki. Said a bunch of weird things at the same time. Serving the Soul King is the most important mission of the Kuchiki family. Lord Soul King's favor must never be overtaken by other women. Oguro was stunned for a while. In the end, Byakuya Kuchiki only asked Gon 4, who was familiar with the situation on Sky Island, as his deputy, and threw Kuchiki Rukia into the Desert Rose. Kulikit personally filled the Desert Rose with supplies and said to Oguro, Lord Spirit King, Magic Valley Town has almost been renovated. 2 commercial areas and residential areas have been built. According to Oguro's idea, Gaia Island is both an outpost and the foreign trade market of Sky Island. As a base camp, Kongdao currently has few strong people and cannot be exposed to the public. Kulikit continued, there are 4 teams taking turns patrolling and guarding at sea. According to your order, we implemented martial law near the rising current to prevent anyone from suddenly breaking into the empty island. Oguro nodded, very satisfied with Kulikiti's arrangement. After explaining the chores, the Desert Rose officially set sail. The Devil's Triangle is quite far away from us. We have to go to the capital of 7 Waters to replenish supplies first. Nami said while holding a permanent pointer to the 7 Waters city. This permanent pointer is the trophy of Demon Valley Town and is placed in the Rossio Pirates' treasure house. These pirates will regularly maintain their pirate ships. The capital of 7 Waters is a great place. It has beautiful scenery and delicious food. Robin said appropriately. Oguro nodded, yeah, I've heard of it too. I'm just going to see if the Desert Rose needs maintenance. In the sea, a warship is drifting in the wind. Lieutenant General, there's news. At this time, a Marine rushed onto the deck and saluted a Marine Lieutenant General. A dog's head then popped out of the chair. What? There is news. I thought I could rest for a few more days. The dog-headed hat was casually taken off, revealing an old man with short gray hair and a resolute and cheerful face. Marine hero, Lieutenant General Garp. After Sengoku and he finished their discussion and decided to invite Oguro to become the new 7 warlords of the sea, it became a problem who to send to invite him. The other party is suspected of having general-level combat power. Once the negotiation breaks down, those who are too weak may not be able to come back. But there aren't many strong people, and they are basically all in the New World, so we can't bring them back. At this time, Garp, who came to eat Sengoku donuts, was caught by the 2 men. No, Garp shook his head like a stick. Who are the 7 warlords of the sea that he deserves to invite? Warring State's veins popped out and he growled, next time I go to the East Daxia Sea, I'll give you a month's holiday. Make a deal. Chapter 50 Legendary Powerful Man. As this sight Oguro, Garp looked at the information in his hand and murmured, he looks like a pretty good guy. This information was collected by Marine himself, and there was no part of the world government smearing or spreading rumors. Saved Cocoa West Village and Alabasta, and never flew the pirate flag. Would such a person accept the position of 7 warlords of the sea? Although Garp has never met Oguro, he always feels that the other party is unlikely to agree. Forget it. Garp casually shook off the information in his hand, I'm just a messenger after all. After that, I'll ask for leave and go back to the East Daxia Sea. If I agree or disagree, I'll give Warring States a headache. Boys, full speed ahead. Following Garp's order, the warship began to move rapidly towards the route of the 7 Waters capital. Desert Rose. Oguro was lying on the beach chair, and Kuchiki was massaging him next to him. How to say it? Since being nagged by Byakuya Kuchiki, Kuchiki's behavior has undergone a series of big changes. He took the initiative to take care of the food on the ship, tidy up the housekeeping for Oguro, and give him massages to relax in his spare time. After all, I come from a Kuchiki family with strict tutors, so they are very meticulous. Matsumoto Rangaku, who noticed the change in Kuchiki Rukia, suddenly became wary. What a Kuchiki family! Who can resist a beautiful, virtuous and gentle woman? Byakuya Kuchiki lives up to his reputation as the head of the family and is a master of scheming. But Matsumoto Rangaku doesn't give up so easily. In the evening, Matsumoto Rangaku, who had just finished swimming at night, was wearing a cool swimsuit and took the initiative to meet Oguro for a drink. After drinking for 3 rounds, Matsumoto Rangaku leaned against Oguro with a slightly blushing face. The wet long hair clings to the fair and smooth skin, revealing a different kind of temptation. Lord Spirit King, let me feed you a drink. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Matsumoto Rangaku drank a glass of red wine into his mouth. The next second, rosy pink lips pressed against Oguro's mouth. The sour and sweet wine came over immediately. This scene was clearly seen by Kuchiki Rukia and others. Robin smiled slightly and turned back to the cabin. Nami's eyes were blazing with fire, as if he wanted to go up and separate the two of them. But thinking that he might not be able to beat him, his head suddenly dropped. Kuchiki Rukia was also a little angry. Matsumoto Rangaku, you don't have martial ethics. But she couldn't stop him. First, there is no status. As Shinigami, they can dedicate everything to the Soul King, so why should they stop him? Second, her current persona is that of a gentle and generous lady. Once you step forward to stop him, the persona you have worked so hard to build will collapse. This Matsumoto Rangaku really beat the old master to death with random punches. Kuchiki thought angrily. Sui Feng felt a little bit disgusted at this moment, but the dignity of being the captain did not allow her to take the initiative in front of everyone. At this time, Oguro was very relaxed. Over the past few days, no matter how slow he was, he understood what a few people were thinking. No Shinigami can refuse the Soul King, even though the Kuchiki family is the head of the four noble families. But if Kuchiki Rukia can marry Oguro, then the Kuchiki family may not be unable to become a royal family. So Oguro did not refuse the women's kindness, nor did he want to refuse. The wine was finished quickly. But the distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Oguro felt as if his arm was deeply stuck in a ball of cotton and he couldn't pull it out at all. The fragrance of orchid and musk is even more intoxicating. Oguro stood up and carried Matsumoto Rangaku back to the cabin. Moon on the branches. Busy people shed sweat of hard work. Everywhere is filled with a pleasant and sweet smell. The next day, Matsumoto Rangaku came to the deck with a yawn and stretched lazily. Her pretty, rosy face showed a charm she had never seen before. Morning. Matsumoto Rangaku took the initiative to say hello to Kuchiki Rukia at the dining table. Kuchiki rolled her eyes silently and said, "Let's eat." Although she was a little unwilling, it was impossible for her to fall out with others because of this matter. It would be better to say that all of them had been prepared for similar situations. Matsumoto Rangaku smiled and hugged Kuchiki Rukia's shoulders. "Don't be anxious. It will be your turn sooner or later. With Lord Soul King's domineering character, it's impossible to hand us over to others, so just keep it in your heart." Kuchiki was not angry at first, and waved her hand to indicate that she understood. But she still made up her mind. It was an accident that Matsumoto Rangaku took the lead this time. Next time, don't let others get the chance. After sailing for another 2 days, we were still less than half a day away from the capital of Seven Waters. In the past 2 days, Matsumoto Rangaku has become more and more charming, making several other people very envious. Suddenly, Yamada Hanadoro from the observation deck shouted, "Lord Soul King, a marine is coming." Everyone looked up and saw a huge warship rushing straight towards the Desert Rose, obviously heading for Oguro. "I'll go." Dog-headed warship. Seeing the dog-head decoration with a big bone biting into the bow of the boat, Oguro's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Lieutenant General Garp, that is a true legend. Not to mention that he once forced Roger into a desperate situation. At the age of 78, he could still level a town with one punch. He is clearly not a devil fruit user, but his strength completely overwhelms the Logia fruit users represented by the 3 major generals. It was also this punch that made Garp's statement, "I will definitely kill Sakazuki," no longer controversial. Now we're in trouble. Oguro looked ugly and thought Garp was here to arrest him. Sui Feng also said solemnly, "Lord Spirit King, there is a scary guy on that ship." "Yes, very scary," Oguro said with a bitter smile. "Sui Feng, I'm afraid you are the only one here who can fight with him. I'll leave it to you then." "Yes, Lord Spirit King." Sui Feng clenched his fists and entered fighting mode. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly jumped out from the warship. "Here we come." Oguro's expression condensed. I saw black electric light starting to appear on the figure. The highest state of armed domineering. Powerful enough to rival a natural disaster. Sui Feng. There was a boom. Sui Feng's body erupted with strong spiritual pressure, wrapping around her back like a strip of cloth. Instant coax. The strong sense of oppression on Garp made Sui Feng use all his strength. Combining the magical fighting skills of White Hits and Kido, every blow can explode with mountain-breaking power. "Oh, you actually still have this kind of power." Garp in the air looked shocked. In addition to inviting Oguro to become the 7 warlords of the sea, his mission this time also wanted to test out the woman who was suspected of having general-level combat power in the intelligence. So Garp chose to give the opponent a blow when he came up. And Sui Feng's strong response also made Garp suddenly interested. Let me see how much your suspected general-level combat power actually weighs. Chapter 51 Awakening Conquerors. Buzz. A terrifying armed domineering force erupted. In addition to the initial black electric light, a huge black 4-pointed star lit up in the sky. The darkness is deep and dark, just like a world-ending disaster in mythology. Fist bone impact. Garp shouted excitedly, and his body fell from the sky like a meteor. The air was shattered inch by inch, and a harsh whine erupted. Instant Coax 1 style. Dazzling white light condenses on Sui Feng's fist, and the terrifying spiritual pressure fluctuations are no less than those of a fully chanted high-level Hado. Bang! Sui Feng's figure soared into the sky. She couldn't let Garp's punch fall on the sea, otherwise the Desert Rose would definitely not be saved. Even the Soul King will be injured. Kuhahahaha. Well done. Garp laughed heartily and waved his fist without hesitation. The white light and the black light collided fiercely. Boom! A group of blazing light rose from the sky. From a distance, it seemed as if there was a second sun in the sky. Buzz! The terrifying shock waves swept away the nearby floating clouds in the blink of an eye, and the sea level began to sink, as if there was a huge pothole. Prepare to impact. On the warship, Garp's adjutant saw that something was wrong and quickly asked everyone to prepare. Desert Rose. Oguro started preparing the moment Sui Feng rushed out. Rangaku, Rukia, use Bakudo number 81 to build defense. The proud son of heaven, the iron wall, the dragon moves, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf rushes, cuts off the heaven and the earth before it collapses, Bakudo's 81 breaking the sky. 3 transparent spiritual barriers were lined up, blocking the side of the Desert Rose. Rumble. The shock wave came like a stone mill. The 3-sided spiritual barrier trembled violently and made a rattling sound, but in the end the defense line was stabilized. But Garp's warships were much miserable. Although there were no casualties, the warship's shell was damaged in many places, and the deck was full of cracks. After I get back, I guess I'll have to send it to the shipyard for repairs for a while. The light dissipated and the 2 figures returned to everyone's sight. Neither of them were in very good shape. The military uniform on Garp's right arm was completely shattered, and his arm was covered with black marks. Sui Feng clenched his right fist tightly, and a stream of blood slowly flowed out from his palm. Oh, you can actually fly. Garp looked at Sui Feng, who was hovering quietly in the air with a surprised look. At this time, he could only rely on moonwalk to fly temporarily. It's really far behind compared to the other party. Sui Feng did not speak, but became extremely vigilant. The old man in front of me is really too strong. She can be sure that the other party definitely did not use his full strength. This terrifying sense of oppression reminded her of the captain who had suppressed Soul Society for thousands of years. When Garp saw Sui Feng being so vigilant, he secretly thought that he had gone too far. He waved his hand, showed the monkey family's signature smile and said, "Don't get me wrong, I came here with no ill intentions." Sui Feng also laughed angrily when he heard this, "No malice. You don't have any malice and you still attack us." Boom. Powerful spiritual pressure surged again, and Sui Feng made up his mind to never let such a powerful enemy survive. Even if we die together. Upon seeing this, Garp quickly shouted, "Alas! It was my fault just now. I am so happy to see you hunting. I want to see your strength, little girl. But I am here because I really have something to do with Sid Oguro." Quote. Of course, Garp wouldn't talk about the temptation. Although he looks naive, he is not stupid. Saying this will definitely offend people. So just admit it yourself. Seeing that Garp didn't have any murderous intent, Sui Feng's guard relaxed a little. But there was no way she would let Garp go see Oguro. If such a strong man suddenly breaks out, no one can guarantee Oguro's safety. If you have anything to say, I can convey it to you. Sui Feng said coldly. Garp's head immediately turned into a rattle. That's not okay. Only he can make the decision on this matter, and I must hear him make the decision himself. Sui Feng's face darkened. Why didn't this old man listen to me? Who dares to take such a big risk to let you see the Spirit King? At this moment Sui Feng regretted not letting Byakuya Kuchiki come with him. If there were 2 captains, the situation would be much easier. Captain Sui Feng, Lord Spirit King has an order, please ask Lieutenant General Garp to come over. At this time, Kuchiki suddenly appeared beside Sui Feng and conveyed Oguro's order. The conversation between the two was overheard by Oguro with his intellect and domineering attitude. He also wanted to know why Garp came to him. As for whether Garp will suddenly get violent and hurt someone. If the person coming is a Kainu, Oguro really can't guarantee it. But Garp is fine. Although this old boy looks unreliable, he will not do such a shameless thing. After hearing Oguro's order, Sui Feng was worried but could only obey. She took the lead to fly back to the Desert Rose and stood beside Oguro to ensure that she could be rescued as soon as possible. Kuchiki saluted Garp solemnly, Lieutenant General Garp, please. Garp took a deep look at the other party and used moonwalk to slowly fly towards the Desert Rose. Another strong man who can fly. In the Great Waterway where flying ability is extremely scarce, the probability of such people getting together is too small. Could it be that all members of the opponent can fly? Is it because of devil fruit powers or some other means? In fact, Garp is both coarse and fine, and he is constantly collecting information during the brief contact. On the Desert Rose, Oguro asked someone to bring a chair to Garp. I wonder what Lieutenant General Garp wants from me? Oguro asked calmly. Garp laughed and said, haha. It's not a big deal. It's just that guy from the Warring States period who asked me to invite you to replace Crocodile and become the new 7 warlords of the sea. Oguro was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed dumbly. Although it is a bit unexpected, it is also reasonable. Since he is strong and has done no evil, he is naturally the best candidate to win over in Marine's eyes. However, how presumptuous. You actually want the Soul King to become a lackey of the world government. Without Oguro opening his mouth, Sui Feng had already scolded him with an angry look on his face. Garp raised his eyebrows, Spirit King. It seems that your ambition is not small. Ha. Oguro smiled calmly, who would not have some ambition in the sea? Kuhaha. You're right, so, your final decision is to refuse. Garp's expression turned serious, and a terrifying force burst out from him. It seems that as long as Oguro refuses, he will take action without hesitation. Sui Feng wanted to block in front of Oguro, but he waved his hand to stop him. Oguro sat on the chair calmly, not caring about Garp's pressure at all. As Sui Feng said, he is a man who wants to be the lord of the kingdom of God, how can he be a lackey of the world government? That's right, I refuse. Boom. A monstrous momentum exploded from Oguro's body, seeming to dominate the world. Garp's expression suddenly became serious. This is Conqueror's Dominance. Chapter 52 The Capital of 7 Waters. Even Oguro himself didn't expect that Conqueror's haki would be awakened at this time. If you think about it carefully, it is most likely that he was oppressed by Garp's momentum, which caused a huge stimulation. As the saying goes, the harder the suppression, the stronger the rebound. Tisk, tisk. Garp smacked his lips and said, today's young people are really scary. Are you infected by a certain fisherman? To be honest, when Oguro awakened Conqueror's haki, Garp did have the idea of taking action. Such a person with great potential and a top-notch strongman under his command will definitely become Marine's enemy if he causes trouble in the future. But this thought only passed by for a moment. If you want to kill people before they cause trouble, what's the difference between you and a pirate? That's all. Let's leave this kind of trouble to Warring States himself. I'm going to see my grandson. Garp was too lazy to care about these nonsense and laughed, if you refuse, just refuse. I'm leaving. After saying that, Garp did not hesitate at all and stepped on the moonwalk directly back to his warship. Let's go. Go back to Donghai. I want to see my grandson. At Garp's urging, the warship quickly turned around and sailed toward the East Daxia Sea. After Garp left, Oguro suddenly felt relaxed. Only then did he realize that his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. After all, he is a legend of a generation, and the kind of pressure faced face to face is by no means something ordinary people can imagine. Sui Feng. Oguro turned his head and asked seriously. You have fought against Garp. How good is he? Sui Feng pondered for a moment and considered, he probably didn't use his full strength, but I also have a trump card. If there is a life and death fight, there is a high probability that we will both die together. But Sui Feng didn't say that he pulled Garp to die together, instead of fighting until the end and the two of them died together. Oguro knew this very well. Sui Feng's strongest methods are Bankai and Infinite Instant Coax, but they are not long-lasting methods. The world of One Piece is a blood cow per capita, and it is fighting a protracted war. A living legend like Garp stands at the top of the tower even among the top experts. After a pause, Sui Feng said seriously, if we want to win steadily, I'm afraid only the captain can do it. In fact, there are also 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke and 4th Division Captain Unohana Retsu who can do it. After all, these three are all awesome people. No matter how outrageous Garp is, he is not unreasonable. These three, if they cooperate well, the Gotei 13 team won't need so many captains. It's just that except for the captain, the strength of the other two people has not been exposed to all Shinigami. When the Spirit King's palace is opened, let Sui Feng also strengthen it. Oguro already had a plan in mind. The Ryutsu cuisine and Ryutsu hot springs developed by Team Zero can deeply explore the potential of Shinigami. If Sui Feng also enjoys a set of procedures, his strength will at least double. It's just that neither the Soul King's palace nor the Zero Division can be summoned by Oguro now. Let's do it step by step first. After truly witnessing the world's top combat power, the atmosphere on the Desert Rose was a little depressing. Sui Feng even took the initiative to find Oguro and request to learn armed color hockey. I was too arrogant before. I thought that the strong men in this world were nothing. For the sake of Lord Spirit King, I have to be fully prepared. Kuchiki Rukia and Matsumoto Rangaku were not far behind and joined in one after another. Of course, Oguro didn't tolerate anything, and carefully explained to them his experience with armed color hockey. After the explanation, Robin, who had been hiding in the cabin, came out. As a wanted devil's child, she didn't dare to stand out in front of Marine. If you refuse Marine's invitation, I'm afraid you will be hunted down by Marine. Robin reminded kindly, although 7 warlords of the sea are scornfully called the lackeys of the world government. But they are all so powerful that they can only receive invitations if they are considered a huge threat. If Oguro chooses to refuse the invitation, then Marine must find a way to eliminate this threat. Oguro shook his head, it will be a big trouble if you accept it. He pointed to the mast of the Desert Rose, we have never flown a pirate flag. No matter how others say we are pirates, we can deny it. But if we accept the invitation of 7 warlords of the sea, our identity as pirates will be nailed. I am the spiritual king of the Holy Spirit Empire, and I want to build an unprecedented kingdom. But do you think the common people will trust a king who is a pirate? Robin was stunned. It turned out that Oguro still had so many considerations. That's right. Regarding domineering, you might as well learn it. Oguro reminded, part of the historical text is in the New World. If you don't know domineering, you can't protect yourself in that land. Quote, Robin is a smart person, and even if Oguro doesn't tell her, she plans to learn from it. The involution wind suddenly spread on the ship. Even Nami and Yamada Hanadoro had to jump into this trend of learning hockey. The capital of 7 waters. The Desert Rose finally arrived at this famous floating city. It's so beautiful. Nami was deeply attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her. A huge fountain stands in the center of the 7 waters capital, and the falling spring water forms a main waterway, connecting the inside and outside. At the height difference, there are also slope waterways for people to pass through, which are as exquisite as well-designed toys. It can be said that more than 90% of the entire city is waterway. Robin smiled and said, the city of 7 waters is not only a holy place for shipbuilding, but also a holy place for tourism, with at least millions of tourists every year. Oguro said, after the ship is sent to the shipyard for maintenance, we will go visit the 7 waters city. The most famous shipbuilding company in the 7 rivers city is naturally the Carrera Company. Because the best craftsmen were in the know. One dockyard, Oguro drove the Desert Rose directly and asked someone to perform maintenance. Barry, one of the 5 foremen of the know. One dockyard, patted his chest and said, don't worry. The boat in our hands will be as good as new after maintenance. Oguro nodded. Then, the ship will be left to you. Master Oguro, let's go eat meat and vegetables. I heard that even the chefs from the food city will come to buy this kind of delicacy. Nami hugged Oguro's arm and said coquettishly. Since Matsumoto Rangaku achieved great results, Nami launched multiple rounds of offensive against Oguro. Okay, let's go. Oguro rubbed Nami's head and took a few people to board the water creature Blue that served as a taxi. A Blue can carry 2 people, and the rental fee is 1,000 belly. What an interesting creature. Robin reached out and poked Blue's neck. Blue was not angry and was very docile. At this time, a boatman wearing a black hat walked into the dock carrying a huge piece of wood. The moment he saw Robin, his eyes became extremely sharp. That's the son of the devil, Nico Robin. Chapter 53 Capture Robin. Rob Lucci, member of CP9, a secret organization of world government. Known as the strongest CP9 player in 800 years. 7 years ago, he was undercover at Carrera Company to investigate the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton blueprint. For 7 years, he failed to find Pluton's design, but unexpectedly he met the most wanted son of the devil, Nico Robin. It is still doubtful whether the Pluton design drawings actually exist, but Nico Robin's threat to world government is real. In just a moment, Lucci decided that he could not let it go. He glanced around and took in all the appearances of Oguro and the others. Your Majesty, said Oguro. He is a very troublesome opponent. After thinking for a moment, Lucci put down the wood and turned to look for Barry. Barry, I remembered that I still have some things to deal with, so I'm leaving early today. Although he was an undercover agent, Lucci also became one of the 5 foremen of Dockyard No. 1 due to his ability. Barry did not refuse. Okay. Then handle it as soon as possible. A job has just come in, and there are not enough manpower. Lucci nodded to express his understanding, turned around and walked towards the business district. Bruno's Tavern. Bruno, the boss with a horn-like haircut and a dull look on his face, was wiping his wine glass. Jingle. Lucci opened the door and walked in. Glancing at the guests who were drinking, he walked to the bar and said to Bruno. Boss, has the wine I ordered arrived? Bruno glanced at him and smiled. I just arrived this morning, I'll take you to have a look. The two walked into the warehouse, and Bruno asked in a low voice, what happened? Why are you here now? Bruno is also an agent of CP9, and he is undercover in the capital of 7 Waters at the same time as Lucci. Lucci is responsible for frontline operations, and Bruno is responsible for liaison work. Lucci quickly explained the situation. I discovered Nico Robin, the son of the devil. He came to the capital of 7 Waters with the noble master, Sid Oguro and his entourage. Although it is not our mission, Nicole Robin is also someone named by the world government to arrest. Please ask the superiors if they want us to arrest her. Bruno nodded. I understand, I will contact Commander Spangdam right away. After handing over the information, Lucci casually carried a box of wine and left the warehouse. After Bruno made sure there was no one around, he opened a door in the air with a stroke of his hands. Paramesha Gate Fruit. You can open a portal anywhere. It is a devil fruit with extremely high strategic value. Bruno walked through the door and came to a secret room that was completely sealed. Inside is placed all the equipment of their CP9 team. Because there is no entrance at all, if you don't have the ability of the gate fruit, you can't get in at all. Security is straightforward. Bruno found the phone bug and dialed Spandam's number. Soon, the appearance of the phone bug became sinister and obscene. What's wrong, Bruno? Did you find the Pluton blueprint? Spandam's voice came, a little impatient. Find the Pluton blueprints, make great achievements in front of the 5 elders, and get promoted. This has been Spangdam's goal for years. For this reason, he did not hesitate to let a team of CP9 undercover agents stay in the capital of 7 Waters for 7 years and refused to give up. Bruno said, no, but we found Nico Robin, the son of the devil. She is with the noble master, Sid Oguro, who has a bounty of 200 million belly. Do we need to arrest her? Nicole Robin. Spandam's voice suddenly rose several degrees. I couldn't find the Pluton design, so catching Nicole Robin was a great achievement. Of course we have to catch her. And the sooner the better. We must not let her escape. Yes. However, The strength of Sid Oguro and the strong men under her command are not weak. Can you send some support? Some time ago, the news that Ghost Spider was defeated by a woman under Oguro's command has spread in the world government. CP9 naturally also received the information. Are you kidding me? Spangdam was furious. Asking for support from above, doesn't that show your incompetence? The failure to find Pluton's design drawings for 7 years has already made his impression of it worse. Now you can never let your superiors look down upon you again. However, after remembering that the world government's assessment of the combat power of Oguro and his party was that they were at the level of generals, Spandam also knew that it would be unwise to confront them head-on. Suddenly, he remembered a trump card. He. Bruno, find Nicole Robin and let me say a few words to her. I promise she will follow you obediently. Bruno was a little confused as to how Spangdam could be so confident. But the commander's orders must be carried out to the letter. Nodding in response, Bruno put the phone bug in his pocket, activated the door fruit and returned to the tavern. Soon, the pub put up a sign saying it was closed, and Bruno hurried to the business district. In the bustling business district, Nami took a skewer of meat and took a bite. In an instant, the watery flesh that lubricates the bullet dances on the tip of the tongue. It's so delicious. It's a delicacy that's famous all over the world, Nami said with a look of enjoyment. Oguro also had a bunch in his hand, and it tasted really good. In the combined experience of 2 lifetimes, I have never eaten anything similar. Nami took Oguro sightseeing around the 7 Waters city. Sui Feng and Kuchiki Rukia were dragged away by Matsumoto Rangaku to go shopping. Yamada Hanadura once again acted as a bag-carrying coolie. Only Robin found a cafe and drank coffee leisurely. Suddenly, a tall figure sat opposite Robin. Another one who was determined to give up. The customers on the side showed gloating expressions when they saw this. Several waves of people wanted to chat with this beauty just now, but they were all rejected. I didn't expect there to be such confident guys. However, what shocked them was that they saw that the strong man said something to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's face changed again and again, and finally she stood up and followed him. FK. What did that guy say? Didn't hear that. Damn it. What a lucky guy. In the hidden alley, Robin said to the strong man with a wary look, the agents of CP9 actually want to talk to me. What are you planning? The strong man is Bruno, who accepted Spandam's order. He took out his phone and dialed Spandam's number. Commander, I found Nico Robin. As he spoke, he pointed the phone bug at Robin. Yo, hello, Nico Robin. Spandam's proud voice sounded. My name is Spangdam, but you should be more familiar with my father, his name is Spangdine. Robin's body trembled violently, and his eyes showed deep hatred. Spangdine, the direct promoter of the O'Hara incident. It was he who launched the Buster Call and destroyed the entire O'Hara Island. Chapter 54 Robin's Dilemma. Robin didn't hide his hatred at all and said, you sent people to find me specifically, isn't it just to anger me? Spandam laughed and said, haha. Of course not, I just want to tell you that I have that kind of power now. On Judiciary Island, Spandam held a golden telephone bug in his hand, his face full of satisfaction. Because of my father's meritorious service and the trust of General Aokiji, I now have the power to use the Big Killer. Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly flowed from Robin's temples. The terrifying shadow of childhood suddenly revived. Forced to calm down his emotions, Robin said solemnly, just to catch me, you will use Buster Call. Don't be kidding me, this is the capital of the 7 Waters, and all marine warships are built here. Robin still greatly underestimated the ruthlessness of world government. In the original timeline, Spandam accidentally triggered the Buster Call, and the target location was even Judiciary Island, one of the important organs of the world government. What's the result? No, I was completely wiped out by Buster Call. It is even less likely that the world government will take it seriously if it is just a city with 7 rivers. Fortunately, Spandam didn't really intend to use Buster Call. He sneered, it would be a waste if I just arrested you. But as far as I know, you have taken refuge with that noble prince, said Oguro. Quote, he has a man who is suspected to be as powerful as General Marine. If he wants to protect you, I believe the world government will not mind using Buster Call. Robin's expression froze. This Spandam has such insidious intentions. Just like his father, as long as it is for his own purposes, he doesn't care about the life or death of others. Taking a deep breath, Robin sneered, after saying so much, you just want me to surrender, right? Robin was very smart and figured out Spandam's plan in a blink of an eye. The opponent was obviously reluctant to use Buster Call and did not have the strength to snatch people from Oguro, so he took the initiative to find Robin himself. Hee, I like talking to smart people. So, Nico Robin, what are your choices? Silence. The atmosphere in the alley became more and more depressing, and Bruno was even ready to take action. Hee. Suddenly, Robin's sneer broke the calm. At this moment, Robin's face was full of indifference, and his tone was even colder. Why do you think I care about their life and death? You should know that all the organizations I have been in have been destroyed in the end. And I have betrayed those who took me in more than once. I would like to thank you for actually jumping out to remind me. Giving me enough time to evacuate the Seven Waters capital. Humph. He is indeed the son of the devil. But unfortunately, you don't have this chance. Spandam said harshly. If you don't surrender obediently, I will launch a Buster Call right now, and neither you nor your friends will be able to escape. Robin suddenly felt cold all over. Sure enough, this guy is a madman. Bruno couldn't help but glance at the phone bug in his hand. If you launch Buster Call now, what will our team do? BD Spandam only cares about merit and doesn't care about our lives at all. At this moment, Robin remembered what Oguro once said. We want to create a fair world. In that world, a disaster like O'Hara would never happen again. Such a person must not throw his life away in vain because of himself. Sui Feng is really strong. But in the end she is only one person. Buster Call can summon more than 5 Marine Lieutenant Generals. And once the Marine headquarters knows that Oguro and his party are here, they may not send General Marine here. Spandam also said that he was highly valued by Aokiji, so he was able to obtain the authority to launch Buster Call. When one general holds Sui Feng down, the remaining 5 lieutenant generals will be enough to kill Oguro and the others in one fell swoop. Okay, I'll go with you. Robin gave in. Obviously I could betray without hesitation every time before, but I still couldn't do it this time. It seems that I, who have been trapped in the past, have begun to look forward to the future. Robin looked up at the bright sun and followed Bruno into the shadows. In the business district, after walking around for a while, Oguro came to the agreed meeting point. Not long after, Sui Feng and the others came back together. Yamada Hanadoro had to borrow a trolley to accommodate the large and small bags. Strange, why hasn't Robin come yet? After a while, the sky turned dark, and Nami couldn't help but ask. Several people shook their heads and said they didn't know, but Oguro's expression changed instantly. The city of 7 Waters. How could I have forgotten that this was the beginning of the Judiciary Island incident? I was careless. Oguro blamed himself. Since summoning Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki, Oguro no longer cares much about people below the general level. Anyway, as many as come will die. Lu Chi and others in the capital of 7 Waters were subconsciously ignored by him. It's strange. Robin should know our strength, so why is he still being threatened? Oguro was a little puzzled. In the original timeline, CP9 threatened Robin with the lives of Luffy and the others. At that time, Luffy and the others were still very weak, and even defeating Crocodile had to rely on trickery. It was normal for Robin to be threatened. But I have combat power comparable to that of a general. Is CP9 threatening? Let's just talk about Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest man in 800 years. You don't really think that 800 is the strongest is true, do you? Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. How many top warriors have emerged from the sea in the past 800 years? You, Rob Lucci, are said to be the strongest in 800 years. Aren't you more valuable than them? But which one can you compare to? Lucci was originally a talented person, but it was a pity that he was wasted by the world government. Thinking of Lucci, Oguro couldn't help but shake his head. He was obviously the strongest person in 800 years, but what he was given was just an ordinary animal fruit. Not to mention the extremely precious Logia fruit or the animal-type fruit phantom beast species. Is it okay for you to find an ancient species? As a result, I was given a bad product. After that, he was thrown into the capital of 7 Waters by Spandam and stayed undercover for 7 years. 7 years. The 7 years when a person's strength grows fastest are wasted on becoming a shipwright. Just because Lu Qi's strength has not fallen out of the mainstream group, he is already extremely talented. Lord Spirit King, do you need to find her? Sui Feng asked proactively. After all, Robin had not officially joined Oguro. If Oguro doesn't want to take care of it, no one can say anything. Let's go. Let's go get her back. Oguro's tone left no room for doubt. Although Oguro has no interest in Void Century, he has always admired Robin's courageous pursuit of the truth. What's more, you knew that Robin was on my ship now, but you still dared to take him away. Spandam, you think I'm dead. Chapter 55 The Tragedy of Rob Lucci. Bruno's Tavern. Oguro led everyone directly to the contact point of Rob Lucci's team. Unfortunately, the door of the tavern was locked and the sign indicating that it was closed was hung high. Are you hiding? Or is this a trap? Oguro narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly analyzed various possibilities. With the world government's urinary attitude, it might be possible to use Robin to set a trap for itself. Forget it, it doesn't matter even if it's a trap. In the face of absolute strength, all calculations are just the clown's own entertainment. With the strength to back him up, Oguro is not afraid of anyone. Doc no. 1. Oguro asked Barry about Rob Lucci's whereabouts. That guy left early today. Upon hearing this, Oguro knew that Lucci must have seen Robin and kidnapped him. Barry didn't know this and continued to talk to himself. If you are in a hurry, just go to his house to find him. When we arrived at the address Barry mentioned, it was already dark. Oguro's domineering expression swept away after hearing this, and he was sure that Lucci was at home. Boom, boom, boom. Oguro knocked on the door. Lucci looked out warily, and his heart suddenly trembled. Sid Oguro, how could he come? Lucci's first reaction was that he had been exposed. But I'm not sure if I was really exposed. After all, the two of them have never met each other. Rob Lucci, I know you're in there, gate of opening. While Lucci was still hesitating, Oguro's cold voice came in. All right, there is no need to doubt it now, I have indeed been exposed. After hesitating for a moment, Lucci chose gate of opening. Now he was surrounded. It is not wise to start a war directly, you need to look for opportunities. As a member of CP9, in addition to using force, you must also be able to use your brain. I wonder what you guys want from me. Lucci pretended to be confused. Oguro was too lazy to talk nonsense to him and asked directly, where is Nico Robin? Bring her back. Lucci's eyes flashed, but he still said harshly, sorry. I don't know the person you are talking about. If you want to find someone, you can go to Mayor Bingshan. He will be happy to help you. Good guy, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Oguro glanced at Sui Feng. The next second, Lucci felt his eyes blur, and then a strong force came from his neck, and his whole body flew off the ground. Bang! Lucci was hit hard against the wall of his house. Sui Feng held his neck with one hand and locked him completely. What a terrifying strength! Lucci is known as the strongest person in CP9 in 800 years, and it is inevitable that there will be a sense of arrogance in his heart. But now, Sui Feng just showed off his skills and completely shattered his pride. Not to mention resisting, he didn't even see clearly how the other party acted. Rob Lucci is a member of CP9. His commander is Spandam. His mission is to lurk in the capital of 7 Waters to find the whereabouts of Pluton's design. Do you need me to add more? Oguro walked into Lucci's home casually and looked at Lucci with a cold face. Lucci was completely stunned. Know his identity, boss, and even mission. These are all world government secrets. Isn't he a pirate? How could you know so many secrets? Ogu sat on the chair and said coldly in a condescending manner, so, Rob Lucci, don't play tricks in front of me and tell me where Nicole Robin is. Snort. Lucci snorted, and feline fur began to appear on his face. He activated his devil fruit power. Animal-type cat fruit leopard form. Lanjiao. Lucci raised his foot and kicked out a slashing wave. As Rob Lucci, who believes in dark justice, he firmly believes that there are only CP9s who die in battle, and there are no CP9s who surrender. Court death. A sharp light flashed in Sui Feng's eyes. He easily dispersed the slashing wave with a wave of his left hand. He picked up Lu Qi with his right hand and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The hard granite floor shattered instantly, and the loud noise even alarmed many surrounding residents. Cough! Lu Qi coughed up a large mouthful of blood. As soon as he entered the animal form, he was violently interrupted. He now has at least 6 or 7 broken ribs, and his internal organs have suffered varying degrees of trauma. Snap! Oguro applauded. You are so loyal. What a pity. Who did you give your loyalty to? Spandam. Do you think he will care about your life or death? Bah, I serve the world government. Spandam is nothing. Give loyalty to Spandam. There is no need to curse people so harshly. Ha ha. World government. Oguro seemed to have heard a big joke and burst into sarcastic laughter. You don't really think that the world government treats you as one of its own, do you? You don't have to try to drive a wedge between me and the world government. Lu Qi looked at Oguro with contempt. Psychological warfare has long been something CP9 has been bad at. The smile on Oguro's face continued. Provoke. Ha ha. There is no need for me to provoke. You can think about it yourself. You are known as the strongest person in CP9 in 800 years. How could you be sent to Spandam, a brainless person? His subordinates. Moreover, I have worked under him for 7 years without achieving any results, but the world government did not even ask. Is this the treatment that the strongest person in 800 years should receive? With the talent you showed back then, not to mention directly bringing you back to CP0 for training, you should at least find someone who is versatile in both civil and military affairs to guide you. Spandam, is he worthy? Lu Qi was silent. Many things actually cannot withstand scrutiny. But Lu Qi subconsciously ignored all of this. Because once he thinks about it carefully, his belief in everything about him will completely collapse. However, Oguro still did not intend to let him go. I saw him tapping his fingers on the table, looking like he was remembering. Let me think about it. When did the world government give up on you? That's right. It should be when you eat the devil fruit. Lu Qi's eyes widened instantly. Impossible. He roared subconsciously. The devil fruit is a reward from the world government, given to me to improve my strength. Oguro struck unceremoniously. Improve your strength. Use the most common animal-type devil fruit. Your value as the strongest person in 800 years is too low, right? Even if you can't find Logia and the animal-type fantasy beast species, how difficult can it be to find an animal-type ancient species or a special Paramesha devil fruit? World government has accumulated 800 years of accumulation. Can't you even come up with a decent devil fruit? I won't talk about Marine's top combat powers. In the Mesozoic era, there is a Logia smoke fruit and a Paramesha threshold fruit. Which one is not stronger than you? As world government's background so low, isn't it enough to spend a few more years to find you a better devil fruit? In the final analysis, it's not because you are just a pawn in the eyes of the world government that can be discarded at any time, so it is not worth investing too many resources at all. Chapter 56 Another Sea Train. Oguro's words were like thunder, making Lu Qi's head buzz. Fortunately, he thought that his title as the strongest person in the past 800 years would allow him to be taken seriously in the world government. What's the result? People didn't take him seriously at all. Peace. Yes, if it wasn't a chess piece, how could it fall into the hands of Spandam, a good-for-nothing? After a long silence, Lu Qi said in a deep voice, even so, the world government has not betrayed me, and I will not betray the world government. Just give up. In the end, Lu Qi must at least keep what little dignity he has left. Hey, no betrayal. Oguro smiled. Not now, but in the original timeline, your entire team was sold by Spandam. Being endlessly hunted by the world government. In the eyes of the world government, a group of real elites are worse than a useless Spandam. World government is not trustworthy. If I were you, I would think about my next move in advance. Oguro said meaningfully. Lu Qi's heart moved. Is this guy trying to recruit himself? However, the next second Oguro stood up and walked out the door. Lu Qi couldn't help but said, aren't you going to ask about the whereabouts of Nico Robin? Oguro smiled faintly. Where else could it be? According to Spandam's useless mind, he must be going to Judicial Island. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Robin's whereabouts are nothing more than being sent to Justice Island or temporarily being held in the hands of Lucci and others. Since Lucci is still at home safely, Robin is most likely sent to Justice Island. Oguro was very angry before, so he didn't think much about it. Now that he calmed down, he naturally figured it out quickly. You want to break into Justice Island? Lucci guessed what Oguro was thinking and thought he must be crazy. That is the court directly under the world government, and it is also the front for the world government to demonstrate its own justice. Breaking into Judiciary Island is a direct slap in the face of the world government. Spandam dares to capture people on my ship, and he will naturally bear the consequences. After finishing his words, Oguro suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with boundless murderous aura. You can inform Spandam and let this fool prepare to die as an apology. After Oguro and others left, Lucci thought for a moment and took out the spare phone bug with difficulty. Bulu bulu. After a while, Spandam answered the phone and cursed angrily. Lucci, don't you know what time it is? If you have nothing serious to do, watch how I deal with you. Lucci's face suddenly turned cold. It was this piece of trash that wasted 6 years of his time. Therefore, Lucci also said politely, Spandam, if I were you, I would order Judiciary Island to prepare now. Your Majesty, Cid Oguro already knows that we took away Robin. He asked me to inform you to be prepared to die as an apology. What? Big, bold. Even a mere pirate dares to threaten me, the commander of CP9. Spandam's eyes were blazing with fire. This was the first time he had been threatened like this. What a huge shame. Rob Lucci, you didn't take down this madman and even sent a message for him. What do you do for a living? Is this how the strongest man in the past 800 years does things? Lucci was silent for a moment and said truthfully, I am no match for him. His female subordinate wearing a white feather cloth caught me with one move and severely injured me with 2 moves. I have to find a doctor to treat my injuries now. You can decide what to do on your own. Don't really let anyone die to apologize. Spandam, Commander. After speaking, Lucci hung up the phone without waiting for Spandam to reply. He could already hear the footsteps of a neighbor approaching. They were all probably attracted by the sounds of fighting. After a while, Lucci was sent to the hospital with the help of neighbors. Blue Station. As Oguro expected, Robin was escorted onto the sea train here. The sea train here can go directly to Judiciary Island. There is only one sea train on this line. You want to wait until tomorrow. The station master said with a shrug. Lord Spirit King, I'll bring the boat over. Sui Feng took the initiative. Oguro shook his head. No, the ship is much slower than the sea train. By the time we arrive, Robin may have been executed. It's different from capturing Frankie and the others. CP9 needs to keep Frankie alive to torture him about the whereabouts of Pluton's design drawings. But Robin doesn't need it. Executing Robin is the greatest deterrent to those who presume to explore the void for 100 years. Leaving her alive would only increase the risk for himself. Then what should we do? Nami asked anxiously. Oguro looked in one direction of the Seven Waters capital. Maybe we can find another sea train. Oguro took everyone to Carrera Company and found the boss Bingshan. Bingshan actually doesn't want to see Oguro. But considering the other party's 200 million belly bounty and tough attitude, Bingshan still chose to meet. We need a sea train to go to Judiciary Island. Oguro stated his purpose directly. Bingshan shook his head. Smoking Tom is the only sea train. Since the death of my master Tom, no one has been able to build a sea train. No, as far as I know, there is another prototype called Rocketman. Oguro said with determination. Bingshan was taken aback. No one except the group of people who followed Tom knew about this. Where did Oguro hear about it? Bingshan refused without hesitation. No. Although it is called a trial work, it is actually a failure. Rocketman cannot break, and you will definitely die if you drive that car. Oguro waved his hand indifferently. You don't have to worry about it now. We have our own way to save our lives. Just kidding, all Shinigami can fly. If he wasn't worried about encountering extreme weather on the sea, he could have flown to Judiciary Island by himself along the railway. Bingshan still shook his head and refused. Sorry. That is the relic left by my master in the world, I can't destroy it. Not being able to brake means that you can only crash if you drive out. Bingshin didn't want his master's relics to end up like this. Oguro's mood gradually became a little irritable. Why can't this person get enough oil and salt? Suddenly, he thought of Lu Qi, and his tone changed. Well, Mayor Bingshin, I will exchange this piece of information for this Rocketman. CP9 has gone undercover to the capital of Seven Waters in order to investigate the whereabouts of Pluton's design. I can tell you the identities of these undercover agents. How about you give me the Rocketman? The moment he heard Pluton's design, Bingshin's pupils shrank sharply. Then he pretended to be calm and said, "What Pluton design drawing? We don't have that thing here." Oguro had no intention of arguing with him, and directly growled, "Do you have to force me to tie Frankie in front of you before you are willing to hand over the Rocketman?" Chapter 57 Spandam's Ambition. Bingshin's expression instantly became unbearable. How did he know that the Pluton design was in Frankie's hands? Oguro sneered, "Don't treat the world government as a fool. I know, they can find out if they spend more time. So, do you want these rats to continue investigating under your nose, or do you want to make a deal with me and eliminate all these hidden dangers?" Bingshin's face suddenly became uncertain, and it was obvious that he was struggling. Oguro didn't rush him and gave him enough time to think about it. After a while, Bingshin sighed and said, "I seem to have no other choice." Regardless of whether the world government agent the man in front of said was true or false, he had no choice but to compromise when he told Frankie. "I hope you can keep your promise," Bingshin said solemnly. Oguro glanced at him, took a piece of paper from Bingshin's desk, and quickly wrote down several names. "I'm not sure about the peripheral members, but these are all CP9 cadres." Bingshin glanced at it and almost shook the paper out. Even his most valued secretary, Khalifa, is a world government agent. Isn't this equivalent to the fact that the world government has put a knife to its own neck? And he doesn't know how many secrets Khalifa stole from him. When he thought of this, Bingshin became frightened. There are also Rob Lucci and Kaku lurking in Dock 1. My Carrera company is really leaky, even worse than a sieve. After all, Bingshin was the person who had been in charge of the Seven Waters capital for many years, and he quickly calmed down. He carefully put the paper into his pocket and said to Oguro, "Go to Sift Station to find Grandma Kokoro, and she will take you to take the Rocketman. That mother-in-law has fish-man blood and would jump into the sea to escape before the train crashed. You can only hope for your own good luck." "No problem." After the deal was concluded, Oguro didn't waste any time and went directly to Sift Station. Bingshin used the phone bug to notify Granny Kokoluo, and then fell into deep thought. He really wanted to drive Lu Qi and others out of the capital of Seven Waters. But if you drive away one group, the world government will also send the next group. Might as well keep them but exclude them from the core. After thinking for a while, Bingshin dialed the personnel department of Carrera Company. Transfer Rob Lucci from the No. 1 dockyard to the new dock as the general manager, and Khalifa to the foreign trade department as the manager. Completely separate the three people and put them in very important positions without access to secrets. In this way, it is not easy to be detected, but also prevents secrets from being leaked. The last one is Frankie. Bingshin's eyes were filled with anger. How many times have I told this guy that I can't stay in the Seven Waters city? I don't believe it. This time I'll let him leave no matter what. Frankie has always said that he is reluctant to leave the capital of Seven Waters, but now is not the time to be impulsive. If he doesn't leave, once the Pluton design is found, the world will be in danger. Bingshin didn't notify anyone, put on a coat and quietly headed to Frankie's disintegration house from the path. Sift Station. Granny Kokoluo, who was over 50 years old, walked out wearing a tall and round webmaster hat. "You are going to take the Rocketman to Judiciary Island?" Oguro nodded. "Yes, Granny Kokoluo, our friend has been captured and we need to rescue her." Granny Kokoluo smacked her lips. "Tisk. Go to Judiciary Island to save people. I really don't know whether you should be called brave or stupid. One of the most important direct agencies of the world government, it is said that it has been in and out for 800 years. No one has ever been able to break through here. It can be said that no normal person would go here to cause trouble. There is no place in this world that we cannot go to. Granny Kokoluo, drive with peace of mind. There is unquestionable confidence in Oguro's words. Granny Kokoluo shrugged. Now that you have awakened, then come with me. I will only remind you once, this is a train that goes there and never returns. Once you start, you will have no chance to regret it. Someone will regret it. A cold murderous intention appeared on Oguluo's face, but it won't be us. Buzz. A siren sounded. The Rocketman C train slowly drove out of the station, getting faster and faster. 2 days later, because Rocketman couldn't brake, it drove to Judiciary Island without stopping. Not long after, Judiciary Island appeared in front of everyone. The entire Judicial Island is divided into 4 parts: the Front Island, the Main Island, the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. Qiandao is the first gate to Judiciary Island and is also a heavily guarded fortress with a large number of soldiers stationed there. It is connected to the main island behind by a narrow channel. The main island is completely suspended above a huge waterfall, which is a miraculous landscape. The Tower of Justice at the back is the most important part of Judiciary Island, and it is also the goal of Oguro's trip. That guy Spandam's office is right here. At this time, Robin had just been taken to Spandam's office by Bruno. In order to prevent her from using her abilities to escape, Bruno immediately put sea-floor stone handcuffs on her. Yo, Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Spandam walked forward with a proud look on his face and said with an evil smile. Originally I just wanted to find the design drawings of Pluton, but God actually gave me a buy one get one free gift. As the last archaeologist in the world who can read ancient texts, you must know how to revive Pluton. Robin was stunned when he heard this. You want to control Pluton? She didn't expect that this guy had such great ambitions. That's right. Spandam clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited that his long-cherished wish was about to come true. I probably already know where Pluton's design drawings are. As long as you are included, the 2 major elements for Pluton to reappear in the human world will be complete. At that time, this ultimate power that can shake any country will be in my hands. At that time, I will be the center of the world. Ha ha ha. Spandam burst into shrill laughter, as if he were now the king of the world. I didn't let Rob Lucci and the others escort Robin together before because I wanted him to continue looking for Pluton's blueprints. Whether it's designed by Robin or Pluton, he wants them all. Robin was silent for a moment and said slowly, why would Aokiji give Buster Call to a guy like you? Your Majesty, General Marine, are you blind? Spandam's laughter stopped abruptly. Bang! A fist landed hard on Robin's face, knocking her to the ground. A-hole, are you mocking me? Spandam raised his foot and stepped hard on Robin's stomach and face. Just a wanted criminal. If I hadn't discovered your remaining value, you would have been executed by now, do you know that? Remember to thank me as your savior. You garbage on the sea. Cough. Robin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Spandam finally vented a little of his inner anger and waved to Bruno. Take her down and keep a close eye on her. Never take off the sea stone handcuffs on her hands. Yes. Bruno stretched out his hand to Robin, preparing to lead her to the cell. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came. Chapter 58 Breaking into Justice Island. 2 minutes ago, Rocketman arrived in the waters off Judiciary Island. Just ahead is Judiciary Island, and the iron fence will be left to you. Granny Kokoluo said calmly. After all, they are uninvited guests, so there is no need to expect Judiciary Island to open its gates to welcome them in. This circle of iron fence is a fortification to prevent ships from intruding. Unexpectedly, Oguluo said directly, no, Granny Kokoluo, you can go back. Just leave it to us. Like Luffy in the original timeline, fight all the way in from Mishima. I don't want to waste those things. And if you get too close, Granny Kokoluo might be seen by those guys. I came here to save people, but I didn't want to implicate Granny Kokoluo. It seems that you already have an idea, so I won't get involved, old lady. Granny Kokoluo walked to the car door, opened it, and turned around and said, young man, you must go back safely. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Kokoluo jumped down into the water and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As expected, he is of fish-man blood, so this talent is really impossible to learn. Then it's time for us to pick people up and take them home. Oguro faced the main entrance of Judiciary Island, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Boom. Rocketman, who accelerated to the extreme speed, slammed into Mishima's gate. Several figures flew out, crossed the front island from the air, and flew straight to the Tower of Justice. Bell. The alarm bell is ringing on Judiciary Island. As an important organ of the world government, 10,000 troops are stationed here, including Marine soldiers and world government agents. Fire. A commander pointed at Oguro and others in the air and shouted. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen guns fired at the same time, but Oguro and others were easily dodged by Shunpo. Before Shunpo's super high movement speed, it was impossible for this group of ordinary sailors who had no sense of domineering to hit them. Even if Nami, who couldn't fly, was held in Oguro's arms, he would remain unscathed. Although it's not a threat, too many bugs can be a problem. Looking at the defenders who kept emerging, Oguro's eyes were stern, and an invisible momentum burst out from him. Conqueror's dominance. Boom. Conqueror's domineering energy mixed with spiritual pressure passed like a strong wind and swept across the entire island. The next second, the island seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and all the defenders' movements were stunned. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes turned white and they fell to the ground one after another under the influence of inertia. If the normal Conqueror's domination is to hit someone on the head with a wooden stick, then Oguro's Conqueror's hockey mixed with spiritual pressure is a real mace. Some people with weak minds may even have a mental breakdown and die. After all, in the realm of souls, Shinigami is the one standing at the top of the pyramid. The staff at the Tower of Justice were so frightened that they almost peed their pants on the spot. He immediately ran to Spangdam's office in a fit of PS. Commander Spandam, an enemy has invaded. All the defenders on this island have fainted. Spandam was stunned for a moment, then roared angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? There are thousands of defenders on this island, how can they all be fainted?" Stupid Spandam never had a chance to experience Conqueror's domineering power. Commander Spandam, now is not the time to worry about why they fainted. The enemy is about to hit the Tower of Justice. The staff said eagerly. Spandam's face darkened. Do you know the identity of the enemy? The staff immediately replied, yes. According to observations, it is the noble prince, Oguro and his men who have a bounty of 200 million belly. It's him. Robin and Spandam's expressions changed. Robin was confused. Why did they come? They and I obviously have a simple cooperative relationship. She suddenly remembered what Oguro said. Build a world where no one will be killed casually. Can it be said that in his eyes, I can also belong to that world? At this moment, Robin's broken heart seemed to have some life. Spandam also remembered Lucci's warning not long ago. The other party wants to deal with him. But why so fast? Logically speaking, without the sea train, they would not have been able to reach Judiciary Island so quickly. How did they get here? Asked Spangdam. News came from Majima. It seems that they came here on an old-fashioned sea train. That train crashed the main entrance of Majima. BD Iceberg. He even hid a sea train secretly. This is the exclusive property created by Tom the Sinner for the world government. When I get the Pluton design, I have to deal with you too. After 5 years of investigation, CP9 has actually determined that the Pluton design is in the hands of one of Tom's 2 apprentices, Bingshan and Frame. However, Frame's whereabouts have not yet been determined. They have suspicions that Frankie is Frame, but there is no definite evidence. As soon as the Pluton design drawings are obtained, it is also necessary to clean up the relevant insiders of Bingshan. Sentencing Bingshan to death in his heart, Spandam looked at Robin again and said sarcastically. You are clearly a son of a devil who constantly betrays others. He is actually being rescued at great risk. You are so clever at playing with people's hearts. Spandam secretly laughed at Oguro's stupid kindness and was being taken advantage of without knowing it, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. No, this Sid Oguro's goal may be the same as mine, all for Pluton. At this moment, Spandam thought he had seen through all Oguro's thoughts. Sure enough, he is also a careerist. He ordered Bruno, summon all CP9 members on the island and stop the intruders. Yes, Bruno opened the space door and went to summon the CP9 members stationed on Judiciary Island. Spangdam pointed at Robin who fell on the ground and said to the staff, take her with you and let's go to the Gate of Justice. You fight here. Laozi took Robin away. Pluton, it can only be mine. Without the obstruction of the ordinary defenders, Oguro and his party arrived at the Tower of Justice unimpeded. Stop anyone who comes. As soon as he entered the door, a loud shout came from the stairs of the department hall. I saw several CP9 members in black uniforms lined up and growling at Oguro. Trespassing to Judiciary Island without permission is a capital offense. Surrender quickly. Oguro glanced at them and saw that they were all acquaintances. Bruno, Jabra, Natsuri, Owl. Except for Lucci, Khalifa and Kaku who are still in the Seven Waters capital, all CP9 members are here. Oguro raised a finger and spoke with his eyes like sharp swords. Give you a second to think, tell me where Spandam is and get out of the way. Otherwise, die. Chapter 59 Pushing CP9. The rather domineering speech directly angered all CP9 present. A mere pirate dares to speak nonsense on Judiciary Island. Today is the end of you. A man wearing a black suit, with his chest exposed and his hair tied like a candied hawse, stood up and roared righteously. Oguro glanced at it. This person's name was Jabra, and he was an elite in CP9 second only to Lucci and Kaku. Animal-type canine fruit wolf form ability user. He has a bad temper, and even Lucci dares to confront him directly. Oguro ignored Jabra's shouting and said coldly, the time is up, do you choose life or death? Laozi chooses to let you die. Jabra stamped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Oguro like an arrow. 6 styles of shaving. At the same time, Jabra's body suddenly grew taller by dozens of centimeters, and thick hair sprouted rapidly from his body. Orc form. Point the gun. Jabra concentrates all his strength on his index finger, giving his fingertips bullet-like lethality. Coupled with Xiao's super speed and double the strength of the orc form, this move is enough to penetrate thick iron armor. However, Jabra is fast, but Oguro is faster than him. At the moment Jabra waved his finger gun, Oguro's figure was like a broken bubble, disappearing from his eyes in a whoosh. The next second, a whip leg cut through the sky and landed directly on Jabra's head. Iron. At the last moment, Jabra could only use the iron block to the maximum extent. The muscles all over the body tensed instantly, making the body as hard as steel. Boom. The huge impact caused the floor to instantly shatter, raising a large amount of smoke and dust, and the entire hall trembled violently. When the smoke dispersed, Jabra was seen staggering back a few steps, his left arm hanging down at an unnatural angle. Even with iron blocks to enhance defense, Jabra's arm was broken. At this moment, Jabra's mind was buzzing. One kick shattered his defense and almost made him fall into a coma. Even Lucci can't do it. Is this Oguro so strong? At this time, Oguro showed a sarcastic smile. Iron block. He obviously died quickly. In the original work, this piece of iron was blown into the sky. What marine elites must learn, the 6 strongest defensive skills. What's the result? Whenever you encounter any enemy of sufficient weight, this move cannot stop you. Anyone who dares to use it will have to lie down. Master Kakuzu is not so efficient. The so-called enhanced defense turns out to be just an enhanced fixed target. Do it. Seeing that the strongest Jabra was at a disadvantage, the remaining CP9s also immediately chose to take action. A girl with long white hair stepped on moonwalk and flew into the air. The index finger and thumb of her right hand formed a circle and shot out the iron pestle. Point gun Q. As an extension of the finger gun, this attack not only maintains the power of the finger gun, but also greatly increases the attack distance. And his target is Kuchiki Rukia, who is standing on the right side of the crowd. She glanced at the approaching iron pestle, moved her feet slightly, and came directly in front of Yuri, standing in the air. Pulling out Soda no Shirayuki with his right hand, a silver light slashed towards Nushitori's head. Flying. What a troublesome ability. Yutori had no time to retract the iron rod to block, and was about to die under this sword. But the next moment, his hair seemed to be alive, quickly divided into several strands and gathered together to face Kuchiki's slash. Returning life. Kuchiki whispered, it is indeed a magical ability. Because he can manipulate any part of his body at will, it is difficult for ordinary people to imagine what actions the enemy will make. Soda no Shirayuki did not choose to confront him head-on. His long hair was like chains, entangling Soda no Shirayuki in it, gradually wearing away the strength in it. Kuchiki Rukia felt as if she was stuck in a quagmire. She flipped her wrist and violently pulled Sota no Shirayuki back, cutting off a lot of hair. Return of life lion finger gun. Nushi was unyielding and immediately mobilized his hair to condense into several fists, launching a raindrop-like attack on Kuchiki. Kuchiki flashed and avoided these hairs. Shunpo. The next second, she appeared behind Nuri. The Sota no Shirayuki in his hand didn't pause at all, and slashed directly towards Nudori's back. What? He was horrified. It's not that he didn't know that the opponent could fly, but he didn't expect that the opponent could actually perform such high-speed movement skills in the air. You must know that there is no point of leverage in the air. How could Yutori know that the enemy he was fighting did not belong to the same combat power system at all? His so-called fighting common sense is of no use in front of Shinigami like Kuchiki. Snatching is just using moonwalk to gain the ability to stay in the air for a short time, and there is no way to react flexibly. Puff. Sota no Shirayuki slashed hard into Nudori's back, leaving a bloody arrow in the air. Yutori fell straight out of the air and fell unconscious on the spot. Trouble. The opponents this time are very strong. The owl, whose whole body was like a ball, dared not hold back his hand when he saw this, and directly launched his famous fighting skills. Iron and Jade. The owl jumped up, spinning its body at high speed in the air, and then used Shaver to rush towards the crowd. Through the iron block, all the power is concentrated to the top, and combined with high-speed selection, this blow is not only extremely destructive but also extremely penetrating. However, this powerful blow failed to make Sui Feng and others blink even more. Matsumoto Rangaku raised her hands, and a whirlwind condensed in her hands, Hado number 58 Canlin. The small whirlwind instantly turned into a sharp tornado, rushing towards the incoming owl. Bah! The harsh friction sound resounded throughout the hall, and the owl's momentum slowed down instantly, and even its rotation speed dropped rapidly. Matsumoto Rangaku didn't give the owl a chance to respond, and the next chant was immediately read out. The wall of iron sand, the monk-shaped tower, the scorching iron, are clear but ultimately silent. Bakudo's 5 pillars of iron. 5 huge iron pillars immediately appeared above the owl, aiming to smash down on his head and limbs. Bang bang. The owl's huge body was smashed directly into the ground, completely unable to move. In just a few seconds, one person was half crippled and the two completely lost their fighting ability. Bruno, the only one who still maintained his condition, rolled his eyes and focused on Nami at the back of the crowd. He could see that among this group of people, this woman was the weakest. If we can catch her, we may be able to reverse the situation. Originally, this kind of target standing at the end of the crowd was the least likely to be captured. But Bruno is different. Who makes him a portal fruit user who can open the portal at will? Distance is not a problem for him at all. Now is a good opportunity. Chapter 60 Tracking Spandom. Bruno quietly moved his right hand, and a transparent portal appeared silently next to Nami. Nami was not aware of this at all and was watching with interest as Oguro and others beat CP9. Now, Bruno's arms suddenly stretched forward, and the upper half of his body instantly disappeared through the portal. Behind Nami, Bruno's upper body appeared outside the portal, and his hands were about to grab Nami's shoulders. Miss Nami, be careful. Yamada Hanadoro, who was closest to Nami, noticed something unusual. A Shunpo stood behind Nami and slashed out with the Zanpakuto in his hand. The blade struck, and Bruno had to retract his hand. Damn it! How dare a mere brat stop me? Bruno's heart surged with anger, and he quickly slapped Yamada Hanadoro's head with his right hand. Revolving door. As long as Bruno's hand touches it, any object, including people, can be turned into a revolving door. Just like in the original timeline, Luffy was hit by this trick. The circle of his eyes rotated uncontrollably, making it difficult to coordinate his actions and falling directly into a disadvantage. Although Yamada Hanadoro didn't know the danger of this move, Shinigami's unique perception gave him a frantic warning, telling him to avoid it. However, behind him is Nami, who is defenseless. If he hides, what will Nami do? With this thought, Yamada Hanadoro stopped hiding and was ready to fight to the end. The insidious villain dares to sneak attack. A petite figure seemed to appear out of thin air and kicked Bruno in the head. Boom! Bruno's figure instantly disappeared from the portal. Boom. Bruno flew upside down from where he was originally standing and directly knocked down a wall. Sui Feng stood still, brushed off the non-existent dust and said disdainfully, "With such little strength, you actually dare to block the way of Lord Spirit King." Although Sui Feng never took action, he always observed the entire battlefield. With her speed, she can support the entire audience at any time. In just a few breaths, all members of CP9 were defeated miserably. Oguro walked up to Jabra, the only one who was still conscious. "So, where is Nicole Robin? Where is Spandam?" "Bah." Jabra spat fiercely. "Lousy is the ace agent of CP9. How could he leak information to you?" "Tisk." Although Spandam is trash, his subordinates have some backbone. Oguro was also quite helpless. If the commander of CP9 was not Spandam, maybe these people would have a completely different future. "That's it. If you don't want to tell me, I'll go find it myself," Oguro said calmly. Jabra had a sarcastic smile on his face after hearing this. The Tower of Justice is no ordinary building. The structure inside has been carefully designed, almost like a maze. If you don't memorize the map, you may not be able to get out for several days after entering. However, Oguro's next move completely stunned him. I saw Oguro's palms pointing to the sky and whispering in his mouth. "O King." The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, fluttering high, bearing the name of humanity. Heat and strife, rolling south across the sea, marching forward. 31 of Hado. Red cannon. Oguro compressed the power of the red artillery into a beam and released it into the air. Boom. The fiery red beam instantly penetrated the walls and opened a bottom-up passage. "Good guy. Since I can't find the way, I might as well make my own way out. Let's go." Oguro hugged Nami's waist and flew up from the passage first. The others immediately followed. Oguro was full of domineering power when he saw and heard, and he stopped searching every floor. Abu Luo searched around and found nothing at all. How is that possible? Even if Robin can't be found, there's no reason why Spandam can't be found either. Although Oguro has never seen Spandam himself, he also knows that he is a scumbag with a power value of only 9. He is the weakest of all. But the result was nothing. At this time, Nami suddenly said, "Mr. Oguro, could they know that we are coming?" So they ran away in advance. Ran away. Oguro was stunned. The only place where Justice Island can escape is the Gate of Justice at the back. There are 2 other major institutions of world government. The most powerful and violent organization in the sea, Marine Headquarters. And the first prison where countless heinous criminals are imprisoned, Impel Down City. Oops, I really made a big mistake. Oguro slapped his head. If you want to get to the door of justice, you have to walk on the Bridge of Hesitation. The Bridge of Hesitation is in the undersea tunnel of the Tower of Justice. So Oguro should not search upward, but downward. You, take us to the Bridge of Hesitation quickly. Oguro grabbed a world government staff member and forced him to lead the way. After all, these people are not CP9 who have received Devil's training. They quickly succumbed to Oguro's force and led them into the secret passage of the Tower of Justice, which can lead directly to the undersea tunnel. The group of people had not gone far in the undersea tunnel when a huge iron gate stood in front of everyone. The world government staff were afraid that Oguro and the others would anger them, so they immediately explained. "This is the gate that blocks the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. Commander Spangdam must have closed it after he passed by. This iron door is more than half a meter thick. Even a bomb can't blow it open. There's nothing I can do." Oguro waved his hand to ask him to move away, and said softly, "Sui Feng." Sui Feng understood this and stood in front of the gate. Her spiritual pressure instantly exploded and condensed on her shoulders and back. Instant coax. Milky white spiritual pressure condensed on Sui Feng's right hand, and Sui Feng punched the iron gate heavily. Boom. The entire undersea tunnel seemed to have experienced a major earthquake. Spandam, who was rushing to the Bridge of Hesitation not far away, almost fell down. "What's wrong? What happened?" Spandam asked nervously. Robin was thoughtful, with a trace of worry in his eyes. The greater the movement on Judiciary Island, the greater the reaction from world government and marine. "Oguro, are you going to put your dreams aside for the sake of an insignificant person like me?" Spandam kicked Robin on the back and roared, "Trash, get out of here. Don't delay me from opening the door to justice." The switch of the door of justice is on the second pillar of the bridge of hesitation. The distance is not far, but it cannot be delayed. Bang! The iron gate fell heavily to the ground, and the world government staff were so frightened that they collapsed on the spot. "That's a bomb-proof iron door." Just like that, he was blasted away with his fist. Is this guy really a human? As the iron gate fell, Oguro's domineering aura quickly extended forward like an all-pervasive wind. Soon, two figures clearly appeared in his mind. A sneer appeared at the corner of Oguro's mouth. Found it. Chapter 61 Robin's Choice. Whoosh! Oguro cast Shunpo, and his figure disappeared instantly. Spandam held a pistol in his hand and kept urging Robin to move forward. "Hurry up!" Another gun butt hit Robin's lower back. In fact, Robin was not slow, but Spandam was too nervous, and in order to vent his anger, he kept beating and scolding Robin along the way. Finally, the two came to the second pillar of the bridge of hesitation. "Quick, open the door of justice to me," Spandam shouted to the guard on guard. As the switch was pressed, the door of justice trembled slightly and slowly opened a crack. The door of justice is usually closed. Even if it is used, only a small crack is enough. Humph! After I leave here and join my father, no one can try to snatch Pluton away. Spandam felt extremely proud. So what if you, Oguro, have someone as strong as General Marine under your command? Do you still dare to fight to the world government headquarters? Because of the O'Hara incident, Spandam's father received a high promotion and is now a senior official within the world government. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elevate the useless Spandam to the position of commander of CP9. When he comes to his father's territory, General Marine will have to kneel down. Just as Spandam was thinking about a bright future, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Spandam, where do you want to run?" Hearing this familiar voice, Robin's heart twitched violently, and an unspeakable emotion surged through his heart. Spandam's body suddenly stiffened and he turned his head with difficulty. I saw a figure standing above the first pillar, his eyes as cold as ice staring at him. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and the Spirit King's great commando on Oguro's body fluttered wantonly, making him even more majestic and noble. Oguro's eyes turned to Robin aside, and his expression instantly softened. "Robin, it's not a good habit to leave without saying goodbye. I'm here to take you home." Robin felt a lump in his throat. How many years has it been? No one ever said the word home to her again. Even if she dreamed about it at midnight, she didn't dare to dream about it. "A-hole, stop." Being caught up by Oguro, Spandam was so panicked that he immediately pressed the gun in his hand against Robin's head. With the hostage in hand, Spandam finally felt a little more at ease. He snapped, "Oguro, I know your target is also Pluton. I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise I will shoot her to death and everyone will get nothing." "My target is Pluton." Even Oguro looked confused. If he wanted Pluton, he would have done it when he was in Alabasta, so he wouldn't have to wait until now. This guy clearly wants Pluton to realize his ambition. It feels like everyone in the world thinks the same way as him. As expected, he is a guy with no structure or measure. Only a guy like you would treat Pluton as a treasure. Oguro sneered mercilessly. If one Pluton can defeat everything, then the world government will not be able to win the final victory in 800 years. The only one who can be considered a threat by Imdu, the mastermind behind the scenes, is a Poseidon like Poseidon who can control everything. That is the power in the sea that can subvert everything. His ambition was belittled as worthless by Oguro in front of him, and Spandam's eyes instantly turned blood red. "A-hole, you actually look down on me." Boom. Spandam directed all his anger on Robin, and hit Robin hard on the forehead with the butt of his gun. Robin staggered, and blood flowed down instantly. Oguro's eyes shot out a bone-chilling cold light. "Spandam, you are looking for death." Whoosh! The figures of Sui Feng and others fell on the platform at the same time, and a cold murderous aura instantly enveloped Spandam. Spandam couldn't bear the pressure, and his feet immediately became weak. He forced himself to take out something from his chest and roared crazily. "You all be honest with me. Look what this is." A glistening golden phone bug appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Robin's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. "This is Buster Call." Spangdam suddenly smiled proudly. Haha. That's right. This is the buster call General Aokiji gave me. If you dare to act rashly, I will launch a buster call. Oguro, I heard that you just rejected the invitation from 7 warlords of the sea. At this time, there is a big commotion on Judiciary Island, and the buster call is triggered again. So many things come together. Oguro, what do you think the world government and marine are going to do with you? I think it's not too much for Admiral Aokiji to personally lead a super fleet to quell the chaos. Spandam grew prouder. With Buster Call in hand, he has mastered the greatest power in the sea. Who dares to act rashly? General Aokiji. The light in Robin's eyes suddenly went out again. She knew the power of Buster Call all too well. If the general were to lead the team in person, no one would be able to resist it. However, despite Spandam's proud laughter, Oguro's face did not change at all. He said slowly word by word, Spandam, let go of Robin, I can leave you intact. Spandam's laughter stopped suddenly, and his whole body was shaking violently with anger. This BD, how dare you threaten yourself? Did he really think he didn't dare launch a buster call? Just as Spandam was about to yell back angrily, Robin suddenly shouted. Enough. The scene suddenly fell silent, and even Spandam didn't react for a while. I saw Robin looking at Oguro from a distance. This is a man who can make a difference in the world. Although she also wants to see with her own eyes the peaceful and just world that the other party talks about, she must not let Oguro fall into death because of herself. She whispered, Mr. Oguro, I am very grateful that you are willing to save me. But everything you do is a waste of time. Nicole Robin. Before Robin could finish speaking, Oguro interrupted him forcefully. In the eyes of everyone, Oguro's expression was cold at this time, and his tone was even calmer. Before making a decision, think carefully. Everyone is responsible for their own choices, no matter the results are good or bad. What I say and do has long been destined to be unable to coexist with world government, and it will not change just because of one person. I save people because I am willing to save them, and because I can bear all the consequences. No one's life is worthless and can be given up at will. Even if it is for others. Sometimes, self-righteous good intentions may fail others. Do you want to give up all hope alone, or choose to trust others and face it together? Anyway, don't let yourself regret it. A scene very similar to the original timeline. But Oguro is different. It is true that he wants to save Robin, but he will respect Robin's choice. Adults, be responsible for your own decisions. Chapter 62 Buster Call. Robin was stunned. Are the self-righteous good intentions actually betraying the wishes of others? Yes, everyone came to Judiciary Island at the risk of offending the world government, just to wait for her to tell you to go back. I want to die. Nami also said quickly, yes. Robin, if you give up, there will be nothing. Don't you still have the dream of interpreting historical texts? There is hope when you are alive. And I believe Mr. Oguro, they will definitely be able to help you realize your dream. Robin's eyes were filled with tears. Is this what it feels like to have a companion? Damn it, you trash on the sea, stop using your lies to confuse the public. Spangdam was furious and pressed his pistol hard against Robin's temple. Hurry up and get them out. This way you can save your life. Don't forget I still have Buster Call in my hand. However, under the threat of gunpoint, Robin did not surrender. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, Please, I want to live. Robin's shout was like a signal, and Spandam's face became extremely ferocious. A-hole, you were looking for death. His fingers were about to pull the trigger. Buzz. A domineering and fierce momentum came over like a tsunami. Conqueror's Haki Soul Blade. The Shinigami's unique spiritual pressure is blended into Conqueror's Haki to form a soul attack like a blade. Ouch. How could Spandam, a weakling, withstand the impact of Conqueror's Haki, let alone Oguro's Shinigami Special Edition? His eyes turned white on the spot, and he fell down wailing. According to his strength, even if he survives this attack, he will have indelible sequelae in the future. Oguro and Shunpo came to Robin, found the key from Spandam, and unlocked the seastone handcuffs on Robin's hand. Thank you. Robin choked. Oguro shook his head and smiled. Aren't we companions? Robin also laughed when he heard this. Yes. We are companions. Bite. At this moment, A system prompt sounded in Oguro's head. Congratulations to host for recruiting epic talents and receiving the reward, epic lottery tickets. After so much, Robin finally agreed with Oguro and others from the bottom of his heart. Robin, that's great. Nami hugged Robin and was really happy for her. Hanataro, treat Robin, Hanataro said softly. Yes. Yamada Hanataro carefully checked Robin's injuries. Fortunately, although it looks very miserable, there are mostly skin injuries, so there is no need to worry too much. Using Kaido with both hands, the bright green light made Robin feel cool, and the pain quickly eased. Sizzling. At this time, a strange sound suddenly came from everyone's ears. Oguro looked down and found that the golden phone bug in Spandam's hand had been opened. I guess I bumped into it accidentally when I fell to the ground. No. Buster Call is activated. Robin's expression changed greatly. Even Oguro looked surprised. Is this a corrective force in the world? Must Justice Island be destroyed by Buster Call? Marine Headquarters. In the communications room, a silver telephone bug frantically sends out radio waves. The sailor on duty was stunned. Because this thing hasn't sounded in 20 years. Alert! Alert! The Marine who came to his senses immediately sounded the highest level alarm, causing the entire Marine headquarters to fall into commotion. Who initiated the Buster Call? Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked with a solemn expression. Report. The signal comes from a Buster Call authorized by General Aokiji. The target is Judicial Island. What did you say? Warring States was immediately dumbfounded. Aokiji had reported to Spangdam before authorizing Buster Call to him. Now he had only one thought in his head. Is Spangdam crazy? That's Judiciary Island. Where can Buster Call be used? Unfortunately, according to the iron law of world government, once the Buster Call is launched, it cannot be stopped. The Warring States period immediately ordered the fleet to assemble, and on the other hand tried to communicate the situation with the world government. The basic configuration of 5 lieutenant generals and 10 warships was quickly put in place. Just like the original timeline, there are still 5 lieutenant generals: Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberg. After careful treatment, the Ghost Spider's injuries were basically healed. He looked at the people gathered and said, "Who is the commander of this Buster Call?" Among the 5 lieutenant generals, one must make the decision. Ghost Spider wants to get this commander's position. Buster Call is too cruel. Except for a hawkish general like him, there is no guarantee that something will go wrong. The other 4 did not speak. They also really don't want to be the commander of Buster Call. Not everyone can easily achieve that kind of determination to destroy everything regardless of whether anyone is innocent or not. Bulu Bulu. At this time, the phone on the warship rang. After answering the phone call, a lazy image appeared in front of everyone. I am the commander this time. General Aokiji. Everyone immediately stood at attention. Ghost Spider asked, General Aokiji, why are you dispatched? Is there any difficult enemy? Even if it is a Buster Call, there is a small chance that a general will be dispatched. Aokiji still looked half asleep. There is no way. Judiciary Island has been invaded. There is a terrible guy. Spandam launched a Buster Call before losing contact. A great guy. The 5 lieutenant generals looked solemn. To be evaluated like this by a general, he is truly an incredible opponent. Ah, how bold you are to reject the invitation from the 7 warlords of the sea and then turn around and invade Judiciary Island. Because Spandam contacted the world government before escaping, and exaggerated the strength of Oguro and others. As a result, not only was the Buster Call against Judiciary Island not cancelled, but the general was ordered to take charge. I'm near Judiciary Island now. I'll go check out the situation first. You guys should come over as soon as possible. After explaining, Aokiji hung up the phone directly. After hearing Aokiji's words, Ghost Spider's face darkened. Decline the 7 warlords of the sea invitation. Isn't this Oguro? The news that he was invited to become the 7 warlords of the sea has spread among Marine senior officials. Haha, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to take revenge. Oguro, I will definitely destroy you all this time. Ghost Spider secretly swore in his heart. Sui Feng, who defeated him with one blow, was very strong, but this time with General Aokiji in charge, his high-end combat power was fully realized. Coupled with the configuration of Buster Call, it is no problem to eliminate this pirate group. In the Judiciary Island, the news of the Buster Call being launched has spread through the world government. Jabra woke up a group of CP9s and asked them to retreat quickly. Bruno held on to his fracture and opened a portal in the air, sending several people to the warship in the port. As this spanned him crazy, he just launched a Buster Call without notifying the evacuation. Jabra cursed angrily as he started the boat. Bruno sneered, "That guy only wants to be promoted himself, why has he ever considered us?" Thinking of his experience in the Seven Waters capital, Bruno, who was originally a bit dull, now also felt strongly dissatisfied with Spandam and even the world government. Chapter 63 General Aokiji. Jabra was silent. No one wants to be treated as a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Unfortunately, as CP9, they have no choice. Where are we going now? Jabra asked, a little confused. Judiciary Island will soon disappear from the map. CP9's base camp is gone, and they seem to have become homeless. Bruno thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the capital of Seven Waters. Meet Lu Chi and the others first." At this time, Bruno can only go to the person he thinks is the most reliable. Jabra had no objection, and the warship turned around and headed towards the capital of Seven Waters. On Judiciary Island, after Yamada Hanadoro briefly treated Robin, everyone went to the port to find an evacuation ship. Boom boom boom. At the port, the garrison has driven away most of the ships. The remaining ones that can't be driven away are being sunk with artillery. Apparently, this group of people received an order from the world government and must trap Oguro and his party on the Island of Justice. Once the marine fleet arrives, catch them all in one fell swoop. Tisk. World government is really willing to give up. Oguro said with emotion. This is the judicial island that symbolizes the majesty of world government. If you say no, then don't. World government. 5 elders. Don't you care about face? Even Marine can play around with this. Why is the con broken now? Oguro didn't know that in the eyes of the world government, since Judiciary Island had been breached, the world government's face had been lost. Only the Island of Justice that no one can break can be called the face of world government. Now that the face has been lost, it is better to use it to exert the last bit of value and eliminate Oguro, the guy who damaged the face of the world government. Otherwise, if Oguro is allowed to leave Judiciary Island safely, then the world government will lose all its dignity. This is why all members of the Straw Hats have high bounties on their backs. At the port, Nami said anxiously, "Mr. Oguro, let's grab the ship quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave when Marine comes." Oguro nodded and whispered, "Rukia." Kuchiki stepped forward and pulled out Soda no Shirayuki. Ling Wu. Soda no Shirayuki. First dance Yubai. Whoosh. The ice quickly spread to various types of ships in the distance. As long as they can trap one of them, they can leave smoothly. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the sea. He clapped his hands hard towards the sea and shouted, "Ice Age." In an instant, the sea surface froze wildly, and the boundless cold air surrounded the port. In a few breaths, the entire port turned into a world of ice and snow. Even Kuchiki Rukia's white moon was frozen together. "You really have the same ability as me. What the world government said is true, you are indeed amazing." Half of the man's body turned into solid ice, and he flashed directly to the port. Looking at the familiar man in front of him, Robin had a look of fear on his face and said with difficulty, "Admiral Marine, Aokiji." This man was one of the executors of the Buster Call of the O'Hara incident. Although she didn't know why she let her live later, it didn't affect Robin's fear of him. Aokiji was also looking at Robin with an incomprehensible look. The O'Hara incident that year affected more than just Robin. As the representative figure of Marine's Mesozoic era, Aokiji's initial justice was burning justice. Passionate about everything, it can be seen that after seeing Buster Call indiscriminately massacre the civilians he was supposed to protect, Aokiji's enthusiasm also disappeared. From then on, Marine's justice had a lazy justice. "You scared my companion." Oguro stepped forward and stood in front of Robin. "Companion." Aokiji came back to his senses and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "It seems you have found a good team." Nico Robin. However, the next second, he said to Oguro, "But I have to remind you, do you know what it means to accept Nicole Robin?" The world government will not let her go unpunished. And as far as I know, all the organizations she joined were destroyed. She was the only one who escaped by betraying her companions. You have to be careful. Robin suddenly clenched his hands when he heard this. This is an irrefutable stain on her. A betrayer cannot be trusted anywhere. She bit her lip lightly and looked at Oguro's back worriedly. Over the years, this is the only team that has given her a sense of belonging. If she is abandoned at the end, she will really collapse. Oguro waved his hand and interrupted impatiently. Aokiji. Stop playing this little trick of sowing discord. It's not worthy of your status as Marine General. Those organizations were destroyed because they were too weak. They were betrayed by Robin because they had evil intentions in the first place. But with me, nothing is a problem. So I don't have to worry about it. Oguro's words were like a hot spring, making Robin feel more at ease than ever before. Hearing this, a complicated look flashed in Aokiji's eyes. Because of his conscience, he let Robin go. And he has been quietly paying attention to her for so many years. Like an old father. But due to Marine's responsibilities, he couldn't express these concerns. Now that someone really accepts Robin regardless of her past, Aokiji feels more complicated than ever. The next second, he disappeared all thoughts and his eyes became extremely cold. Since you are determined to be enemies of the world government, I have to arrest you all today. Congratulations on finding where you belong. Let me see if you have the ability to achieve what you promised. Puck. Aokiji suddenly took action and shot 5 icicles at Oguro. Once it hits, it can freeze the person inside a huge ice ball. Whoosh! Oguro's figure disappeared instantly. The one facing him is one of the 3 most powerful generals in Marine. From the beginning, Aokiji's aura of knowledge and knowledge never left him. As soon as he noticed Aokiji making a move, Oguro immediately used Shunpo to avoid it. In order to prevent Robin from being affected, Oguro picked her up by the waist, retreated to a safe area far away, and then handed her over to the care of Yamada Hanadoro. Nami was also taken away from the battlefield by Matsumoto Rangaku. Only Sui Feng and Kuchiki are left on the frontal battlefield. Kuchiki Rukia 4 times Soda no Shirayuki's knife tip pierced the ground, causing a massive amount of cold air. Second dance by Lien. Soda no Shirayuki pointed at Aokiji, and the terrifying coldness contained in it surged towards Aokiji like an avalanche. My first dance, Yubai, was actually frozen with ice. As the vice captain of the Gotei 13, when have you ever experienced such humiliation? Kuchiki Rukia must regain this face. Aokiji also noticed that this move was much more powerful and chuckled. Do you want to confront me head-on? Your courage is commendable, but it seems that your power is not enough. Chapter 64 The Power of the General. Aokiji raised his right hand and shouted softly. Freeze moment. The same cold air shot out and collided with Kuchiki Rukia's second dance, Balian. Kaka. The 2 strands of cold air were in a stalemate, and thick frost gradually formed on the ground. A flash of appreciation flashed in Aokiji's eyes. This little girl is not weak. At least he is at the elite lieutenant general level. It's a pity that compared with myself, it's still a little worse. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji suddenly exerted force, and a fierce cold air shock wave hit Kuchiki along the ground. Everything you pass is frozen. Kuchiki's pupils shrank, and she immediately stepped on Shunpo and flew into the air, avoiding the blow. So naive. Aokiji seemed to have expected it, raising his right arm high and swinging out suddenly. Blow your mouth. The terrifying cold air condensed on his right arm and turned into a huge ice bird, attacking Kuchiki Rukia in the air. Although Garp went to the East Daxia Sea for vacation, there was still a lot of information that should be sent back to Marine headquarters. Kuchiki's flying ability has long been considered by Aokiji. The ice bird took off, and the terrifying shock wave tore through the air, making a sharp whistle. Everything it touched turned into ice slag in an instant. Is this what Lord Soul King said, the highest combat power on the sea, General Marine? It is indeed terrifying. Place the Soda no Shirayuki diagonally, extend your left hand, and start chanting Kido. In fact, Kuchiki Rukia's Kido talent is higher than swordsmanship. O King, mask of flesh and blood, all things, fluttering wings, and bearing the name of man. Carve 2 lotuses on the wall of blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Hado 73 Two lotuses blue fire falls. Two intertwined green fire lotuses fell from the sky and met Aokiji's mouth. Boom! The violent collision of ice and fire caused a terrifying explosion in an instant. Even the garrison on Judiciary Island, which had withdrawn far away, heard the huge sound. Not only can I use ice, but I can also use fire. Aokiji's expression changed. Is the other party's ability a bit too rich? Ice, fire, flight. Did she eat some kind of phantom devil fruit? Not right either. If this is the case, the other party must have some animal characteristics. Instinct tells Aokiji that the other party has a big secret. Looks like I can't keep it any longer. Aokiji thought to himself, and glanced at Sui Feng not far away from the corner of his eye. That woman is the real enemy he is wary of. According to the information sent back by Garp, this woman named Sui Feng is no weaker than the general. But from the beginning, she had been watching the battle with her arms folded, with no intention of intervening. That gesture was quite familiar to Aokiji. Because the three generals often do this too. Let your subordinates go out to fight while you raid the formation beside you. It's a pity that although this Kuchiki Rukia is good in strength, she is not her opponent yet. Two-thorn spear. Two huge ice spears formed rapidly at Aokiji's side and shot towards Kuchiki Rukia like cannonballs. In the blink of an eye, the ice spear was in front of Kuchiki Rukia. Kuchiki slashed out with her sword and cut the ice spear into two pieces. But the huge force still made her arms numb. The next second, a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Ice skates. I saw Aokiji taking advantage of the two-thorn spears to block Kuchiki Rukia's vision, and used moonwalk to get above Kuchiki Rukia. He held a blade made of ice in his hand and struck Kuchiki on the head. Clang! Kuchiki blocked the blow with her sword. Aokiji, on the other hand, curled up his lips and showed a proud smile. Got you. The next second, the terrifying cold air was released from Aokiji's hands, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. Ice Age. Aokiji's strongest combat skill. The cold energy that explodes all over the body is powerful enough to completely freeze the sea between the islands for more than a week. It can be called a magical control skill. Kuchiki's expression changed greatly. She can't stop this move. And now she is suppressed by Aokiji at close range and cannot even escape. Hado number 88. The flying dragon strikes the thief in the sky-shattering thunder cannon. At this critical moment, Sui Feng finally took action. A huge blue beam of light shot towards Aokiji accompanied by pulsating thunder. Although elementalization can make you immune to all physical attacks and most energy attacks, attacks with conflicting attributes are not included. The flying dragon striking thunder cannon has light and thunder as its main attributes, and contains unparalleled heat and penetrating power. Aokiji's ice elemental transformation cannot make you completely immune. The domineering warning made Aokiji understand that this blow could really hurt him. Although it was a pity, Aokiji let go of Kuchiki and retreated to avoid the blow. His real rival is Sui Feng after all. If you are injured now, there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents in the subsequent battles. Boom! A blazing beam of light passed in front of Aokiji, and the terrifying heat made him feel as if his cheeks were melting. The next second, Sui Feng stood in front of Kuchiki Lucia, tilted his head and said to her, "Vice Captain Kuchiki, you are no match for him, stand down." Although Kuchiki wants to regain her face, she is not willing to fight to the end despite knowing she is losing. Aokiji's strength is indeed beyond her ability to solve. Kuchiki bowed respectfully and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Captain Sui Feng." Aokiji fell to the ground, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Hado 73, 88. Isn't this a devil fruit ability? But an ability that has been developed into a system. Thinking of this, Aokiji felt his whole heart trembling. If this kind of ability, which is comparable to devil fruit, is developed, the impact behind it may be more terrifying than the pacifist plan. And they call each other captain and vice captain, which shows that they already have a complete organizational structure. This possibility is very possible. The more Aokiji thought about it, the more frightened he became. After calming down, Aokiji introduced himself softly, a subordinate of world government, Marine General Aokiji. "What is your name?" Sui Feng's expression was cold. Under the leadership of Lord Soul King, captain of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13th Division, Sui Feng. Hearing this, Aokiji's pupils suddenly contracted. The Gotei 13. In other words, are there 12 strong men like Sui Feng? Impossible. Aokiji threw this extremely bold idea out of his head. If there is such a powerful force on the sea, how could the world government have no news at all? Originally I wanted to just show off, but now it seems I have to capture someone alive. Aokiji's look of laziness disappeared. As a marine general, he cannot sit back and watch such a huge threat without doing anything. Oh, it seems that you have cheered up. Sui Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pulled out his Zanpakuto. Kill them all. Suzumaki. A golden short blade appeared on Sui Feng's finger. It was a real weapon capable of restraining all Logia fruit users. Chapter 65 Sui Feng vs Aokiji. Seeing the changes in Suzumaki, Aokiji had many thoughts in his heart. That Kuchiki Rukia's sword just now also deformed. Are these swords also special weapons that can be mass-produced? Aokiji discovered that the more he came into contact with Oguro and his party, the more doubts he had in his heart. Unfortunately, Sui Feng didn't give Aokiji much time to think. Whoosh! Sui Feng took Shunpo to the extreme and disappeared directly. The next second, chills all over Aokiji's body exploded. He didn't even have time to think, and he shaved his feet instinctively. Bah! A slight scratching sound reached Aokiji's ears. Sui Feng had already stood behind Aokiji at some point, and the Suzumaki in his hand flashed past. On Aokiji's elemental right shoulder, Suzumaki made a shallow cut, which healed in less than a blink of an eye. What a speed! A cold sweat broke out on Aokiji's forehead. In terms of speed alone, this woman is no weaker than her colleague Kizaru. Fortunately, the strong speed type can be restrained by the haki of insight and color. As a marine general, seeing, hearing, and being domineering is a compulsory course. It's just that instead of using weapons, why didn't she use the hado she used earlier? Aokiji was confused. The elemental form of the Logia devil fruit restrained all physical attacks. He didn't think the other party would make such a stupid mistake. Looking subconsciously towards his right shoulder, Aokiji's expression suddenly changed. What's this? Only then did he realize that a bee flower pattern had taken shape on his right shoulder. Aokiji is not the fool like crocodile. Without saying a word, he activated elementalization and completely separated the area on his right shoulder that was hit by the attack. As a result, a small part of the ice cubes separated out, but the bee flower pattern still remained on his body. Sui Feng smiled sarcastically when he saw this. Suzumbaki's ability is soul attack. The real bee flower pattern is engraved on the enemy's soul. As for the patterns on the body, they are just external projections. Not to mention cutting off such a small piece of ice, even if you cut off the entire arm, the bee blossom pattern will not disappear. Aokiji anxiously wanted to eliminate the hidden danger, but Sui Feng did not give him a chance. Shunpo launched again, launching a crazy attack on Aokiji like a ghost. Boom! Sui Feng's kick was blocked by Aokiji with his arm. The tyrannical force was transmitted from Aokiji's feet to the ground, and the earth instantly collapsed, forming a huge crater with the two at the center. Even though the blow missed, Sui Feng did not give up. He twisted his body slightly in the air, and stabbed Aokiji's head with Suzumbaki's right hand like a dragon exploring a cave. Phew! One hit missed. But what Sui Feng never expected was that the reason why her attack failed was because Aokiji deliberately elementalized the part of her attack and dispersed it. This leaves an empty space in my head. Ice skates. Aokiji didn't know when he had an ice knife condensed with cold air in his hand, and he took advantage of the situation and slashed at Sui Feng's right arm. Sui Feng was shocked. She didn't have the ability to elementalize so shamelessly. If this knife hits, her right arm will definitely not be saved. But Aokiji's opportunity was really clever. First, he saw the top fighting skills of combining domineering and elementalization, cleverly avoiding Sui Feng's attack. Then launch a counterattack the moment the attack fails, and no one has time to react. This is the strength and experience of General Marine. With full firepower, even Akainu and Kizaru, who are both generals, can't easily break through his defense. Bah! The ice blade broke Sui Feng's right arm and broke it into two pieces in the air. Hit! A smile appeared on Aokiji's lips. However, the next second, the smile froze on his face. A piece of Captain's feather fabric fell from the air, and the sleeves were broken into 2 pieces. But Sui Feng's figure disappeared, as if what he faced before was just a phantom. He is indeed the Marine General that Lord Soul King has repeatedly praised. His strength should not be underestimated. A few meters away, Sui Feng, who had lost his Captain Haori, was standing unscathed and was even in a mood to praise Aokiji. Oguro in the distance showed admiration. Sui Feng's move should be Flash Goddess, Shifunjin Yoruichi's favorite skill, Shifeng Shunpo Kuchin. Shunpo with a special frequency quickly leaves the battlefield and leaves the coat in place. The enemy thinks it hits the body, but in fact it only hits the clothes. This move was only used by Byakuya Kuchiki in the original work. But as a confidant trained by Yoruichi since childhood, Sui Feng has no reason not to. At the critical moment, it really played a big role. What a formidable enemy! Aokiji sighed, and the hole in his head quickly healed. Speed-type enemies are so shameless. After all, no matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't hit them. Although Sui Feng looks relaxed, her eyes are actually very serious. It is obvious that Aokiji's strength puts great pressure on her. Since ordinary tactics won't work, we can only try this. Boom! A powerful spiritual pressure burst out from Sui Feng's body, and high-concentration compressed Kido condensed on her back and shoulders. Although it is not triggered, everyone can feel the terrifying destructive power. Instant coax. Sui Feng really wants to see if this so-called elementalization can withstand the impact of spiritual pressure in Kido. At this moment, Aokiji also became alert. Seeing and hearing the domineering warning told him that the enemy's move was very dangerous. Tang! Sui Feng's figure rushed towards Aokiji, and the Kido on his back was quickly transferred to his left fist. Punch out! Seeing and hearing the domineering force stung Aokiji's brain like needles. Aokiji didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used Shao to hide far away. Boom! The terrifying energy burst out instantly, sweeping everywhere like a tide. The earth trembled and earth and rocks cracked. Several houses near the port were also razed to the ground. Damn it! What kind of fruit power is this? Paramesha. In Aokiji's subconscious, he still believes that the power of Sui Feng and others comes from devil fruit. After all, the upper limit of a non-ability person is domineering. Mr. General, you can't defeat me just by hiding like this. Sui Feng stepped on Shunpo and came to Aokiji in the blink of an eye. The furious Kido gathered on her right foot, flipped her body around in the air and then slammed it down. Instant coax Lifengchao. The momentum was like thunder from the sky, falling mightily. Ice gloves. Aokiji holds his hands up, and his whole body becomes elemental. The next moment, a surge of energy poured into his hands, and the surface of his arms immediately became extremely dark. Armed color, domineering and hardened. It's too early for you to win against me. Aokiji was also fierce, and his armed domineering energy was poured into his hands desperately. Although he is a Logia fruit user, as Black Arm Zepha's apprentice and Tekken Garp's former subordinate, Aokiji has never failed to practice domineering. The gloves of ice are a combination of armament hockey and Garp's signature Iron Fist. Aokiji is confident that this move is enough to suppress more than 90% of the strong men in the sea. Boom! The secret skills of the two parties finally collided. Chapter 66 The Marine Fleet arrives. Rumble. A loud noise like thunder came from Judiciary Island. The center of the collision between Aokiji and Sui Feng erupted with intense energy. Ryutsu and Haki impacted and tore apart each other, even the clouds high in the sky were pierced. The port collapsed inch by inch under the raging force of this energy and was completely reduced to ruins. When the energy dissipated, a huge pothole appeared in front of everyone. It feels like we don't even need a buster call, these two people can completely sink the Judiciary Island. Oguro sighed softly. The general is comparable to a natural disaster, and my captain is not bad either. In the pothole, Aokiji and Sui Feng looked at each other from a distance. Sui Feng's right leg was covered with a layer of frost and he was almost unconscious. Aokiji's left arm to chest was burnt black, and the strong feeling of paralysis made his brain dizzy. As expected, Kido can injure those with Logia fruit abilities. It's so difficult. Aokiji also didn't expect that this mission would be so troublesome. He felt that if the fight continued, both sides would suffer losses, which would be the best outcome. After taking a deep breath, Aokiji waved his hands decisively and said, "No fight." "No fight." Sui Feng was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean?" Aokiji returned to his usual lazy self and said, "The world government asked me to arrest you. I've tried it, but there's nothing I can do if I can't catch you." Sui Feng frowned even more when she heard this. For them, the order from their superior, the Spirit King, is absolute. Even if it means sacrificing your life, you must do it with all your strength. So she couldn't understand Aokiji's sudden abandonment. She even wondered if Aokiji was up to some conspiracy, trying to sneak up on her when she lets her guard down. "Okay, Sui Feng, don't be nervous, that's just what he looks like." At this time, Oguro came to Sui Feng's side, smiled and patted her shoulder. If you knew what virtue he meant by world government, you would understand him. Although she didn't understand the meaning of Oguro's words, she understood that Aokiji would not do anything again. After getting off guard, Sui Feng called Yamada Hanadoro to heal her injuries. Under the influence of Kaido, Sui Feng's right leg gradually regained consciousness. Aokiji looked at this scene and sighed, a devil fruit with healing power. "You really have a lot of talents under your command." Oguro smiled and said, "If you are envious, you can also join us." Aokiji chuckled lightly and did not answer. "Just kidding, I am one of the 3 marine generals. The positions of power are all top existences. I want to take refuge in you." "What do I want?" Oguro added, "You should know very well how corrupt the world government is. Haven't you thought about changing all this?" Hearing this, Aokiji's face became a little more solemn. He stared at Oguro and said, "Are you from the Revolutionary Army?" Oguro rolled his eyes. "Why does everyone think they are from the Revolutionary Army? Do those half bottles of water also deserve it?" "I'm not," Oguro said angrily. Aokiji lay back down after hearing this. "Sorry. I will not be a pirate. If the world is ruled by pirates, it will be more terrifying than world government." "I'm not a pirate either," Oguro said helplessly. "What I mean is to establish a new order. It's not like the Revolutionary Army overthrows the worst ruler and replaces it with a slightly better one. It's a completely new order." Aokiji looked horrified. "Do you want to establish a new world government?" "Absolutely." Oguro shrugged. "Isn't this how the world government was established 800 years ago?" Aokiji's mouth twitched. "You are really crazy. Why was world government established 800 years ago? It was only when 20 powerful families joined together that they succeeded. 19 of them are the current Tianlong family. You only have a few people in Oguro, but you want to imitate world government. Do you really think that these 800 years of world government have been in vain?" Oguro said indifferently, "At least, when I see this tattered world, I still want to mend it. Unlike you, you just cover your eyes and pretend you can't see." Aokiji stopped talking. As a marine general, he is very aware of what the world government and the celestial dragons are doing. Disregarding human life is a basic operation for them. But what did Marine, who preached everything for justice, do? No, nothing. Oguro was right, they did cover their own eyes and pretended they didn't see everything. At this time, Sui Feng's leg was almost healed and it only took a few days of rest to completely heal. Oguro said to Yamada Hanadoro, "Hanadoro, heal Aokiji too." Aokiji was stunned. "Hey, we are enemies. Aren't you afraid that I will take him as a hostage?" Oguro glanced at him. "Can you?" As he spoke, he gave Yamada Hanadoro a look, indicating for him to continue. "Tisk, I finally understand why a strong person like Sui Feng would be willing to follow you who is not as strong as her." Aokiji sighed. This kind of mind is indeed not something ordinary people can possess. However, he still refused Yamada Hanadoro's treatment. "If I hadn't been injured like this, I wouldn't have had a hard time explaining it when I got back." Aokiji stood up and lazily walked towards the gate of justice. Just now, everyone heard a loud crash. The door of justice is completely open. Because Buster Call summoned 10 warships, the door of justice must be fully open to allow smooth passage. "Let's go. Buster Call is no joke," Aokiji said without looking back. Aokiji, "No, Kuzan, are you really willing to watch the world fall into darkness forever and do nothing?" Oguro shouted at Aokiji's back. Aokiji's back seemed to pause. He didn't respond and continued walking forward. The bridge of hesitation, the second pillar. Spandam held his head and had a splitting headache. He was awakened by a phone bug in the Gate of Justice control room, and the Marine fleet arrived to completely open the Gate of Justice. Spandam saw the golden phone bug on the ground and instantly understood what had happened. But it was useless to say anything at this time. He could only make mistakes, endured the headache and opened the door of justice. Waste, waste. Marine, world government, and CP9 are all waste. Spandam cursed. A few pirates couldn't stop him, and they even triggered the buster call by mistake. If the world government knew about this, he would be doomed. Thinking of this, Spandam's head hurt even more. The sequelae of Conqueror's soul blade began to become apparent. No, it's not my fault. It's all the fault of those CP9s. They are called elites, but they can't stop a few pirates. That's why I had no choice but to launch the buster call. Suffering from a severe headache, Spandam threw the blame to CP9 without thinking. Finally, things are developing in the direction of Oguro's plan. Chapter 67 Spandam blames others. After the door of justice opened, 10 top warships filed in with an astonishing momentum. Spandam staggered across the bridge of hesitation, calling out to Marine. I am CP9 Commander Spandam, let me board the ship quickly. A small landing craft came quickly and picked up Spandam aboard the warship. As soon as he got on the boat, Spandam started shouting, give me the phone bug, I want to report the situation to the world government. The bossy look made Ghost Spider frown, but he still asked someone to get the phone bug. Spandam first contacted his father. Spandam, my father currently holds a high position in the world government, and he needs to speak for him in this case of Judiciary Island. After the two chatted for a while, Spandam dialed his boss's phone number. As soon as the call was answered, Spandam began his performance. Sir, those agents of CP9 are all useless trash. First, Lucci leaked the information about our arrest of Nico Robin. After Sid Oguro invaded, I asked them to stop the intruders and give me time to evacuate the key criminals. But my goodness, these losers couldn't even hold on for a few minutes. As he spoke, Spandam's eyes became bloodshot and his scalp began to hurt. It was as if a voice kept telling him, none of this is your fault, it's those rubbish CP9 who are at fault. Everything you do is for world government. According to Oguro's plan, after being hit by Conqueror's soul blade, Spandam will be mentally traumatized, causing him to become irritable, and more paranoid. In this case, in order to protect his future, he will not hesitate to let CP9 bear all the responsibility for the Judiciary Island incident. Sure enough, Spandam sold all the CP9s for non-stick pans. Immediately, Spandam's voice became a little louder and he said excitedly, at that time, I was blocked by the enemy at the door of justice and had no way to retreat. But I know that as the commander of CP9, I must not let these pirates act recklessly on Judiciary Island. CP9 was defeated, but I still had Buster Call. So I chose to launch Buster Call. Even if we die together, we still have to destroy this group of daring pirates. Fortunately, God was kind and I was lucky enough to be rescued. But CP9 leaked intelligence and failed in combat, which led to the fall of Judiciary Island. It must be severely punished. Spandam gave an impassioned speech and put all the blame on CP9. He has created an image of a loyal minister who is willing to accept death. After hearing these words, the world government official did not immediately respond and said calmly, we will conduct a special assessment of the specific circumstances of the Judiciary Island incident, and we will make our own judgment on who is at fault. After hearing this, Spandam did not panic at all, but said with a loyal look, yes. In this humble position, I completely trust the judgment of my superiors. Putting aside his father's connections, this Buster Call incident is completely different from the original timeline. In the original timeline, it was Spandam himself who accidentally triggered the Buster Call, and all the responsibility fell on him alone. Therefore, the responsibility should be thrown to CP9 even if it is framed. But this time, he was really attacked, and it was also true that CP9 did not fight well. There is a reasonable excuse for launching Buster Call, so it will only be easier to dump the blame this time. After hanging up the phone, Spandam's headache did not subside at all, but his heart seemed clearer. His eyes were blood red and he said, "No one can ruin Laozi's future." CP9, just take the blame for Laozi honestly. No one saw that Spandam's eyes were getting more and more crazy. On the deck, Ghost Spider tries to contact Aokiji using a phone bug. After all, he is the commander of this buster call. However, before the phone call got through, Aokiji's figure had already jumped onto the warship. General Aokiji. Seeing the blackened appearance of Aokiji's arms, Ghost Spider was also shocked. He hurriedly called the medic and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you?" Aokiji grinned bitterly and said, "A fight with Oguro's men is really a tough opponent." Ghost Spider took a breath and asked with some anticipation, "What about them now?" "Caught the best. Otherwise, death is acceptable. They should still be on the island," Aokiji said while receiving treatment. "None of us could do anything to anyone. They withdrew after a fight." When the Ghost Spider heard this, he immediately said, "Then let's bombard them quickly. We can't let them escape." "Whatever." Aokiji returned to his usual lazy self and handed over command to Ghost Spider. As for whether Oguro and the others will be killed by shelling, Aokiji said that although he likes to sleep in during the day, he does not daydream. Ghost Spider turned around and picked up the phone bug, and ordered all warships, target Judiciary Island, everyone fires. Boom boom boom. Shells rained down on Judiciary Island. Countless buildings collapsed, and the island began to gradually collapse. Completely wipe an entire area off the map. This is the power of Buster Call. "Lord Oguro, what should we do? There is no ship." Nami was so anxious that she almost cried. The port was completely destroyed during the battle between Sui Feng and Aokiji, and now there is not a single usable ship on the entire Judiciary Island. Oguro looked at the falling shells, but there was no trace of panic on his face. "If there is no boat, we will leave by ourselves." Nami didn't react for a moment. On the contrary, Robin's eyes lit up and he said, "You mean, the door of Seraite?" Oguro smiled and nodded. With a slight wave of his right hand, two normal-sized doors appeared in front of everyone. As the door opened, Seraite appeared on the other side of the door. Since having the world-crossing gate, Oguro no longer has to worry about being trapped somewhere. "I just took everyone to find a boat just because I wanted to get as close to life in the One Piece world as possible. When bombs really hit, he wouldn't hide his trump card and not use it. Let's go." Oguluo took the lead to step into the boundary gate, followed by several others. As the door closed, there was no longer a living person on Judiciary Island. Sky Island, Seraite. Byakuya Kuchiki took the initiative to welcome everyone who returned. "Lord Soul King." Byakuya Kuchiki saluted meticulously. Oguro waved his hand, as the construction of Sky Island and Gaia Island still going smoothly. Byakuya Kuchiki said, "It went very smoothly. With those 2,000 hard laborers, the progress is very fast. It is expected that Gaia Island will be open to the public next week." "Yeah," Oguro nodded, very satisfied with Byakuya Kuchiki's work results. "I originally wanted to let Sui Feng and Robin stay in Seraite to recuperate, and I would take Nami and the others back to the capital of Seven Waters first. The result was rejected by Sui Feng. You can recuperate anywhere, but Lord Spirit King cannot be without bodyguards by his side." Sui Feng's attitude is very firm. Chapter 68 The Crisis of CP9. The attack of General Marine made Sui Feng dare not let Oguro go out with only 2 vice-captains. When Robin saw that no one he knew was there, he naturally didn't want to stay. Helpless, Oguro had no choice but to take the 2 of them with him. Fortunately, they only had some superficial injuries and were not serious. Otherwise, Oguro would definitely not agree. In a hidden corner of the capital of Seven Waters, the boundary crossing door quietly opened. After seeing and hearing Seihaki, Oguro made sure there was no one around. He walked out. Robin couldn't help but praise, "This world-traveling gate is incredible. Even Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government, couldn't create such a masterpiece." Oguro said, "The boundary crossing gate is of great importance, so don't tell outsiders." Everyone nodded. The strategic value of this thing is too high. Just imagine, there are dozens of islands apart, and the gate across the world only needs to be opened. You can immediately send tens of thousands of people to your rear areas. You don't even have time to prepare for it. If the world government and certain forces knew about this, they would immediately rob it at all costs. A few people found a hotel to settle down, and Oguro immediately went to find Lucci's whereabouts. In this battle on Judiciary Island, apart from saving Robin, Oguro also had another thought. That is to recruit Lucci. Before going to Judiciary Island, Oguro spent so much time in Lucina, it was not wasted. Since the establishment of the Kingdom of God, Oguro has found that the manpower is still too low. Especially some professionals. If he wants the Kingdom of God to be invincible, Oguro needs his own intelligence network. Sui Feng's second division is responsible for spying on intelligence, but unfortunately they don't have the manpower now. And if you want to spy on intelligence in the world of One Piece, you must have a local to play it. CP9 agents like Lucci are undoubtedly top-notch beasts, workers. He first instigated the relationship between him and the world government in Lucina, and then gave Spandam a black hand on Judiciary Island to increase the probability of him passing the blame. The purpose is to completely separate Lucci from the world government. According to Spandam's temperament, there should be news from the world government in a day or two at most. Now, Lucci is still recovering in the hospital. Sui Feng didn't hold back that blow at first. Even if he eats an animal devil fruit, it will still last for several days. Just as Oguro expected, the next day, Oguro discovered that Khalifa had quietly found Lucci. What's wrong? Are you looking for me in a hurry? Lucci still looked cold. Khalifa's beautiful face was full of anxiety. We are in big trouble this time. With that said, she handed Lucci a piece of paper. That's the secret order from within the world government. It was secretly sent to him by Khalifa's former colleague. CP9's ineffective operation resulted in the fall of Judiciary Island. All members of CP9 except Commander Spandam are now removed from the ranks, and a first-level kill order is issued. After reading the contents of the secret order, Lucci's face was darker than the bottom of the pot. News of the destruction of Judiciary Island by Buster Call has long spread throughout the Grand Line. Lucci originally thought that Spandam would be dismissed because of this incident, and their life would be easier. Unexpectedly, they were expelled from the world government and even issued an order to kill them without mercy. This must be the fault of that BD Spandam. Lucci insisted. After all, the entire CP9 is being hunted down, and you, Spandam, are the only one who is safe and sound. If it's not you who is causing trouble, then who could it be? Now is not the time to worry about who is responsible. Khalifa pushed his eyes and said angrily. When a fatwa is issued, nearby world government agents will swarm in to hunt us down. What should we do now? To be honest, Khalifa is the most innocent of the bunch. After all, she had never participated in the conflict in the Seven Waters capital or the battle on Judiciary Island. As a result, a big pot was thrown on her head, and she really tore Spandam's heart to pieces. Lucci was silent for a long time after hearing this, thinking about whether there was any way to break the situation. How are Kaku and the others doing now? Lucci suddenly asked. Khalifa said, we just contacted them using a phone bug not long ago, and they are on their way to the capital of Seven Waters. Lucci nodded. When they arrive, let's go find the iceberg. Looking for an iceberg, Khalifa was stunned for a moment and then reacted. You want to find the Pluton blueprints? Lucci nodded coldly. The only way out now is first to find the Pluton design and make a great contribution. Maybe the world government can accept us again. Although there is no clear evidence yet, the situation is urgent and Lucci has no time to investigate slowly. Seize the iceberg directly and interrogate the whereabouts of Pluton's design drawings. Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, is definitely more than enough to use as an investment certificate. Khalifa's eyes lit up. This was indeed a reliable method. Then I'll go back and contact Kaku and ask them to come over as quickly as possible. Khalifa eagerly went back to make preparations, and Lucci also put on his coat and carefully left the hospital. Once the fatwa is issued, the hospital will no longer be safe. Fortunately, as a professional agent, Lucci has his own safe house in Kashui, and it is absolutely no problem to hide in it for a few days. However, neither Lucci nor Khalifa found it. In the corner of the ward, an ear sprouted from the wall and listened to their conversation word for word. In a restaurant outside the hospital, Robin removed his powers and told Oguro everything he heard. Sure enough, your ability is best suited for intelligence work. Sui Feng looked satisfied. After Robin joined Oguro's staff, he was assigned to cooperate with Sui Feng and be responsible for intelligence collection and analysis. Lord Spirit King, do you want me to track down his hiding place? Sui Feng took the initiative to ask for instructions. Oguro waved his hand. That's not necessary. Since their target is the iceberg, we only need to keep an eye on the iceberg. Originally, Oguro thought there was only Lucci and Khalifa, but he didn't expect Kaku and the others to come too. What an unexpected surprise. When the time comes, take all the orders yourself. The next day, Bingshan works late at Carrera Company. Since learning that world government agents were lurking in the company, he has made adjustments to a lot of his business, which has made him particularly busy recently. The only good thing is that Frankie finally listened to his own advice and left the capital of Seven Waters. Now, no matter how much these world government lackeys investigate, they can never find the Pluton design. Click. At this time, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Bingshan frowned. Who is so rude? But when I looked up that day, my expression changed instantly. Rob Lucci took the lead, followed closely by Khalifa, Kaku and a few unknown people. Everyone was wearing a black suit. They walked into the office and lined up, staring at the iceberg with cold eyes. Chapter 69 Pluton Design Drawing. Lucci, what are you doing here? Bingshan pretended to be calm. At this time, Lucci took off all disguises and said coldly, Bingshan, we are CP9 agents, a secret agency under the world government. We have found out that you secretly hid the Pluton design drawings. Hand them over now, and maybe you can reduce your guilt a little. Although they have been announced to be removed from the world government, only insiders know about it. This banner is nothing but nonsense. Are you really here for the Pluton design? Bingshan felt relieved at this moment. Frankie is gone, and the Pluton design is naturally gone as well. No matter how awesome your CP9 is, you can't just conjure it out of thin air. Bingshan sneered, I don't know what the Pluton design is. Our Carrera Company is a legally operating company. If you just barge in casually, it probably doesn't comply with the laws of the world government, right? With that said, Bingshan tried to ring the bell to call the security guard to come in. However, Bingshan's hand has not yet touched the button. A big hand held down his head and hit him hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bingshan's face hit the desk hard. Blood immediately flowed down like a column, and Bingshan knew that the bridge of his nose was broken. Kaku let go of Bingshan's hand on his head, grabbed Bingshan's collar and lifted him up, a big man. Did you not hear clearly what we just said? Kaku's face was fierce, like a beast about to go berserk. We are agents of the world government. Do you think the law can control us? I tell you, one of the great privileges of CP9 is legal killing. Do you know what legal killing means? If you dare to stop us from doing our job, we can justifiably kill you. A cold and biting murderous aura poured out, as if countless cold blades were placed all over Bingshan's body, ready to cut him into pieces at any time. After learning that he had been removed from CP9 and that a first-level kill order had been issued, Kaku was almost on the verge of collapse. So facing Bingshan, who was pretending to be stupid and dumbfounded, he really had murderous intentions. At this moment, Bingshan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He is an ordinary person. Facing the CP9 agents who have come out of hellish training, he is as fragile as a sheep. However, although his body couldn't stop shaking, Bingshan still gritted his teeth and said, I told you, I don't have any Pluton design drawings. How dare you speak so harshly? Kaku raised his left hand and stabbed Bingshan's shoulder with his index finger. Point gun. Phew. Skin and flesh were torn, muscles and bones broken. Bingshan let out a scream, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Bingshan, let me remind you. Don't expect anyone to come to save you. We have already cleaned up everyone outside before we came in. Lucci's expression on the side did not change at all, and he said with a slightly mocking tone. Because of time constraints, they did not move covertly like in the original timeline, but moved in sideways. The security guards outside were knocked unconscious and tied together. However, faced with Lucci's psychological offensive and Kaku's torture to extract a confession, Bingshan still bites and says, no, it means no. You can't get it out even if you kill me. What a tough guy. Kaku still wanted to take action, but with a bang, Lu Chi shot directly. The blood gradually stained the iceberg's belly red. Bingshan's face was pale, and big beads of sweat fell like raindrops. Lu Chi stepped forward, looked down at Bingshan indifferently and said, "This shot did not hit the vital point. But if you cannot receive treatment in time, you will still bleed to death. We have time to play with you, are you sure you want to continue?" Bingshan put a hand on the wound and kept saying the same words, "I don't have the Pluton design drawings." The scene suddenly became quiet. Kaku was a little at a loss. Is this mouth so tough? Don't even risk your life. Lu Chi stared at the iceberg for a long time and finally spoke softly. It seems like it's really not in your hands. CP9 agents are also experts in torture, and Bingshan's reaction doesn't look like he's lying. Kaku suddenly became anxious. Lu Chi, are you saying that we have been undercover for 6 years and still made mistakes? If this is a mistake, wouldn't they become giant clowns? Lu Chi waved his hand, stared at Bingshan and said, I just said that the thing is not in his hands. But I didn't say that we checked wrongly. Suddenly, Lu Chi sneered casually, the thing is in Frankie's hands, right? He is Tom's other apprentice, Frame. The unprepared Bingshan's pupils suddenly trembled, and he quickly covered up, huh? Fram was killed by you lackeys of the world government. You actually want to pin the blame on a dead man. However, the subtle changes in his pupils had been clearly seen by Lu Chi, who had been staring at him closely. A rare smile appeared on Lu Chi's lips. Kaku's torture and confession, coupled with his own shooting, were all for this moment of vulnerability. In the original timeline, they had tangible evidence, and Spangdam directly exposed Frankie's true identity. But now they are just doubtful. Under the pressure of the fatwa, Lu Chi could only try to deceive Bingshan. Fortunately, their suspicions were right. Kaku, Bruno, go and capture Frankie. Lu Chi ordered. Bruno opened a portal, facing Frankie's disintegration room. However, it was already empty inside. Where's Frankie? How could Lu Chi not know that Bingshan was responsible and immediately interrogated him? Bingshan sneered, they have left the capital of Seven Waters a long time ago. As for where they went, I don't know either. Are you going to tell me? Lu Chi stepped on the wound of Bingshan's gunshot and said with murderous intent. Bingshan screamed in pain, but couldn't say anything. He had been on guard against this move for a long time, so he didn't even ask Frankie about the destination of his trip. A-hole, I'll kill you. With his hope dashed, Jabra was about to step forward to kill the iceberg, but was stopped by Lu Chi. Lu Chi, what are you doing? This guy is useless. Jabra roared dissatisfied. Lu Chi shook his head, no. Although the Pluton design is not in his hands, Frankie has a very close relationship with him. So, as long as we have this guy in our hands, we can lure Frankie out. Lu Chi reacted very quickly, we already have the exact information about Pluton's design. Iceberg is the key to obtaining Pluton's design. Handing him over is also a great achievement. In this way, our fatwa should be cancelled. After hearing this, several people were refreshed. Bingshan was about to commit suicide on the spot, but unfortunately in front of a group of CP9, he didn't have the ability to do so even if he was intact, let alone with a seriously injured body. After easily subduing the iceberg, Lu Chi said to Khalifa, Khalifa, contact the world government and tell them that we can help them find the Pluton design. But our fatwa must be cancelled. Chapter 70 Dealing with Spandam. Khalifa went to contact the world government. After pondering for a long time, she finally chose to contact Spangdam. There is no other way. To cancel the fatwa, you must have someone who can speak in the world government. Among the people Khalifa and the others know, only Spandam has this energy. Khalifa, you losers still dare to contact me. Spandam's fierce voice came from the phone bug. Khalifa calmly pushed up her glasses and said slowly, we have obtained the exact information about Pluton's design from Bingshan. We can dedicate the iceberg to the world government, but accordingly, the world government must cancel the fatwa on all of us. Spangdam was obviously stunned for a moment, then sneered, you said there is information. You have spent 6 years without finding out the results. Now that you tell me that you have accurate information, I don't believe it. Khalifa knew that she wouldn't be able to impress this BD if she didn't throw in some strong news, so she said bluntly. We have confirmed that Frankie in the capital of Seven Waters is Tom's apprentice, Fram. He has the Pluton design in his hands. With his relationship with Bingshan, as long as Bingshan is in hand, he can be lured out. Pluton's design drawings are naturally at his fingertips. Oh, are you so sure? Spandam was a little surprised. Of course. Bingshan is like a relative of Frankie, and he will never let it go. Khalifa looked confident. Although Spandam, you were not punished this time, the destruction of Judiciary Island cannot have any impact on you, right? But if we can get the Pluton design, all these mistakes can be erased. Khalifa throws out an extremely tempting bait. Spandam was silent for a long time. Okay. Give me the iceberg, and I will find a way to cancel your fatwa. Khalifa is right. Although the blame has been thrown away, as the highest official of Judiciary Island, his reputation will definitely be affected. And it also lowered the five elders' favor towards him. He must make amends as soon as possible. Khalifa's face immediately showed a hint of joy when he heard this. Okay. It's a deal. In fact, Khalifa is not completely sure either, but at this point, you have to be unsure. Otherwise, what should I do with this fatwa? If things don't go well by then, you'll have to think of other ways. Khalifa told Lucci and others the good news, and their tense nerves finally relaxed. Finally, this matter has been resolved. I've been so nervous these past few days. Jabra slumped on the sofa, looking weak. Lucci shook his head. It's not time to relax yet. Take the iceberg away first and wait until Spandam's people arrive. Kaku lifted up the seriously injured Bingshan and the group walked towards the safe house. And all this was seen by Oguro and others not far away. Sir Oguro, don't we rescue Mr. Bingshan? Robin looked confused. If he is really taken away by Spandam, Lucci and the others might really be able to return to CP9. Oguro smiled slightly when he heard this and said meaningfully, Robin, you still don't know much about Spandam. The smart Robin quickly reacted, you mean, Spandam will take away the iceberg, but will not readmit Lucci and the others. He will break the contract. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. In the eyes of this guy Spandam, all agreements are bullshit. All he cares about is whether he can be promoted. For him, people like Lucci have always been disobedient to discipline, and he has also seen Spandam in the most embarrassing state. With Spandam's temperament, he will never allow these people to return to world government. If my guess is correct, after offering the iceberg this time, Lucci and the others will be surrounded and suppressed. A group of subordinates who were originally disobedient ended up making greater achievements than themselves. There was no way Spandam would accept it. According to his character, he not only wants to kill all Lucci and his gang, but also wants to monopolize this credit. The facts were exactly as Oguro expected. In a certain world government organization, Spandam found his father. Lucci and the others found the whereabouts of Pluton's design drawings. Spandam glanced at him and said calmly, what do you want? A look of madness suddenly appeared in Spandam's eyes. I hope you can send me a team of CP0. After taking over the iceberg, kill all the wanted criminals like Lucci on the spot. There was finally a smile on Spandam's cold face. That's right. This is my son. The Pluton design is of great importance. How can you let a group of expelled wastes be dedicated to the five elders? I will contact CP0 now. Let them support you. In the original timeline, Spandam, a loser, could be arranged by his father to enter CP0 and become a first-level officer. Now it is naturally not difficult to recruit a small team of people. When you find the Pluton blueprint, my position will rise even further. You can also naturally enter CPO. Spandam ordered solemnly. CP0 is known as the strongest shield of the Tianlong people, and there is a great chance of direct contact with those adults. As long as you can please them, power and wealth will be at your fingertips. Don't waste this opportunity, Spandam said excitedly. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. Join CP0, catch up with Tianlong people, and rise to the top from now on. Spandam seems to have seen that bright future. For this beautiful future, Lucci and the others must die. All credit belongs to me alone. An abandoned shipyard in the capital of Seven Waters. It was filled with scraps from shipbuilding and all kinds of garbage. It is the dirtiest and messiest place in the entire Seven Waters city, and almost no one comes here. Lu Qi chose this location to offer the iceberg to prevent others from seeing it. After all, the iceberg disappeared, and Carrera Company was almost going crazy. How much longer? Lu Qi asked. Khalifa looked at the time and said, 5 minutes left. At this time, Bingshan's hands and feet were tied and he was lying on the ground dejectedly. Although his injuries were treated by Lu Qi and others, they were not professional doctors after all, so Bingshan's condition was not good. Rob Lu Qi. A cold voice came. Several people turned around suddenly and saw 3 people wearing white suits and masks walking slowly over. CP0. Lu Qi and others looked surprised. This is a secret organization directly under the Draconians, and Spandam can actually control them. Hand over the iceberg. Your mission is completed. The leader, a burly CP0, said solemnly. Lu Qi was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Where is Spandam?" He said he would help us cancel the fatwa, but why didn't he come? Chapter 71 CP9 vs CP0. Well, after a long time, the leader CP0 let out a long sigh and said with regret. Isn't it good to pass away in ignorant happiness? Why do you have to add more burdens to me? As soon as these words came out, the hair all over Lu Qi's body seemed to come out. The strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously activate his devil fruit ability. As soon as his body turned into cheetah form, a heavy punch landed on Lu Qi's stomach. Lu Qi groaned, and his body was pushed back more than 10 meters, leaving 2 long scorch marks on the ground. Blood dripped from Lu Qi's mouth. He looked up and saw the tall CP0 standing in his original position, with a layer of black-armed domineering covering his right fist. As this domineering, Lu Qi also knew about the existence of hockey, but because Spandam interfered with it, he never got the method to practice hockey. The tall CP0 said mockingly, as the most famous genius of CP9, you don't even know how to do the most basic armament and domineering. It seems that you are living up to your reputation. Lu Qi almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Does he not want to practice? It was obvious that someone was deliberately suppressing him. In the past 6 years of being an undercover agent, all his talents have been wasted. The tall CP0 lifted the iceberg with one hand and threw it to a slender CP0 who should be a woman behind him. Then he clapped his hands and said, Rob Lu Qi and others are waiting. According to the first-level killing order issued by the world government, you will be executed now. In order to avoid everyone's trouble, please just go ahead and capture him. Lu Qi was furious. He didn't know that he had been betrayed by Spandam again. He said sternly, we have brought the iceberg. With this credit, the world government should not obliterate us meritorious officials. Although they were separated by masks, everyone present could still feel the sarcastic smile on the face of the tall CP0. Whether it's meritorious or not, when will it be your guys' turn to say it? A bunch of trash that brings disgrace to the world government. It is only fitting that they be thrown into the garbage dump. Whoosh! Jabra suddenly activated his devil fruit form and came directly to the tall CP0. He roared angrily, want to kill us? Then I'll kill you first. His hands turned into sharp claws, joined together, and attacked the tall CP0 brazenly. Finger gun 10 finger gun. Combined with sharp claws and multiple fingers, the lethality of this move is several times that of ordinary finger guns. However, the tall CP0 didn't even turn his head, and his body swayed slightly backward, and Jabra's hand wiped the opponent's suit and fell away. The tall CP0 kicked Jabra in the stomach, causing terrifying wind pressure. Jabra's scalp instantly went numb and he immediately put on a defensive posture. Iron. In CP9, Jabra's iron skills are the highest, even Lu Qi can't compare. The muscles all over his body were like a city wall, facing the tall CP0. Jabra is still very confident in this move. Boom. However, the moment the two collided, Jabra knew that he was wrong. If his iron block is comparable to a fortress wall, then his opponent's kick is a complete battering ram. With just one blow, Jabra flew out. He felt as if his internal organs were being burned by fire, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Tisk, I only know how to use devil fruits and ignore other things. The quality of this CP9 is really worrying. The tall CP0 shook his head with disdain, then sneered. Forget it. Once we get rid of you, CP9 will be able to train a new batch of new people. If we use more energy this time, we should be able to find 1 or 2 good seedlings. A-hole, don't underestimate us. Kaku jumped into the air, swung his feet like lightning, and slashed out a dozen sharp chops. Lanjiao chaos. More than a dozen chop waves completely surrounded the tall CP0. The number is large and the range is large. Among Kaku's previous enemies, no one can avoid them all. However, facing the speeding chopper, the tall CP0 didn't even raise his head. He just took a few steps silently, his body swaying slightly, like a branch in the wind. Bang bang bang. All Kaku's chops failed and hit the ground. The suit of the tall CP0 is not even damaged at all. What is that? Paper painting. There was a trace of panic on Kaku's face. He expected that his attacks would be blocked by the opponent, but he never expected that he could dodge them all so easily. No, it's not paper painting. By this time Lu Qi had calmed down and stood up and said in a deep voice. That's the hockey of seeing and hearing. You can predict all the enemy's moves. That's why he can seize every gap in your Lanjiao Ran and dodge all the chops. Anticipate all actions. Everyone was surprised. Kaku even shouted directly, then how can we fight? Isn't it certain that we will die? Lu Qi was silent. In fact, if you also know how to be domineering, you can try to hide your aura and movements, or try to fight with the opponent. But the problem is that none of them have mastered the domineering power of knowledge and color. Facing an enemy who is proficient in 2-color domineering, their chances of winning can only be said to be infinitely close to 0. Whoosh! Just when everyone's eyes were attracted by Lu Qi's words, Khalifa suddenly waved his whip from the side. The whip hit the female CP0 in the rear directly in the face. However, just when it was about to hit the target, the whip suddenly turned downwards and rushed towards the iceberg that fell at the feet of female CPO. That's right, the moment he knew that his side's chance of winning was almost 0, Khalifa had a new idea. As long as they can get the iceberg back, they will still have bargaining chips. Clang. However, before Khalifa's whip could hit the iceberg, the female CP0 drew her sword and slashed it down. Khalifa's whip broke into 2 pieces on the spot. With such a clumsy method, do you underestimate us? The female CP0's voice was cold, like ice that would last forever. However, since it was you who took action first, don't blame us for being rude. The female CP0 flicked her wrist, and a flying slash cut through the sky, heading straight for Khalifa. This female CP0 is actually a swordsman. Cold sweat instantly flowed from Khalifa's forehead. She didn't dare to hesitate at all and immediately moved away several meters away with her shaver. Lu Qi felt extremely heavy at the moment. A swordsman, a dual-color domineering owner. There is another person whose ability is unknown, but since his teammates are so strong, he must not be that weak. Lu Qi truly felt that today was the end of their CP9. As a former colleague, I will use my strongest form to give you a ride. The tall CP0 slowly opened his mouth, his body gradually rising and expanding. The next moment, a leopard form that was very similar to Lu Qi but twice as big appeared in front of everyone. Animal Department Cat Fruit Ancient Species Giant Cheetah Form. Chapter 72 Oguro arrives. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of Lu Qi and others. At this moment, the air seemed to become thicker, making it extremely difficult for everyone to breathe. Lu Qi felt the most serious. That kind of oppression from the superiors among his kind had an impact on him that was several times greater than that of others. If it weren't for his long-term training and perseverance, he might not even have the courage to take action now. Shave. The tall CP0 seemed to appear in front of Lu Qi out of thin air. The speed was so fast that no one could react. After activating the Devil Fruit ability, the tall CP0's speed and strength were greatly increased. What's more, his original strength is above Lu Qi's. Return of life paper-painted martial body. At the critical moment, Lu Qi directly activated his strongest fighting posture in the orc form. After pouring the will into the body shrinks more compactly, and the size is consistent with the normal human body. Although part of the strength is sacrificed, the speed is increased and the effect of paper painting is greatly increased. Many attacks can be dodged by physical instinct alone. Knowing that his strength was far inferior to that of the tall CP0, Lu Qi chose to prioritize defense and speed, trying to fight guerrilla against his opponent. However, the evasive ability of paper painting is just child's play before seeing and hearing the domineering power. The tall CP0's fist landed squarely on Lu Qi's chest, even covering it with a thick layer of armed domineering force. Boom! Lu Qi was blown away like a cannonball and slammed into the pile of waste materials. On the other side, the female CP0 approached Kaku. Not only because Kaku is the second master of CP9, but also because Kaku uses a sword. For a swordsman, any opponent who uses a sword deserves their attention. Seeing the female CP0 rushing over, Kaku didn't dare to neglect, pulled out the 2 swords he carried with him, and slashed out with all his strength. 4 swordsman style reverse scale. Using the 2 swords in his hands and the arashi on his feet, he alternately sent out chopping waves, attacking the female CP0 like a violent storm. However, the female CP0 only said a few words about this. Ha! Flashy. Holding the sword in his hand horizontally in front of him, an armed and domineering aura instantly wrapped around it, and the sword instantly became as black as ink. Armed color hardened. 1 blade style wind bite. A huge flying slash shot out like a light piercing the dark night with an unstoppable attitude. The air made a sharp whistling sound, and Kaku's chopping wave was instantly chopped into powder like a piece of paper. The next second, the flying slash passed over Kaku's body, and a huge wound penetrated from his shoulder to his abdomen. Kaku fell to the ground on the spot and completely lost consciousness. After a face-to-face encounter, the 2 strongest members of CP9 both lost their ability to fight. Hee. Stealing is a bad behavior. Suddenly, from behind the battlefield, an inappropriate voice sounded. I saw the last slightly fat CP0 standing next to Bingshan, holding Bruno's arm tightly with one hand. It turned out that Khalifa saw the fierce battle and had his mind set on the iceberg again. But this time she didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, she asked Bruno to use his fruit ability to quietly grab the iceberg. Of course Bruno would not object. His fruit ability is just right for the situation at hand. He retreated to the corner, quietly opened a portal, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Bingshan's arm. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was caught by someone. Bruno wanted to break free, but found that the other party's hand was as motionless as steel. Not only that, the slightly fat CP0 continued, since he is a thief, let's cut off the hand that stole things as punishment. As he spoke, he pulled out a short sword from his waist and slashed at Bruno's wrist like lightning. Bruno's soul emerged, and he immediately activated his fruit power to strike the fat CP0's hand. Revolving door. The next second, the fat CP0's forearm rotated uncontrollably. The hand that was holding Bruno subconsciously let go for a moment. Bruno seized the opportunity, quickly pulled his hand back, and closed the portal at the same time. The dagger almost fell against his fingertips, and he could even feel the cold edge. Interesting. Really interesting. The slightly fat CP0 looked at his forearm, his tone seemed full of surprise. That Bruno left him alive. His fruit ability may be useful in the future. Others should deal with it as soon as possible. It turns out that this guy is the captain of this CP0 team. The captain gave the order, and the 2 team members suddenly increased their speed and rushed towards Jabra and Owl. The 2 subconsciously wanted to escape, but they didn't know where to escape. After a moment of hesitation, the enemy's attack is already close at hand. It's over. Despair echoed in the hearts of everyone in CP9. Ling Wu, Sota no Shirayuki, second dance by Lien. At this moment of life and death, a terrifying cold air struck from a distance and enveloped the 2 people in CP0. Danger. The domineering looks of the 2 people were warning at the same time. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them used Shao as quickly as possible and retreated more than 10 meters away. Lu Qi, it seems that your experience is no different from what I told you. Everyone turned around and saw Oguro leading his men to stand on a clean platform, looking down at everyone calmly. Lu Qi just stood up from the scrap. The moment he saw Oguro, Lu Qi remembered what he said that night, with a wry smile on his face. Even outsiders can see that he is just a pawn, yet he still harbors luck, he really deserves it. Sid Oguro, why are you here? The tall CP0's voice was full of shock. What you said is really strange, why can't I be here? Oguro sneered. The three CP0 people did not speak, but the atmosphere became very solemn. Justice Island was just destroyed by Buster Call. Marine even dispatched General Aokiji. As a result, the target turned around and appeared in the capital of Seven Waters safe and sound. So isn't this Buster Call a big joke? Moreover, he was able to escape from the encirclement of Admiral Aokiji and 10 warships. The strength of this Oguro can be seen in Madara. Sighed Oguro. As the captain of this team, the slightly fat CP0 took the initiative to step forward and asked, "What's the purpose of your coming here?" If possible, he didn't want to be an enemy of Oguro. Because Oguro is not their mission target, it's definitely not because they can't beat them. Unfortunately, Oguro pointed to the iceberg without hesitation. "I will protect this man." What is the largest industry in the world of One Piece? That must be shipbuilding. After all, this is a sea-themed world. No one can live without a boat. Iceberg's Carrera Company is the premier shipyard on the Great Waterway. To capture him is to capture a chicken that can lay golden eggs. The slightly fat CP0 was silent for a moment, and his whole aura instantly became cold. "I'm afraid this won't work." Chapter 73 Oguro's Conqueror's Dominance. As soon as the word, "no," came out, the scene fell silent instantly. Oguro couldn't help but glance at the slightly fat CP0. "Boy, you are very brave. I think you may have misunderstood." Oguro had a smile on his face, but the words in his mouth were as cold as ice. "I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just stating a fact." Whoosh! Sui Feng, who was standing beside Oguro, suddenly disappeared. The female CP0, who retreated to the side of the iceberg, felt her heart tremble violently, and her domineering look gave her a crazy warning. He swung his sword across without thinking, and cut through the air with his tyrannical armed domineering force, leaving behind a slender silver line. However, her sword was forcibly stopped just halfway through her swing. Sui Feng held the half-dead iceberg in one hand and grabbed the female CP0's wrist with the other. The swordsmanship that she was so proud of didn't work at all. So fast. Female CP0's pupils shrank sharply. He is indeed a strong man who escaped from the hands of General Aokiji. Such speed, even in CP0, no one can match it. Female CP0's eyes moved slightly, and her left hand was quietly wrapped with a layer of armed domineering aura. Although the sword is blocked, it does not mean that she has no other powers. However, just as her thought arose, a pressure as heavy as a landslide fell on her. Conqueror's domineering power. No, this is just pure momentum. Everyone in CP0 didn't know the existence of spiritual pressure and could only attribute it to Sui Feng's own aura. But even this was enough to scare them. If pure personal momentum can be so strong, how strong must the other party be? What kind of monsters are under the command of this Cid Oguro? Female CP0's left hand was frozen in midair, and she did not dare to attack. Sui Feng glanced at her calmly, let go of her hand, turned around and left with the iceberg. Even when faced with Sui Feng's back, the female CP0 never dared to take action. In her eyes, Sui Feng at this moment is like an unparalleled demon. As long as she dares to act rashly, she will be torn into pieces by this demon. "Jiyu, why don't you do it?" The slightly fat CP0 called the female CP0's code name, a little angry. The iceberg is their mission target. If they fail to complete the mission, they will all be doomed. Jiyu snorted coldly after hearing this. "Why don't you take action? Such a small distance is not a problem for you, Balrog, right? Do you want me to die for you? What you think is quite beautiful. Even though they are teammates on the same team, they actually don't have a good relationship. After all, CP0 is a place where mission comes first and there is no humanity. Some people will even sacrifice other team members without hesitation in order to complete the goal." Balrog is obviously planning something similar. The exposed Balrog snorted coldly and stopped talking. Some things are said too clearly, and everyone will be completely unable to cooperate in the future. On the other side, Sui Feng returned to Oguro, and Yamada Hanadoro immediately stepped forward to treat the iceberg. Although he did not suffer any fatal injuries, the gunshot wound to his abdomen was never properly treated. If it is not treated, it may lead to serious infection. There are actually people with healing abilities. Balrog was slightly shocked. Such people are extremely rare talents even in CP0. If he knew that the 4th Squadron under Oguro were all talented people of this type, he would probably faint from jealousy. Me, see you, and the Leopard King may be able to fight with that woman for a while, but trying to steal the iceberg is undoubtedly a fool's errand. Enma began to calmly analyze the situation. With insufficient strength, the only way out is to negotiate. No matter what, he can't watch Oguro take the iceberg away. Pluton is so important. The world government will never allow such weapons to fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, Yan Mo took a deep breath and spoke proactively. Your Excellency Oguro, Bingshan is the prisoner named by the world government. By doing this, you have greatly offended the world government. If you are willing to hand over the iceberg, I am willing to apply to the world government to cancel the arrest warrant for your party. As long as you are not an enemy of the world government, you will never be wanted again. How about that? Upon hearing this, CP9 and others on the side immediately took a breath of cold air. Even after trying so hard to capture the iceberg, he only got a promise to revoke the fatwa, and in the end the contract was even broken. What happened to others? Obviously they stole the iceberg, but CP0 took the initiative to offer a bunch of favorable conditions in exchange. It's really annoying to compare people to each other. Oguro was not surprised by this. Don't look at the 800 years of world government rule and think that they are awesome and coaxing everyone. Think about New World's 4 emperors, which one doesn't control a large area of territory. No, it's still so moisturizing. The world government sees me as strong, but it can still exploit ordinary people. When facing a truly strong person, compromise and concession are the norm. Otherwise, they don't have to block Marine's funds and just keep the sea in balance. You must know that there is so much gold in the sky every year, but 10% of it is given to Marine. In 2 or 3 years, Marine's strength will definitely skyrocket. But the world government won't do that. Because they know that they can't control the 4 emperors, nor can they control the overly powerful Marine. Lu Qi lowered his head, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. At this moment he finally understood. Loyalty or anything else doesn't matter. Strength is your capital for survival. At this time, he remembered what Oguro said that night. A way out. Is this your real purpose? Lu Qi turned to look at Oguro, his eyes incomprehensible. At this time, Oguro didn't pay attention to Balrog's intention at all. He looked at Bingshan, whose face was gradually turning rosy, and said with a smile. President Bingshan, would you like to consider working for me? After all, if you are targeted by the world government, you will not end up well. When the demon heard this, he immediately shouted sharply. Oguro, are you sure you want to fight to the death with the world government? Oguro finally had some reaction. He turned his head slightly and looked at Balrog as he spoke word by word. Do you think Lousy cares? In the dull gaze of Enma, Oguro sneered. When you launched the Buster Call, why didn't you think about whether you wanted to fight me to the death or not? Or do you think that the whole world should just listen to you? Whether it's launching a Buster Call or suing for peace, thunder, rain, and dew or all your kindness. What the hell do you think you are? A bunch of worms lying on the history books. Sooner or later they will be kicked off the stage. You. Balrog was full of shock and panic, and he could not speak for a long time while pointing at Oguro. 800 years. Who dares to humiliate the world government like this? Oguro snorted coldly, and the unparalleled violent conqueror's domination came over like a tide. If you don't get out, you'll die. Chapter 74 Recruiting Lu Qi. The terrifying conqueror's domineering power seemed to be hanging upside down from the sky, weighing down on CP0's heart. And this terrifying pressure seems to contain an even more indescribable aura, as if it comes from the 9 heavens and runs through the world. It is difficult to feel a sense of resistance. The 3 demons were sweating coldly. Conqueror's domineering power is so terrifying that not even the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, can match it. If it's someone else's conqueror's domineering spirit, it's the gift of a king. Then Oguro's conqueror's haki is the gift of the emperor. Lu Qi on the side felt extremely happy at the moment. That's right. What world government? They're all just a bunch of useless trash. Why don't you get out yet? Oguro's eyes widened and he held his Zanpakuto in his right hand. Balrog gritted his teeth and growled, retreat. It's not that they are unwilling to fight to the death, it's that the enemy is really too strong. The three figures flashed and disappeared into the alley not far away. He didn't even finish the task of erasing CP9. Seeing the three people fleeing, Oguro took back Conqueror's domineering spirit and returned his gaze to Bingshan. So, President Bingshan, what is your answer? Bingshan was silent for a moment, then asked in a solemn voice, do you also want Pluton? There was no way, even the world government was obsessed with this thing. His first reaction was that Oguro was also eyeing this thing. Oguro immediately sneered when he heard this. It's just a battleship, I really don't like it. Let's not talk about whether the description that Pluton can destroy a country with one shot is true or false. Even if it were true, Sui Feng's Bankai is as powerful as a nuclear explosion. Isn't it more practical than your battleship? Not to mention, waiting for him to summon the captain of the Gotei 13th team. His residual fire sword is as powerful as the sun descending. How can your poor Pluton compare? Besides, have you forgotten that I already know about Pluton's design? If you want, do you think that guy Frankie can stop me? After hearing Oguluo's words, Bingshan remembered that it was Oguluo who reminded him that someone was eyeing the Pluton design. Then what do you want from me? Bingshan asked. He didn't believe that Oguro would help him for no reason. It's very simple. Oguro shrugged. The city of Seven Waters and Carrera Company belong to me from now on. I will help Carrera Company become the center of the world's shipbuilding industry. The city of Seven Waters will also become the center of the world economy. Hiss. Bingshan took a breath. Neither of these two goals is easy to achieve, but Oguro actually wants to accomplish them all. And you know, he has just been blacklisted by the world government. Seeing Bingshan's delay in responding, Oguluo was not angry and said calmly. Of course, you can also refuse. I won't force anyone, but how the world government deals with you and Frankie in the future is none of my business. If you want to gain asylum, trade your allegiance. Prostitution for free is not a good habit. Leaving Bingshan some time to think, Oguluo slowly walked towards CP9 and others who had not yet left. Seeing Oguro approaching, Jabra and Owl immediately got into a fighting stance. Fortunately, Lu Chi stopped him in time. Upon seeing this, Oguro smiled lightly and said, Lu Chi, have you thought about your retreat? If Lu Chi still doesn't understand what he means, it only means that he is not worth recruiting at all. Lu Chi was silent for a moment, looking directly at Oguro with fearless eyes. How do I know if you will abandon me as an abandoned child like them? After being betrayed twice in succession, Lu Chi completely lost his sense of security. Oguro laughed when he heard this. I didn't expect you to ask such a question. What do you mean? Lu Chi frowned. Oguluo said leisurely, do you still remember the 500 kingdom soldiers you killed when you were 13? You said that because they have no value, it doesn't matter if they are killed. In the same way, isn't it because you are no longer valuable enough? Lu Chi hesitated. As the saying goes, the boomerang thrown years ago hit me squarely between the eyebrows today. If you can easily abandon others, then others can naturally abandon you. Fortunately, Oguro did not continue to stab him in the heart, but said extremely calmly. First of all, I don't need to use low-level tactics like abandoning children. Besides, as long as you still have value, you don't have to worry about being abandoned. Or is it that the dignified Rob Lucci has such low self-esteem that he thinks he is inferior to everyone? If that's the case, you'd better surrender to the world government as soon as possible. I don't accept waste here. Who are you calling a waste? Lu Chi's bloody nature was finally aroused. The corner of Oguro's mouth raised slightly, then prove it to the world government and that loser Spandam. Let them know that abandoning you, the strongest person in CP9 in 800 years, is the biggest mistake in this life. I can tell that what we want to do is not some unscrupulous pirates, but a true utopia. A country that makes the world's governments tremble. Because of this, I have never flown a pirate flag on my ship. Lu Chi's eyes gradually became firm from shock. He looked at Oguro and said, okay. I'll join you. Abandoned by the world government, the only places he could go to were the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Compared to the pirates who did all the bad things in the sneaky Revolutionary Army. Sure enough, Oguro is more courageous and can attract him to join. What better way to prove one's worth than to help a new country that overthrows the world government? Very good. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. From today on, you will all be under the command of Sui Feng and continue to engage in espionage and assassination work. The rest of CP9 raised no objections. Even the strongest Lucci has surrendered. If they don't surrender, they will die faster. At this time, Oguro suddenly took out a devil fruit. It's the one he got in the East Daxia Sea. This is the animal type, cat fruit, ancient species, and lion form. It is the same level as the CP0 just now. Whoever makes a contribution from you can get this fruit. Hearing this, Kaku, Natsutori, Owl and even Khalifa, who had not yet eaten the devil fruit, all brightened up. Today they have experienced how strong and weak devil fruits are. If they can get this fruit, their strength will immediately skyrocket. Lucci also showed a trace of desire in his eyes. If he hadn't eaten the devil fruit before, he would definitely fight for this fruit. He became more and more certain that the world government didn't care about him at all, otherwise why would it have given him the most common animal fruit in the first place? Let Hinata Shantaro treat the injuries of Lucci and others. Oguro returned to the iceberg and asked calmly. So, President Bingshan, have you made your decision? Chapter 75 Planting the Flag of the Empire. Bingshan let out a long sigh. I seem to have no other choice. In the original timeline, the reason why Iceberg could continue to stay in the Seven Waters City was because Frankie burned the Pluton design in front of CP9. For the world government, their main purpose is to prevent others from getting Pluton, not to get it themselves. Therefore, the destruction of Pluton's design drawings can be regarded as achieving the goal. Bingshan and Frankie naturally didn't bother to care anymore. But now, the Pluton design is still in Franzina, and Bingshan, as the only person involved, will be targeted by who knows how many people. Without strong protection, whether the iceberg can survive until tomorrow is a question. Bingshan stood up and said to Oguro solemnly. Then, Carrera Company in the capital of Seven Waters will be left to you. The moment Bingshan finished his words, a pleasant system prompt sounded in Oguro's ears. Congratulations to host for conquering the capital of Seven Waters. Received the reward. Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Oguro raised his eyebrows. This reward seems to be something. The system introduced. As the only official institution for cultivating Shinigami, Mao Spiritual Arts Academy can absorb the reincarnation of dead souls and cultivate them into real Shinigami. I'm going. Oguro's eyes widened. Absorb dead souls. There are too many people who died in the world of One Piece. If they were absorbed, wouldn't there be hundreds of thousands of Shinigami easily? Please host. Don't think too much. The system poured cold water on it without hesitation. Only the souls that are powerful enough have the chance to become Shinigami. And only the souls near the host's territory, as well as the souls killed by the host and his subordinates, can be absorbed. What? It turns out there are limits to both quality and scope. Oguro's crazy explosion of troops in full anticipation, and pushed world government completely to the end. Ding! Mao Spiritual Arts Academy has collected the dead souls. Enel, Crocodile, Daz Bones, Sarah. When Oguro took a look, he saw that there were quite a few acquaintances. Except for Enel, they are basically the people from Baroque works. These people are indeed considered good players in the first half of the Grand Line. If you train well, you might be able to reach the rank of chief officer or above. In addition to those few senior cadres, there are dozens of less powerful ones. After the training is completed, it will probably be equivalent to the white or blue card pool Shinigami. After being reincarnated by the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy, they will have no memory of their previous lives and completely start a new life. Moreover, their souls will be engraved with the ideological stamp of loyalty to Oguro, and their loyalty is the same as that of the directly summoned Shinigami. Not bad. It saves a lot of achievement points for replenishing manpower. Oguro nodded with satisfaction. Although I negotiated with the system a lot, in reality it only took a second or two. Regarding Bingshan's pledge of allegiance, Oguro patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. This will be the wisest choice in your life." The group returned to Carrera Company. Under Oguro's instruction, the capital of Seven Waters hung the flag of the Holy Spirit Empire. A sharp sword runs through the center of the flag, and on both sides are wings modeled after Oguro's Spirit King. It means the sacred kingdom protected by the spiritual king. After agreeing to protect the iceberg and the Seven Waters capital, Oguro knew that he would never be able to dive underwater again. It's time for the name of the Holy Spirit Empire to appear on the sea. A glint flashed in Oguro's eyes. Although it's a little earlier than expected, it's time to start dominating the sea. On the same day, the Seven Rivers capital issued an announcement. Incorporated into the Holy Spirit Empire, it became a special administrative region of the empire and accepted the rule of His Majesty the Spirit King of the Holy Spirit Empire, Site Oguro. Bingshan continues to serve as mayor, and all systems on the island remain unchanged for the time being. The news spread, shocking the entire Grand Waterway. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Warring States put down the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly, "I didn't expect that man to have such great ambitions. No wonder he didn't agree to join the Seven Warlords of the Sea." Chief Staff Officer, he sighed softly. Such a big movement is almost a head-on challenge to the majesty of the world government. Who gave him such great courage? Does he think that with a subordinate who is as good as a general, he can compete with the world government? Paradise is not the new world, and the world government will not tolerate it. The Four Emperors group in the New World seems to have only one top player, the captain, but they can comfortably dominate the New World. But that's because although the Four Emperors are not an alliance, once one of the Four Emperors is attacked by a marine that can wipe out the entire group, the other three will come to their aid. They still understand the principle of lips dying and teeth cold. But Paradise has no such conditions. As long as the world government makes up its mind, no force in Paradise can stop them. No. New World, Four Emperors Station. Whitebeard didn't take it to heart at all after seeing the news. Instead of paying attention to this little thing, it would be better to have more banquets with my son. The red-haired man shook his head, obviously not optimistic about Oguro's blatant provocation to the world government. I originally thought that there was a potential newcomer in the sea, but I didn't expect to be so arrogant. With his special status, he naturally knows the true power of world government. Otherwise, he would not have been dedicated to maintaining balance for so many years. Kaido and Linlin don't care even more. Guys who haven't even come to New World are not worthy of their attention at all. At the same time, the five elders who were among Pangu were also discussing Oguro. The legal martial god Topman Wuchuli slapped the table angrily. This person is blatantly provoking the world government. He is sheltering key criminals, intimidating CP0, and trespassing on the judicial island. If we don't respond, where will the face of the world government be? Shepherd Ten Pit, the god of agriculture and martial arts, is the quiet path. But last Buster Call, we even sent Aokiji out, but in the end we all came back without success. If we fail again this time, the situation will be irreversible. Saint Topman Wuchuli said coldly, "One general is not enough, so send another one. Marine charges us so much money every year, but we don't just let them watch the show. Aokiji, this lazy guy, I don't think he deserves to be a general. Just take this opportunity to give the warring states period a good rap. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have." Shepherd 10 Peter still disagreed. Just sending 2 generals to a mere 7-water city, doesn't it tell the whole world that we are incompetent? The argument between the two in Pangu gradually became fierce, and they almost started fighting. At this time, a staff member walked in and said nervously, "Master 5 Elders, Sid Oguro requests to speak to you." Chapter 76, Negotiating with the 5 Elders. What the hell? Even the well-informed 5 Elders were stunned at this moment. Are they accessible to anyone? Not to mention being a pirate. Topman Wuchuli Saint immediately shouted coldly, "What are you thinking about? Why do you dare to disturb us with any nonsense?" The staff member knelt down with a plop in fear. Report to Saint Wuchuli. It was Sid Oguro who contacted Spandam and threatened him to make the Pluton design public if he could not speak to the 5 Elders. What? The 5 Elders were shocked. Topman Vasiuli Saint growled, "That's the Pluton design. Can he be willing to reveal it to the public?" That's what he said. The staff member said fearfully. Ha ha. At this time, the environmental martial god Marcus Masheng laughed. "It seems we have all underestimated this guy. Go. Get the phone bug and let me hear what this young man thinks." The staff brought the phone over, and Oguro's voice rang. 5 Elders, I have long admired the name. Saint Topman Wuchuli said coldly, "A mere pirate who is not a member of the ordinary class dares to call himself king. What do you, a clown, do to us? Ha ha. World government only has a history of 800 years, does it really make you think that you are the king of the world? You don't even dare to face history and can only hide it. What can you be proud of? Oguro's response was even more bitter, directly trampling the entire world government under his feet. Presumptuous. Saint Topman Wuchuli stood up angrily, and the terrifying conqueror's domineering power swept across all directions like a violent hurricane. The phone bug trembled and almost died suddenly. The blank 100 years is a taboo of the world government, no one can touch it. Sid Oguro, don't think that just because you escaped the Buster Call once, you can do whatever you want. I know that Nicole Robin is under your command now. But if you dare to study the historical text, I guarantee that you and everything about you will be completely destroyed. When it comes to a blank 100 years, the 5 elders no longer care about their demeanor and directly threaten. Oguro clicked his tongue and said disdainfully, "Who is interested in your history? It's just a story about a winner and a loser. I've heard hundreds of stories. An ancient civilization in the past life, with thousands of years of glorious history. Stories about regime changes and the rise and fall of dynasties are almost exhausted. There are many cases of tampering with history and discrediting opponents. A world like One Piece that has been blank for 100 years belongs to the bottom of the low-end players." After hearing Oguro's words, Topman Wuchuli's heart seemed to be choked with a breath, and he couldn't get up or get down. He felt very uncomfortable. If you say that you don't want Oguro to study for 100 years, they have indeed made it clear that they are not interested. But you look like you don't even bother to look at me, and you are so guarded against staying blank for 100 years, just like a clown looking for trouble. This is very uncomfortable. Before I knew it, not even the 5 elders had noticed. In this negotiation, Oguro has quietly gained the upper hand. Oguro calmly changed the subject. "Okay. I'm not here to discuss history with you, I'm focused on the future. If I'm not wrong, you must be thinking about how to destroy the capital of 7 Waters and my empire now, right? Ha, a country founded by pirates dares to call it an empire. You are so bold that you are not afraid of flashing your tongue." Saint Topman Wuchuli seized the opportunity and taunted him fiercely. Unfortunately, this mockery was of no concern to Oguro. He counterattacked calmly. "Isn't Charlotte Linlin's kingdom of Totland still prosperous, with its reputation spreading throughout the Grand Waterway? I didn't expect you to be able to wipe out this pirate nation. Sure enough, compared to your strength, your toughest thing is your mouth." The staff member holding the phone bug almost fell to his knees with fear. OMG, is this a direct disdain for 5 elders? I won't be killed and silenced, right? The staff hated themselves for accepting Spandam's application. However, 5 elders is 5 elders. Having been in charge of world government for many years, they quickly reacted. Saint Topman Wuchuli suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered. "Ha ha. After saying so much, don't you just want us to let you go like the kingdom of Totland? Why do you think you can be compared with Charlotte Linlin? Although the world regards the 4 emperors and marine generals as strong men of the same level. But the real strong people know that if the 2 sides fight a one-on-one life and death battle, then General Marine will definitely die. The 4 words, Emperor of the Sea, carry so much weight." Auguluo said calmly, "Didn't Aokiji tell you that Suifeng is just the captain of my 2nd division? Are you so sure that there are no other captains around me?" The 5 elders were silent. Emotionally, they are unwilling to believe that there are other general-level strongmen under Oguro. After all, in the entire Grand Waterway, except for the world government and marine, there is no force that can find 2 powerful generals at the same time. Neither can 4 emperors, but rationally, they have to consider this possibility. If the opponent really has 2 or more general-level experts, his attempt to send people to destroy the capital of 7 Waters is almost certain to fail. The risk is too great. From what they investigated about Oguro's past, they couldn't find why so many strong men suddenly appeared and all gathered under Oguro's command. This mystery beyond our control makes them uneasy. Is this a bluff or is it true? At this time, Oguro continued, "Besides, you should know that Pluton's design is no longer in the 7 Waters city. I don't even know where Frankie is. But he said that if something happens to the capital of 7 Waters or Iceberg, he will completely expose the Pluton design in his hand. 4 emperors and revolutionary soldiers share 1 share. Are you sure you want to take such a big risk and launch a war that will yield nothing? Topman Wuchuli said firmly, this is not a war without gains. It is the face of the world government. Tisk. Oguro sneered, if the Pluton design is obtained by those ambitious people, not only the face, but also the stability of the world government will be shaken, right? Isn't it good to live in peace and harmony? Isn't the so-called balance what you care about most? The 5 elders looked sharply, it seems you know a lot, right? Ha ha, not that much. Oguro laughed and his tone became serious. Apart from Pluton's design drawings, don't forget that Sui Feng is a real strong man who can rival General Marine. And she can fly. If she can't be caught, are you sure those Dracos in Merijio can bear her revenge? Chapter 77 Threat to the End. You have only 2 choices now. Either we can coexist peacefully, and in the future the world government will come to the 7 Waters capital to order ships, and I will give you a 20% discount. Either we will die or die. But if you can't wipe us all out with one blow, then those celestial dragons had better not leave Mariehoya in the future. Sui Feng under my command, the best thing is never frontal combat, but assassination. Now that you have made a threat, you must make the threat right at once. Attacking the 7 Waters capital has no practical benefits, but will cause big trouble. I believe that 5 elders will not do such a thankless thing. Of course, if the 5 elders really don't listen, Oguro doesn't mind letting them experience the power of the 2 captains joining forces. If there was a time when Oguro still had to worry too much about his actions. Now we have 2 generals, Sui Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki. Oguro has no reason to back down. Ha ha, Sid Oguro, I hope you can bear the consequences of angering the world government. One of the 5 elders sneered and hung up the phone directly. In the capital of 7 Waters, Oguro put away the phone bug with a smile. Bingshan on the side said with a worried look, Lord Ling Wang, the negotiation has broken down. The reaction of the 5 elders clearly does not accept the threat of Oguro. Unexpectedly, Oguro shook his head with a smile and said, no. They agreed. Looking at Bingshan's confused eyes, Oguro said, 5 elders. They definitely want to save face. Of course they can't directly agree to my threat. What he means is that this matter has been revealed, but if he finds an opportunity in the future, he will not be polite to us. You just agreed. Bingshan only felt that it was very unscientific. Oguro said, the world government cannot afford another Valley of the Gods incident. The Valley of the Gods incident. Now, not only Bingshan, but also Lu Qi and the others looked confused. Oguro raised his eyebrows, you CP9 don't know that either. Lu Qi nodded. Although CP9's authority is not low, it is obvious that this Valley of the Gods incident is far beyond their authority. After thinking for a while, Oguro briefly told the story of the Rocks Pirates, which was very popular back then, and the Valley of the Gods incident they launched. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Golden Lion Shiki were all in the same pirate group. Lu Qi felt that his 3 views had been shattered. Which of these is not the legendary pirate who shocked the Grand Line? Are you telling me that they were all subordinates of the same person? So how strong does this person have to be? Khalifa adjusted his glasses and said, in the end, it was only the joint efforts of Garp and One Piece Roger that defeated the Rocks Pirates. No wonder the world government covered up this matter. Whether it's the Tianlong people being slaughtered or joining forces with One Piece, either one is a huge scandal. At this moment, although everyone did not deliberately think about it, a seed was still born deep in their hearts. World government is not invincible. Oguro sneered and said, since then, the Tianlong people have rarely had collective activities. Even if they have been escorted by a large number of Marines. They are afraid that the events of that year will happen again. Although we despise those fat scum, we can't stand the fact that the world government treats them like treasures. Speaking of this, Sui Feng's beautiful face showed deep disgust. How dare a group of silverfish dare to call themselves gods? In this world, only the Shinigami created by Lord Soul King are qualified to call themselves gods. If I meet them, I will definitely let them know the consequences of overstepping their bounds. Oguro and his men completely hate the Tianlong people. After the discussion, Oguro arranged for Lu Qi and others to work under Sui Feng. The middle and senior levels are sufficient, but there are still some grassroots personnel missing. At this time, the system prompt sounds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, promoting our country's prestige. It has greatly enhanced the prestige of the Kingdom of God in front of world politics. Received the reward. The 100-man guards. Pretty. System, you really provide help in times of need. With a wave of his hand, Oguro gave half of his manpower to Sui Feng, asking her to set up an intelligence network as soon as possible. The remaining half was left to protect the Seven Waters capital. After this incident, the additional achievement points that Oguro can earn every day has reached 300 points. This is not only because he has greatly enhanced his presence in front of the five elders. It's even more because of the huge reputation of the capital of Seven Waters. The best shipyard in the Great Waterway is not just what it is cracked up to be. There are still a bunch of marine orders waiting to be filled. After arranging the manpower, Oguro also handed over the training methods of armed color and knowledge color hockey to Lu Qi and others. They were then given freedom of movement. No matter what method Lu Qi uses, Oguro will see an intelligence network that has begun to bear fruit within a year. For this reason, whether it is people or money, you can call it without limit. The reason why it is 1 year is because the main plot will begin in 1 year. There will be complete chaos on the sea. If there was no intelligence at that time, I don't know how many important events I would have missed. Oguro also specifically contacted Vivi, and the two companies formally reached a cooperation agreement and jointly established an intelligence network. After settling the affairs of the Seven Waters capital, Oguro finally has time to fulfill his promise to Laboon. Because of the existence of the world-traversing gate, Oguro left the Seven Waters capital with confidence. Even if something happens, he can come back as quickly as possible. Byakuya Kuchiki on Sky Island will provide immediate support. As long as it survives the first few minutes, the enemy will face the encirclement and suppression of the two captains. Besides, he also wanted to see if someone would take advantage of his absence and take action against the capital of Seven Waters. A few days later, Oguro and his party came to the Devil's Triangle. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round, and hundreds of ships sink here every year. A veritable cemetery at sea. It's such an unpleasant place. Nami tightened her clothes, feeling a little offended by this place where there was no sunlight. Oguro opened his eyes and looked domineering. After exploring carefully for a while, a smile appeared on his face. He pointed in a direction and said, "Go there." As the desert rose continued to advance, everyone gradually heard a voice. "What is this? Isn't this place haunted?" Nami trembled with fright and quickly hugged Oguro's arm. Robin listened for a while and said with some uncertainty, "It seems that someone is humming. It seems to be the pirate song, Binks's Wine." Oguro gave her a thumbs up. "That's right. It's Binks's Wine. The brook we're looking for is right there." Soon, the singing became clearer and clearer. In the thick fog, a huge pirate ship is getting closer and closer. On the deck, a vague figure was shaking gently. The next second, a skeleton with an explosive head appeared in front of everyone.